Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had rare Kitsune Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku, 4 years old and already an anxious child, is waiting for his quirk to come in. He's been waiting for 8 days, 4 hours and 37 minutes. And he's fed up with waiting. Now, don't misunderstand, Izuku is usually a very patient little boy. When his mama spends 15 minutes, actually, it was 16 minutes and 13 seconds, he counted, debating between 2 different brands of soy sauce, he didn't whine, shout or wander off, like Kaachan would have done. When the other kids wanted to play heroes but would always make him wait until last to be All Might, he didn't complain or cry, he just smiled and kept on playing. So, Izuku is patient. But his quirk, and he knows he has one, he can feel it from the top of his head to the little bones in his pinky toes, is taking forever, and forever is a really, really long time. And then it comes. It doesn't arrive in a flurry of sparks that stain the air with a sweet smell like Kaachan's, or tear through a worksheet halfway through class like Shibata's extendable fingers, or mean that he comes into school one day with big dragon wings like Tsubasa. Instead, Izuku wakes up on the 12th day, and he isn't human. Well, his head says he is, but his body is shouting something very different. Izuku blinks awake and yawns, stretching out from his curled-up sleeping position. Then blinks again. Because for some reason he is completely under the All Might bed sheets, yet he can barely feel them. Or the mattress beneath him. When he yawns, his long tongue brushes past needle-sharp teeth. And his furred paws scratch faintly against the bed sheets in a very unfamiliar way. Wait, his paws? Yelping, the sound coming out growly yet high-pitched and all wrong, Izuku tries to sit up, then turns the wobbly movement into wriggling out from beneath his bed sheets when he realizes that he doesn't have a human bum to sit on. Finally, in the soft light of his bedroom, Izuku looks down at himself. Well, what has to be himself, as much as it looks like a see-through fox. And it really does, his body looks like the ghosts he sees on that Sunday morning cartoon, where you can see people and pictures and everything through them, but can still see their outlines and little details. Like how he has a bushy tail, and little clawed paws, and a slim little fox body that's so incredibly weird, but oh my All Might, this is so cool, this must be his quirk and he's so excited to see what he can do. What if he can breathe fire like his dad apparently could as well, or have telekinesis like his mama, or is it just a transformative quirk, but then why is he translu, see-through? Maybe he's like a ghost? Or a spirit? But then why does he look like a fox? Is it even a fox? What if it's an animal he doesn't know yet? Or maybe a dog? Probably not a cat or a tanuki, but it might be. Izuku, darling, are you awake yet, sweetie? Yes, mama, he calls back. Or tries to, but the sound that leaves his mouth, is it a mouth? A muzzle? A snout, is quiet and sounds like a weird bark, and he's not even sure she heard him. But then mama is opening his bedroom door, and he stumbles to his 4 feet with a vulpine grin stretching his features, bouncing a little on his paws, managing to ignore how odd it is to barely be able to feel the bed that he knows is beneath him, that he's touching, even when it feels like a constant, safe gust of wind is pressing gently against his feet. No, not feet, paws, because he's got a quirk and mama's gonna be so excited when she, Izuku, baby, where are you? Sees him. Why is she looking so worried? He's right here. Okay, so he's a fox or something, but isn't it obvious that he's right? Sweetie, you can come out now. Izuku, this isn't funny. Izuku. And mama's got tears in her eyes as she scrabbles to pull aside the bedsheets, then to open his wardrobe doors, then look under his desk and under his bed, before bursting into tears, sat in the middle of his room. Why can't mama see him, hear him? He's right here. He doesn't want her to cry, he's safe, he's fine, he's just a little different to normal, but really, there's nothing wrong. Not sure what he can do, but wanting to help, Izuku manages to jump down from his bed without face-planting on the floor, then scampers over to his mama with more wobbling and nearly falling than he'd ever admit. Having 4 legs is very weird, okay? Regardless, he reaches his mama, and begins to brush his head as firmly as he can against her arm. But all she does is shiver and continue to sob. Getting more and more upset himself now, not knowing what to do, Izuku crawls into her lap. Normally, when they're both crying, he curls up against her and she holds him close and safe. So, he tries to do that. And, as he gets more and more scared because she's not noticing him, and her breathing's getting all funny, and he doesn't like this now, something inside of his chest seems to expand and then pop, like a balloon from the fairground. And then he feels a lot heavier and he can tell exactly where all of his limbs are and how they work, and best of all he can feel his mama's warmth where he sat in her lap and pressed as close as he can get against her. His sudden weight ceases her crying, but then it starts all over again as the realization that her baby is with her, safe and sound, strikes her. Izuku, darling, my sweet, sweet boy, oh, where were you? Oh Izuku, baby. Now that Mama is holding him, and he can feel everything properly again, Izuku begins to grin. He'd found his quirk. Mama, I got my quirk. It was my quirk. I woke up and I was a fox, but I was also see-through like the ghosts off of that cartoon, and it was kind of really scary, but it was also so cool, but then you couldn't see me or hear me or anything and I didn't like it, but then I was back again and oh my almighty Mama, I've got my quirk. He finally pauses, breathless, to notice his Mama staring down at him with wide eyes, almost as green as the ones he sees in the mirror. Mama? Izuku, baby, I'm so glad you've got your quirk. So glad. And now she's crying again already, so Izuku just smiles at her, like All Might would, and pats her shoulder with his chubby little hand. It's alright Mama, I'm here. At 4 years old, he doesn't understand why that makes her cry even harder. A week later, and Izuku is clutching his Mama's hand tightly and trying really hard not to bounce and fidget in his seat. They're waiting at the doctor's for the special quirk counselor to call them in and help Izuku figure out even more about his quirk. 2 more times, he's found himself in his other form, the one that he and Mama are calling his fox form because, when he drew it and told her all the little things that made up his other form, they had gone through the internet together and found out that he was definitely a fox, but he didn't look quite like any type, species, the word was species, Izuku reminds himself, that they had seen so far. But that was okay. Because Izuku knows he is a fox, just like how he'd known that he had a quirk. It was just taking a lot of time for other people to believe him. But that was okay too. Because Mama believes him, and Kaachan hasn't sent an explosion at him in 6 days, so everything is going well in little Izuku's books. Oh! A nurse with really cool hair that looks and moves like tendrils of water is calling their name. Scrabbling to his feet, Izuku makes sure to stay by his Mama's side, even as he wants to run as fast as he can. And get there super quick to talk to the special doctor. Hello Midoriya-san, Izuku-kun. Is it alright if I call you that? Izuku nods, little head bobbing comically, his lovely green curls bouncing rapidly with the movement. I believe you're here to discuss young Izuku's quirk, yes? May I ask when it came in and what you think you know about it so far? The doctor goes on, and Izuku is already replying. It's been a week, well, 7 days, 7 hours and, 46 minutes, and I turn into a fox. But it's not a normal fox type species, it's not a normal fox species and I'm a bit like a ghost because when I change Mama can't see me or hear me and all she feels is a little bit of cold if I touch her, which is really weird but also really cool, and when it happens everything feels really far away and floaty and hard to touch and I can't speak in human anymore, even though I'm still thinking in Japanese, but I don't know what makes me change, because sometimes it happens whilst I'm asleep, but once it happened halfway through dinner and I dropped some of my Katsudon. Both of the adults seem frozen, the doctor staring at him with something that looks like surprise but stronger? Mama would call it shock, so it must be shock. And Mama looks a little bit surprised but her cheeks are flushed red, which Izuku thinks it quite pretty because she looks a bit like a strawberry and they're really nice. Well, Izuku-kun, looks like you know lots about your quirk already. Now, I want to see if you could try and change forms for me. Okay. Izuku chirps, and lets go of his Mama's hand to screw his eyes up tight and think really hard about what it feels like when he's being his fox self. To feel almost weightless. To have ears that swivel and twitch and a bushy tail that helps him stay balanced. Then, in between one breath and the next, he can barely feel the chair beneath him, and instead of 2 arms and 2 legs with hands and feet and blunt little fingernails and toenails, he has 4 paws with tiny little claws, all translucent, and he can sort of see the plastic orange chair beneath. But he can also sort of see himself, and that will never stop being really super cool. Looking up, Izuku notices that Mama looks teary again, and pushes his snout against her arm as hard as he can. When she feels that insistent cold patch, her eyes lose that shine, and she turns to the doctor to speak again. Right now, I can just about feel a little cold bit against my arm. I see. And could you describe exactly what that entails? Well, perhaps a little bit like a breeze or a draft, but it's constant? It doesn't feel like the fur Izuku describes or anything. The doctor murmurs idly, making some notes on the pad he kept on his desk. Izuku-kun, he goes on a second later, do you think you could try touching my hand? And he reaches out towards the chair that Izuku is still sat in, albeit now he is sat on his haunches, tail curled around the front of his paws. Not that the adults know that. Letting out a little bark that he forgets the adults can't hear, Izuku leans forward to carefully bop his nose against the doctor's fingers. Although he doesn't much like the weird too clean smell, the man jumps a bit, then offers them both, or well, mama really, a smile. Looks like a spirit-type quirk, effectively. He might be taking on the form of his own spirit animal, it might be a random animal, or there might be another factor involved. Are you aware of any spirit or animal-based quirks in his familial history? Oh, no, not really? His father had a fire-breathing quirk, and I believe his parents had a smoke exhalation and a touch-based invisibility quirk respectively. My mother had a long-range psychometry quirk and my father had a sort of energy telekinesis. My aunt had hydrokinesis, I think, and my grandparents were quirkless and a weak elemental manipulator on my father's side. My mother was an orphan, so I couldn't tell you that, I'm afraid. Likely a mutation then, or at the very least a generation skipper. Nothing to worry about, Midoriya-san, nothing to worry about. Simply the wonders of quirk genetics, the man chuckles, and mama offers him a wobbly smile in return. By the time they finish discussing boring adult things Izuku doesn't care to listen to, he has managed to turn back into his human form. Each time he changes, it feels more natural, so hopefully it'll be really easy really soon. He'll just have to practice lots and lots. Maybe Kaachan will help? It is around a year later when little Izuku, now almost 6 years old, finally realizes, all of the way down to his shaking soul and with shaking hands, that Kaachan won't help him. Doesn't want to help. He'd rather snarl and snap and pop painful explosions at him, catch his arms or neck deliberately but in ways that look at first like accidents. Kaachan wants to hurt him and the fact alone hurts. Because now Izuku is tucked away in a cupboard in his school, shaking and shuddering. Around his forearm is a scalding scorch mark, the skin already red and bubbling up, excruciatingly painful, and Izuku is curled up in a dark corner, whimpering and whining, because it hurts, all might it hurts, but even worse is the agony as his heart crumples up like a discarded worksheet, useless and torn up. Wrong. Kaachan is doing all of this deliberately. Before now, Izuku had been able to deny it to himself. But now, the other boy's words are running through his head, even louder than his own, telling him that he's a worthless Deku with a worthless quirk who's just a burden on his mother and it would be better if he wasn't here to annoy everyone and he's so fing useless. Why does he even want to be a hero? He can't do anything. Why does he even try? He's so useless. Izuku's head is pounding and his chest is all tight and tingly and everything hurts and nothing is stopping or slowing down. Even though he's safe now, he's hiding, but he still can't breathe and everything hurts and his vision's getting blurry because there are tears coming and he still can't breathe. Izuku doesn't know what time it is when he can finally breathe properly again. His body has stopped fighting him, although his arm and head still really hurt and nothing feels good or right. But at least the weird wrong painful breathing heart head thing has stopped. It felt a little bit like what he imagined dying to feel like, but that thought had only made it worse, so he had tried to concentrate on the feeling of the cold, smooth wooden floor and the flaky paint of the corner he has pressed himself into. And, eventually, he had come out of it. And now he was here, in the cleaner's cupboard, probably way after recess had finished. He's going to be in so much trouble. Oh no. No. He needs to get to class. Scrambling to his feet, Izuku walks as quickly as he can back towards his classroom. Then, taking a deep breath, he opens the door just enough to fit through, and slips back into class. His teacher never takes an afternoon roll call, so he might be fine? Maybe? If Kaachan or one of the others hasn't told the teacher that he isn't there. Opposite to everything else today, Izuku finally has some good luck. Everyone is busy coloring, in other words, half of the boys and a few of the girls are fighting and throwing crayons and pens at each other whilst the rest doodle and chatter, so the classroom is a loud, chaotic mess that is easy to sit down at the fringes of and quietly pull over some spare paper and pick up a single green pen and begin drawing. If the teacher suddenly notices his presence, then she says nothing. And if she notices the burn on his arm, uncovered thanks to his summertime short sleeves, then she certainly says nothing about that. So Izuku sits down in class after his first ever panic attack, still trembling, still scared, but as brave as he can be in the face of that. And, 3 hours later, as he walks home alone because his mama has a long shift on Fridays, the trembling has finally died down. Yet still, he can't help but feel uncomfortable and disquieted in his own skin, and so, the minute that he unlocks his apartment door and it closes behind him, he is changing. Suching forms is a little bit like turning over the pillow when it's really late at night to get the cool side. It's refreshing and relaxing and relieving all at once. It's wonderful. And after today, he really needs it. However, not even a minute into suching forms, Izuku notices something weird. His tail feels odd. Well, the base of it does. Almost like its squid get up next to something else. Something else that also feels like a tail? Whipping his head around, Izuku can only stare at the two tails whipping lazily in the air behind him. Oh my all might. He's got two tails now? How? This is so cool. Unless there's something wrong with him? But it doesn't feel wrong. It feels better, in fact. Like he's a little bit steadier on his spirit feet. Nope, they're paws right now. He's never going to get used to that. But by all might, he has two tails. This is super exciting. His balance feels better and he's more grounded, somehow, he can tell, and they're really flexible and strong, almost like having extra arms, but not quite as useful but definitely way cooler so it doesn't really matter. He has to tell Mama. But it'll have to wait until she's home and he's got an hour? Yep, he's got an hour until she's back and he can tell her his super duper exciting news. And he should probably do his homework, else he'll have to do it after dinner instead, which might mean missing his favorite All Might cartoon, but also, he could try out his new tail. And in Izuku's opinion that is much more interesting and fun and he'll need to update his quirk notebook because this is totally new. Hey, what if he gets more? And where did this one come from? It doesn't really matter, not right now, because he could be running and jumping and having fun with two tails. And so he does. He spends ages just jumping and spinning and darting from the sofa to the table to the kitchen side which he's not normally allowed to stand on but he's in his spirit form and Mama isn't here, so he can't get in trouble for it, right? And having two tails is weirdly so much better than just one. They balance each other out, and he can use them a little bit like the bike stabilizers of those kids by the park, or if he's really clever he can use them a little bit like extra legs and push off of them to jump even higher than normal, or to kind of grab onto things to slow himself down if he starts to fall. He's definitely not going to tell his Mama that he fell off of the bookshelves from really high up, he's fine anyway. He caught himself before anything could hurt. But he knows his Mama would get really worried and nervous and he doesn't like it when she's like that so he'll keep it a secret, and so having another tail is, in conclusion, really cool. Izuku is just running as fast as he can through the living kitchen dining room when he sees the clock. And he may or may not panic a teensy tiny bit, because Mama is meant to be back in 27 minutes, and he needs to put some bandages and one of his long-sleeved shirts on, so that she doesn't notice the nasty burn on his human arm. His hair hadn't had any blood in it, he'd checked, so hopefully Mama won't be able to tell that he hit it really hard when Kaachan shoved him over during break today, and so long as he covers up his arm properly, she shouldn't even need to know that he'd gotten hurt again. He's been getting really good at hiding it when he had been bullied, and not flinching if she touched him somewhere that had bandages hidden, keeping his injuries treated and covered. And if he wants to keep it up, he needs to hurry and sort himself out. Accordingly, Izuku settles on the sofa. He'd fallen once or twice whilst changing forms, so it had become habit to sit down somewhere soft first, and such is back to being human. As the pain of his burn returns, he can't help but gasp out loud, then look around him just in case. Something about showing his pain always makes him jumpy now, which was odd, but he can't help it. Of course, as he is in their apartment alone, nobody is there to have witnessed his little outcry and Izuku is quick to stand again, then fetches his school bag to leave in his room on his way to the bathroom. In the cupboard beneath the sink there is their first aid kit, seemingly rarely used, so that his mum won't realize just how much burn cream is already gone, and one or two of the spare tubes of stuff might have gone missing, squirreled away in a box of damaged memorabilia. There isn't a lot. He looks after his stuff and old clothes in his wardrobe. And he may or may not have used some of his allowance to buy some extra bandages and plasters once or twice too, whenever he had been given free rein in a supermarket or somewhere else with both kids' toys and household things. Anyway, he needs to focus if he wants to be done and starting his homework before Mama gets home. Taking out the first roll of bandages and tube of burn cream that he can fish out of the box, he carefully opens the lid, wincing when using his left hand pulls at the burn, and starts to dab some onto the injury. It is red, painful and has that weird bubbly tightness that burns always seem to end up with, but at least he is used to this particular kind of feeling as he covers the whole thing in the white paste and begins to bandage it, admittedly rather clumsily. It's a lot easier to wrap up his legs or even a shoulder than an arm, because trying to keep the bandages tight and in place by leaning on his knees doesn't help with the pain and makes him stupidly klutzy. But he does the best he can. And, if you ask Izuku, it isn't too bad a job at all. Even better, it isn't even lumpy under his shirt sleeve, once he gets changed and takes his maths homework to the table to start. Mama won't notice a thing. And indeed she doesn't. Inko, returning home from a 10-hour shift, exhausted, smiles at her baby boy, diligently working at the table, books and pens spread around him as she enters the apartment. The moment she steps past the genkan, he WHPS around, curls wobbling and bouncing with the movement, and his grin is so big and bright and appealing that she simply has to laugh in joy, opening her arms up for a welcome home hug. And her darling doesn't disappoint, leaping down from his chair to come racing into her embrace, giggling himself. "I'm home, Izuku," she sing-songs. Her baby boy might be almost 6 years old already, but he'll always be her little sweetie. "Welcome home, mama. Was work good today?" "It was, thank you, darling." "And school?" "It was fun. We got to do coloring in this afternoon, as a Friday treat." "Wow, sounds good." No, Inko doesn't notice a single thing. Izuku wouldn't have it any other way. Life goes on. Izuku, kind, brave little Izuku with a heart too big for someone his age to be carrying, continues to be bullied. And even when he has collected today's round of his own bruises and burns, he will still step in between any sobbing teen and their tormentors, still offer himself up in their place. Better he gets hurt than somebody else. After all, he isn't worth much. Not really. His mum loves him, so he'll stay alive, paste a smile on his face, all for her, but other than that nobody cares. Nobody likes him. And honestly he doesn't really like them either. Not anymore. All he sees when he looks at his classmates are blind, misled children who think that something arbitrary means everything, despite each and every one of them having so much potential in their 14-year-old bodies. It's a shame. But not one that can be fixed by a weak, useless child. One day, when he has to have faith in himself, nobody else is going to, when he is a hero, he will change things. He will become an underground hero and save people from the shadows, be a light in the darkness, even if it is a slow, gradual thing, it is better than nothing at all. And Izuku, for all of his big dreams and well-intentioned hopes, is realistic. He knows that he isn't destined to be a powerhouse, even if more than his current 2 tails manifests at 14. He can't be All Might. And that hurts, it has been hurting for the last 10 years, but he can push past that pain to see his own potential. So what if he can't hold up entire buildings or change the air pressure with a single strike? He can do other things. He just has to work harder. Be kinder and smarter and more dedicated. And Izuku can do that, he can. He has been and will continue to, starting with getting in the way of a bully or 5, or several dozen, then getting cats out of trees for little kids, then helping old ladies across the road with big loads of shopping, then starting to clear a trash-covered beach that he had found, leaving piles of rubbish and refuse and repairs at local collection points, to which he has to drag them on a large trolley he had found pretty much intact, albeit quite bashed up along one side. But in the last month or two he has found himself genuinely stronger and faster thanks to his efforts so far. He hasn't visibly gained a lot of muscle, it's all lithe toning, but he can feel the difference. And that's enough for him, for now. Okay, to be fully honest with himself, he isn't doing well, not really. He has more bad days than good days. He has too many days, weeks, months, where all he can hear are the ringing words of his tormentors, past and present, and how they tell him that he is utterly useless, weak, a waste of air and space, how he burdens his mother, he's a disgrace, an annoyance, that he's better off dead. And some of those days he wants to listen. Half of his mind folds and bends and breaks. The other half stands stronger than ever, shouting in time to the war drum of his panic attack heartbeat that no, he will not give up, give in, allow himself to lose his everything. Izuku will save people. He has to. And so what if everybody he knows beats him down at worst, and stands unknowingly aside at best? He knows that he is trying. He also knows that it might never be enough, but he's willing to keep on trying. He's made some progress, right? So logically, he should be able to make even more, so long as he keeps everything up and then pushes himself further again. It's as simple as UA's motto, plus ultra. Go beyond. It's a mantra that can't drown out the hurtful words, but it's a mantra that he lives by all the same, because with it he is living, and some days that's the most he has to offer. Some days are days like today. It had started off badly, with an insomnia-filled night where he couldn't settle, or read, or write, or do much of anything really, feeling far too restless yet exhausted to manage much more than staring at his ceiling, or doodling nonsensical images mindlessly in the margins of old paperbacks. His mum, for all that he loved her, had been nervy that morning and it put him on edge too, pushing him to leave sooner rather than later and hide in back alleys to avoid the morning crowds. If his bag would stay with him, he would have simply changed forms, but anything beyond his clothing and shoes simply dropped to the ground when he sucked into his spirit self. And there was no way that his intangible fox form would be able to drag something along, let alone his bag full of books and medical supplies. Regardless, he made it to school with plenty of time to spare and, instead of going straight to class where he might end up alone with some of the worst bullies, he hides away in the closest bathroom, stall door locked and bag in his lap so that the distinctive yellow wouldn't be visible below said door. At least the standard school slippers, complete with thumbtacks inside them that he'd shaken into the bin, wouldn't make him a target. And so for half an hour, listening carefully to every voice that came and went, Izuku sat on the closed toilet lid, reading one of his textbooks, bag functioning as a decent table, staying silent until the warning chime rang out, audible from the corridor. With a sigh, Izuku tucked the textbook back away and, already sure that the bathroom was empty, unlocked the stall door and shuffled to his classroom, head low but eyes darting around, paranoid. And can you blame him? He's been ambushed more than once on the way to class. Fortunately, Izuku successfully reached his classroom, only a single stretch of hallway from the bathroom, unaccosted, making it in a minute before the final bell rang out. As he slid the door open, silent, the teacher glanced over, but immediately ignored him with a faint scowl. Feeling his face heat up as it always did, Izuku hurried to sit down at his desk. Of course, in his haste, he didn't notice the foot jutting out into the aisle, and he promptly tumbled headfirst over it, bag weighing him down and crushing the air out of his lungs as he landed. The whole room burst out into cruel laughter, even the teacher not bothering to muffle his snickers, as Izuku stumbled to his feet, swallowing the blood from his bitten tongue and refusing to let the tears fall from how his chin had slammed painfully into the ground. Hopefully it was only a small graze. Hunching further into himself, Izuku scurried the last few meters to his desk and settled down, tucking his bag under his desk rather than hanging beside it, not wanting to risk his stuff getting stolen more easily. Never let it be said that he doesn't learn from his mistakes. And now he is sat, dreading the ring of the lunch bell, everything but his current classwork carefully stuffed in his bag, safe, or at least safer, trying to discreetly tuck away the majority of his pencil case. He needs to be prepared to run out the instant class is dismissed. And indeed he does. Within milliseconds of the chime ringing out, he is on his feet, simultaneously fleeing and shoving his last few things in his bag, zipping it shut even as he's going out of the door, not quite running but DMN close to it as he turns one corner, then a second, fighting to breathe through the echoing cry of Deku from behind, and slams himself into one of the cleaner's cupboards. It doesn't take him more than a few seconds to be perched on the edge of some of the metal shelving, clinging on to keep his backpack from dragging him to the floor, second hand clutching at the air vent panel that he knows he loosened the latch for. He knows he did, so why isn't it dash? Sheet, there are footsteps. Outside, and they're slowing down, thank Kami. The panel opens and he shoves his bag in, far as he can, careful to keep it quiet, starts to scramble further up the shelving until he can wriggle in too. Deku, I know you're in there. That voice, taunting and mocking, low with a growl, is all it takes for Izuku to propel himself that final half a meter, biting back a panicked sob, tucking his legs into the vent and reaching behind himself with violently shaking fingers to make sure that the entrance panel had swung shut. It had, thank Kami, and now he was in shuttered darkness, forcing his lungs to cooperate, to stay silent, as he began to shuffle forwards, carefully pushing his bag before him. At the next intersection, if he takes a left. Going on as such, it doesn't take him long to reach one of the larger intersections, comfortably a few meters squared, and he can settle there, curled up in a corner, and finally lets the panic attack descend. Eventually, the bands around his chest, the poison ivy that winds between his ribs and grows through his lungs, begin to loosen and slacken, the hazy gray blur of his own mind begins to clear up, clarify, until he can count himself through each breath and he slumps, exhausted, letting his head thump painfully back against the metal vent wall. The pain only grounds him further. That had been far too close for comfort. He can practically feel the low, searing heat and violent concussive agony of Bakugo's explosions across his shoulders, and is incredibly glad for the cool metal against his back, soothing the long-scarred wounds with a ghostly caress that is even more welcome than tofu katsudon or an interesting hero fight, for all that he has successfully avoided any actual harm today. The scars will never fade. No, he is left with shiny starbursts that could be pretty as a constellation, if only they weren't a reminder of his own weakness, of his cowardice and uselessness. If only they didn't hurt. But, at least they don't mar his fur in his spirit form, thank Kami for small mercies. Shaking himself out of such thoughts, Izuku forces himself to dig through his bag until he finds his bento. He's far from hungry, but still. A nap won't give him the nutrients he needs to maintain his stamina, and without stamina he can't outrun bullies or train, and he's not sure which he would honestly choose to sacrifice. Well, he is sure. In fact, he can guarantee that he would choose to prioritize training over safety any day, even if training whilst in pain wasn't as effective as it was uninjured. Were these priorities skewed? Definitely. But working towards his goals was frankly the main thing keeping Izuku alive at this point, so can you blame him? With this in mind, Izuku choked down his bento, then went back over his plans for tutoring the next night, along with some of his more recent quirk analyses. But they cannot occupy him for long, and checking his phone, he finds that he has over half of the lunch PRD left. No wonder he could barely breathe when he was eating. Maybe he could? With barely a thought, Izuku is slipping into his spirit self, barely corporeal paws scrabbling for a moment on the smooth metal vents as he takes one easy half-leap up onto his bag, and curls up there, tucking his muzzle underneath his two tails, relishing in the simple distance of sensations in this form, in how his body is light and vague, almost insubstantial, and how even with weighty emotions, there's a part of his brain that is overrun by instinct alone, and the world feels so much better like this. Everything hurts less. And so it is easy, natural, to stay in his fox form until the warning chime rings out, giving him 5 minutes to get back into class. Reluctant, as always dreading the classroom and its occupants, Izuku still flickers back into his human body with all its weight, and shuffles through the vents until he can safely drop into the empty room opposite their own class, and then dart across the hall just in time for their teacher's arrival. But it's the end of the school day when his luck finally runs out. He has everything packed, but his class notebook and a single pen. His laces are carefully and separately tied, such a funny prank, truly hilarious, to tie them together and send him face first into the ground, or into a waiting explosion, and he is ready. But Bakugo is also ready. In fact, the moment the bell goes, the blonde is spinning in his seat, half-rising, and perfectly on time to catch Izuku in the neck. The first touch of heat, the instant that the force of the explosion has the greenette's mind and body reeling, Bakugo is on top of him, more explosions flashing out either side of his head until his ears are ringing and he can vaguely smell his hair scorching, but everything is going gray and he can't think, can't connect, because he should be running right now. Why isn't he running? Why is Bakugo holding him down? Why it hurts. Honestly Deku, you're so FING weak. Wonder why you haven't taken a swan dive off a roof yet? Hope for a better quirk in the next life. You really should try it sometime, it'd be an improvement for all of us. And Izuku can't hear a word, but he taught himself to lip read even before he learned to sign, and through blurry vision he makes out every single word. And he knows, he wants to scream that he knows because he's heard the same old poisonous rhetoric from bullies for over a decade, so don't think he doesn't know, but as much as he wants to scream that into Bakugo's face until the blonde is the one with ringing ears and disconnected limbs, mind somewhere between enemy and distant friend, he can't because it will only make it worse, and there's nothing heroic in standing up for himself like this. Saving others he can do. Saving himself is difficult. Impossible. After all, he spent the last 10 years taking hit after hit, never able to protect his heart or body, only able to escape or give way. Today is no different. Finally, whenever he gets bored of Izuku's unresponsiveness, Bakugo stands, spits at him once, catching him on the raw flesh of his throat in a way that undoubtedly sizzles on the hot hurt tight burnt wrong skin, but Izuku can't hear it and can't feel it, not even moving until who knows how much later. But eventually he does drag himself to his feet, collects the few burnt belongings that lay scattered on the floor, on autopilot, and walks out of the classroom. A teacher sees him on the way out, but they are quick to look away. He didn't expect any different. At least his mother, the only person likely to note that he's been hurt, is working one of her awful 12-hour shifts tonight, starting at 4 in the afternoon. He doesn't have to worry about getting home before her. Or maybe he will, he thinks, not even half an hour later, as he walks through a underpass and hears a noise. The ringing has died down some, and over it, through it, he makes out the scraping of a manhole cover. Without hesitation, Izuku starts to run, but his battered body is too slow and it catches him. Within moments, the what? Slime? Sewage? Sludge? Has latched onto him, its disgusting limbs of viscous fluid enveloping him in some kind of perverse hug until he is being swallowed up and he can't breathe, can't think, so he falls back on instinct. Where did he dash? Izuku darts away, two tails sweeping the air behind him, helping to steady his wobbly gait, as he makes it through the body, heading back to his bag. Once he reaches it, he'll need to change back to grab it, but then the monster, villain, most likely, will be able to grab him again, but he can't leave his stuff either. I am here. But Izuku doesn't have to make the decision, because a vibrant shout echoes from the sewer's entrance and All Might comes bursting out, right hand already ped to punch. And punch he does, with a cry of smash, that does Izuku's fox ears exactly 0 favors, sending the sludge villain splattering across the underpass walls and ceiling, some unfortunately catching Izuku's bag. Thank Kami for being intangible in this form. He'd already gotten covered in enough of the stuff the first time round. After watching All Might empty out some liter bottles and begin to scrape up the smears of villain, Izuku gradually calms down enough to swch back out of his fox form. Hello? Hello my boy. You're soaked through, young man, whatever happened to you? And Kami, his voice is so loud, but his smile is in place, so Izuku forces his tongue and teeth and throat to cooperate with him for once. I was caught up in the villain, BB, but I was able to use my Chuka quirk to get free. I'm sorry I didn't notice you, my boy. All Might says, yells, really, the sound too loud in the underpass, bellowing and booming and hurting Izuku's ears, but he refuses to flinch, because this is All Might, and Izuku doesn't even get the chance to say that no, the hero wouldn't have been able to notice him because at most he would have been a vague shadow in the corner of the man's eye, because All Might is still talking. But I trust you're all right. For I am here, but I really must go. A hero's always on a time crunch. Wait. Izuku cries, and All Might does hesitate, even with several bottles of villain in hand. Can someone with a weak Chu quirk still be a hero? Because damn it all, Izuku knows he can't be a big, flashy top 10 hero like All Might, but maybe if the man said he could, then he could believe it all the same. No, my boy, I'm afraid I don't think so. Weaker quirks can't really protect you from villains, so try to keep your dreams realistic. Maybe go for police work instead? And then, as though he hadn't just confirmed every one of Izuku's self-deprecating thoughts, as though he hadn't just agreed with every bully that had put Izuku down since he was 4, All Might jumps away, bottles shoved in his pocket. Lost in his own head, caught up in a swirl of why did he expect anything more? He should have known better. Izuku collects his bag and trudges home because Kami above this day is just getting worse and worse. But of course, Izuku doesn't get home. Before that, he hears a series of explosions. And at first he tenses up, steps freezing, those familiar vines of dark ivy tightening around his ribs, but then he hears the other shouts, the sound of a crowd crying out, of police sirens and the cackling of a familiar villain. What? Wait, how had the sludge villain gotten free, when All Might had him? But that didn't matter, because Izuku was already running forwards, shoving straight through the gathered people, every bit of contact crawling across his skin, even as he pushes until he is free again, voices crying out to try and catch him, stop him, but he ignores them with all the acknowledgement of a deaf person, scooping up some debris and throwing it as hard as he can. The villain wails when one of his eyes is slashed open by the rubble, oddly pale blood spurting out, and Izuku throws himself forwards. He latches onto a kicking ankle and yanks Bakugo free with all his strength. And, the instant that the taller teen is free, Izuku is changing forms. Before an explosion can hurt him, or words be hurled at him, he turns tail and runs, invisible, intangible, fleeing straight through the legs of heroes, police and civilians alike, headed back to his bag that he had abandoned a few street corners back, not even thinking at the time, but now he's glad that he left it far enough away that when he reaches it, he feels just about safe. So he turns back, almost immediately flinching away from nothing, and hastily shoves his bag on his back and cuts through a few gardens to get closer to home. He's fine. He's completely fine. He'll get back to their apartment, he'll treat his neck and likely his ears too, there's still a faint ringing in the back of his head, a high-pitched death knell in time with his heart, and for all that he wants to train, knows he needs to keep it up, the thought of going to the beach and having to clear up the rubbish is too much. Overwhelming. So no, he'll go home. Sort himself out, make himself dinner, get his homework done, then go to bed. Hopefully his mind will take a break on him tonight. So Izuku gets back to the apartment he shares with his mum, fumbles with the key, only to trip over himself as he comes in through the door. He lands heavily, catching himself on trembling hands, and takes a moment to just breathe. In and out, in and out. His muscles ache, yearning to be intangible, non-existent, his organs virtually throbbing, pulsing nauseatingly, but it is his mind that screams and mutters and chants, that forces his vision dark with self-deprecation and a blur of words that he can't hear but he can see them, swimming like shadows before him, letting him know just how worthless and useless and wasteful he was. Retching, Izuku stumbles to his feet, shedding his shoes, backpack and jacket as he goes, and hurries to the bathroom. Without turning the light on in the windowless room, he falls next to the toilet and hacks up nothing but small globules of sludge and slime, traces of bile, later relieved that he manages to keep his lunch down, but too caught up in his breathlessness to register it now. He can't breathe. His lungs are stuck, ever tighter, and it's not enough. Slumping on the cold tile floor, Izuku fights himself and loses second by second, until something along his spine cracks and gives way, and he isn't human now, but he isn't in his fox form either, and the shock of the moment startles him into taking a deep breath. Wadash? He croaks, voice cracking, giving out, and something atop his head twitches, swivels, curls shifting around them in response to the sound. And at the base of his spine, there is an uncomfortable pressure, almost the pins and needles of a numbing arm or leg, so Izuku rolls himself over until his face smushes soothingly into the cool tiles and he sighs in relief. His body aches viscerally. But something soft and warm brushes across the back of his neck, and he can feel his limbs shifting, waving through the air, which is odd, because he's still in his physical human form. Except he's not, he suddenly realizes. He's not human. For all that he is corporeal, full flesh pressed to the floor, he has ears and tails. And, with a third jolt in as many minutes, it strikes Izuku that he doesn't have 2 tails but rather 3. He has 3 tails. Yelping with a sound halfway between vulpine and human, Izuku shoves himself to wobbly feet, flicks the light on and stares into the mirror. What? Atop his head, nestled amongst black-green curls, are 2 fox ears, much like he has always imagined his fox ears, a loose curve to their shape like that of a fennec fox, but the same shadowy tones as his hair, practically blending in at the base, clearly natural. Behind him, shifting with every heartbeat, are 3 tails. But they're not as sleek as most fox fur, although they are similarly coarse. There's a distinct curl to their darkness in fact. Pivoting, Izuku peers over his shoulder to see how they have pushed his shirt free of his trousers, and lifting said shirt sees them to be attached barely above his belt, the clothing pushed down a little, but nary more than a centimeter. It actually isn't uncomfortable. So he's a fox mutant? No, that doesn't sit right. Particularly considering the whole spirit form thing too, so then maybe he still has a fox spirit quirk, but with a physical transformative element as well as the previously known incorporeal full body stage? So then why does he suddenly have this half and half point? Maybe because he's got 3 tails now. After all, he began to catch in the corners of people's eyes when his second tail came in, so it would be logical to say that with each additional tail, he would develop additional skills or powers? But then how many tails would he end up with? And what triggered their manifestation? Somewhere in the apartment, his phone beeps. It sounds like he's got a text. Oh, of course, Mum would have had a break around 5:30. Cammy, could it already be that late? He'll have to make dinner sooner rather than later, and actually, before that, he needs to treat his neck. Mercifully, his ears seem fine now. Whether they'll still be fine when he turns back, will he turn back? DMN, he hadn't even considered that possibility. He'll just have to wait and find out, so that can be left alone. And he's never really known how to treat it when his eardrums get damaged. Today wouldn't be the first time, that's for sure. So not having to deal with that mess now is a relief, and his neck, whilst incredibly painful, doesn't look bad enough that it's going to scar, or at least not too noticeably so, Izuku ponders as he digs through to the back of the linen cupboard where he stores his secondary stash of medical supplies, pulling out familiar burn cream and gauze and dabbing the gel on, without even flinching, despite the heightening pain, and easily loops the bandages around his neck. Are they a little too tight? Probably. Should he care? Definitely. But they provide a grounding sensation, something to mentally hold on to, and so what if that grounding is akin to the soothing of nails digging into palms or throwing his head back against a wall until his mind clears? He hasn't cut himself before, so sue him if he pinches and presses and pushes himself back into something resembling stability instead. Damn it, he mutters, as he secures the bandages, tucks everything back away and examines himself. After realizing that he's still grimy and crusty with dried slime, he grabs some cling film from the kitchen, manages to wrap it around his neck to protect the bandages, and shoves himself in the shower. And he startles, nearly slipping over, when his tails abruptly pop back out of existence the moment he steps under the paltry spray. Well, at least he won't have to dry them. An hour later, Izuku is finishing up his cooking of fish, rice and vegetables, has replied to his mum's reminder to get his homework done and that she's be home at 4:30, assuming that her early morning train wasn't late. So he forces down his meal and drags his discarded stuff back to where it belongs, shoes in the Genken rack, bag at his desk, school jacket in the washing machine to get the scorch stains and slime out of it, along with the rest of his uniform, before settling down with present mix radio show on to keep him from drifting into sleep or his own head as he works through English and maths and literature. For now, he just has to get through all of this and then he can try to sleep. After the last 24 hours, he doesn't half need it. Yet sleep doesn't come easily. It rarely does, but tonight it is more elusive than Eraserhead footage, and Izuku should know because Eraserhead is his second favorite hero of all time. Wait. Actually, no, Eraserhead is his favorite hero of all time. Because All Might, with only a few sentences, had condemned most of the population to mediocrity, had sentenced Izuku to something worse than death, so whilst he did a lot to help most people, and definitely did a good job of being a symbol that in and of itself deterred crime, he hadn't been good in person. He had saved Izuku's body but he had failed at the one thing that Izuku had always relied upon All Might for. He failed to save Izuku's spirit, even with all of his smiles. So, Eraserhead is moving up in the world, and All Might is being severely demoted to, perhaps, around 8th Possibly 9th or 10th, actually. Izuku didn't count Sir Night Eye. Because there are so many heroes, largely those underground, who have mental quirks, or seemingly weak or useless physical quirks, just like him, who have still managed to become successful pro-heroes. So it is those heroes that Izuku idolizes. He researches them, their backgrounds, their fighting styles, and tries to compile his findings into something coherent that can be manipulated and adapted to suit himself because today, for all that it has been hellish and painful, has proven something to Izuku. He isn't hopeless. He is getting stronger, just like he thought he was. He can analyze and think on his feet. He is getting faster and stronger. Most of all, he is still improving, in mind, body and quirk, he is improving. And that's more than can be said for people who have it easy like Bakugo, who grow complacent and fat on praise and pride, who forget what it is to need something so viscerally that you choke yourself. And it is these thoughts that spur Izuku on. That feed the fire in him that only that afternoon had waned and fluttered and sputtered nearly to the point of extinguishment. But for now, he was fanning it back into life. Bringing himself back from that dark precipice. And all it took was some hope. As though that were such an easy thing to find. It is 3 a.m. by the time Izuku falls asleep, exhausted to the very marrow, with his blankets deliberately tucked in right up to his chin and an old notebook, front cover dreadfully scorched but otherwise clearly well kept, holding 7 more pages of notes than it had previously, plus another 3 of sketches, all speculating on his own quirk. Why did he manifest more tails? Was it age, trauma, or something else entirely? How many tails would he end up with, ultimately? Is he like a kitsune from ancient mythology? Or is he simply a spirit with fox attributes? Could he be transforming into his own spirit animal? There are so many possibilities, and a third tail only brings that back into stark relief at the forefront of Izuku's mind. But finally, upon realizing that his mum will be home in an hour or two, and that she has an uncanny ability to sense if has been awake within the last half hour, the teen shuffles over to bed, making sure to tuck away his notebook with all the rest. He won't tell her yet. Only 4 hours later, Izuku JRKS awake, mind screaming and muscles tense, but he relaxes once he realizes that he's at home, safe. Not choking on blood or sludge. Turning his head, he can make out the numbers on his present mic alarm clock, 7:22 in the morning. Wonderful. He should, do some analysis, or even finish the last of his homework for next week, or actually try to fall back to sleep, but there's already a twitchy restlessness to his limbs and the need to get up, get out, get moving. So, on silent feet, he gets out of bed and changes into some of his exercise gear. At least most of his breathable tops have high collars to go with their quarter zips and long sleeves. Covers up a multitude of sins. And so, donning one of said tops along with some yoga breathes, phone stuffed in his pocket, headphones around his neck, he grabs a water bottle, shoves his trainers on, and makes sure to lock the front door behind him. His mum will see his shoes gone and know that he's gone for a run, well used to her son's questionable timings for such things, and hopefully, if Izuku's lucky, she might even have made them both breakfast by the time he gets back. If not, he'll start on some rice and miso soup, but it would be good to eat her cooking. It's been a few days. After all, the only meal that they regularly share is breakfast, and that's usually what he offers to cook, along with lunches. It's a shame that his mum is always so busy, but his deadbeat father had stopped sending child support payments years ago now, and Izuku would never begrudge his mother working long, hard hours to keep a roof over their heads and food on the table. And it made certain things easier. Like hiding injuries or brushing off why he never brings any friends home, or goes out to meet them. Izuku spends his time learning, training or doing things around the house, which is perfectly fine by him, but she often asks if he wouldn't like some spending money for the movies or a cafe or something. It's easy to say no thank you. He'd rather have some extra cash for when he does the grocery shopping and be able to stock up on extra meat, vegetables and tofu. There'd be no point to training if he wasn't eating enough to actually reap the benefits from it. And the healthy eating is good for his mum regardless. Izuku brings himself back out of his thoughts as he approaches Dagoba Beach. It's not even 8 yet, he'll have time to clean some more of the trash up for a while, so long as he's back before 9:30 or so, when his mum is likely to have woken up. Honestly, he wishes that she'd sleep in more, but she only wants to spend whatever time she can with him, and no matter the number of secrets he has to keep from her, Izuku will never complain about time with his mum. And with this in mind, he sets to work. Hopefully he'll finish up this section quickly. Finally, Izuku returns home, opening the front door quietly just in case his mum is still asleep. Fortunately though, as soon as he steps in and begins to unlace his trainers, he can hear her humming along to some classics radio station that has been played throughout his childhood, and despite how tired, both mentally and physically, Izuku still is, he can't help but smile. "I'm home, Mum," he calls, double-checking that his top is zipped right up as he comes in view of the kitchen area. He's greeted with a familiar smile from the woman, who bustles forwards, arms open for a hug. And Izuku doesn't hesitate as he practically falls into her, not wincing the slightest bit when his throat presses against her shoulder, nor with how his sore muscles dislike being abruptly still. "Welcome back, sweetheart. I'm making pancakes for breakfast, thought we could both do with the treat." "Thanks, Mum. I'm sure they'll be as delicious as always," he compliments as they draw away. And maybe Inko's eyes catch on him, no doubt assessing his stance and posture, likely picking up that he is in some level of pain, but he doesn't say a word and he knows she won't push him. The one time she'd tried, when he was 12, he had lashed out, telling her to back off, that he had just been caught in a villain's attack and that he didn't need her worrying over him. They'd both been in tears still, hours after, and had apologized to each other, awkward but sincere. Tacitly, it had been agreed that she wouldn't push again, so long as he came to her with anything too serious. So far, he hadn't had to. Perhaps by her standards he should have already, but he'd been able to treat himself, so none of it could have been too bad in his opinion. Broken ribs were bad, the concussions were awful, the scars never faded, yet still he said nothing. He was fine. He was. "Are you alright, baby? You seem quite sore today." "I'm fine, thanks, Mum. Just pushed a little too hard in training, and managed to scrape my neck up a bit last night, but I've already treated it, and I've had my jabs, so there's no worries." Better to cover himself now, before she can notice the bandages of her own accord and jump to conclusions that would probably be too close for comfort. Yes, definitely better to mislead her prior. "Well, alright, but do get me to look it over if you get worried about it, okay? None of that silly Dr. Muggle. Definitely not that fraud." They both laugh, and for a few moments, everything in Izuku's life is okay. Rewritten/annotated upon discovery of third tale, 11/04/2XXX. Name, Midoriya Izuku. DOB, 15/07/2XXX. Quirk, one-tailed kitsune. Quirk details, known currently has 3 tails, possibility of more? Each one seems to adapt/develop powers further. One tail, turns into an invisible spirit fox, not fully intangible, more like traditional ghost but can't pass through things, fairly little, about the size of a small house cat, can be felt by others as a kind of cold, light pressure, can't move things or be heard/smelt, unsure about perception quirks though. Thus far no evidence either way. 2 tails, now intangible and can pass through walls, people and so on, can sink through floors but there is resistance and actual ground still seems impermeable, needs testing with other surfaces, will record separately, slightly bigger, more akin to an average to large house cat, can be seen? Well, not really, more a case of catching in corner of people's vision as shadow, again needs testing against perception quirks, so still good for stealth. 3 tails, can still access spirit form, intangibility and invisibility same as 2 tails, albeit bigger, closer to size of main CN/large red fox, can physically manifest most significant features. Can only manifest all 3 tails, upon experimentation, along with ears, human ears seem to recede. Very odd to watch, but hair covers up, and eyes become a bit rounder, iris expands to nearly cover sclera, seems to benefit physicality, but needs testing, balance definitely better, adjusting stance/posture/general body to extra tails is easy, natural, actually makes standing without them feel odd, but not a problem. Why/how do more develop? I've been older each time a new one manifested, so seems likely that age/maturity is at least a component. But second and third also developed after a PRD of high stress/emotion, at what could be classified as some kind of turning point in my life, so it could also be related to life experiences or a subconscious need or something. We'll be better able to theorize after more develop, presumably more will. It seems easy to consider this a Kitsune Quirk, implying that there will eventually be a total of 9 tails. Will each one herald more abilities, or will they only further increase spirit form size? Again, inconclusive until further data acquired. Does the partial somatic transformation imply a later ability to fully physically transform? If so, will the size difference correlate? Regardless, why is fur green/black, not orange/red/silver as many real foxes of mythological kitsunes? Must be due to natural human pigmentation, but if full physical transformation possible, then will that hold true? Quirk applications, primarily, stealth, therefore, info gathering, object retrieval, reconnaissance, tailing, possibility of better fighting. Capabilities, particularly with tails out, enhanced balance, maneuverability etc., can they be used as pseudo-weapons as well as extra limbs? Or are they effectively additional human limbs, needs testing for resistance, pain etc., can they bleed? Also could use tails as a calming/distraction technique? Panicked kids or even adults would likely calm down with petting fur whilst could be somewhat flashy with tails if need be, although needing to be noisy would likely be a problem. Additional notes, dogs are awful creatures now, make some kind of instinct in me go haywire, which is a shame because they're cute and good bois. Tofu is very tasty, which seems to fit into the ancient mythology/folklore. Doesn't seem to offer much by way of connection with real foxes. They do seem to like me though. But then so do cats, so maybe it's nothing. Regardless, there's no communication to be had, which is a shame, could have been good for reconnaissance. Aim for underground heroics, far better suited to quirk and personal disposition. It isn't until after breakfast that it occurs to Izuku to tell his mum something very, very important. "Oh yeah, Mom, my quirks developed further," he exclaims from where they're sat side by side on their worn little couch, a historical documentary on the TV, enjoying their shared lack of obligations for the day. "Baby, that's wonderful. Is it another tail?" "Yep," he enthuses, popping the P before going on. "But it's more than that, I can do this too now." And, after barely a second's concentration, his ears and tails pop into existence, the latter languidly weaving behind his back, their coarse, curly fur brushing comfortingly against the back of his neck. Strange how they're already so familiar. So soothing. "Oh darling, they're so pretty. Can I touch them?" It's little things like that, seemingly so irrelevant to most, that make him love his mum all the more. "Of course you can, just be careful with the ears, please." His mum nods, eyes wide and watery but bright with happiness and something akin to hope, as she stretches a hand forwards to be met by one of his tails, and he barely has to think to wind its tip around her wrist, holding her close as she pets the fur there. They're flexible and strong. Izuku couldn't love them more, and from the expression on his mum's face, neither could she. "Izuku, sweetheart, you look so handsome. Very dashing. And they're so lovely, and I expect very practical too." This dash, she hesitates, thoughts no doubt flashing back to her uncertainty pretty much an entire decade ago now, when faced with a question that could make or break Izuku's soul, and how she didn't give the answer he wanted to hear, only offering up "many things can be achieved with work and a strong mind, baby," which had simultaneously broken Izuku's 4-year-old heart and steeled his resolve, strengthened his hopes. His mum hadn't known the right answer then, and had offered whatever she could, but now. Well, things were different now. This could be just what you needed. And this too hurts, because couldn't he do it before, when his work was still being a spirit? But Izuku knows what she is saying, why she is saying it. Midoriya Inko, for all her faults, was a loving, dedicated mother with too much stress, too little time and too big a heart. She would never deny her child his dreams, even if they hurt her in the process. And Izuku knows this. So instead of letting himself be outwardly hurt, instead of being offended, he takes the compliment, the olive branch, for what it is and smiles. It is a small, tremulous thing, unfamiliar to his own face, but it is more genuine than any other. And his mum returns it. Meanwhile, sequestered in a bare apartment in an expensive high-rise, All Might, currently Yagi Tashinori, sighs as he waits for his friend to pick up his call. "Toshi? Are you alright?" "I'm fine, Masa. But, I was wondering if you could look something up on the quirk registries for me? I might have found someone, but I lost them." "Honestly Toshi, a hero like you couldn't even follow one civilian?" Tsukachi teased, clearly amused, but the tapping of his keyboard suggests that he's already bringing up the local records. Well, it was his quirk you see. Some kind of impermeability? I think. Or maybe invisibility. Well, one moment he was there and then he was gone and could apparently move right through things. I don't really know. Right. And you've got no name, no age or anything? He was wearing a local junior high uniform, I think. Well, there were lots of it about in the area. And he had green hair, like a bush or something, and lots of freckles and green eyes. Cute kid, honestly. And very heroic too. I must say, I do regret what I said. Toshi. And the man in question gulps at the familiarly threatening tone in his friend's voice. What did your big mouth say without thinking this time? Well, he asked me if I thought someone with a weak quirk could be a hero, and I might have told him to be more realistic? Because nothing Toshi. His friend scolds, sounding genuinely angry. Sheet. The blonde knew he'd messed up as soon as he'd seen the kid run in to save the explosive boy, but hearing it from someone he trusted really brought it home. How could you say that? You know it's not true. Or that it doesn't have to be, so long as the person is smart and strong besides. What about all the underground heroes you know, and a fair portion of the abovegrounders too? Honestly, I thought you would have taken the time to at least consider your response. My time was about to dash. Yagi Tashinori, I do not want to hear it. Kami, this was worse than when his mother used to scold him as a child. I won't be finding this kid for you. You can do it yourself. Work to prove that you're going to mean what you say this time. And if he doesn't accept your offer, don't be surprised. Masa, please dash. Toshi, you're my best friend, but you're an idiot sometimes. Find this kid and apologize, and give him time to think over what you offer him, got it? Yes. The man replies miserably, feeling even more contrite. But once his friend hangs up, he nods to himself, determined. He'll find brave little Bushhair and apologize. Then the boy is sure to accept his quirk and he will have a wonderful successor to help. Izuku is doing a perfectly good job of training himself, thank you. After a relaxing morning with his mom, and a lunch that they cooked together, he shoved his exercise clothing back on and headed back to Dagoba Beach. He had cleared about half the beach now, having started several months previous, and it was only getting easier as he went on. There was something about the repetitive pushing and pulling and picking up of debris, trash and abandoned homeware that soothed his mind, even as his muscles would begin to ache and tremble with the strain. Not to mention that seeing how much progress he had made, both with his own physicality and in the actual cleaning of the beach, brought a lightness to his shoulders that wasn't easily found. Pride in himself. Satisfaction. It was wonderful, and the positivity it gave him was likely the only reason his mom, worried as she had been when she found out, was alright with him continuing. Although frankly, if she hadn't been, he would have sneaked out all the same. Wouldn't have been that hard. But still, fortunately he didn't need to, so here he was on a Saturday afternoon, sun burning bright above him as he shunted a fridge through the sand. He'd jogged here, then done some stretches, as a warm-up, and had now started on clearing up the next trash pile. It was amazing how 6 months of coming here almost every day had seen him clearing a good half of all the rubbish up, all by himself. A year ago, Izuku would have probably laughed in somewhat hysterical disbelief at the mere thought, and yet here he is now, muscles defined beneath a rapidly melting layer of baby fat, lithe and flexible, with quick movements and quicker wits. And today he would be able to try and use his tails to train. Honestly, it was an odd thought. For so long, he had simply been either human or a spirit, never some combination of the two. His changes were always instantaneous, the most natural thing in the world. And whilst manifesting 3 tails and a pair of ears out of nowhere was still more instinctual than breathing, that didn't stop it from being an adjustment mentally. Hence now being stood in the base of a pile of appliances, furniture and regular rubbish, easily tugging his new form into existence. Right. Where to start then? Perhaps basic strength would be a good foundation, then flexibility and dexterity and maybe resilience later on? A plan forming, Izuku digs out a tattered, sand-coated book. A reasonably thick textbook like this would probably weigh about half a kilo, which seems ridiculously lightweight, but he should definitely be treating this as seriously and thoroughly as possible. And so Izuku draws up a table in his quirk notebook, then sets into testing himself. He knows that he can lift a solid 40 to 50 kilos with his human arms, so he's hoping his tails will be of a similar strength. Whilst it does take him an hour of gradually finding and increasing the weight of the objects he finds, curling a single tail around each one to lift it, he does comfortably manage a microwave that he pulled out of an entire kitchen unit, so his average tail strength is at around 30 or so kilograms and, frankly, Izuku is pretty happy with that. A month or two ago, that was the best he could do with his arms, so apparently his kitsune features aren't exactly lacking either. Particularly considering the zero training they'd had. Cool. Even better, it isn't only his tails that seem to have an element of enhancement. His eyesight is clearer, sharper, and better able to make out details of things in shadows, suggesting that he might have some kind of night vision which would be beyond useful for underground work. Not to mention his ears. Even standing so far from the roads beyond the promenade above the beach, the sound of vehicles is clear and he can even make out certain differences in engines, although he can't identify them. Maybe he should work on that. It would be good for reconnaissance. Regardless, Izuku can also hear individual conversations of the people walking along the pavements, almost overwhelmed by the constant rush of cars on one side and waves on the other, but they are still distinct enough to be comprehensible. This new form really is good for intelligence and detection. Izuku can't help but smile some at that thought. Finally, some progress beyond just studying and physical training. More muscles, flexibility and stamina are all essential, not two ways about it, and they had helped Izuku to feel more confident. Training had been helping to keep him from dissociating or falling into depressive episodes, but there was only so much that could be done. But then here was tangible proof that his quirk wasn't useless. That he wasn't useless. And that was more than priceless. Particularly to someone who has spent the last 10 years being belittled, bruised, beaten down, all to the point where it wasn't a question of standing back up but rather where to take the next hit to minimize the impact. So, gaining his third tail, no matter the horrible circumstances surrounding it, is already a miracle for his mental health. Not to mention that Izuku has done his research on UA. He's dug out speculation and stories out of ancient forums, he knows UA's penchant for the extravagant, knows that the majority of their students go into limelight heroism with bold, bright quirks like Present Mic or All Might or Endeavor. And from all of this, Izuku can only conclude that the entrance exam is going to be horribly biased in some way. It might be team fights, but that seems unlikely. It's got more chance of being an obstacle course or facing robots or something. Point being, a thing that requires a physical quirk. Which, until now, Izuku didn't really have. So his third tail gives him all the more hope, he stands a better chance now than he ever did before. So it's just a matter of mentally and physically training for the next 4 months before the exam. Izuku leaves the train station and is quick to SWCH forms. He deliberately picked the train least likely to have him bumping into Bakugo, but that also means he's half an hour earlier than would be sensible, so he reverts back to his second tail spirit form, glad for the intangibility as he trots straight through legs and ticket booths and luggage until he's out, onto the pavement, and easily meandering along the outside of UA's gleaming border walls. Being able to move silently, unseen, unhindered, makes him glad that he decided to go with the slight discomfort of wearing athletic leggings and a breathable top underneath his middle school gakuren. He knew from the application letter that utensils were provided for the written exam, to help prevent quirk-based cheating, but he needed to have some kind of sports wear for the practical. So to not need a bag that would mean abandoning it to change forms, Izuku had just decided to be a bit uncomfortable whilst in his human form. Quite frankly, he couldn't care less. Being a bit too hot wouldn't stop him from doing well, and he knew it. Izuku is a nerd and proud of it, when he's not being beaten up over it, so passing the written is no concern. Well, it hadn't been. Until he scampered up the pathway as an invisible fox, staring up at the building with his tongue lolling out, unable to help himself as he freezes up and just gawps for a minute. Because holy shit, UA always seemed massive, but at the size of a fox, it seemed even bigger and more than a little scary. The fact is made even worse by realizing that he's about to take probably the biggest exam in his life ever. Kami, he's going to die. But the sight and sound of a few other prospective students nudges Izuku out of his daze and, not changing back to human just yet, he enters the lobby space. From there, Izuku makes his way to the assigned exam hall and leaps up onto one of the desks to read the identifications there. Right, his is seat 34B, and this is 20A. Not too far then. Beginning to smile a little, the tremulous expression difficult with a fox's muzzle but they're all the same, Izuku jumps down on the opposite side of the desk and counts out 13 seats as he passes them and, yep, this is his. Jumping back to perch on a desk, albeit the right this one time, Izuku surveys the room. There are only 4 other people here so far, plus some exam invigilators stood together in a clump at the front of the massive hall, conferring with each other. The clocks tell that there is almost an hour to go until the written test begins. And so, with a huff of unheard air, Izuku curls up on his desk, his current 2 bushy tails coming to bury his snout in comforting warmth, and he watches the people around him, the clocks, examines the pencil and 2 pens on the edge of his desk, plus a ruler and a RBB. The chair is pushed back enough that if he suches form on the seat, he will be easily in position. Well, at least everything's ready. Hopefully he is too. Izuku sheds his uniform jacket and trousers, shoving them into his assigned locker, and was quick to leave again, following down the arrow-decaled corridor of his exam area until he finds himself in a large open-air courtyard, the opposite wall a massive smooth-sided concrete thing, a metal door that must be at least 3 meters tall at its center. Well, that was probably the actual exam grounds. And shit, his anxiety is kicking in again. He'd gotten through the written exam easily enough, losing his nerves to a blur of words and calculations, then actually smiling when the last question was a moral conundrum relating to a hostage situation. For Izuku, who knows heroics like the back of his right hand, 2 small scars, 17 freckles and currently 1 plaster, and who can debate philosophy and ethics reasonably well in forums, the question is one that he can argue easily and actually revel in doing so. Judging by the expressions of those around him, they found it less enjoyable. Well, all the better for him. Regardless, Izuku is now waiting for the rest of his area's contenders to arrive, and he can't help but press himself against one of the walls, reasonably close to the doors, watching the entrance to the courtyard as he jitters in place, tails and ears subconsciously popping into place early, each of them wrapping around him. One drapes itself a little over his shoulder, trying to cover his neck, the second winds around his waist, practically hugging himself whilst the last curls twice around his wrist, the tip soothing circles in his palm, trying to stop himself from scratching or pinching. It works. And to be fair to himself, it continues to work, even as others teenagers pile into the space, most silent, clearly trying to psych themselves up, but some chatter quietly with each other, and the press of bodies begins to become overwhelming, even with the extent of Izuku's physical contact being people brushing against him. But then present Mike is talking and it's something to ground himself with. So Izuku stands up straight, no longer pressing his back into the wall, and prepares for when Mike will tell them to go. He distantly takes in the hero's actual words, but the diagrams of the robots was explanation enough so it doesn't really matter. However, what does matter is when a tall boy with glasses and choppy arm movements shouts out, "Excuse me, sir." Present Mike pauses, but judging by his tone he's still grinning when he replies, "Yes, little listener 4425? What do you got for us? Why haven't you mentioned the fourth robot? A institution as prestigious as UA surely shouldn't make such oversights. And furthermore, you there, with the tails, please pay attention and stop fidgeting, moving around to distract your competitors is very unheroic." Izuku freezes up at that, breath stuttering because oh Kami no, why did he get called out? Was he really fidgeting? Holy shit, he'd been signing to himself again, hadn't he? Was it really that distracting? What if they thought he was cheating? And before he can get scolded anymore, or fall into a panic attack, Izuku suches. Suddenly disappearing into a small invisible fox was enough to visibly flummox those around him, and the mean boy splutters, confused and clearly offended. "Sir. He dash. Don't worry 4425. I've been informed that examinee 327 is still here, so please tune in to the rest of my explanation." And so present Mike brushes off the taller teen's concern, launching into an enthusiastic explanation of the final robot and an encouragement. Izuku, after a few solid moments of freaking out, registers that Mike knew he was still here, so he wasn't being disqualified or anything, thank Kami, and at this point he's undoubtedly better off staying like this. It'll make getting through the crowd bearable. And with that, Izuku manifests one more spirit tail and, now intangible as well as invisible, slinks through and in between legs to be right in front of the door. The temptation to go through to testing grounds is there, but he really doesn't want to give an even worse impression than he already has. But then Izuku doesn't have any more time to think because there's the rumbling of mechanics echoing through the floor and the voice hero's single word has Izuku careening forward. Guh! Before the gates have opened more than an inch, Izuku is already phasing through them and manifests his third spirit tail as an afterthought, taking the slight size increase into stride as he pelts forwards. Okay, so there are already, damn it, robots. He knew it, had just half listened to a whole speech about them, but seeing them. Okay, right, Izuku can deal with this. They have lasers, which means that he can turn them on each other. He knows he's quick and flexible, not to mention he can turn intangible as needed, so he'll be fine. He just has to lead them into each other and friendly fire them to death and hope that the points will count, which, well, they should logically, but this is UA and it seems to love defying logic. Strategy sorted, Izuku suches forms mid-stride, his tails helping maintain his balance, and attracts the attention of both a 2- and 3-pointer, whirring towards him, red eyes glowing. Right, lasers, better be quicker. And so Izuku puts on a burst of speed and jumps off of a rubbish bin. They really did go ham on making this fake city realistic, he vaguely thinks, sailing into the air directly between the two robots just as their lasers shoot at him. Adrenaline pumping, Izuku suches forms again, and the lasers pass through him and strike the robots, leaving their heads smoking crevices. Holy shit. He just got 5 points. Changing back into human, Izuku keeps on running and repeats the process twice more, gaining another 8 points. Okay, this is good. He's already got 13 points and they're only a few minutes in. And judging by the shouts of other examinees, he's keeping fairly even with most people, even ahead of quite a few. Now he just has to keep it up. After traveling down another street and gathering a further 5 points, not to mention pulling a few people out of the path of falling rubble, something hits Izuku like a train. Not literally, luckily, else he'd probably be half dead, but it's a very important realization. The robots are originating from certain places. Their movement patterns seem random, but they're all turning into the main streets from the same 2 parallel roads, albeit using different side streets and alleys to do so. That translates into being released from what's probably 2 or 3 main places in the city. Which means that if he finds one of those places, he should have a fairly endless supply of points. Unable to resist a slightly maniacal grin, Izuku sets off sprinting, tracing the robots back to a plaza with 4 underground entrances which, fairly regularly, are spouting more robots. All 3-point levels as well. Throwing caution to the wind, Izuku dodges out of the alley he'd been hiding in, straight towards the center of the plaza. Instantly, a good dozen of the machines are focusing on him and another second has their lasers shooting at him. Dodging under the first few beams, still human, Izuku waits until another 4 are trying to get him, then turns intangible, and nearly geckers in joy at how 7 of the 16 robots are decimated. That's another 13 points. And so Izuku does the same again, spending around 10 seconds dancing through the open space, taunting the robots and dodging whatever lasers they initially send at him, then switches to his spirit form to watch as more of them are destroyed. This feeling, satisfaction? Success? Is heady, and Izuku is loving every moment, knowing that he's noticed something other examinees haven't and taken advantage of it, that he might actually pass this exam. That, of course, is when things start to go wrong. It isn't that Izuku gets too cocky, or that he slips and falls. Instead, exhaustion is starting to set in. He rarely switches forms so quickly and consistently. So whilst his physical stamina is pretty good, his quirk stamina isn't at its best, and that translates into making a mistake. Instead of switching into his intangible 3-tailed form, Izuku shifts into his 1-tailed form that can still be touched. Which means that the robot arm that swipes at him actually connects and he's sent flying, 2 dazes to prevent himself from crashing into a wall. Being invisible doesn't stop it from hurting. And Izuku struggles to stand or SWCH forms, head spinning and bones feeling a bit more than bruised, so instead he slumps to the ground at the base of the wall, taking a light-headed moment to wonder how much of the exam is left. Probably only 5 minutes or so, but that's still 5 minutes where he could be getting points. Needs to be getting points. Determination as powerful as the adrenaline in his system has him staggering onto unsteady paws, but then he focuses hard and manifests another spirit tail. Right, he's intangible now. So he'll huddle here for another minute to recover, then get back to his plan. 30 seconds in, things go from bad to worse because the robots stop pouring out and the plaza begins to empty. What dash? But there's still 4 minutes left. Surely they wouldn't stop sending out villains until the last second? Sheet. Right, okay, he can deal with this. Gritting his sharp teeth, Izuku wobbles up properly, then switches back to human to start running towards the main streets. When he gets there, it's a scene from a post-apocalypse film, various bits of robot paraphernalia strewn everywhere, a few semi-conscious people slumped against buildings, which really, that isn't safe, but Izuku doesn't have time to think about it, but luckily none in the midst of the battleground that the road has become, and Izuku races forwards and manages to get a 3-pointer to take out another 1-pointer, but it's hard, painful work to actually shift forms, so what else can he do? There's got to be something? The 0-pointer. Run. It's massive. And Izuku hadn't noticed the juddering of the ground, still a bit more out of it that he'd like to believe, but the examinees are all running, a few picking up the half-conscious people to take with them, and Izuku is about to do the same, even about to pick someone up, when he hears another cry, this one quieter but far more panicked. Help, please. And with barely half a thought, he's running in the wrong direction, heading for whatever person, it sounded like a girl, somewhere towards that collapsed building, but where Dash had cried out, and then he spots her. Damn it, she's clearly stuck, her lower half buried, although there's no blood pooling, and she's still conscious, which are all good signs. Are you able to move at all? He manages as he crouches beside her, studiously ignoring the ever louder rumble of the 0-pointer. The girl looks up at him with feverishly bright eyes and manages a weak smile. He can't quite return it. I don't think so. If I could touch the big slab, I'd be able to lift it, 0 gravity quirk, but I can't reach it. Her frustration is blatant, but Izuku's mind is already whirring. The bit of concrete she's talking about is definitely too heavy for him, particularly when dislodging it seems likely to bring other smaller bits of rubble down on the girl that might do more damage, so that isn't feasible. Would your quirk work on me? Izuku demands, surprising himself with the apparent confidence. But something about it strengthens the girl's smile, so he doesn't apologize for it. Yes, what are you going to do? Don't worry. How do you release it? You don't need continued physical contact, do you? No, I just need to touch my fingers to get Dash. Good, okay. It'll take me, about 10 seconds to get to roughly where I need to be, so can you release it 10 seconds after I disappear? Oh, okay? And she's clearly confused as hell, but Izuku doesn't have time to explain. Instead, he turns his back to her and crouches, all 3 tails ready to push off of the ground too, then says, on 3, tag me. 1, 2, 3. Izuku jumps. Weightless, he pushes off of the ground with all his strength and goes rocketing towards the 0-pointer's chest. Hopefully it's built similarly to its smaller brethren, because that will mean that its chest cavity is just that, a cavity. And by turning intangible halfway through his trajectory, he keeps his momentum in time to pass through the paneling and wires, and then suches back to human in time to smack into the inside of said paneling. Holy shit, he did it. He's inside the zero-pointer. But he's still waddle, there it goes. Stood on some kind of mesh platform in the zero-pointer's chest, Izuku wastes no time on thought and simply sets to tearing out all the wires he can. He refuses to register the sparks, the smell of flesh burning as electricity takes its revenge on his hands and arms, and instead keeps on destroying the robot from the inside until it grinds to a halt. How long had it been? Did he take too long? Ignoring the all-too-familiar agony of his burns, electrical though they may be, Izuku finds some kind of maintenance hatch in the zero-pointer's side and starts kicking it out. Halfway through, just as it starts to buckle at the edges, Present Mick's voice reverberates through the arena to say, "And that's the over, folks. Good job, little listeners. If you're injured, please wait where you are for recovery, girl. Everyone else, make your way back to the entrance area. Oh, and examinees 327, 1782, 5329, and 5713, a few of the faculty will be coming round to help get you out of your sticky situations. Please stay where you are." Izuku sighs, knowing that had included him, but then decides that he might as well finish accessing the outside world. Fortunately, it only takes another 4 kicks to get the hatch open and then, sighing, Izuku slumps down to sit in the opening, legs swinging in the air, and manages not to think about how often he's contemplated jumping from somewhere this kind of height. After all, he just took UA's entrance exam. And he had an honest-to-cammy chance of actually having passed it. So what if he's depressed? He can have a bit of optimism. And he really might have done it, he could really be going to UA in a few months. Izuku begins to grin again at that. How could he not? Examinee 327, are you all right up there? Izuku's attention is grabbed by a vaguely familiar voice shouting up at him from the ground and he peers down. That looks like Cementos? Yes sir. Some injuries, and I can't get down by myself, but nothing's broken. Hell yes, no stuttering or anything. He's on a roll today. Good to hear. I'll be creating a concrete platform to reach you, so just wait there. Within a few minutes, Izuku is back on safe ground and staring up at the zero-pointer. He really had been up ridiculously high, hadn't he? Easily high enough that falling would have killed him. And after actually doing something well for once. Shuddering, Izuku turns towards where Recovery Girl was attending to the girl who has at some point been retrieved from under the rubble. Fidgeting, Izuku abruptly registers the pain radiating from his arms. And oh, shit. The electrical burns look really bad, actually. They're all blistering and they look like actual holes in his skin, blackened, which is pretty sickening. Somehow it's worse than explosion burns. Huh. Who'd ve thought? Hello dearie, I heard you, oh dear. Young man. These wounds are very serious, you should have spoken up sooner. Apparently Recovery Girl, what the hell? Her quirk is so cool, is chastising him, but then she kisses each of his arms, in the crook of his elbow, and the burns knit themselves back together, the pain subsiding, but still he can't quite calm his racing heart or the way that creeping bands of steel and ivy seem to interlace with his ribs, constricting his lungs, but he fights them back, ignores them, does everything he can not to fall apart right here and now. Right love, that should be you done. If the pain worsens again, please visit your doctor, but the actual wounds have been reduced to tender skin now, okay? Are you particularly hurt anywhere else? My healing should have dealt with anything else major, even when focused on the burns dash. And no ma'am, just some bruises and scrapes, Izuku manages, and when he's dismissed with a little bag of gummies, he practically runs towards the city entrance and the changing rooms to collect his uniform and phone. He needs to get somewhere private, somewhere he can break down. Izuku stumbles back out of the changing room, turns aimlessly around several corners until he finds himself in a quiet, empty corridor, and promptly collapses onto the floor, trembling, those bands tightening their grip in his lungs. His tails pop out, curling around him protectively, but they can't make him breathe. Hey, can you answer me? Are you alright? Look, please just answer me, I promise I'll make it bed dash. Please, Izuku gasps out, and then something in his head locks into place and he feels distant and vague, but it's better than dissociation, more like dreaming, and he's fairly sure that his body is relaxing, his breathing evening out, which is a relief, but even that spark of emotion is muted. This is nice, whatever it is. He could stay like this forever. I'm gonna bring you out of it now, okay? Please don't panic again, you're safe, you're fine. Oh okay, in 3, 2, 1. And then Izuku snaps back into awareness. But his adrenaline has faded and his heart and lungs are calm, in sync. He feels alright. Thank dash, the words stumble and halt, so he brings up still shaking hands to sign. Thank you. That was really cool and helpful. Sorry for being a bother. You weren't. I was glad to help. Still, your quirk is really interesting. Brilliant for heroics too, if you can bring people out of panic attacks and things. Is it a calming quirk, or more of a mental or emotional manipulation? It was cool either way. But do you really think so? The other boy demands, eyes wide and voice disbelieving. But there's a glimmer of something bright and light in his eyes that Izuku wants to bring out, wants to see shine, even if he's only just met this person. Yes. It would be really useful for calming civilians or for preventing bloodshed and retrieving hostages and so on. Wanna be friends? And Izuku's head shoots up at that, meeting a gaze apparently just as shocked as he is. I just meant that, well, nobody's ever really said that, except my family, and I guess you seem nice and I don't know. No. I would love to, I think. I haven't really got any friends, Izuku confides, ducking his head low again, feeling how his ears are trying to plaster themselves to his skull and how his tails are writhing behind his back. Neither, honestly. So maybe ? Why yes. Izuku yelps. Then buries his head in his knees, mortified that he sounded so desperate. But his new friend, was this how people usually made friends? It didn't seem like it, only snorted once, half seeming to be laughing at himself rather than Izuku, and the greenette dares to peek out when he feels a warm body slumping against the wall beside him. Right, so, hi? I'm Shinso Hitoshi. Midoriya Izuku. They sit in awkward silence for a long few seconds, before the taller boy speaks up again. I won't ask why you had a panic attack but, do you want to watch some cat videos or something? Oh, unless you need to get home or whatever. And no. My mum won't be home until 10 tonight, so I'm free and I really like cats, so yes please. And damn it, why does everything end like a question? Cool, his new Friday, Shinso murmurs, before pulling out his phone. And, within a few seconds, he has MeTube open and a whole playlist of cute cat antics on the go. After a solid 20 minutes of gravitating into each other, their shoulders are pressed together and one of Izuku's tails has migrated into Shinso's lap to be gently petted, and he may or may not have let out a few soft purring chuffs, unable to help himself. The kind touch of another person is pretty rare, okay? So sue him if the affection of his new friend is one of the best things he's felt in a long time. But then Shinso's phone chimes with a text, and a notification pops up at the top of the screen, covering up whatever the kitten is chasing. The abrupt sound has them both jolting, leaving a good inch in between them once more, Izuku's tails latching around his own torso in comfort and protection. Oh shit, I forgot to text my dad, Shinso yelps, hurrying to click the message open and start replying. Izuku, eyes wide once more, immediately rambles out. I'm so sorry. I made you stop and help me and then kept you here, I'm so sorry, you can go if you need to leave, I'm sorry . No worries. You don't need to apologize. My dad just wanted to know where I was, he's a bit overprotective sometimes, but he's really soft underneath all the eye bags and grumpiness. If you're really sure? Yeah, no, of course. Shinso pauses again then, taking a deep breath to psych himself up. Hey, this might be weird so you can say no or whatever but you said your mum wasn't home until late tonight, right? Well my parents won't be home until like 8, cause of work too, so would you want to, come over for dinner or something? Really? Because that's almost too good to believe, but Shinso has been so incredibly nice so far, so maybe? Only if you're comfortable. But, it would be nice? I'm not used to eating alone anymore. That sounds good. It's a deal then. Let me just text my dad to say what's happening. This time Izuku only nods in reply, digging out his own phone to check that his mum hadn't come off work early or anything. And no, she hadn't, leaving Izuku free until 10. And he even has a friend to spend the time with. Hey, so, do you want to grab something on the way or are you okay with me cooking for you? I totally get if that's, a bit weird or something, so? Shinso trails off from where he's walking beside Izuku. The greenette has managed to pop his tails and ears away, having calmed down considerably from earlier, and had taken his new friend up on the offer of dumping his Kakuren jacket in the taller's rucksack, leaving his cinched sleeve exercise top exposed but feeling far more comfortable for it. Izuku pauses, falters, voice choking off, and Shinso is quick to gently nudge him with an elbow. You can sign if you want, I won't be offended. I prefer it too a lot of the time. And Izuku, despite how easily he felt comfortable around Shinso, always finds himself the very opposite around big crowds. And that included the pavements of a shopping district. Thank you. I'm probably fine with whatever you cook, so long as you let me help. I don't have any allergies or anything, and I'm not very fussy either. Izuku slowly drops his hands back to his sides, a little hesitant, but Shinso had been watching his movements and was nodding with a slight smile. Cool. What about pork katsudon then? And his offer has Izuku bouncing a few paces, light as air and very excited. Please, he bursts out, already signing rapidly. Katsudon is one of my favorites, so that sounds really tasty. And I'm used to cooking it too, so you'll have to let me help out. But you're a guest, Shinso hedges. Izuku, absolutely not willing to not help, puffs his cheeks out in a pout and starts to sign again, not noticing how Shinso is suddenly very red-faced. But I'm eating your food that your parents worked hard to buy. And besides, it would be rude. I want to help, so there's no harm, right? Yeah, I guess. Shinso? Just mentally going through the fridge, he blurts out, panicking a little now. Don't want to be missing any of the ingredients. Izuku just nods and giggles, the sound soft and genuine, and they continue on their way. Within 20 minutes, the two are abandoning their shoes and a series of clatters, meows and skidding paws greet them. Oh my god, you're cats! Izuku exclaims, falling on his knees to greet the four creatures that are nosing around him and meowing, curious. The fat blonde is Crepuscular, or Crep, the gray one with the weird short patch is Gum, the calico is Beans on Toast, but we call her Toast, and then the shy gray one, that's trying to climb on your head? Oi, quit it dash, and Shinso reaches out to pick up the dusky gray cat that has already clambered her way up to curl up in Izuku's hair, but the greenette is grinning at Shinso like an idiot, carefully reaching up to pet her. Right, the idiot on your head is diurnal, but we mainly call her D. Sorry about her, normally she's really shy. You sure you don't want me to get her down? And no. D, don't worry, she's warm and fluffy and see clearly happy, so we can leave her for now. And Izuku is grinning, broad and bright, and that's something that Shinso really wants to see more of. Cool, Shinso mutters, nodding along. As long as Midoriya seems okay with it, then he's probably better off leaving it, right? With that, or, well, after a solid 10 minutes plus of just petting the cats, the two finally get themselves further into the apartment, but when Izuku carefully reaches up to lift Diurnal down and out of his hair, Shinso is the one to yet again notice the state of Izuku's top. Again, might be a bit weird, but you can borrow a shirt or something if you want? Only yours is a bit, singed? Burned to a crisp? And I just thought dash. If it's definitely okay. Izuku yelps, half bowing in thanks. Sure, Hitoshi pauses, rubs the back of his neck nervously, then mentally decides, to hell with it, and gestures for Izuku to follow him through the lounge space, heading for his own room. Take your pick, they'll all be clean, he offers, opening his wardrobe doors and glad to see that he hasn't left it too much of a mess. I'll go and double-check that we definitely have everything for dinner later. That's a good reason for leaving, right? Well, it would be weirder to not give one, even though it should be odd to stay when his brand new friend is changing? Ugh, Shinso doesn't know anymore. The best example of friends he has is his dad's, and Auntie Namuri is bats hit crazy and absolutely the opposite of body shy, so that's not a very useful example. Of course, one thing Shinso hadn't bet on, upon seeing Izuku hesitantly come back into the main living area, is that the shorter boy would somehow be even more adorable when wearing a too large paw-print hoodie over his own exercise leggings. The little ears on the pulled-up hood may be a purple-gray, like slate, rather than green-black, but they still suit Izuku really well, and the combination of sweater paws with literal paw prints on the underside is absolutely killer. Shinso is very, very gay. And his new friend is very, very cute. The cats love him, even D. And he's kind of muscled too? Well, toned for sure. And probably the perfect height to curl up into Shinsu's side, or to tuck under his chin, or wrap an arm around, or lean on. Damn it, he chides himself, couldn't he save the gay panic for when he's known Midoriya for at least a month or two? After a long second of fighting back a ridiculous blush, Shinso smiles at Izuku, waves him over, and takes the initiative. That one's comfy, isn't it? Looks good on you too. And oh Cammy, why had he said that? What if Midoriya thinks he's a creep or... Thank you. I like your room. Eraserhead and cats is a really cool combination. Finally. Someone who knows who D. Eraserhead is. Isn't he just the coolest? He really is. He's actually my favorite hero. It was All Might, but then, it doesn't matter. Eraserhead is so amazing. Do you have any theories about his capture weapon? Because I'm sure he's got a recessive quirk trait or it's partially quirk engineered. You know how his hair floats when he activates his erasure? Well, logically from that, there's a possibility that he has a secondary quirk manifestation in some kind of telekinesis, but if he does then surely he would use it on other objects or people around him? Because he's really intelligent and resourceful, so... If the two proceed to spend nearly an hour gushing over their mutual favorite hero of all time and cuddling with the cats, then nobody else is there to pick them up on it. Nor when Shinso turns his TV on, such as straight to MeTube, and proceeds to pull up Izuku's favorite series on Quirk Theory because it's his favorite too. Apparently having a friend is pretty cool. By the time they get around to making dinner, they're both smiling and most of the awkwardness has evaporated into a warm, comfortable atmosphere that's far too novel and even more welcome for it. So, what's your mum do, if she's not back until late? Oh, she's a nurse down at the general hospital. But Dad left when I got a weak quirk like 2 weeks late, and stopped paying child support, but he's overseas so nothing's been done about it, you know? So Mum works a lot and I do what I can around the flat to make things easier. And your parents? My parents are both teachers, high school ones, so they're busy this time of year with admissions and stuff, particularly as they both always have first-year homerooms. They've got meetings until like 7 or so, then they normally get dragged into some extra administration stuff for another hour or two. Neither Dad or Pops can sta-. Shinso cuts himself off, eyes going wide, and he stares at Izuku with the kind of hesitancy that had been gone since almost the minute they'd settled down in front of the telly. Izuku hates the sight of it. You've got 2 dads? Lucky. I think I'd like to adopt kids too, when I'm older and have a husband or be boyfriend, you know? Kids are cute. And you can help them learn all about the cool things and quirks there are and yeah. It's cool. Kind of hard not to be cool with it, see considering. And this time it's Izuku's turn to trail off, unsure about what he's just admitted. Because he knows that boys are cute, because the purple-haired teen in front of him is a perfect example of it, but he's never actually mentioned that to anyone else, for all that his mother seems to have guessed already. Mood. We're just a disaster by and gay household here, you'll fit right in, Shinso jokes, for all that the meaning is serious, and the brief tension is gone again. Really? Cool, Izuku mutters to himself, smiling softly and leaning down to pet D, who is winding in between his legs again. Oh, there's some cat treats on that shelf there, they can all have 2 except Crepe, 'cause he's meant to be on a diet, although Dad keeps on breaking it because he's weak, so he only gets 1, Izuku, practically vibrating in place, nods and shakes out the 7 treats into his hands, distributing them easily and with soft little giggles. Holy shit, Shinso is in trouble. Mum. Izuku cries the moment the front door opens that night, and Inko nearly stumbles as she takes her shoes off in the Genkan, startled. Yes, sweetheart? You won't believe it. Well, actually, you probably will because you always insisted it would happen sooner or later, but I guess I never really believed you, but now it has happened and it's so amazing. Izuku-an, baby, what is this amazing thing? She asks, opening her arms for a hug that her boy immediately rushes into. Oh, when he had gotten tall enough that her face was pressed into his shoulder and not the other way around? I made a friend today, Mum. His name's Shinso and he's got cats and 2 dads and we both love Eraserhead and he helped me calm, well, that doesn't really matter, because he's really, really pretty and kind and we made Kaachan together. Oh, Izuku, darling, that's wonderful. And suddenly she's crying, shoulders hitching and eyes pouring, even as her smile is as wide as can be and she laughs wetly. That's truly wonderful, baby. I knew the right person would come along sooner or later. And it's come at the perfect time too, with the holidays before high school coming up. Oh, is he applying to UA too? Do you think you might end up in the same class? I think so. We both took the same exam, and he reckons he got around 30 or 40 points and Mum, I actually think I did well? I don't really know how, but I got like 60-odd points, unless I miscounted, but even then I'd still have like 50 minimum? And I don't really know how I managed it, but I kept on suching forms so they'd hit each other and then I figured out where one of the, well, not spawning points, but the equivalent, was, so I headed there and all the robots were there so they were basically killing each other because of me, which, actually, might not count towards my points because this is UA. But I think it should do because I know that Nedzu is the principal and he would probably appreciate being a bit more analytical about it. So I don't know if I definitely got into the hero course, but even if I didn't I should have got into the general education. Darling, not to cut you off, but you said you got over 60 points in the practical exam? If they all counted, which they might not have. That's brilliant, Izuku-an. Oh, when did you get so grown up? I'm so proud. And now they're both crying, drying each other's tears with giant smiles. Hitoshi, we're HOOO. Oh, really show, come on. Yes, really, Zashi, I come home to escape the outside world, not be assaulted by you screaming in my ears. Hitoshi, busy grabbing the leftover Kaachan portions out of the fridge for his dads, has to smile a little at the familiar interaction. Every time the two come home after him, together, there is some variation of that precise exchange, and it's as much home as seeing his own living space. So, who was the kid you brought home for dinner? I saw in the CCTV that he had a panic attack, is that why? Aizawa asks once he's shed his boots and comes into the kitchen area to join his son, a hair ruffle in tow. His name was Midoriya Izuku and I don't know why he panicked, I didn't want to push him. And his questioning tone is reassured by the approving nod his dad gives him, and he goes on. But he was nice, and his mum won't be getting home until like 10, and you two had the meetings and, well, he's also kind of really cute? But I didn't want him going home when he just had a bad panic attack, and he said my quirk was really cool dad, can you believe it? He said I'd be a great hero. And, anyways, I thought it'd be nice to spend more time with him and make sure he was okay and stuff so I offered and he said yes and we like, loads of the same things? And D climbed on his head within like 0.2 seconds of us walking through the door which was so fing adorable dash. Kid, breathe in between the words, yeah? His dad reminds him, a gruff sort of smile creeping in amongst his stubble, and Hitoshi flushes a little. He doesn't often ramble about something, but when he does his parents both know that it means he cares a lot about said thing. Which means that they know that he already cares way too much about the sweet, shy boy he had met today. Yes, he is very pointedly forgetting about his own admissions of said boy being cute. Well, I'm glad you made a friend already kid dash. Hitoshi, my appealing son, Sho told me you made a friend today. What was he like? What did you have for dinner, is there some for us? Which of the cats was his favorite? And despite his general exasperation, even Shoyuta perks up at Hisashi's last question, because if this family is obsessed with one thing it's cats, their own in particular. He liked all of them pops, but D took an actual shine to him, like climbed in his very fluffy and curly hair, and he literally melted, so I guess probably her? But they all liked each other. So he fits right in then? Mayup! Hitoshi exclaims, popping his pea and grabbing cutlery out for his dads to eat with. You'll have to invite him back over sometime then. And at seeing their son's answering grin at the largest and brightest it gets, who can blame his two dads for turning to each other with soft expressions? It's good to see their boy so happy. In the week between the entrance exam, between making a friend, and the arrival of their exam results, Izuku and Shinso meet up 5 times. The day after the exam, they only text each other, exchanging cat pictures and memes, along with some links to interesting quirk or hero-based articles and websites. It's comfortable, easy, and their respective parents tease them about how they smile down at their phones, blushing occasionally, and how both boys will vehemently deny that anything much is going on. For the parents? It's both adorable and hilarious. For Izuku and Shinso? It's embarrassing, but not exactly unwelcome either. Regardless, the two make plans to meet up the next day, if only to visit a new cat cafe that has opened up in the local area. And then they meet up there for another few hours the next day. And then a third. On the 5th day of knowing each other, Izuku invites Shinso to come over to his flat, on the basis that his mum is working one of her 4 p.m. to 4 am shifts again, and he'd like the company, if that's okay. Shinso, within an hour, is meeting Izuku at the nearest train station to the Greenette's apartment block, a rucksack full of a manga that he's been rambling about on his back, umbrella in hand. Of course Izuku, when he turns up, is soaked through from the rain, shivering, but still grinning brightly, eyes effervescent. Shinso can only offer a little smile in return. Want to share? And he tilts his open umbrella a little in further question, a single eyebrow raised. Why yes please. Izuku gets out, bright eyes abruptly dimming as a particularly large throng of people comes swarming out of the station entrance, and Shinso is quick to put himself bodily in between Izuku and the majority of the crowd, casually bringing one arm up to tuck the shorter boy into his side and firmly under the umbrella. You know I don't mind if you sign, Mito. Be but still. Izuku pouts, and looking down at the other boy, cold seeping into his side from where he has pressed Izuku into himself, Shinso is suddenly very, very aware of how close they are and how easily he had been affectionate with the Greenette. Not to mention that his friend also looks a little bit like a drowned kitten. Or would it be a kit? He is technically a fox spirit after all. Let's get back to yours quickly either way, yeah? You're freezing. Izuku sniffles, rubbing at his red nose, but nods all the same. Neither of them bother to move away from how they're pressed together. They need to share the umbrella anyway, right? Within 10 minutes, they were climbing the stairs wrapped around the outside of Izuku's block of flats, not too dissimilar to the one where Shinso lives with his dads, if a 20-minute train ride away from each other. Shinsu's side is a little more than damp from how Izuku had been plastered against him, but neither mind it. It's not really noticeable when there's the warmth of each other to focus on. Although Izuku's shivering from getting soaked in then first place does worry Shinso a little, detracting from the overall glow of being half-curled around his adorable friend. Here, Izuku manages in between chattering teeth, reaching out to unlock the door. Shinso fights the urge not to pull the greenette back under his arm, but chides himself because really, clingy much? Instead, he closes his umbrella, shakes the worst of the rain off of it, then props it up by the door. Izuku has already shed his shoes in the genkan, and has plunked himself down on the hall floor before the entrance, waiting on Shinso to do the same. "You're silly, go and get a warm shower or something. I'll survive waiting a few minutes, you know," he admonishes, serious for all that his tone is light, and Izuku puffs his cheeks out, pouting up at him. "But you're a guest. Didn't stop you from helping to cook dinner at mine. So go shower, before you catch a cold." But seeing that Izuku is still unmoved, Shinso smirks and adds, "We won't be able to go to the cat cafe if you're ill. And then I'll have to come and help you get better, and really isn't that much dash." He dissolves into quiet snickering as Izuku shoots to his feet and goes clattering through the apartment to what is, presumably his room. Then there's another brief flash of green and a door closing, before the faint sound of water running. Good. Setting his shoes neatly in place, Shinso heads further into the Midoriya apartment. It's nice. Homely. But a little bit empty, perhaps. Not that it doesn't feel inviting, because it does. The sofa is a two-seater with at least 2 throw blankets in shades of green and brown strewn over it, and a single dark green cushion up one end. The rug is a plush, well-worn thing that matches the curtains, and the walls, for all that they're a plain white, are covered in framed pictures, mostly of Izuku. Little baby photos, pink face screwed up but eyes not much different to the Izuku he knows, for all that they're more shadowed now. Then a grinning Izuku, half of the time with some blonde kid, going up until what Shinso can reasonably put at about 4 years old. Then things start to change. Lots of long sleeves and full-length trousers, eyes dimmer the older he gets, but still smiling. There's a couple of pictures with his mum in, and the happiness in his face and eyes in those are fully genuine, more like the Midoriya he has been getting to know, the one who grins like a madman at cats and calls them all love and sweetie, who peers up at him through rain-soaked bangs, freckles stark against his pale face, chilled but still oh so warm. Then Shinsu's attention is caught by one picture in particular. Its frame is obviously new, the wood a soft shade, and it's another one where Izuku's smile is wide and true, his eyes sparkling. His ears have manifested, along with the 3 tails that are comfortably wrapped around his own waist and arm, the third around Shinsu's waist. And the insomniac is also smiling, a lazy crooked thing that looks the total opposite of Izuku's if not for the fact that he, too, looks utterly, stupidly happy. It's the selfie they took yesterday. Izuku, or his mum, had already printed it off and framed it. Put it almost in the middle of their photo wall, like he's an important part of their life. The thought is overwhelming. But it's not bad, far from it in fact. Before his blush can worsen, because Shinso is all too aware of how his cheeks and the back of his neck are burning, the tips of his ears joining in the way they only do when he really can't handle whatever's embarrassed or flattered him, Shinso backs away from the picture wall and sits himself down on the sofa, choosing the less indented side because the cushion end seems to have a very Izuku-sized shape to it, and hesitates a moment before turning the TV on. Izuku is too nice to mind, and he feels pretty comfortable here anyway. By the time he can hear the shower shut off, he's 5 minutes into a baking show that Pops loves, and his dad only likes because people regularly mess up on it and he's petty like that, but that normally warrants a few laughs, so it shouldn't be too awkward to watch together, right? Before his thoughts can spiral, Shinso is distracted by his friend coming back into the living area and, "Holy cow Mido, you're such a fluffball." Izuku's immediately spluttering, cheeks pink, and attempting to glare at the taller boy. It doesn't work. "Wah, that's not fair. You've got the gravity-defying hair." "Yeah, but I'm not fluffy like that. Oh my god, can I pet your hair, please? It looks almost as fluffy as D. I will die a happy man dash." Shinso cuts himself off then because this is rapidly devolving into weird, but he really doesn't regret his words because A, they're true and B, Izuku is blushing now, and that only makes the whole thing like 100 times cuter, which should be impossible because something, probably the humidity of the shower or towel drying it or something, has made Izuku's hair puff up dramatically, the curls still distinct but somehow with even more volume, and his ears and tails are out and looking very, very petable and fluffy and, just, how? Shinso is going to die. "Oh okay," Izuku stutters out, and Shinso does drag himself out of his all long enough to say, "If you're not comfortable, it's fine Mido, but if you are, well." The taller boy trails off, hiding his twitching hand behind his back because his friend's happiness comes before anything else, but also, resisting the urge to just reach out and run his hands through the fluffiness is almost too much. "And no, it's fine Shinsher dash." Izuku pauses, seems to give up on speaking, then ducks his head a little in a clear invitation. Shinso, keeping his movement slow and deliberate, making sure that Izuku can tell exactly what he's doing because if there's one thing he can understand, it's trauma, brings up one hand and gently pats the top of Izuku's head, avoiding the ears and just reveling in the "oh my god so soft and fluffy my skin is cleared my CRPs are watered this boy is the best thing in existence what even. You are Fluffball now and this is a permanent state of being, there is no escape," he intones, voice grave but a smile on his face. Izuku, peeking up at him through thick, dark lashes, looks hesitant for a split second, but then his shoulders relax and an adorable little smile has his freckles standing out even more. Shinso is very much about to panic now. Is he already panicking? Quite possibly. To avoid the awful fate of dying from a combination of embarrassment and cuteness overload, Shinso keeps on talking, because there's no way that he could possibly make this situation any worse for himself. Yes, it's been officially decided. There's no going back now. You are Fluffball, in light of your fluffiness, and I shall be Shinshur. Because your stutter is cute and that makes Shinshur cute and therefore it's mine now, K? What, yes. Good, Shinso declares, and then gently nudges Izuku towards the sofa until they're both sat down, side by side, with one of the taller boy's arms wrapped around Izuku's shoulder at just the right angle for him to bring it up and be able to thread gentle fingers through the greenette's curls. If they sit in silence for a few minutes, both dying inside, then nobody has to know but them. But then Shinso accidentally catches at the base of one of Izuku's ears, the pad of his thumb running along the base of it, and Izuku lets out a purring chuff of a sound. They both freeze, Izuku steadily turning more and more red until he looks like a legitimate strawberry and damn it can't his friend stop being cute for like a single second. Sorry Mito, he offers. He doesn't want to make the shorter boy feel awkward, even if Shinso doesn't see any reason for him to be. It was an adorable noise. And no, fine Shinshur. And he's still bright red but Shinso knows that if Izuku hadn't already been blushing, it would have deepened at using the new nickname. Maybe he should distract them both at this point? They've both been flushing more than is probably healthy in the last 10 minutes. Accordingly, Hitoshi picks the remote back up and toggles the volume some, until it's less background noise and more something watchable. Then, ignoring the still slightly damp patch in his hoodie, he leans back against the sofa and leaves the space at his side wide open for Izuku, who settles back there easily and without thought. Having an adorable friend is bad for his blood pressure, but there's no way that Hitoshi's really going to complain. On the 7th day of knowing each other, it is Izuku who calls Shinso just before noon. Well, before that, he had checked their flat's postbox to find something very, very important and all the more nerve-wracking for it. An envelope with a UA seal. The thing is oddly heavy, with a very solid bulge in the middle, but Izuku doesn't care as he plops down to sit right there in the genkan, and opens the thing with trembling fingers, his 3 tails unconsciously popping out to curl around his torso, trying to beat back his own nerves with warmth and grounding pressure. With a slightly spasmodic JRK, still shaking, Izuku gets the envelope open and some kind of metal disc falls out. It hits the wooden floor at an angle, and something bursts into life above it. A hologram? And, holy cow, that's a hologram of Eraserhead. Izuku would recognize the capture weapon and hair and jumpsuit anywhere and what on earth because Izuku knew that his favorite hero worked at UA, but still dash. I'm Eraserhead, underground pro hero and homeroom teacher at UA, here to announce the entrance exam scores of 1 Midoriya Izuku, entry number 327, Eraserhead pauses, seeming to read something, the recording utterly oblivious to how Izuku is somewhere between screaming in excitement or falling into a panic attack. You Midoriya Izuku, passed the written exam with a 98%, including full marks on the final question. Furthermore, you attained 64 villain points and 42 rescue points in the practical exam. That puts you in first place with 106 points total. Welcome to UA's Class 1A. Now Izuku really is screaming, and he doesn't know what to do with himself, because what even just happened, and something startles him, a popping noise, and then there's another band of light pressure across his back and tickling at the back of his neck. Wait. No, surely not. And so Izuku, unaware of his own tears, freezes in place and takes a mental stocktake of his own limbs. 2 arms, 2 legs, and 4 tails. 4 tails. Not 3, but 4, which means that another one just manifested, which is weird but also means that it's probably not trauma that causes them but maybe life experience instead. Or just really strong emotions because he's pretty DMN ecstatic right now because he just got into UA's Class 1A, which, how? Then Izuku freezes in place, silent and static, because if he just got his letter then Shinso probably did too. Which means that Shinso should also know whether he got into the hero course or not, and therefore whether they'll be in class together like they hoped or not, which means that Izuku needs to ring him right now. Scrambling to his feet, Izuku makes a mad dash through his own home until he finds his phone and, movements jerky, taps out his passcode and brings up his contacts. There's only 3 there, but the important one is right at the top of the list. Shinso, he gasps out, the moment the dial tone stops. Mido? I'm here, you alright? That doesn't matter right now. Did you get your letter? Did you get it? Do you know what class you're in? Oh shit, yeah, Mido, I'm in 1A. I managed it with like just over 40 points and, oh Cammy, please tell me that you got in 2? You must have, you had like 60 odd points or something, right? Mido? Come on, don't leave me hangy dash. Holy cow Hitoshi, I got in 2 and Eraserhead, FING Eraserhead, was my recording oh my god my favorite hero told me I got in what the hell, and another tale manifested I think cause I'm so FING happy oh my god Hitoshi please tell me you can meet up because this is the best day of my life now I just need you in it I literally can't even dash. Slow down Fluffball, breathe. Idiot, Hitoshi chides, voice all soft and fond but unable to help himself. And yeah, I'm free for a few hours. Want to meet up at the cat cafe? Yes. See you there in an hour? Sure, he hesitates for a moment, then adds on. Well done Izuku. Unknown to each other, they both blush at the use of Izuku's first name, but it doesn't stop the greenette returning the favor. Why you too Hitoshi? And then Hitoshi hangs up, blushing furiously. Cammy, Izuku was just too cute, even over the phone. We did it. We really, actually did it, he murmurs to his empty room, smiling. Then he heaves himself up from his bed to tell his dads that he's going out, he can't be late to meet up with Izuku after all. Shinso. Izuku cries, scrambling to his feet, careful of the cats scattered around him, to throw himself at the taller boy. Hey Mido, Shinso mumbles into sweet-smelling green curls, arms firm and solid around Izuku to support how he's on tiptoes, own. Arms curled around Shinso's neck, pressed close and tight. After a minute, they both step back and meet each other's eyes, promptly flushing heavily and looking away. Well done Fluffball, I'm glad we're both in 1A. You T2 Shinso. Thanks for meeting up with MEWH when you should probably be celebrating W with your dads. Mido, Fluffball, I want to celebrate with you. But my dads did offer that you could come over for dinner tonight if you wanted? They've been after meeting you and your mums working until 10 again if I've remembered right, so? The insomniac trails off, fidgeting with his sleeves, then scratching the back of his neck, averting his eyes, but then Izuku is bouncing in place, tails bobbing behind him, with a grin so wide and bright it's blinding. I'd love to. And for a long second, they both smile at each other, fond and relieved and pleased. Then, of course, they realize what they're doing, and again look away with bright red faces. Izuku practically collapses back onto the mini cushion pile he'd been on when Shinso came in, and the taller boy is quick to sit opposite him on a more conservative 2 cushions. Immediately, cats swarm them. 2 tabbies, a black and a calico cat circle Shinso, the tabbies curling around each other in his lap, the calico laying down beside him, a single paw stretched out to rest on his knee, and finally the black sets its back down the length of his calf, purring steadily. With a crooked little smile, he pets the 2 tabby cats, and looks up, over at Izuku, who has 9 cats attached to him. Well, 5 of them are piled up on a loose, fluffy coil of 2 of his tails, almost like their personal pet bed, whilst both of Izuku's other tails are looped around the teen's waist and torso, a wide belt of black-green fur. There's a kitten sat on top of his head, everything but its head hidden in their mess, whilst 3 more adults, all black cats, are sprawled across his lap in various manners. Izuku may or may not be cooing down at them, a soft smile making his freckles stand out like his personal constellations, fixed in place but never static, framing his pretty features and eyes. Eyes that are such a vivid, deep green, it's a wonder they're not a color of their own. There has never been a cuter sight in all of existence, Shinso is sure. Never. Physically impossible, and he's genuinely about to get a heart attack here wholly. He distracts himself with pulling out his phone and snapping 3 quick pictures, unable to stop his smile spreading at the sight of them in his camera roll, then switches over to his messaging apps. Good things belong in 3s, cats, sleep, coffee, not us, Zashi, you sappy idiot. YLLWNBLK don't make purple, Mido said he'd come over for dinner. Thanks for letting me ask. Sleep, humst, okay. And kid, we want to meet him. Of course we'd let you ask. Quiet, Watst, what show means is that we're glad to hear that lil listener. But he's right about the second part. YLLWNBLK don't make purple, still. Thanks or whatever. Also, Pops, that name is still cursed. I hate it. Quiet, Watst, son, my darling boy, my precious little troll doll, please consider. 1. Yours is worse. 2. I don't care, DDDDD. Sleep, humst, zashi, literally do not. Quiet, watst, but show. YLLWNBLK don't make purple, before you threaten him with no cuddles, please take this family peace offering. Cutium dying please helpabegafio.png. Also, Pops, rude, my chat name is not cursed. Sleep, humst, kid, you did miss out half the letters. YLLWNBLK don't make purple, but it's accurate. Quiet, watst, oh my god shou look how cute the little foxy listener is. YLLWNBLK don't make purple, please never call him foxy again. Quiet, watst. Fair. But so cute. Tell him we can't wait to meet him tonight. YLLWNBLK don't make purple, only if you promise to be quiet Pops. Quietish at least. And no creeping up on him dad. I told you how anxious he gets. Sleep, humst, don't worry kid. We'll make sure to be careful around him. Won't we? Zashi. Quiet, watst, chuckles I'm in danger. Sleep, humst, not if you're sensible you won't be. Quiet, watst. Shincho? The purple-haired boy jolts a little, switching his phone off on instinct. Ah, Mido, sorry. I was letting my dads know you're good to come over later. It was only a little bit of a lie, so it's fine, right? Or well, it just wasn't the whole truth. It's not like he can just full-on tell his friend that he'd sent an adorable picture of him to his dads. Oh. And it's, definitely okay? There's little Shinso hates more in the world than seeing Izuku so hesitant and unsure, so nervous over accepting even a basic invitation. It really is. They're really informal and stuff, so you don't need to worry about anything. And they want to meet my friend. It's not like I've had many, he adds on in a murmur. A murmur which is apparently loud enough for Izuku's sensitive fox hearing, as he perks up with an expression caught between a pout and a stern frown. Shincho, no. It's not your fault that most people are too dumb to see beyond the worst interpretation of your quirk. It's not that you're unlikable or unlovable, it's that they're too stupid to see you. If they had any kind of clue, they'd regret everything they've ever done. Or not done. Izuku stopped signing then, one hand reaching over to settle on his friend's knee, just above the calico's paw, a hesitant but steady smile lighting up his face. The expression speaks volumes. Thanks Mido, Shinso returns, both a bit too overwhelmed to be speaking, sign being far more welcome that forcing stuttered words past tight throats and stone tongues. And then, acting on instinct, Shinso reaches down and rests his hand over Izuku's, not holding it, just touching. Drawing comfort from the simple kindness. WEVE got another hour and a half, alright? Shinso nods in return, a single eyebrow raised in silent question. Izuku's smile doesn't falter and he picks up the taller boy's hand, pulling it halfway between their laps, and begins to play with his fingers. He runs his fingertips, featherlight, down the length of Shinsu's fingers, then begins to bend and flex them, tugging gently, feeling out his knuckles, calluses, little crinkles and that one little nick of a scar from when he was a kid, circling his palm, tapping against his nails, neat and short bar the chewed thumb. Shinso lets him. It isn't the first time Izuku has relied on something to busy his hands with, to focus and ground himself, but it is the first time he's used Shinso to do so, rather than a hem or a tail or a pen or something. It's nice though. More than. 2 hours later, they're on a train, taking the 10-minute ride to the area of Muzutafu where Shinso lives with his dads and Izuku is ever so slightly freaking out a little bit. Like, his friend is a wonderful person and he loves his dads, that much is obvious, but what if they don't like him? What if they think he's weak or stupid or useless like literally everyone does and decide he can't be friends with his Shincho anymore? What about dinner? What if he chokes and dies and they get blamed? What if he's rude and they hate him? What if the food is disgusting and he can't eat? I dash? Fluffball, breathe for me please. Come on, just breathe. Answer me if you can, okay? Through the haze of his own mind pressing down on him, spine creaking, lungs heaving, throat spasming, Izuku registers the voice and knows that it's safe. Shin dash. That's it, well done. You're going to calm down now Mido, alright? Your breathing is going to even out and you're going to relax a little bit. That's it. Everything is lost to a pleasant haze, tails no longer writhing but settling, draping themselves over his shoulders, around his waist, one latching onto Shinsu's wrist, dragging his hand from its gentle place on Izuku's forearm and instead against his chest, fingertips resting over his collarbone. T-tap rhythm PP please, Izuku gasps out, only half under the taller boy's control. But Shinso seems to understand as he starts to drum a steady pattern along the ridge of Izuku's collarbone, palm pressed just above his heart. It takes a minute, but between the pervading beat to breathe to, and the loose fog dulling his mind, Izuku begins to truly calm down. Immeasurably glad that their train carriage is almost empty, and nobody is paying them any attention, Izuku manages to sign a sloppy Sorry Shincho. Sore. Sorry. Don't be fluffball, don't. It's not your fault and not something to apologize for anyway, alright? And something about those words, the blatant and unquestioning acceptance and support, has Izuku slumping against his friend, fighting the familiar urge to change forms. Unfortunately, they can't stay like that for long. It's only another 2 minutes before their stop is announced, and Shinso wraps a warm, steadying arm around Izuku's shoulders as they stand up, having been denied the option of taking the shorter's rucksack for him. So he makes do with the arduous task of tucking Izuku in close, the position already familiar, and making sure that the greenette is grounded and secure as they step out onto the far busier platform and navigate past groups of teenagers and salarymen, headed to the edge of the worst of the hustle and bustle and straight out into open air. The pavements aren't too bad, luckily. Shinso still doesn't retract his arm though, just in case it gets busy again, you know? You want to take a break anywhere first? We don't have a set time to get home, so it's not gonna be a problem if we want to sit down for a minute. Izuku seems to choke on the words, one of his tails abruptly lashing out to catch his own wrist in a loop of fur, and Hitoshi pulls them both to the side, in an alcove of a closed shop front. Mido, fluffball, it's all fine. Just sign, alright? He receives a nod in return, a shaky sort of smile gracing Izuku's face, and he squeezes his friend's shoulders, just a little, as an extra reassurance. It's fine Shincho. At Shinsu's slightly skeptical look, he hurries on. No, really, it is. Just because I'm nervous doesn't mean that I'm not looking forward to meeting your dads. They sound amazing. They really are, slips out unbidden, but Shinso only flushes at his own admission, unable to deny the words for all that he hadn't meant to say them. My point exactly. And, well, if Izuku is comfortable being a bit more assertive again, then he can't be doing too badly, from what Shinso knows of him, so he smirks at the shorter. Come along then, good sir. The giggle he gets in reply is well worth it. The rest of their trip to the apartment is uneventful, thankfully. Or at least, up until they get onto the floor below Shinsu's and the teen abruptly tenses up. Of course, Izuku immediately notices, ears swiveling as he tries to pick up on the perceived threat, one tail brushing soothingly along the taller's tense arm. Shinso keeps them walking though, already trying to explain. Mido, I probably should have warned you earlier, but I honestly didn't think about it, 'cause they're just my dads and I've been having fun with you and you'll really see you, anyways. I really should tell you that my pops is one of the apartment doors before Shinsu swings open and he shuts his mouth with an audible click of teeth, offering a polite nod to the woman who walks past them. Right, anyways, what I was trying to say is that crepuscular, here, now. No, don't dash. Shinsu's flat door has just burst open, a tangle of limbs and blonde hair falling to the floor, half out on the walkway, and a certain white-blonde cat darts rather nimbly over said tangle, considering its relative size, and bolts towards the two teens. Hitoshi, without hesitation, dives forwards and grabs up the cat, just in time for his dad to step on his pop's quirk active, and capture weapon lashing out to get the cat himself. But then Aizawa pauses, blinks, and smirks. Welcome home Hitoshi. Midoriya, Izuku is gone. With a loud, cut-off squeak of eraser, fur and hair both puffing out dramatically, the greenette vanishes into thin air, black and yellow rucksack thudding to the floor. What even? But Aizawa's bemused mutter isn't to be heard over Hitoshi calling out. Mido, it's alright, really. I was trying to tell you before I was trying to tell you that my dad is Eraserhead and Pops is kinda present mic too. Come on fluffball, you can SWCH back, I promise they won't laugh at you. Mido? But to no avail. Or at least, not much. But then, something indefinable, ineffable, seems to shift beside him, and there's a cold brush of something against his ankle, a draft creeping in around the bottom of his jeans and the tops of his shoes. Fluffball? Something more like a tail wraps around his calf, and he snorts. Not much of a fluffball like that, are you? Come on, let's go inside. And with that, he tucks Crep firmly under one arm, the cat merely hanging there limply in defeat, and scoops up his friend's rucksack, although his dad has already walked the 5 paces over and takes it for him, taking the odd situation in hand as he speaks to seemingly empty air. You can come in too Midoriya. We've been looking forward to meeting our kid's friend, sorry that you had to meet us in such a questionable way. You can call me Aizawa and the idiot Yamada. We can show you our sign names later too. When he lets Crep go and toes off his shoes in the Genkan, Shinso is pleased to have the odd sensation of an almost solid breeze pressing against his leg again, and he crouches with arms loosely folded in offering. And, after a moment, Izuku must jump into the cradle he's made because there's a lovely little chill curled up in his arms, shifting rhythmically and slightly too quickly. Must be Mito breathing, he thinks to himself, and then he carries his friend further into his home. It's going to be an interesting evening to say the least. Just for reference, Crep, Escular, is a chubby flame-point Siamese cat, I think, so he looks something like this. Aizawa thinks his chubbiness is the cutest thing possible and therefore is incapable of following Crep's diet. So Hitoshi, I guess you hadn't told Midoriya about our jobs yet? Aizawa drawls, eyebrow raised with a lazy smirk. Izuku, peering over the invisible fluff of his own tail, is pleasantly surprised to notice that there's nothing truly mean or cruel in the man, it's all fond teasing and that tugs at the fox's heart because oh, this is what a dad is supposed to be like. I was going to, the insomniac exclaims, flushing a little as his arms tighten around the solid breeze that forms his friend. Izuku huffs a bit, for all that it's silent and unfelt, and nudges at Hitoshi's wrist insistently until the boy peers down at the empty space in his arms, then asks, "Want to get down?" In lieu of answering, and quite unaware of the amused looks from Hitoshi's dads, Izuku wriggles his way up, slinks around the back of his friend's neck, across to his other shoulder, then leaps off, to the floor. He geckers to himself, an approximation of laughter, at the surprised cry from Hitoshi when the chill of Izuku's body is briefly pressed against the back of his neck. But, before he can be any more mischievous, Izuku darts away, heading to Hitoshi's room where he knows he'll find a familiar hoodie that he can hide himself in. And if being in his fox form makes him a little more confident, a little more likely to act up to his trickster instincts, then Hitoshi doesn't know that yet. Mito? You there, Fluffball? But Izuku has already disappeared down the hallway, leaving the family alone, staring after the cats that are following after seemingly nothing. Any chance the cats are going with him? Hisashi inquires, face doing something complicated. Hitoshi doesn't even hesitate to answer though, heading over to sprawl on the sofa. Probably. Don't worry about it, chances are he'll have just wanted some time. Hopefully he'll come back in his human form. They all stay in silence for a long few moments, but it's broken by Aizawa muttering, "Mood." His particular choice of interruption has Hitoshi squawking at him to, "Never meme again, oh my Kami dad, I've literally told you 1,000 times." The underground hero just half-heartedly sends a loop of capture weapon to bat at the purple wilderness peeking up over the back of the sofa. Hisashi, for his part, laughs at their antics before rounding the kitchen counter to start on dinner. At least stir-fry is quick and healthy. It only takes a few minutes for the family to settle down as they usually would. Hitoshi switches the television on, finding MeTube and putting on Animal Crossing videos because he doesn't want to actually play the one-person game with Izuku here, but also, it's his favorite and hopefully something adorable and wholesome will help to keep Izuku comfortable. Also, Hitoshi knows that his dad secretly adores every single cat villager. Pops, on the other hand, prefers the birds or just any with a peppy personality because, he's the same as them, they're fun. Or so he claims. Regardless, Hitoshi settles in, silently mourning the lack of fox or cat fluffiness, as his dad works on some paperwork and Pops prepares veg and marinade something, humming along to the game's theme tunes and the nonsensical noises of various villagers. It's comfortable and warm, and that's probably what prompts Izuku to quietly pad into the room, swamped yet again by Hitoshi's gray cat-eared hoodie, D's head poking out of the raised hood, eyes glinting amongst Izuku's curls. Plus, the other three are all gathered around as well. Crepuscular, comparatively sensibly, is winding in between Izuku's legs, purring a little, butting his head against the teen's calves. Toast is curled up in Izuku's arms, but beneath her is Gum, apparently splayed out through the hoodie pocket, gray paws poking out of one end and a tail draped from the other. It's absolutely adorable. And judging by the way Aizawa's fingers twitch, just a little, he agrees. All the same, neither he nor Hisashi move towards or speak to Izuku, simply continuing with their tasks, not acknowledging Izuku's arrival at all. It gives the greenette the emotional space to move beyond the hallway and cross the space towards Hitoshi, hunched a little but apparently soothed by the cat swarming him, eyes flickering throughout the room. But then he reaches the sofa, safe in the quiet of Animal Crossing alone, and gently deposits Toast on Hitoshi's lap so that he can support the hoodie pouch as he sits down himself, keeping Gum comfortable. Wordlessly, the insomniac accepts both the cat and the warm body that settles beside him. And if he yet again slings his arm carefully around Izuku's shoulders, then his dads will at least wait to call him out until once Izuku's gone. Hopefully anyway. Gradually, as the home stays tranquil, Izuku relaxes further and further, sinking into Hitoshi's side. Even though he still feels awkward, and quite a bit anxious, the atmosphere is so warm and welcoming that it's difficult to overthink things. Not to mention that he loves their cats more than anything. The familiar arm curled around his shoulders is quite nice too though. Grounding. Not to mention that Hitoshi's warmth is seeping through the hoodie, straight down into Izuku's bones, and he feels entrenched, positively drowned, in the scent of his friend and the taller teen's family. It's something Izuku usually tries to ignore, scent, but right now he lets himself breathe deeply and easily, as much as he would at home, and there's nothing even slightly negative to it. Nothing that makes his sinuses burn or his face screw up. No 6-week sweat or body odor, like at school, nor an overwhelming wall of everything like in public. It's strong but subtle. Izuku loves it. At some point there comes the hiss of frying food along with the smell of vegetables and soy sauce, and Hitoshi squeezes Izuku tighter for a moment before standing up, toast leaping out of his lap. "Wanna feed the cats with me?" Sure. And seeing Hitoshi's grin at his verbal response is well worth it, even as the insomniac offers a hand to help him up, then unthinkingly tugs him over towards the kitchen. Izuku's gaze catches on Eraser, Aizawa, but the man is focused on his work, signing off on one last document. Is that a police report? Yes, look, it has the Muzutafu police insignia. Wonder what fight or investigation, before he starts shuffling things together, grumbling under his breath. Izuku promptly tears his focus away and instead tries not to trip over crepe. It's only another 10 minutes on when Hitoshi ushers Izuku into one of the dining chairs, settling beside him as Aizawa dumps their bowls of stir-fry in front of them. Thank you sirs. It's quiet, hesitant, but the hint of strength behind it is another to keep him audible. No problem kid. And call me Aizawa, remember. There's enough formality at school already, can't be bothered with it at home. What Shoyuta means listener, is that A, you're welcome. B, you're our kid's friend, we want you to be comfortable with us and C, I hope you enjoy. Hitoshi told us you don't have any allergies or particular dislikes, so I thought stir-fry would be good. It looks wonderful thank you C, Yamada-san. Hizashi immediately pouts around his chopsticks. Ishposh. Hitoshi laughs at their interactions, digging into his meal himself, and they fall into another comfortable silence, half listening to the news radio channel that's now playing in the background. Halfway through the meal, there's a segment on heroics, all four of them perking up slightly. But then there's a series of statistics and listener comments on the publicity of heroics, and it has them frowning. It's approximately 40% actually, Izuku mutters, seemingly to himself. But all of the family hear it, and Aizawa is quick to reply. It is. How did you know? Izuku's eyes widen, head ducking with a flush, yet after a moment he steels himself, looking up and pausing to gather his thoughts. Well, IW was doing some research and I knew that it had to be higher than 20%, because the levels of poverty are too high for that. To be realistic in the first place, and then when you consider the prevalence of media recognition for those areas, well. And I watch a lot of hero fights and when you look at the damages and surroundings, it's pretty blatant that at least 75% of those happen in limelight areas, which are those generally of average incomes at 2.7 million yen a year, which is at the very least lower middle class people, and definitely doesn't include the red light districts, slums or poorer suburbs. Additionally, the media completely disregards underground heroes except criticisms and villainization, excepting a few more liberal outlets that are too controversial to usually be publicly credible. Of course, the actual number of underground heroes is a lot lower, usually around 1 to every 7 limelight heroes, not including sidekicks or interns, at which point it becomes a 1 to 12 ratio. So, once I took all of this into account, I did some of my own calculations and found that just under 43% of day-to-day villain fights go unpublicized. Of course, I couldn't really factor in major operations as we often don't hear about them, or at least not reliably so, but... Oh! Izuku suddenly gulps, eyes wide as he stares across the table at the two men, fingers beginning to tremble. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to ramble on about nothing of interior dash. Kid, Aizawa interrupts, though not unkindly so. That was fascinating. Nedzu did much the same thing when that statistic was initially released, although I think he got it to 41%. To be fair to you, he likely has access to more data, Aizawa comments, tone casual but eyes burning. The beginning of a Cheshire grin is creeping in amongst his stubble. What? Exactly what I said. That level of knowledge, analysis, and application is impressive, kid. Good job. Perhaps that would have come across as patronizing to some people, but it has Izuku tearing up, eyes positively glowing as he stares down at the table and squeezes his own cheeks, bunching up his freckles in a way that has Hitoshi wanting to trace them. Instead, he nudges his elbow into the greenette's side with a lazy grin. Well, would you look at that Mito, you've impressed the eraser head. The squeak that elicits is well worth it. And Izuku, for all of his embarrassment, can't help but smile a bit himself at the good-natured laughter around the table. Hitoshi's dads are just as kind as he'd expected. So maybe he hadn't expected them to be pro-heroes, and two of his favorites at that, but he can almost forget the fact when Aizawa snorts at his son's antics and Yamada belly laughs, blonde bun flopping behind him. After that, conversation flows easily. Hitoshi asks his pops about how things were in the studio today, and the tall man then turns it back onto his son, asking about the cats at the cafe. They're all good still. Apparently Leaf is nearly well enough to be back in with the rest now, so we'll be able to see him again soon. And the rest are still blessings. Hey, Fluffball, wasn't it cute when Juice was batting at Bearbutt? Oh, it really was. Bear tried to hide in my tails, but Princess got annoyed with him and chased him away again. The two start chattering about their favorite cafe cats, too enraptured with their topic and each other to notice the fond, relieved glances shared by the two heroes. They'd known that Izuku would be a good person, and certainly an intelligent one, from what Hitoshi had told them and what they'd seen of the exam results and corridor footage. But to be able to watch their son smile and laugh with a friend was far too novel an experience for them, something they'd waited for with the anxiety that only parents can feel. And to now see how Hitoshi and Izuku interact. Well, they couldn't be happier, really. All the same, the four finish up dinner to animated discussion of cats and Izuku insists, even with a stutter, that he'll help with the dishes. Hitoshi snickers when his dads protest and scoops up their bowls for himself, commenting, "He's not gonna take no for an answer." "And no, I'm not," Izuku affirms, already at the sink. Aizawa, for one, is content to expend as little energy as possible and nods along, already dragging himself to the armchair. Hisashi, on the other hand, squawks with indignation. "But you're a guest. Shincho said I'm as good as family," comes the instant retort. Hisashi pouts, but then beams wide, bouncing on the ball of his feet, his exuberance infectious as he whines, the noise rapidly escalating in noise and pitch until it becomes a joyous screech and Aizawa opens his eyes to glare across the room, Quirk flaring crimson, and the noise drops back to the volume of a whimper. Izuku watches on, fascinated. "Eraser Sir Aizawa-san. How did you activate your recessive gene? I've been assuming that's what the minor levitation is, because the chances of being a direct part of your erasure quirk is incredibly unlikely, the relation seems too weak, and if was only your capture weapon then I'd theorize it to be inherent to the object itself, perhaps being a quirk material, but it's your hair too. The probability of activating the recessive quirk factor is insanely low, only really possible with seemingly weak quirks, which is practically an invitation for more versatile heroes that will be underestimated and have the element of surprise. But anyway. Your recessive gene must have activated when you were relatively young for you to have gained such quick mastery of your capture weapon and, oh my Cammy, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have brought up something so personal like that. Aizawa huffs out a half-laugh, a bit more dry than truly amused. "Kid, breathe, would you? It's fine. Most people don't know about recessive quirk genes, so good to know that's one part of your curriculum you'll already be familiar with." Izuku stutters, looking genuinely mortified, and Hitoshi doesn't hesitate to settle a gentle touch on his wrist, sleeves rolled up for the washing up. The greenette barely notices though, staring at Aizawa. "Seriously, it's not a problem. Like you said, I was young, so it was a long time ago now. My father and I were victims of a villain attack and the stress of the situation prompted the activation, just as you theorized. At least I'll be able to keep 2 of my students this year, hey Zashi. About time, you grump," the blonde chirps, bounding over to dramatically flop against the armchair, arms flailing on his husband. Izuku relaxes at the sight. Then relaxes further when he consciously registers Hitoshi's kind touch, sending the insomniac a wobbly smile that's returned with a crooked grin, pale cheeks dimpling. Izuku doesn't leave for another 2 hours. The four watch an old-fashioned hero movie together, Hisashi and Izuku letting out quiet and not-so-quiet cheers at every successful fight or triumph the protagonist manages, and Aizawa, Hitoshi and Izuku make critical comments at unrealistic plot elements or stunts. It's fun and as warm as the entire evening has already been, and Izuku has never felt more at home with anyone but his mum before. It's wonderful. Yet still, it has to come to an end, and Hitoshi quickly volunteers to walk Izuku to the train station. It's dark out and for all that they live in a good part of Muzurifu with fairly low crime rates, he worries about his smaller friend. Yes, he conveniently forgets that his fluffball came first in the UA entrance exam, but when looking down at his freckled face, flushed with laughter, still swamped in Hitoshi's hoodie, such things are very easy to forget. And when Hitoshi comes back into the apartment, Aizawa immediately speaks up. "You've chosen well for our son-in-law." "Dad dash. No. You're my son, he's my son-in-law. It's decided." He's deadly serious, but both he and Hisashi still snicker at how Hitoshi flushes bright red, right to the tips of his ears, and buries his face in his hands with a long groan. But let it be said, Aizawa hasn't been wrong about these things yet. Also, shout out to Liz for drawing a super cool concept for Kitsune Izuku. So majestic. This Discord is saving my life right now, I can't even. They're all so good. Ah, you wonderful lot on the server are making my heart glow, you know that? Even though he and Hitoshi have been friends for over a month now, Izuku is somehow still relieved when his friend's train comes in and that familiar purple hair is revealed through the doors, immediately bobbing between people to reach Izuku, who is tucked back in their usual meet-up alcove for when the station's particularly busy. Like right now. In all honesty, Izuku is kind of terrified for today. Sure, he'll have Hitoshi, and both Aizawa and Yamada will be about, but it's still their first day, even if it is just what should be an entrance ceremony but will apparently be a quirk assessment instead. That's all he and Hitoshi know, but it's enough to raise Izuku's metaphorical and literal hackles. Hence his ears and tails being out. Luckily, he's managed to keep it down to the minimum 3 tails, settling in their familiar positions around him, waist, wrist, and the base of his neck. Vulnerable spots. And when Hitoshi emerges fully from the crowd, a crooked little grin crinkling the corners of his pretty eyes, Izuku instinctively, automatically, dives into his chest, despite only just seeing each other, the day before yesterday. Hey there fluffball, Hitoshi murmurs, carefully keeping his mouth away from sensitive ears and, in the hustle, bustle and outright noise of the train station, Izuku very much appreciates the fact. Hi Shinso, he mutters back. Despite the words being muffled in Hitoshi's uniform, he must have heard them, judging by how he squeezes Izuku tighter for a moment, then lets go and steps back into the edge of the crowd. When he offers his hand, Izuku doesn't hesitate to take it. Shall I lead the way, good sir? I've been told I'm a trustworthy navigator, you know. The jokes and physical comfort mean even more to Izuku than they usually would, because he can see the slight shadows in his friend's eyes, and how his bags are darker than usual, and how that one thumbnail has been bitten at viciously. Hitoshi is nervous too, but he's focusing on trying to help Izuku be comfortable first. And just for that, Izuku manages a true smile for his friend. What Izuku doesn't know is how Hitoshi's heart stops, stutters and splutters back to life in half a second at the appealing sight. Ears, pointed and dark, perking up out of fluffy curls, entire galaxies of freckles casting a warm glow on pale skin, under eye bags undeniable but nothing in the face of glinting green eyes and a slightly too sharp smile that's stunning in all the best ways, and a few darker ones too. His friend is the prettiest thing in existence and one of these days Hitoshi's heart won't be able to recover from the sheer beauty of it. The train stop is only 5 minutes from UA, and they pause, still hand in hand, just through the gates. There's very few students about this early, a deliberate ploy on their part because crowds are not fun for either of them, and the massive campus dominated by glass-clad buildings is quite intimidating, honestly. Cool, but intimidating. And so they pause, shuffling a little closer to each other as they stare up at the building. It feels different now, knowing that they're officially students here, uniforms and all, about to go to their shared classroom in the top hero course in the top hero school in the country. But then, after a moment of staring up at the building, they squeeze each other's hands and, by tacit agreement, move forward once more. They've got each other, so they'll be fine. Or maybe they won't, Izuku thinks, fighting not to freeze up as they walk towards their classroom door and the familiar voice of Bakugo reaches his ears, even through walls and wood. Really? He's far from surprised but, all the same, Izuku is so disappointed. He'd known that Bakugo would get in, because his quirk was amazing and his record was spotless thanks to their awful teachers over the years, awful for him at least. Izuku had known that the blonde was a shoo-in. And yet a tiny part of him had hoped and wished and prayed that he might finally be free of his childhood friend. Childhood tormentor. At this point, they were one and the same and all the more painful for. But then Hitoshi is opening the door and Izuku doesn't have time to think anymore. Instead, he ducks behind his friend, vainly hoping that Hitoshi's height will hide him well enough that he'll go unnoticed and then Bakugo, along with the robotic boy attempting to berate him, will fail to notice the greenette. It works for all of about 3 seconds. Bakugo, having turned to face the newcomer with a scowl, must catch notice of Izuku's tails or something, dark green fluff no different to red for a bull, and Izuku, despite not looking, can almost feel the temperature in the room rise. Oi, zombie fucker, who's the sheet behind you? Hitoshi, to his credit, tenses up, stance becoming more protective even as he doesn't let go of Izuku's hand. What's it to you, dandelion? Unfortunately, Bakugo doesn't answer, surging to his feet instead. And within 2 steps, he can see a familiar mess of green curls, barely even registering the ears that are pressed almost flat within them. You too, I must insist you be polite to your P-Ida is cut off by Bakugo letting off several loud pops, hands curled at his sides. Deku. The growl is deep and familiar, sending shocks of phantom pain, bright and bursting, down Izuku's spine, sparking at his throat and along his shoulders. But no, he's at UA now, he's earned his place, so surely he can stand up in the face of Baku. Deku. The hell, shitty nerd, what kind of shitty trickery did you use to get first? Izuku is gone. He can't control it, can't help it, but there's an almost real pain hammering through him already, and without a single thought he suches, quicker than a blink, promptly writhing his one-tail form through Hitoshi's legs, whimpering and geckering quietly, for all that they can't hear it. And whilst he mourns the loss of Hitoshi's hand around his own, the age-old comfort of being invisible and close to intangible wins out by far and he poofs out of sight. Unfortunately, not out of mind as well. Bakugo is growling and snapping and snarling, yet more small explosions making themselves known, and Izuku resists the urge to flee fully into the intangibility of his more-tailed forms. For tails would make him bigger, and that would let him run faster, but two would be smaller and feel safer, even though they wouldn't be able to touch him either. Wah. You useless little sheet, disappearing like you always do. The F dash, you weak butt Deku? Oi, purple, why the F, were you with a shitstain like him anyway, huh? You're clearly an extra but you dash. How exactly is it your business? Hitoshi demands, some kind of protective fury lacing into his bored drawl, and that grounds Izuku enough to keep him there, pressed against his insomniac's legs. It's my business because... Bakugo trails off, seemingly losing his train of thought as the palpable anger in the room begins to dissipate. Izuku can't relax just yet though. Instead, tension lances through his muscles like lightning, sharp and arching in jagged patterns amongst his bones and tendons and fur. But tension is only tension, so much less than the agony of explosions against his skin. You will return to your seat and remain calm until the teacher is in the room. And, thank Kami for Toshi's quirk, because Bakugo actually backs off, walking casually back over to his desk by the windows and sitting down, calm as you please, face unnaturally blank. Izuku, shuddering with something like relief, presses his nose more insistently against Hitoshi's leg until the teen crouches down and offers a now familiar cradle of his arms to empty air. Izuku barely hesitates before he leaps into them, curling up immediately, hiding his face under his tail where it's safe and dark and the closest thing to quiet that he's likely to get in a school. Luckily, Ida is rather too preoccupied with gaping at Bakugo to notice the little interaction, and if he registers the odd way Hitoshi is holding his arms, Izuku's backpack slung over one shoulder, then he doesn't say anything. The poor boy really does seem to be a bit overwhelmed with the last 2 minutes. Hitoshi, on the other hand, is not, and he takes in the seating chart on the board before heaving a sigh, murmuring to Izuku that it's a shame we're stuck behind Angry Dandelion, before he heads to the back corner, depositing Izuku's bag next to his own desk rather than the greenette's, just in case Bakugo snaps out of the control and decides to go after it in lieu of his friend himself. Before settling down into his own chair, Izuku carefully deposited in his lap. And if he keeps on hand resting upon the solid breeze that his friend currently is, then sue him. Hitoshi likes to try and keep track of his fluffball when he's invisible. Know he's safe and all that jazz. It's quite disconcerting still to have a small friend who seemingly disappears at random intervals, or not so random, honestly, and there's no way that Hitoshi isn't going to be asking Izuku about this later. The way that Bakugo had specifically gone after his fluffball has all kinds of alarm bells ringing already, and the fact that Izuku had known to hide behind Hitoshi, and then to hide more fully in his fox form, speaks volumes. And none of it is good. None at all. Hitoshi and Izuku, over the last month, have discussed their lives in fairly general terms. Hitoshi knows about Izuku being bullied and vice versa, with very few details given. Izuku knows about the 3 years of shoddy foster parents that Hitoshi had lived through after his parents died, but he also knows about Hitoshi meeting his dads when he was 11, and how they'd adopted him as soon as possible. How he'd at least been happy at home ever since. The insomniac, in turn, knows about Izuku's so-called father abandoning he and his mum for no reason when he was 3, barely old enough to remember a cruel sneer and cruel words said at the door, and how much Inko had to work as a result, and how Izuku had put so much effort into hiding his injuries because of that. Hiding his scars. They know a lot about each other, but bullies was never something they'd gone into detail about. It's not a comfortable conversation. And judging by that whole mess, and Izuku's fear, this blonde kid had been one of his fluffball's tormentors. Hitoshi definitely has something to discuss with his dad tonight, to say the least. But, for now, he focuses on keeping a steady hand resting across what he assumed to be Izuku's back, index finger tapping a light breathing rhythm there, glad when the shivering and rapid breathing of the cool little body seems to calm and slow, the spirit fox relaxing in his lap minute after minute, only flinching or twitching whenever the door opens and another voice and smell joins the cacophony already in the room. Fortunately, Hitoshi's dad makes his entrance almost exactly on the chime, so not long after the last of the other students get into class. Hitoshi, watching the arrival of and reactions to the yellow caterpillar, has to hold in a snort, because he hadn't realized this would be so funny to watch. And even better, when Aizawa's voice first reaches them, Izuku relaxes that final bit, now fully resting against Hitoshi in a way that screams trust. It's enough to almost make up for Izuku needing to be tense and scared in the first place. Not quite enough, no, but certainly close enough. Until of course, Aizawa actually steps into the classroom, and Hitoshi's quirk stops affecting Bakugo, who rockets to his feet, yelling almost nonsense with a blur of Deku, shitty, and what the F dash, little explosions popping in his palms. And yet, within a second of his raging, red eyes are glaring across the classroom, black hair and the off-white capture weapon writhing in the air to slap over his mouth. You, Bakugo Katsuki. Shut up. This is a classroom, not a place for you to waste my time with illogical outbursts. And on that note, I'm Aizawa Shoyuta, Pro Hero Eraserhead, your homeroom teacher. Put these on and meet me out on Training Field Gamma for your quirk apprehension test. And yet nobody moves, glancing around at each other in some combination of shock and confusion. Bakugo, for his part, seems to have calmed down a bit. Although actually, his fists are still clenched at his sides, even as Aizawa releases him from the capture weapon and he drops down unceremoniously at his desk. Better keep an eye on that. But then one brave soul, spiky red hair, Fun, raises his hand and asks, "Sir, where's student 18? Are they late? They're not hurt, are they?" "They're here," Aizawa replies, utterly monotone, and receives a confirming slow blink from Hitoshi. And, yes, the way his son's arms are settled above his lap suggests that he's cradling something that's curled up on his legs. But why did Izuku change forms? Was it just the volume of people in a relatively small, very unfamiliar space? "Whoa, are they invisible like me? One girl, or, one uniform, huh," cries out. Judging by the way her clothing shifts, she must be bouncing in her seat, peering curiously at the empty space. "No, they're not. Uniforms, go." And, with that abrupt dismissal, Aizawa turns and walks out of the door, closing it behind him. Only Hitoshi is likely to have realized that he jumped straight up into the vents and was now literally lying in wait, patient enough to stay there until he could see who would leave the room first and last, how they would be interacting, and also close enough that if any fights broke out, he would be able to hear and be back in the room within moments. It was as good a test of their potential as the quirk test, frankly. Hence Aizawa being mildly disappointed when all of the students stream out relatively quickly in little clumps of 2s and 3s, and the occasional loner, his own son apparently included. Although actually, the indentation of his uniform around the collar makes it pretty apparent to the underground hero that Izuku must be wrapped around his neck. That is quite concerning. And quite odd, frankly. Aizawa has spent time with Izuku on another 6 occasions over the last month, and whilst he is undeniably skittish and shy, having Hitoshi nearby is normally enough to help ground him, even amongst crowds or at a new place. Perhaps it's the involvement of a school environment? Or, now that he thinks about it more carefully, something to do with that explosive one. Bakugo. He came from the same school district, possibly the same actual school, as Izuku, although Aizawa will have to double-check their files and, if he's remembering correctly, then that implies that Bakugo might well be one of Izuku's old bullies. That fact is utterly unacceptable in the prose books. No two ways about it. For now though, he'll let the test play out, see how they all interact, how much effort and ingenuity they put in, how they will deal with being surrounded by similar-sized fish in a far bigger pond than they're used to. It will be interesting, as it always is, even more so with his son and Izuku in the class. Aizawa can only hope it will be one of the easier years as well. Although judging by everything so far, that would be a futile wish. And indeed, the full class arrives within the 15 minutes he allowed, admittedly with most of them chattering to each other, but still. They are teenagers. Hitoshi is hanging back, and the slight nod he offers to his dad tells of how he'd managed to get Izuku to change forms at least long enough to put the gym uniform on, likely in one of the private changing rooms, which is a start. He'll take it. "Alright class, we're doing the standard physical fitness tests, but I expect you to use your quirks as much as possible. It would be illogical not to." The instant round of groans and cheers have Aizawa flaring his quirk again, then grumbling and putting some eye drops in once they're all quiet again. "This is an assessment, don't think I won't expel you if you come last." The immediate outcry is even rowdier this time, and even as he's glaring at the class, Aizawa notes Hitoshi taking a few paces back, one hand coming up to rest against empty air. Yes, that likely will put both of them ill at ease, wouldn't it? Kami, he hates teenagers sometimes. So loud. Life isn't fair. Villains, natural disasters, the system, none of it is fair. Stop complaining and start doing something about it, he drawls out, then points at a redhead who had been yelling about manliness. What was your middle school distance for the ball throw? 60 meters? Stand in the circle, throw this. Use your quirk to better your score. The redhead, Kirishima, if he remembers correctly, does exactly that, only hardening his right arm, but the extra momentum still gives him a bit of a boost, getting a 92 instead. Shame he didn't also think to harden his feet to anchor himself and twist more to add to that momentum. He might have gotten over 100 then. Reasonable. Next, seat number 1. And they go through the class. Uraraka gets an infinity, several people manage to get at least 200 meters, which is probably around the average results from a full class of 20. Some of the less physical or force-based quirks only see things around the 80 to 100 meters, the invisible girl expectedly only managing 55. But she hasn't hit zero potential yet, not by far. Then, finally, once the ruckus dies down after Bakugo's DIE-fold explosion, it's Izuku's turn. Seat 18, your turn. There's an immediate hubbub, everyone looking round curiously, chattering, and Hitoshi edges to the front of them all, the slight indentations along his shoulders disappearing. And, after a few moments, Izuku pops into existence in the center of the circle, one tail outstretched to take the ball from Aizawa's hand, even as the other three remain curled around his torso protectively, shoulders hunched. Aizawa meets his eyes and tries to convey everything that he can't say out loud with them. That Izuku will be safe here, that Aizawa will be fair to him, that Izuku has a right to be here. Something in it seems to work as some of the glossiness gets blinked away from those green eyes. Good. Class, quiet. Don't distract each other, it's rude at best and potentially life-threatening at worst. Aizawa fixes them all with a glare, focusing it primarily on a clearly steaming Bakugo, who has an edge of confusion to that anger which is very interesting, and then turns the majority of his attention to Izuku. Go ahead. With that, Izuku meets his eyes for one more moment, squares his shoulders, and grabs the ball from his own tail. Then, the four appendages unravel themselves from his chest and waist, flaring out behind him before wrapping and twisting along themselves, reminiscent of simple twisted rope, forming a thick mass of fur and muscle. Then, Izuku takes a deep breath, ears twitching. The ball gets tossed directly up and he turns, pivoting smartly on his heel. The ball gets smashed by his tails, flexing them slightly with it. The fluff that arguably should have cushioned the blow has no effect as the projectile goes flying through the air, arching off into the distance. It was one of the best hits, undeniably. For a long few moments, everyone waits in silence, until Aizawa's device beeps and 811 meters. Point 1, he tacks on, for the sake of accuracy. And possibly for reassuring Izuku a little too, in full honesty, it's only logical to after all. Seat 19. But as Hitoshi steps forwards, grinning unrestrained at Izuku, there's an abrupt scream of rage and Bakugo comes flying forwards to push past him and get to Izuku. He fails. Izuku, seeing him headed for Hitoshi, for his friend, no, snarls and moves forward himself, two tails acting as a shield, another two reaching to push Hitoshi back. Even as he does so, Aizawa's quirk is active, cancelling out the explosions, capture weapon shooting out to yank Bakugo close to him, away from his boys, covering all the way up to and, of course, including his mouth. You will not attack your fellow classmates here at UA. Such behavior is reprehensible and utterly unheroic. Right now, you're to go and get changed back into your standard uniform and wait outside the principal's office for when he calls you in. Whilst I would like to expel you on the spot, your potential is not yet zero and I will leave you to Nedzu's whims. If you fail to do this, you will be expelled, effective immediately. Is that understood? Somewhat reluctantly, Aizawa unravels part of the capture weapon to allow the teenager to actually reply. What the F dash? No. I said, is that understood? Some part of it must get through to the blonde as he glares viciously, but nods all the same. Ungracious brat. Go. No detours either. Aizawa takes a certain vicious satisfaction in seeing the blonde stomp away, and an even greater satisfaction in the way that Izuku comes out of a protective crouch in front of Shinso, wonder in his eyes as he stares at Aizawa, posture slack in shock and relief. Right, now that the interruption has been dealt with, it's your turn, Shinso. And, for now, that's that. Aizawa barely pauses to knock before entering Nedzu's office, resisting the visceral urge to snarl at the blonde boy seated before the great desk, hands in pockets to likely stop him from popping off explosions. It doesn't stop Aizawa's quirk from threatening to flare. Ah, Eraserhead, just who I wish to see. I received your brief email regarding Bakugo-kun here, but a full first-hand account made by the teacher is always best, is it not? Nedzu, he greets, ignoring the teen completely. Bakugo-kun led with an outburst, quick usage and expletives included, upon my entrance to the classroom. He later, during the class quirk apprehension test, attempted to assault another student, physically and verbally, again with quirk and expletives involved. Judging by both the student's reaction, and Bakugo's own words, he would appear to be something of a bully. I believe he and Midoriya-kun were in the same middle school district, and likely the same school. Why yes, they dash. Shut the F up about that shitty Deku. He's weak. He's gonna get himself killed trying to be some second-rate hero extra, when I'm gonna be number FING1. Bakugo Katsuki, I suggest you close that foul mouth before you get in further trouble, Aizawa admonishes, turning a burning gaze on the boy. Nedzu, as usual, watches on, eyes calculating. And thus your assessment of his potential, Eraserhead? Aizawa hesitates for the barest moment, but allows his rationality and logic to overcome his selfish fury. Not zero. But to remain above zero, serious intervention will be needed. Yes, I don't even consider it Bakugo-kun, if you wish to remain our student, Nedzu chirrups, tone bright but eyes closed with all the slyness of a fox with the force of his fall smile. I rather agree, Eraserhead. Perhaps we shall discuss the terms of his continued enrollment by ourselves, and then with his parents once they arrive. If he's going to keep on interrupting, definitely, Aizawa grumbles, already exhausted with the matter. What a shame that expelling a student like this, volatile, powerful, vain, from the premier hero school in the country would most likely drive him into villainy, sooner or later down the line, an expense too high to pay. Aizawa would much rather be rid of him entirely. Still though, he can be temporarily, as Nedzu dismisses Bakugo to wait outside, the boy grumbling the whole way, which is really not helping his case, prompting Aizawa to lean against his employer's desk, arms folded, eyes closing. How illogical. On the contrary, Shibata-kun, I admire your logical thinking so far. It can be difficult with personal feelings involved, I understand. The kid's as good as mine and he's clearly been relentlessly and heavily bullied for years. Just how much of a part Bakugo had to play, I don't know, but it's blatant he had some role in it. It's FING awful that he got as close to Isuku as he did today. Disgusting, actually. And Kami, Aizawa is so tired already. How is it only the first day of the school year? Yes, I should rather imagine so. What are your thoughts going forwards though? Anger management, no question about it. Minimized possible contact with Isuku, preferably through a suspension and subsequent probationary PRD, along with seating changes and restrictions on partner or group work, both in academic and heroics lessons. Probably from Hitoshi too, actually. Perhaps some kind of restrictions on quirk usage and heroics training as well. The heavier we go, the better the results, until we hit that breaking point of it being too much. Nedzu. Aizawa turns to his employer, eyes blazing without the need for his quirk. I want you to get as close to that point as possible. I do believe I would be quite content to oblige you in this case, Shibata-kun. We shouldn't want another NG, after all. No we wouldn't. That's a point, am I going to be able to make therapy mandatory for a couple of the kids already? Todoroki is one that clearly needs it. I don't see why not, for all that it's a little early. A single session for now though. Good, Aizawa grunts, sagging further again. Well, that's one issue at least semi-dealt with, which is good. Before they can go on however, there comes a sharp knock on the door, accompanied by two similar voices yelling at each other. Ah, the rest of the Bakugas must have arrived then. After a moment to straighten themselves up, Aizawa fully rounding Nedzu's desk to stand at the creature's shoulder, face carefully blank, the principal calls out for them to enter. This should be fun. Lucky them. Meanwhile, Hitoshi is the only thing keeping Isuku from suching back into his spirit fox form. Or having a panic attack. Perhaps both. Well, that had been true throughout the rest of the tests, as Isuku managed to nod or shake his head in reply to a few of the many questions before Aizawa had shut everyone up again. And then Hitoshi had managed to secrete them both back to the private changing room where they had come on the way to the tests, one room with 3 large cubicles, quiet and a few corridors down from the main ones the rest of the class was using, isolated enough with only Hitoshi around for Isuku to feel safe changing. But now they had to return to their classroom and wait to be dismissed. Aizawa had gone to help deal with Bakugo, and isn't that something novel and terrifying and euphoric, all at the same time, and apparently another teacher would be along soon to pass around a few handouts and dismiss them all in preparation for their first full school day tomorrow, but they haven't arrived yet. Which leaves a classroom of 19 teenagers to their own devices. Hitoshi, for his part, is silent. But he has already ushered Izuku into his own seat so that only a tall, calm girl was behind the greenette, and Hitoshi would be in between him and Bakugo should the blonde be allowed back into the classroom. Then, without even thinking, Hitoshi sits backwards in his temporary seat, placing his hands, palm up, on the desk between them, an open invitation. Izuku, after barely a second's hesitation, takes him up on the offer. Ears still almost flat to his head, tails wrapped thickly around his torso, a quiet whimper building up in his throat, he slots trembling fingers with Hitoshi's, interlacing them and, once Hitoshi has casually curled their fingers together, Izuku begins to fidget, rapping Hitoshi's knuckles gently on the table with a staccato rhythm, tail tips feathering along his own skin, flexing slightly with each beat. Hitoshi allows him the movements, utterly focused on how Izuku is gradually calming down, steadying. Occasionally, he'll squeeze his fluffball's fingers, just to check in. In response, Izuku will keep his eyes closed, but he'll flash the briefest of smiles, returning the gentle squeeze to assure Hitoshi that he's still present, still aware, he's just fighting through it all. Luckily, even the more inquisitive of the class seem to respect that the greenette clearly needs some space, and they hold off. Although, judging by how a few are exchanging numbers and talking about a group chat, Hitoshi fears that they'll both be roped into that sooner rather than later. Well, at least a group chat can be muted. And his fluffball is much more comfortable over text than in person at first, the informality and lack of face-to-face contact allowing him to be more himself, or at least to speak more easily. Hitoshi likes his friends' in-person words best though, his friend's voice. They're intelligent and sweet and laced with determination, regardless of any stutter or uncertainty, and that makes them pretty DMN perfect in his books. Eventually, Aizawa traipses back into the room, a momentary widening of his eyes showing his surprise at them all being there, staring right back at him, then abruptly all scrambling to get back into their seats, phones away. Has Mike not come to dismiss you? No, wait, don't bother answering, he clearly hasn't, Aizawa sighs, pinches the bridge of his nose and plows on. Right. Well, might as well go through some administrative stuff first, it's only logical. Ojiro, please take Bakugo's seat. Shinso, Midoriya, those seats are yours now. Yes, these changes are permanent, no I don't wish to share why, no, we're not making any more adjustments. Bakugo has avoided expulsion for attempting to assault another student, but will be facing other punishments which, quite frankly, are none of your business. Take these handouts. Included are your timetables and the weekly cafeteria menus. Oh, and some additional forms for minor medical, media and financial matters not covered by your enrollment forms. If you lose anything, photocopy another student's before coming to the faculty office and bothering us, but any major issues don't hesitate to ask a teacher about. Those issues can include difficulties with learning material, balancing your schedules and finances or social issues, be they from home, school or generic. Is all of that understood? After a moment of everyone taking in the whirlwind of information, there are a round of nods and calls of yes, sensei, the man busy digging out Ojiro's and Bakugo's sheets to be handed out in the correct rows, or not at all for the latter. He'll probably just email them to the parental contact tonight. Whatever. Just because Aizawa can acknowledge that Bakugo still has some element of potential doesn't mean he's got to like it. Hint, he really doesn't. Still, once all of the handouts have gone out, Aizawa officially dismisses them and walks right on out, heading to the faculty room to meet up with his husband and other colleagues. More social interactions, because he's lucky like that. Even worse, Hitoshi gets to go to a cat cafe with his not-boyfriend which, quite frankly, is unfair. Lucky brat. Hitoshi considers himself very lucky indeed as he and Izuku manage to escape the classroom, only one group chat heavier, and head for the train station. Izuku, as soon as Aizawa had left again, Hitoshi still facing the front, had such forms again, too nervous of the undoubtedly ensuing chaos to stay visible. He was right to do so, in many ways, as the dismissal for the day seemed to kickstart many people's curiosity all over again, several of them turning towards him, mouths already open to ask about his quirk, about Bakugo, about his entrance exam score. Yet before they can finish their sentences, Izuku is gone, his invisible one-tailed form leaping from his seat to his desk and then onto his insomniac's shoulders, curling around the back of his neck. Of course, the initial jolt of cold settling against his skin has Hitoshi shuddering, but he doesn't grumble or dislodge Izuku, instead bringing up one hand to soothe over what he, correctly, assumes to be Izuku's tail where it drapes down over his shoulder, twitching with the fever pitch of volume when everyone realizes Izuku's missing once again. It's almost funny at this point. What's less funny is Hitoshi being easily nagged into giving his phone number, and then Izuku's, for the class group chat, but it doesn't take him long to extract himself, Izuku's bag in hand, an already familiar half-their fox curled around his neck as he leaves UA grounds. Fortunately, once they're a few streets away, Izuku nudges insistently at his cheek until the taller boy pauses in an alley entrance, allowing the fox to jump down and swch back to his human form, tails and ears still out, immediately reaching to take his bag from Hitoshi. "Alright, Mito? It's been a long day already, hasn't it?" The shorter boy chokes off, hands twisting in his blazer. Hitoshi, seeing this, knowing Izuku's habits and tics, is quick to reach forwards and tap deliberately on the back of his knuckles until the greenette pauses, shudders in a deep breath, and looks up to offer him a wan smile. "I'm not doing too bad. Better now." "Good. Nekamanju? Nekamanju." Smiling now, most of his worries abated, Hitoshi lifts his arm a little in a less than subtle offer. Izuku, for his part, instantly darts forwards to tuck himself into his insomniac side, two of his tails wrapping around Hitoshi's waist, two remaining around his own, keeping them secure and close just as much as the long arm wrapped carefully around his shoulders. Neither comment on how Hitoshi swipes a gentle touch back and forth across Izuku's arm, comforting and consistent. Their favorite cat cafe is only a 15-minute walk from the UA campus and they enter and pay quickly, familiar with most of the staff and all of the cats already. And if Hitoshi manages to pay for them both before Izuku can protest then, well, it's what friends would do for each other, right? Regardless, they're soon settling down in one corner, pressed shoulder to shoulder, bags discarded, with cats swarming them, demanding pets and fusses with little purrs and trills and the occasional shriek. There's a comforting familiarity to the scene, honestly. A welcome one. Still, the cats soon settle down, many of them settling on and around the pair, only two curling up on Izuku's coil of tails today, but likely because one tail is still latched onto Hitoshi, and a second around Izuku's own waist, the end of it periodically brushing against the inside of his wrist in an attempt to distract himself from the itching of his skin. He hadn't lied to Hitoshi earlier, not really. Today isn't too bad of a day, at least not anymore. But facing down Bakugo for the first time in over a month had been nerve-wracking, to say the least. "Shinso, your dad." The hum is vague, non-committal. Open-ended. Would he have done that with any student that had an outburst like that? Izuku rushes out, signs a little sloppy but comprehensible all the same. And Hitoshi doesn't even hesitate to answer. "If you're referring to Dandelion, then yes. Maybe not quite so viciously, because Dandelion got far too close to hurting us too and he's a protective grump, but yeah. A heroic student shouldn't be attacking people for no reason." "Oh? Oh?" Hitoshi asks gently, not wanting to press but unable to help trying to continue the conversation. It's never been like that before. Never. Not even before your quirks came in?" Hitoshi asks, because surely before quirk discrimination came into the picture teachers had been more fair to his sweet, gentle, oh-so-kind friend, right? Not really. He's always been a bit much. Well, Hitoshi can't claim to be surprised, but disappointed and furious on Izuku's behalf, more than definitely. Volatile. Angry. Dangerous, he offers, beating back his own anger. Yes. Izuku's trembling has increased tenfold, and the insomniac doesn't hesitate to bring an arm up and tuck the greenette firmly back into his side, still watching his hands even as he has to ask. "Mito, Fluffball, you don't have to answer this, but do you have scars?" From him. There's a long moment where Izuku is frozen, tense, not even breathing. But then, slowly, he shifts forwards, out of Hitoshi's hold, dislodging both of their cats but not even sparing them a glance as he comes to kneel before his friend, his best friend, his only friend, and, with violently shaking hands, trails fingertips above his shoulders, dropping down behind them for a moment, then skipping over most of his collarbones and, at the base of his throat, he undoes his loose tie, unbuttons the first few inches of his school shirt and rubs at the slightly bumpy skin there, some kind of makeup flaking off to reveal a pale red starburst, glossy and uneven. Before Hitoshi can say a word, Izuku turns his head, pushing back his hair until a similar starburst, smaller but darker, less of a sheen to it, can be made out at the back of where Izuku's human ear would be. And, between one moment and the next, Izuku's fox features melt away, said human ears growing back in with a blink, and Hitoshi can see how the outer cartilage is almost melted, clearly misshapen. "Sheet, Fluffball, this is. I know, BB but." Izuku shrugs helplessly, eyes glistening even as his fox features pop back into existence, hair falling down into place. And Hitoshi can't stand the SBMSSV, scared posture of his friend, the rounded shoulders and ducked face. So, for the third time today, he offers his own touch to Izuku in an open invitation. Yet this time Izuku does hesitate to accept it, pausing as he scans his insomniac's face for any kind of disgust or pity or hatred, but he finds only sad empathy. Understanding. That realization has him careening forwards to collapse into Hitoshi's chest, clutching tightly to each other with the most comfort they know how to give. Both of their shoulders hitch a little, eyes pressed close against the outside world, trying to drown in the safety of the other, and somehow neither fall into panic attacks, gradually calming down, coming off the high of overwrought emotions that had been pulsing through them, veins sluggish and too hot like magma, heads pounding. It all dies down, lost to the rise and fall of their chests, the soft warmth of another body. Accordingly, Izuku draws away after a little while, sitting back to look up at Hitoshi with feverish eyes but the faintest of smiles. Until he realizes that he's ended up in his insomniac's lap, and then they fall apart from each other with panicked yelps and bright flushes, both stuttering out apologies and gibberish, utterly nonsensical in their panic. And despite the strength of it, their embarrassment only takes them a few minutes to work through, luckily, and they end up gravitating back into their original position, shoulder to shoulder, for all that they're pointedly avoiding looking at each other. Their blushes refuse to go away. Finally, after a long minute of silence, Hitoshi speaks up again. Mito, can I tell my dad about these? I don't know exactly what he's put in place already, but this will guarantee that he'll keep that he'll keep Dandelion away from you in school. He'll make sure you're safe. What if they realize how weak I am though? It's bad enough that our teacher knows how anxious I get, but and isn't that the most awful thing Hitoshi's ever heard? Fluffball, Izuku, no. Don't say that, okay, just don't. You're not weak, you're strong. You survived him, kept yourself going enough to get the first place in the top hero school's entrance exam, stayed strong until you could afford to be yourself with someone. You're not weak, Izuku. Never. But no buts, Fluffball. Okay, how about this? Even if you still think you're weak, will you accept that I think you're strong, even with knowing all of this, and that I know my dad will feel the same way? So, even if you can't accept it, know that we can and will, so you'll be safe if he knows. 100%. Maybe only if he has to? Can we wait and see what the school have already done first? Hitoshi can recognize that for the concession it is, so he nods, offering the greenette a sincere smile, for all that it's a little crooked. Sure, Fluffball, you got it. We'll wait. And with that decided, they settle down again, welcoming some of the cats back for cuddles, leaning into each other, sharing Hitoshi's earbuds with various baby animal videos playing on his phone, cute and calm and funny. After the stress of their day, it's a nice way to spend the rest of the afternoon, together, quiet and safe. Anything else can wait until tomorrow. Because right now, they've got each other to focus on. The next day, Hitoshi and Izuku arrive just before his dad, the teacher's appearance immediately cutting off any and all questions that can be directed at the greenette who, clutching his insomniac's hand, uses the taller boy as a veritable shield just to get into the classroom without shaking apart. Izuku's problem with attention is that it's only ever been negative in the past. It means being vulnerable. An invitation for classmates to sneer at or hurt him, and his fight or flight is therefore hyperactive in a school environment, be it new or old. So having several people calling out to him at once is more than a little nerve-wracking, to say the least. Certainly not desirable. Fortunately, they had deliberately coordinated themselves with Aizawa who, glaring, enters the room only 10 seconds behind the pair. The class, having learnt quickly yesterday, quieten down and bustle back to their own seats, ready for their first full day at UA. Their excitement is still obvious though. There are jostling knees and wide smiles and bright eyes throughout the room. Even the blonkiest people are sat up straight and attentive. And despite their attention, not a lot happens during homeroom. Aizawa takes in any forms already completed, reiterates the Thursday deadline and then talks them through some academics and safety basics. They get an explanation that there's a cafeteria and library specific to their year group, and then another library specifically for heroic students. He gives them a short lecture on practical training and just how strictly they must follow rules and stipulations set out for their teachers during those times. To be fair to the man, he brings up some pretty good points. How control of your quirk is essential and that opportunities for experimentation will be given to them all under regulated conditions. That they're still in training, and barely even that much, so mess-ups are expected but being careful and thinking through your actions is still essential and how if, like Bakugo the day before, you are overly violent or attack others out of turn, suspension and long-term probation are the least of your worries. It's only implied that his wrath will be the worst. All the same, not a single student can miss that implication when Aizawa's gaze, fiery even without his quirk, sweeps the room. In that vein, homeroom is soon over, Aizawa leaving with a final, "Behave, all of you." And, before the door can even slide shut behind him, Present Mike is bounding into the room. And straight into lessons they go. Nearly 5 hours later, the chime for lunch rings out and Snipe collects his papers, salutes to them all, then strides out. Several people immediately rush out behind him, already in little groups, too focused on food and exploration to think about their class cryptid who had so fascinated them this morning. Taking that for the blessing it is, Hitoshi and Izuku stay put, pulling out bentos even as Hitoshi turns to sit backwards in his chair so that they can share Izuku's desk. It's quiet, with only a few other of their more solitary classmates in the room, and that makes it a welcome break in which to be more comfortable. DMN, that was a whole but thing, wasn't it, Fluffball? I'm already dreading physics. You'll be fine, Shinso. I'm more worried about L literature, Izuku replies, eyes darting around the room even as he smiles at his friend and opens up his lunch. Well, we're probably silly to be worrying already, really. It's only the first day. True, Izuku murmurs, hunching over a little as he starts to eat. Hitoshi, none too subtle, shuffles his feet around until he can cross his ankles with the shorter boys. It's grounding and comforting both. And for all that Izuku tenses up even more for a moment, eyes blown wide, he quickly relaxes again. The wobbly but sincere smile he offers Hitoshi is well worth it, glimpses of sharp teeth gentled by soft lips, freckles standing out even more as Izuku's cheeks plump with the smile, pale skin warmed by the sweet marks and inside-out warmth. Ah, what did he do to deserve such a wonderful, pretty best friend? All too soon though, they've both eaten and their classmates have begun to return. Hitoshi offers a glare to anyone who dares get too close, not in the mood to have Izuku trembling again when he's only just settled down. Luckily their classmates seem to heed the warning well. It doesn't take long for the lesson chime to ring out again and anyone not yet seated scrambles to do so. Hitoshi, for his part, does turn to sit properly in his chair, only to ruin that fact by rocking it back on two legs, leaning against Izuku's desk, so that he is closer to his friend. And then, for one long minute, they all sit there. In silence. Until abruptly, the classroom door slams open, both Izuku and Hitoshi jumping, only for an even louder voice, accompanied by vibrant colors and exaggerated movements, to make itself known. I am here. Hitoshi winces a little, knowing that will have hurt the hearing of his friend, and probably that earphone girl and six-arm appendage things guy too. Not very considerate of freaking All Might. Maybe his dad complains about the guy for more than the surface reasons. Not only that but Hitoshi, even through the sheer volume of his classmates' cheers, doesn't miss the near-silent whimper from behind him. And he most certainly doesn't miss how the very tip of a furry tail stretches forwards to tap at his neck, just for half a moment, unbearably hesitant. Oh, of course. Immediately, Hitoshi reaches back to lay his hand, palm up, on Izuku's desk, easily ignoring the slight strain to his shoulder from the poor angle, settling his chair back on all four legs. He waits. Fortunately, it doesn't even take half a minute for trembling fingers to find their way to his, pressing gently down along the length of his fingers, feeling over calluses and soft palms before starting to trace kanji and patterns and little pictures over his hand, the almost inaudible keening now fading away, shaking digits steadying some. Thank Kami. Happier in knowing that Izuku is more or less alright, Hitoshi tunes back into the number one hero, their teacher, what the actual hell, as he announces that they're going to have a battle trial. A DMN battle trial. No wonder his dad had been so set on giving them a basic safety and rules introduction this morning. Now then, as this is your foundational hero studies class, you all get to wear your hero costumes. Cool, right? Now then, oh, wait, why are there only 19 of you? Sheet. There are a few giggles at that, from the students who know English cuss words, and Hitoshi may have snorted too. Who'd have thought the number one hero would swear in front of his class? Priceless. Ooh, I know. All Might, sir, sensei, Bakugo tried to attack the GRE, one of us, so he's been suspended, I think. That's what Aizawa sensei made it sound like anyway, the pink girl pipes up and, when several of the class nod along, All Might's shoulders droop for a moment before his grin somehow gets even brighter. Very well young students, not to worry. Collect your costumes, change, and head to Gym Beta. Then, we shall begin your battle trial. The man presses a button of some sort and the wall starts hissing open to reveal several cases, each with a seat number, and as everyone starts to get up, All Might rushes out again, almost as suddenly as he'd entered in the first place. Hitoshi promptly turns back to his friend, offering a small smile, and signs. I'll grab both of ours. They're probably still in our old seat numbers anyway. Izuku nods, one tail unlatching from around his waist to pat Hitoshi on the arm briefly in thanks. If it widens the insomniac's smile then, well, Izuku's not going to call him out on the fact. Yet again, Hitoshi pulls them away from the rest of the class to one of the private changing rooms, both glad for a quieter environment, and they open their cases together, finding that, yep, their numbers haven't been swapped around yet. Hey Shincho, want a fox mask? Izuku jokes, sniggering a little as they exchange their cases. It is my joint favorite animal, the taller boy ponders, teasing tone hidden by almost genuine contemplation. He had been telling the truth after all, foxes are his joint favorite creature. Cats couldn't be removed from the spot but, at this point, there was no way that foxes weren't also pretty high up there. And if admitting so makes his friend flush so prettily like that, then he's certainly not complaining. But what about the cats? I said joint for a reason, fluffball, he deadpans. But Izuku is glad when his insomniac instantaneously softens the teasing by reaching over to gently ruffle green curls, avoiding his ears but still offering a soothing touch all the same. And, well, if a little chuff of a purr escapes, then obviously his embarrassment about it isn't why the greenette darts away into one of the large cubicles. No, most definitely not. 5 minutes later though, it's Hitoshi's turn to blush. Because when they both come out of their changing rooms, hero costumes on, his friend's toned legs are being heavily emphasized by the tight black leggings he's wearing. Do a twirl for me then Mito, he gets out. It's an attempt at normalcy, at half teasing, half supporting his friend. But then he promptly dies even more because oh Kami, those leggings are very low rise and there's an entire gap in the back of Izuku's shirt and he can see pale skin and freckles and little back dimples above the round but and not even his utility belt is covering them. Suffice to say, when Izuku finishes his little spin, his insomniac is crouched low, arms wrapped around his face, the visible tips of his ears very red. Shincho? What, are you okay? He gasps out, falling into his own crouch, reaching to pull the taller boy's arms away until Izuku can cradle his face, checking him over, but only finding wide eyes and a furiously flushed face. But why? And no, I'm fine. Shinso chokes out, cheeks still held by the softest of hands, for all of their calluses and occasional little nicks. It's really not making this any easier. I just felt a little dizzy Mito, nothing to worry about. Are you sure though Shincho? I don't mind taking you to the nurse or something. His fluffball sweetness is not doing Hitoshi's heart any favors here. He appreciates it all the same. No, really fluffball, it's alright. Let's just get to class, yeah? Izuku pouts at that, which damn it isn't helping. Everything he does is too fing adorable, but he nods all the same, grabbing Hitoshi's hands to help pull him to his feet. If they both hold on a second longer than considered normal, then who are they to pick themselves up on it? And who says they'd want to? As they walk to Gym Beta, Izuku begins to take stock of Hitoshi's costume too. The dark purple jumpsuit, none too dissimilar to, say, Eraserhead's, isn't exactly a surprise. It being sleeveless is an interesting change though, overlaid with a matte black leather jacket, studded along the shoulders and wrists which, to Izuku's mind, is quite sensible. Studs make for an uncomfortable grip after all, and that would only help in hand-to-hand combat. Under the leather jacket, strips of thin, dark gray fabric wrap around Hitoshi's firearms, all the way down to his knuckles. A thinner capture weapon maybe? His insomniac had mentioned that Aizawa has given him some basic training with it, so. Regardless, his boots and utility belt are much the same as Izuku's, albeit his laces are purple whilst his belt is black, but the support department clearly have a few basics that they adapt to suit requests. Understandable really. And then, the most interesting part of the whole costume, the mask. Like Izuku's, it only covers the lower half of Hitoshi's face, although the shorter boy's is currently hooked onto his belt instead, and it's black and metallic, speakers embedded into the side, a shallow knob and SWCH of some sort set behind one of the speakers. It's almost a sleeker version of present mixed directional speaker. You look like a cooler, purple combination of your dad's, Izuku mutters, not quite meaning to have said anything at all. But when his friend beams at him, smile uncommonly wide and bright, so clearly pleased, the greenette can hardly regret it. Thanks Fluffball. You look amazing too. Which is why they both enter the observation room with a dusting of red on their faces. Tacitly, they stand towards the back of the room, largely hidden by the rest of their classmates who are making enough noise to cover up any conversation they might have decided to have, but they stay silent, Hitoshi thoughtlessly wrapping an arm around Izuku's shoulders to tuck his fluffball into his side, quietly pleased when a tail wraps around his own waist in return, fluffy curls settling easily against his chest, one hand coming up to fiddle with the insomniac's belt pockets, taking out little bits and pieces before putting them away again. It's their own little piece of calm as they wait for the class to start properly. Soon enough though, that's exactly what happens, the last few students arriving and All Might drawing all of their attention. Well, there are 19 of you, so one person will be fighting alone, but I'm sure aspiring young heroes such as yourselves will manage. All Might booms, rattling a box without a falter in his grin. The class seemed to be split between sharing wary and commiserative glances with each other, or cheering and laughing along with the hero. Still, they all come forward to take a ball, Izuku practically plastering himself to Hitoshi's back when they approach the hero, head ducked and all four tails out, two wrapped around himself, one writhing freely behind him, and the last latching around one of his insomniac's wrists. Fortunately for Izuku, All Might is being distracted by Aoyama when they take their ball, the man barely getting the chance to glance at them before they're shuffling away again. Thank Kami. Once they all have their letters, the teacher explains the trial and how it's going to work before fishing out the last letter for himself. Who has the other half to Team D? There's a pause, then a quiet squeak before Izuku's trembling hand goes up. Hitoshi resists the urge to curse aloud. Of course his fluffball's shoddy luck would carry to even drawing lots for a school exercise, why wouldn't it? You, young man, will be fighting alone. But, never fear, it's still good experience. Does Hitoshi bristle at how the blonde seems to have subconsciously suggested that Izuku is guaranteed to lose? Yes, he does. Does he fight the urge to spit out some kind of retort, maybe brainwash the number one hero into doing the chicken dance? Yes, he does fight that urge. Unfortunately. Right-o then. All Might exclaims, gesturing grandly at a random letter generator on one of the many screens. It's gonna be Team C as villains versus Team D as the hero. I've explained your scenario, so good luck young students. Go beyond. Hitoshi promptly gives Izuku one last squeeze before letting his friend go, noting that it's the robotic boy and ponytail girl that also step forwards. They both seem pretty capable, but Izuku has one major type of advantage in anything involving intelligence and infiltration, he has his spirit forms. Going one-tailed will make him completely visible and barely corporeal. But his 2 to 4-tailed fox forms will have him completely intangible and, at most, a shadow to look at. Getting to and touching a single item will be easy for his friend. Well, it'll show All Might at least. And indeed, the class watch on as the villains have 10 minutes prep time, Ida ferrying the bomb to the 4th floor, Yaoyorozu setting up various traps along the way. Everyone also watches on as Izuku crouches, the building's blueprint spread out in front of him, ears perked and swiveling, most likely listening to the two inside the building, whilst his tails writhe slowly behind him. Then, when there's a minute left, Izuku rolls up the plans once more, tucks them away into one of his pockets, then pops out of existence. Several of the class shout and point, turning to All Might, who is gaping openly at the screen. He did it again dash. All Might dash. Sensei, see dash. After a long few moments, the blonde seems to recover, turning to all of the class with a grin. That'll just be his quirk, not to worry students. Hitoshi doesn't miss the waver of uncertainty to his voice, nor how he fails to refer to anyone by name. Did All Might really not read at least the cover sheet of all their files? Before he can think about it anymore, the preparation timer goes off and All Might is pressing the intercom button, his voice projecting both into the combatants' comms and the building's speakers. And the hero may enter the building. It's all rather anticlimactic from there. They watch as Ida and Yaoyorozu, tense in anticipation, yet are faced with a whole lot of nothing. Occasionally, the suggestion of a shadow can be caught through the cameras, but it could just as easily be a glitch or trick of the eye, something only Hitoshi knows to pay proper attention to. Yet even he's surprised when Izuku seems to melt out of the shadow of the bomb itself, reaching to touch it, another buzzer ringing out to declare his win. That, Team D has won. Please all return to the observation room for feedback. All Might manages over the stunned exclamations of the rest of the class. Ida and Yaoyorozu are simply staring at Izuku, eyes and mouths wide, clearly bewildered. The greenette, for his part, nods to them once, the movement jerky, before disappearing into thin air once again. Hitoshi can't blame him really. The wait is slightly awkward, the only thing to grab Hitoshi's attention being the materialization some shadow bird thing that he remembers being the bird-headed boy's quirk from their assessment yesterday, although they'd never been stood closely enough to see it properly. And to be fair, the bird shadow is pretty cool, all demonic and stuff, kind of giving off a similar vibe to what his fluffball sometimes does. Hitoshi is yanked from these thoughts by the arrival of Izuku, who is hesitantly stepping into the observation room. Of course, there's an instant outcry at the sight of him, none of it particularly negative but all of it loud, and that's all it takes to have Izuku popping away once again. The giant shadow thing suddenly shrieks as it swoops at the now empty doorway and, apparently, scoops something up in its taloned hands. Something about the same size as Izuku would be. Yo, hey, could you let Mito go? He probably doesn't like that, Hitoshi rushes out, turning to the bird-headed boy instead of the creature itself. Yes of course. My apologies, Dark Shadow tends to latch onto anything of a similar soul shade to his own. Well, at least the bird boy himself is nice. And, to be fair, the creature, Dark Shadow, apparently, seems to be cradling the empty air quite carefully as it darts back over to the two of them, cooing wordlessly down at what really must be Izuku. Can Dark Shadow see him like that? He can often see that which is within a realm of its own, akin to the shadows from whence he himself came. I'll take that as a yes then, Hitoshi mutters, holding his own arms out towards the shadow creature, one eyebrow raised pointedly. The cooing softens and saddens further, but Dark Shadow does deposit a shivering bundle of cold air into the insomniac's arms, and that's more than enough for Hitoshi, who ignores them, and the rest of the class, in favor of holding Izuku close and stroking a careful hand through barely their fur. Well, at least Izuku's back with him. Even if the rest of their class look more confused than ever. Within a single minute of getting home that night, returning from Izuku's house where he'd eaten dinner, Hitoshi trudges through their living space, actually ignoring how Crepuscular is nudging at his legs in favor of approaching his father. Dad, I'm gonna die. Nope, it's too late, I'm already dying. Dead? Save me, Hitoshi whines, flopping face first onto the sofa, heedless of his dad's oomph as his son's head gets buried firmly in his stomach. Kid, I can't save you from something that I don't know about, he teases, already having half an idea exactly what this is about. He's seen today's training footage after all. Dad, his hero costume, leggings, they were so tight, and his top, freckles, hggggghh. The tips of the teen's ears are a vibrant red, clashing with his purple hair, and Aizawa runs a soothing hand through the unruly locks, even as he laughs at his son's misery. I need to show you the pictures of your father when I first wore tight briefs in front of him. The resemblance is uncanny. EW. And I already know Pa is a disaster by. I just didn't think I was this much of a disaster gay, Hitoshi grumbles, turning his head enough to half-heartedly glare up at his dad, who only smirks. For my future son-in-law, you're very much a disaster, kid, and don't think I'll ever forget it. Dad. Hitoshi yelps, the sound fading out into a pitiful whimper of self-pity. He's not your future son-in-law. Fine. Sure. But you think I'm bad? Hisashi's reaction is going to be great. Oh Kami no. Kami yes, Aizawa grins, and ruffles his brat's hair once more, before digging his phone out to reply to some emails. His brat is such a gay mess for the sweet little problem child, and it's nothing short of adorable. Future son-in-law indeed. Also, I've barely drawn anything for 3 or 4 years, so please ignore the copious mistakes. Izuku's hero costume. All black, barring the dark green belt and laces, mask is dark gray with green/silver outline markings like a traditional kitsune mask. Pair of workout leggings, but of a reinforced material that can withstand slashes, weak stabs, and fire. Waterproof. His top is fairly normal at first glance, a just loose black top, long-sleeved, none too dissimilar to Eraserhead's if a little bit more form-fitting, but there is a zip at the back, from the base to about a quarter of the way up his back that he can undo to give his tails room to pop out. But when his tails aren't manifested and it's unzipped, it affords a very nice view of his muscles and the 2 little dimples just above the curve of his butt. Hitoshi is very gay for the sight of Izuku from behind, well every angle, honestly, but the back is very delicious. He has a utility belt that is half covered by his top, holding knives, flashbangs, tear gas capsules, a torch, 2 granola bars and some basic medical supplies. Oh, and a pocket notebook with pen. His shoes are sturdy combat boots, steel-toed rather than iron-soled to aid both stealth and kicking power, they lace tightly to halfway up his calves. Also has a half-mask covering his mouth and nose, shaped into a shallow fox muzzle, works as comms, although he keeps his earpiece in his utility belt half the time until they develop a comms good for his fox ears too, also has gas/particulate filter, silencer along with recording feature so he can mumble all he wants and have the recordings for later, plates down his neck too, to protect his throat. He's taken one too many hits there not to feel vulnerable and also be acutely aware of just how easy it is to strike there. And as though this chapter doesn't already have enough art, here's a little thing I made after last chapter, laughing face. On their second full day of school, Izuku and Hitoshi are settled on a low wall that surrounds one of UA's numerous outdoor courtyards, back to back as they tuck into their bentos. The nice weather has driven them outside, Izuku comfortable enough in their secluded spot to simply be in his basic human form. The way that Hitoshi had grinned upon the tails and ears retracting and brushed a gentle touch under his curls, brushing at the bottom of that awful scar hidden there, reveling in how Izuku leans into the light touch, not flinching away for all that he does shudder a tad at first, makes it well worth it. Before he can do anything embarrassing like start purring, Izuku reaches up to squeeze Hitoshi's hand briefly before moving away to sit on the wall, clearly positioned in an invitation for Hitoshi to sit behind him. Still smiling, the insomniac does just that, settling so that their backs are pressed together, Izuku's curls tickling at the back of Hitoshi's neck. It feels safe and warm. And for Hitoshi, the sensation of fluff at his neck, the rise and fall of the chest behind him, the top of Izuku's shoulders against his own shoulder blades. It's a charming reminder of how small and adorable Izuku is. Although his friend could definitely do with putting a little more weight on, being toned and lean is only good when you're still of a healthy weight, and he's not convinced Izuku is. Well, it's a good thing that he and his dads always ply his friend with a lot of food whenever he comes over. Hitoshi would never admit it, but he had been incredibly tempted to settle behind Izuku, yet facing the other way. He would have hooked his chin over the shorter's shoulder, hunching just enough to wrap arms around the slim waist, maybe even having his fluffball feed him from their bentos, sharing their food. And Izuku would smell as sweet as ever because he shares pomegranate shampoo with his mom, and Hitoshi is yanked out of his thoughts as they both jump at the wailing of an alarm, Izuku's tails and ears jerking back into existence. The noise of the alarm has him hunching over some in pain, whimpering, yet even as Hitoshi turns to try and help him, the greenette twitches, head jerking to the side, eyes narrowing. What? There's someone, they're talking about dash. Izuku cuts himself off, visibly straining his senses, and he begins to stalk forwards. Hitoshi, a bit dumbfounded, watches as Izuku half crouches, stepping forwards on the ball of his feet, tails twitching and ears, for a moment, swiveling before they settle, pointed forwards. He moves quickly and silently, sneaking through bushes towards part of the school building. Hitoshi, trying to use every bit of the training his dad's ever given him, follows. But Izuku's prowl isn't a slow stalk, it's quick, and Izuku freezes. Hitoshi's far enough behind him not to crash, and he's already pulling out his phone, about to ring his dad, but then he catches a glimpse of what Izuku has seen. A person. A man, probably, skinny and striding through the shadows of the building, hood pulled low, hands stuffed in pockets. He cuts a suspicious figure to say the least. Instead of ringing his dad or pops, Hitoshi opens up his camera app and starts filming, zooming in a bit but making sure to keep the surroundings included, just in case. They don't know what kind of quirk or accomplices this guy might have, so they can't risk focusing in on him completely. I can hear him, just about. Why couldn't Sensei send some NPC? I know my quirk is useful, but Kurajulai? Could have just warped straight in, would have been so much simpler. No point to a guild if you can't FING delegate. Oh, this one. At that point, the man swiped out with a pale hand, the handle of the door falling away as dust, the whole thing easily pushed open with a nudge of the man's foot. Then. Time to get these plans, I guess, Izuku intones. And the man is gone, out of sight, and the greenette finally relaxes some, falling out of his ready stance, ears swiveling and tails beginning to thrash and writhe, discomfort blatant. Hitoshi, for his part, ends his recording, barely registering as the school alarm stops, and opens up his phone app. Dad? Yeah, kid? You two alright? The alarm dash. There was a man. Is a man, in building, it's ground floor of the tech area, don't know where he's headed. There was something about plans? Izuku picked up on him and I filmed a bit of him. Had some kind of dissolving Kadash, Izuku interjects then, almost visibly flickering as he fights the urge to SWCH forms and follow the villain. Disintegration. Maybe even some kind of severe dehydration or atomic dissolution. 5 point either way. You hear that, Dad? And Hitoshi can hear the frown in the man's voice when he replies, I did. Don't let Izuku follow him, quirk or no. Just send the video over and head up to the faculty office for me, alright? We'll send some of Ectoplasm's clones after him. Be safe, kids. We will, Hitoshi vows, unthinkingly reaching out to grasp Izuku's hand. There's more than a little comfort in having heard his dad's voice and in now being able to tug Izuku close, waiting a moment in silent question before Izuku leans in a little and his insomniac wraps an arm around his shoulders, two tails latching around the taller's waist in return as they briefly pause to collect their bags from back by the courtyard wall and head up to the faculty office. Izuku's ears never stop twitching and he wrings his hands together until Hitoshi squeezes his fluffball tighter for a moment. Izuku merely whimpers. Gentle on your hands, Mito. Why yeah. Sorry. Just, his voice and that quirk. He's dangerous Shinso, the deadly, unhinged kind. Makes me skin crawly. Hitoshi can't help but agree, for all that he'd rather focus on comforting his best friend. I got that vibe too, even distantly. When Izuku hums, the sound cracking and faltering, Hitoshi brings them to a stop for a moment, pulling Izuku around a little more until they can look each other in the eye, crouching just a little to see properly into that dark green, shadowed and deep, a forest at night. It's still pretty, but Hitoshi hates seeing that fear. Fluffball, it's alright. We've got the whole heroics faculty here and we've made sure they have more details than they might otherwise have had, okay? We're good. MMHM. And Hitoshi smiles, knowing that his own expression is probably wavering some, both relaxing a little when Izuku reaches up to brush knuckles along his insomniac's cheek. You are right Shinso. You are. And they're grounding each other now, settling down some with the physical contact and stronger words. It takes them a few moments, but Izuku lowers his hand again, tucking it into Hitoshi's trouser pocket and fidgeting with the loose change there, the other wrist being encircled by the end of one of his tails. And if Hitoshi allows himself a small, true smile at Izuku doing better then, well, nobody else is particularly around to call him out on it. Nor how they walk, tangled up with each other, still trembling slightly. Except even when they get to the faculty room, they're both reluctant to disentangle themselves. They pause outside the door, meeting each other's gaze again. Hitoshi shrugs a little, gratified when Izuku whines at the temporary loss of contact when his insomniac's arm shifts away from his shoulders. That's telling enough. Fortunately, not even his auntie Namuri teases them when they knock and walk in together. Up on the large TV screen at the back is a frozen image from their video, catching the handle halfway through disintegrating. All of the teachers have twisted to look at them though, and even Hitoshi wants to shrink back from it, still on edge and unsettled, only really feeling strong for the sake of each other. It doesn't help that Izuku, attention caught by someone in particular, stutters in place, leaning even more heavily into his insomniac. He'll have to remember that. Hitoshi, Izuku. Are you both alright? He's gone now, but you didn't see him again, nor anything else. Aizawa is already on his feet, quickly followed by Hizashi as they come to see their boys. It's comforting. And they can begin to relax now, at last. We're fine, I guess. Only really saw him from a distance, he had his back to us the whole time. Just very on edge. No wonder kid, his dad comments. And if Hitoshi leans shamelessly into the hair ruffle he's offered, then all of the other teachers are pointedly looking away. And continue to when Aizawa silently offers the same to the greenette, who flushes a little but ducks his head in clear answer. The man, much like his son, is gentle and avoids his sensitive ears. It's nice. You did so well babies, Hizashi adds, and they relax even further. They're with their number one heroes now. They're safe. It's just whether the school itself is going to be. Hizashi ushers them over to one of the sofas and sprawls beside Hitoshi even as Aizawa heads back to the thick of the teachers. The two teens do pull away from each other a little, but Hitoshi's arm stays around his fluffball's shoulders, and two tails remain around the taller boy's waist. May I ask what alerted you both to the presence of this man? Nedzu asks from across the room. Hitoshi opens his mouth to reply, but Izuku actually beats him to it, voice tremulous but strong enough to be clear. C could hear him. Smell him a little. Instincts were bad so I, stalked after him? Shinso followed me. We stayed back though. His hands are trembling as he speaks, but his eyes are fierce, fixated on the principal, so blatantly needing to be taken seriously. Hitoshi doesn't want to know why that need is so strong, like Izuku expects not to be believed. Yet Nedzu simply nods, smiling a little. May I inquire as to the scent, whatever you caught of it? Hound Dog is currently checking over the infiltrated building and a second opinion would not go amiss. Why yes, Izuku pauses, hands clenching together. It was somewhat bitter and pea powdery? And it coats like dust. Pea probably due to his chew quirk. Excellent, thank you Midoriya-kun. Would you both be willing to rewatch your video and clarify any points we may bring up? Izuku slumps further into Hitoshi's side as they both nod. If they can help, they certainly will. After school that evening, Hitoshi and Izuku get on the train together, heading to the Yamazawa apartment. Izuku's mum won't be home for another few hours and they're still a little bit uncomfortable, a little clingy, having spent last PRD, luckily heroic laws and ethics taught by Aizawa, with Hitoshi slumped back enough in his seat that Izuku could occasionally reach forwards and run his fingers through the wild hair, even braiding little sections. Suffice to say, by the end of the lesson, the taller boy sported no less than 5 thin little plates, drooping in amongst the vertical mass of purple. The class very much thought it adorable. Regardless, they were now sat together on a train, thankfully in a fairly empty carriage, headed back to Hitoshi's. They immediately settle to be shoulder to shoulder, sharing earphones to watch cute cat videos in a very familiar manner, well used to this as a way of calming down. It's both warm and grounding. Plus, Hitoshi has a plan, quite a clever one in his own opinion. Search, fox and cat friends. Izuku immediately lets out an excited little whine, practically vibrating in place, tails tightening around Hitoshi, who wheezes for a moment, but grins all the same. He knew this was a good idea. Hitoshi and Izuku sit themselves down at the front of the bus, ignoring Ida's previous instructions, in the seats immediately behind Aizawa, quietly glad for Tokoyami and Shuji being the ones to take up the seats behind them. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka are already placating the dejected boy, which, at least, is quieter. In all honesty, it doesn't take long for Hitoshi to start dozing, head drifting to rest on top of Izuku's curls, quite subconsciously turning his face into the sweet smell, breathing slow and deep. And Izuku isn't long to follow. They lean into each other, every bump in the road jostling them, never waking them, but successfully having them collapse further into each other, seatbelts barely keeping them upright. Izuku's four tails, fluffy as ever, drape around them both, practically a blanket. It's very sweet, and several of the class creep up the aisle to nab photos, spamming the class group chat with them. There's a bus-wide round of coos, particularly at a 10-second video of Hitoshi nuzzling into Izuku's curls, prompting the shorter boy to snuffle and tilt his head into the warmth. It's very cute. It also prompts the first round of betting. Ashido, of course, gossip-minded as ever, starts it off. They must be dating, mustn't they? They're attached at the hip and they're super lovey-dovey and sweet. And they keep on sneaking off by themselves, Kaminari adds, eyebrows wiggling. I suspect that's just because Midoriya is shy and anxious, rather than anything untoward. We're a rather loud class, Yaoyorozu admonishes, frowning at them. To be fair, the pair do wind their necks in a little, offering sheepish smiles. And Shinso seems kind of antisocial too. Shiro's comment restarts the conversation. And even more people promptly get dragged into it. Either way, I'd bet at least 1,500 yen on them being together already. What? No. I'm sorry, Ashido, but there's no way they're actually dating. Not dating? Definitely. They're babies, look at them, they won't have confessed, if they've even realized they like each other yet. 1,000 yen on it. Uraraka proclaims. 2,000, Karo. And so on it goes. Despite several people's protests, a solid half of the class end up with bets on the relationship status of the two boys, setting up another group chat to keep track of them all. Aizawa, still asleep, doesn't notice. Frankly, even if he was awake, he'd probably just hide a manic grin in his capture scarf and ignore it. His boys are oblivious sweethearts after all. A bit of good-natured teasing won't do any harm, not when it's so blatantly because of how much they adore the two's relationship. Whatever status it might have. Still, the class only have another 20 minutes before they're parking up outside of a massive, domed facility. As soon as the coach had begun to slow down, Aizawa had jolted awake, releasing his belt and standing with a quiet groan to turn and examine the 19 students. Fortunately, he's able to hide his quiet snicker in his capture weapon, catching sight of the sleeping pair now right in front of him. Silly brats. Right kids, we're about to park and then we'll be heading into the facility. I expect you all on your best behavior and attentive, understood? There's a round of agreements and the man squints at them momentarily, before sitting back down himself, waiting for the driver to finish parking. 5 minutes later, Hitoshi and Izuku blink awake to Aizawa standing by them, prodding his son's fluffy head and grumbling at them. If I've got to be awake now, so do you too. The two teens straighten up with twin groans, Izuku quite unthinkingly putting one hand on his friend's thigh to push himself up, Aizawa not missing how his son stutters in place, flushing at the touch. Yes, silly brats indeed. From there though, the whole class are quick to filter into the building, many people oohing and awing at the grand facility, Uraraka crying out. 13, even as Izuku practically wiggles in excitement, tails twirling as he raises onto tiptoes and back, one hand blindly reaching out to grab Hitoshi's and tug on it. Shincho, look, he hisses, a cute little smile lighting up his face, eyes starry. Hitoshi smirks down at him. And when he interlaces their fingers, Izuku simply squeezes, not even giving it a thought. Yet, halfway through 13's speech, Izuku tenses up abruptly, ears and tails twitching. Shincho. He almost instantly trails off, eyes fixating on a point down on the plaza. He pulls his hand away from Hitoshi's. Then he moves. Aizawa-sensei, there's something dash, he yelps out. He's pushing through their classmates without a thought, something dark and awful in his gaze. Aizawa, to his credit, is immediately alert, half turning to look at the greenette, but already swiveling again to follow Izuku's focus. Where a dark swirl of something is forming. Hitoshi is following Izuku, utilizing the path the shorter had carved through their class to catch up with his friend, fear beginning to trace his features, tension lining his muscles. He doesn't like this. Not at all. Because there's somebody leaving that dark mist, a portal then? Followed by even more people, and his dad and his fluffball are the two stood at the top of the stairs. Izuku is growling out a low, continuous snarl, tails flaring, Aizawa lowering his goggles and grabbing a hold of his capture weapon, ready to use it. Damn it, this isn't meant to be. Class, stay together and retreat, now. All of you. And the students, startled and scared by both Izuku's sudden fierceness and Aizawa's obvious alarm, obey, most of them clumping together and backing up to the doors. Yet halfway there, the doors start closing, to several cries of alarm. Just Gio! Aizawa roars. So even as he leaps down into the plaza, those 17 students all begin to run, genuinely trying to get away. But Ida is the only one to escape, having hesitated and being physically pushed the final meter by Yaoyorozu, stumbling as he slips through the gap. Get help, Ida-kun. And despite the boy grimacing, having to be forced out, he shouts back an affirmative to the sound of his engines revving. With their escape closed, the class turn back towards the rest of the USJ. The sight they're met with is an A. Pretty one. There's a seemingly eternal few-second pause then, everyone frozen but for some of the villains in the plaza and Eraserhead, methodically working his way through the crowd. The class huddle together, 13 stepping forward to call Hitoshi and Izuku back to the rest of the group. But before they can, a rasping voice carries over from the apparent leaders. That one Kurogyri, he realized we were here before the heroes. Perhaps not all of the brats are complete NPCs. A pale hand is jabbed in Izuku's direction and he lowers further into his crouch, still snarling. Hitoshi, noticing him hunker down, hearing those words, rushes forwards again, desperate to reach his best friend, to stand by Izuku's side. But a swirl of shadows opens up below his friend and before he can see what happens to his fluffball, he too is falling. Hitoshi hits something hard, the something giving way beneath him despite the painful impact, and then he's surrounded by dark water. F-. Panicking, he thrashes, but abruptly sobers up at the sight of a bulky shadow. Sheet, really, a villain dash? A thin, WHP-quick thing latches around Hitoshi's waist and, before he can figure out what it is, whether it's safe or not, he's being pulled up and away, avoiding the villain and bursting through to the surface, hurtling towards a boat and, more obviously, Azui, whose tongue is tied around him. Thank you, Azui, he gasps out, landing with a stumble, already shoving his dripping hair out of his face and turning to scan the water. He and Izuku had been taken through different portals, so that probably meant that his friend isn't in this zone, right? But then where? Call me Tsuyu, Shinsu-chan. Did Mido-chan get warped with you? No, I don't think so. There's an edge of hysteria creeping into his voice, but a large, gentle hand settling on his arm has him drawing a deep breath. Sorry, Tsuyu. I think it's only us two in this area and we're not too far from land. How far do you think you'd be able to jump with me in tow? Far enough, Karo. But if they have any projectiles? The girl trails off and they both wince. They could do without being impaled or something similarly annoying and painful and possibly lethal. Right. Maybe if I get some of them to attack each other first? That, Karo, sounds sensible to me, Shinsu-chan. Are you alright to go immediately? Yep. You. Tsuyu nods in return, as resolute as Hitoshi feels. The sooner they get out of this zone, the sooner he'll be able to find and help Izuku and his dad. The sooner he can keep his family safe. Then let's go. Izuku, for now, doesn't need keeping safe. Not right now, or at least, not in his own opinion. You're the brat that picked up on our arrival, aren't you? The greenette, for his part, only continues that low rumbling growl under his breath, not quite able to force words out, yet the feral sound trickles out like the first patters of rain before a thunderstorm. A warning, a threat. And not an idle one either. And quite a wild little thing too, the pallid villain smirks. Beneath one of those hands, red eyes glint. The color is too close to crimson blondes and explosions and fresh blood for Izuku's taste, the gleam to them though. It's nothing gentle or good, like starlight or pretty gems, it's deep and maniacal, an arsonist's blaze or the street lamp glint of a bone-deep blade. It's dangerous. Not going to answer me, little hero? Even though I could destroy you with a touch? Ice, powdery like the memory of a missing door handle, showers down Izuku's spine. But he stays still. He keeps his slitted gaze on the villain, ears swiveling, tails tense and twitching, and he watches. Waits. You're boring. Kurogyri, warp him dash, when Shigaraki pauses, turning back towards Izuku, he has to fight down a whimper in amongst the steady growl. Because there's intention to the bloodlust now. And that intention's directed at him. Kami, no, what? Actually, I have a better idea. Nomu, play. Izuku doesn't know what hits him. One moment he's snarling, crouching lower, ready to SWCH forms, but then there's pressure and pain and his vision flickers like static. Next thing he knows is the creaking stab of broken and fractured ribs. They're white-hot against his lungs, keeping his breathing shallow, panic simmering beneath the pain, and he forces his eyes open to see the looming abomination stood above him. The dark arm is spattered in a few spots of blood. Judging by the damp tackiness of his chin and the iron overwhelming his senses, it's Izuku's blood, and that thought makes his light head even woozier. The greenette is absolutely no stranger to being beaten up. He's danced to a familiar tune with Pain his partner and self-loathing his suit, others hatred the melody, for years, but this is unfamiliar. And he burns with it. Gritting his teeth, Izuku shifts until he's on his side, one elbow propping him up, tails curling defensively, watching the creature, the Nomu, for any further signs of movement. And when it takes that lumbering step forward, massive hand reaching out, Izuku disappears. It's oh so easy to dissolve into invisible fur and breath of wind bones. It's even easier when the Nomu falters. Stops. Starts casting around, beak open and drooling, bloodshot eyes darting everywhere. They never catch on the invisible fox hunched where Izuku had just been. Nomu, why aren't you? Where is he? Where's the NPC brat? Kurogyri, you dash. My apologies Shigaraki Tamura, I did not see what happened. However, might I suggest it was the student's quirk? I believe one was related to invisibility. The villain snarls, reaching up to scratch viciously at his neck. Those red eyes dart around. Izuku, for his part, shuffles farther away from the monster and tries to ignore the pain in his head and chest to get a sense for what's happening around them. There's still a fair number of the plaza villains, Aizawa Eraserhead fighting his way through them. The familiar heartbeat of the pro is fast but not quite panicked, and Izuku focuses in on it until his own heart rate starts to calm a bit. It's soothing, regardless of the situation. Before Izuku can think anymore, can try to come up with a plan, the sound of 13's quirk kicks in. And no, oh no, against this Kurogyri, that probably won't. No hesitation, Izuku switches back to human, forcing his voice out. 13, no. His quirk will turn it back on Dash. His warning comes too late, just in time to see one of the dark whirls sking away part of the hero's suit with an awful tearing sound. And, before Izuku can do anything else, can go and try to help or distract Kurogyri, there's a shadow standing over him. Oh. Izuku changes. He can feel the wind from the massive punch the Nomu sends out, even his incorporeal four-tailed form not enough to stop the sensation of air buffeting at him, for all that he's unmoved and unharmed. Kami, that had been close. Way too close. This is terrifying. Everything hurts, and if he'd taken a second one of those hits, no, he can't think like that. He can't. Kurogyri, this is boring. My apologies Shigaraki Tamura. Do you wish to return? Our target isn't here after all, we may be better off Dash. No. I want to see All Might on his knees. What had started out childish, almost a tantrum, falls back into predatory at the end and Izuku shudders with it. They want All Might? Why are they bothering to try? Surely they can't know he's weakened, so why would they be here? Wait, the Nomu. It might be strong enough to go up against the number one hero. And if Izuku can dodge their physical attacks, then he's probably the safest for trying to get answers, right? He'll just need to keep the Nomu from attacking him before he starts a conversation. Mind made up, Izuku trots towards the two main villains, leaving the confused Nomu behind. His body aches with sharp, stabbing pains, but he can still go from human to fox in a blink, and that'll have to be enough. He'll make it enough. All he needs to do is get behind the villains, the two in between him and the Nomu, and buy as much time as possible. What do you want? He rushes out, appearing out of nowhere. The words slide together, scorching his tongue, but they still have Shigaraki whipping around to face him, hand half raised. Yet any answer is cut off by the creature's roar. Nomu, wait! The thing stops, already only a few meters away from the villains, eyes boring into Izuku. They're so blank yet so petrifying. Just what is, no, not the time. Why are you attacking us? We're just kids. And again, the words taste of bile and blood, spoken through a tight throat and locked jaw, but they're there and they have Shigaraki smirking beneath the hand. Ah, but you're little hero hopefuls, aren't you? Stubborn little brats with powerful quirks and noble intentions. The tone is mocking, almost playful, but the leer doesn't allow anything close to fun seep through. When Izuku doesn't answer, that leer only intensifies. I want to kill you all, to raise hero society to the ground. But most of all? I want All Might dead. There's laughter then, a maniacal cackling that sends that powdered ice down Izuku's back again. His tongue is leaden. Nothing he could say would drive the villains away, he can't fight them, there's nothing. Kid, get out of there. Aizawa's voice drags Izuku back into reality, but it drags Shigaraki back too. Ah, Eraserhead, I see you're finally done with the cannon fodder. Aizawa's glare grows fiercer. For all that he's not using his quirk just yet, his eyes are still fiery and something in their blaze feels safe to Izuku. A promise of safety. Leave my students alone. Kid, go. The Greenette knows he should listen, that he should obey his teacher, but he can't just abandon his hero. Hitoshi's dad. And he'll be safe so long as he's in his spirit form, right, so it's fine. He'll just observe. Keep an eye out. And judging by the way that Aizawa's shoulders slump for a fraction of a second at Izuku flickering out of existence, he's made the right choice. The man doesn't need to know that Izuku's still here. That he's watching, waiting to see if his hero will need any help. He wants to believe that he won't, but nobody's invincible, and the odds are far from good. No, Izuku will wait. He'll be here for Eraserhead, the pro's his #1 hero after all. It only takes a few more bandied sentences for Shigaraki to lunge at Aizawa. The man reacts instantly, quirk flaring, dodging to the side, kicking out, capture weapon looping forwards. But Shigaraki catches his ankle, growling wordlessly when his own quirk fails to activate, forced to retreat to escape the reaching fabric. You're pretty cool, Eraserhead. And on they go. They exchange blows, darting back and forth, neither getting in any truly damaging or incapacitating hits, simply going back and forth. But finally Shigaraki grows bored again. And that's when things go downhill. Nomu, attack him. The creature, of course, does exactly that, lumbering forwards, fist swinging. And Eraserhead jumps, lands neatly on the bulky arm, knife abruptly in hand and headed for the exposed brain. But before he can stab the thing, its other arm comes up to swipe at the hero, sending him tumbling off to the ground. Towards Shigaraki. The villain takes advantage, rushing forwards to grab at whatever he can. So Izuku watches on, stomach twisting, tails a frenzy, as his hero's jumpsuit turns to nothing, followed by flakes of blood and flesh as the skin of his elbow is disintegrated, down to the bone before the hero can lurch to his feet and away. Shigaraki, cackling, doesn't even bother chasing the man. Just laughs, genuinely delighted, as Eraserhead tries to recover, binding his arm with part of his own capture weapon, keeping an eye on the Nomu. It hasn't been commanded to stop yet and it moves in a blur and there's a cloud of dust and debris rising through the air. Izuku, panicking, darts forwards, still in his spirit form and terrified, to see a small crater in the ground, the Nomu half-crouched in the center of it. And beneath it, Aizawa. Whining softly, Izuku treads forwards, tails low and curling, ears twitching. His hero, his kin, isn't moving. Why isn't he moving? There's blood too, pooling like too bright ink, glossy in the lights contrasting with the dark hair splayed out at angles to match his limbs, and this hurts to see, but he has to look because why isn't his kin moving? Aizawa breathes. It's a wet, choking splutter of a breath, but it's a breath, and then he continues to rasp air in and out, shallow with the weight of the Nomu, but it's air and that means Izuku's kin is alive and that's all he needs right now, to see that barely there rise and fall. Although his attention is dragged away by a mocking tone. Ah, not so cool now Eraserhead, Izuku sees red. He sees red and hazy afterimages and everything sounds like heartbeat static rain but he's changing forms, tails thrashing to match his war drum steps and he advances, snarls ripping from his throat, every ounce of his being focused on Shigaraki. This monster hurt his kin. This monster dared to hurt that which Izuku loves and he will pay. He'll hurt too. He'll stumble back at the sudden appearance of a black-clothed figure with 5 dark tails writhing behind it, eyes slitted and glowing a sickly white-green, teeth bared. Because Izuku, looking like a devil incarnate, is racing forwards, low and hands clawed at his sides. His tails stream out behind him. And abruptly he's in front of Shigaraki and he leaps with an open-handed strike, twisting. It doesn't land, but the tail that swings behind it does, striking the monster across the face. The villain stumbles back, eyes wide. But then his lips stretch into a grin, a thin trickle of red tracing down from the slash smile and he too moves forwards. They're fighting then. It's almost a dance, if not for the rising bloodlust, Izuku still snarling whenever he lashes out with a kick or a jab or a tail, Shigaraki snickering each time he manages a glancing blow to Izuku. When one of his tails gets grabbed for a moment too long, Izuku pops out of existence, growl never pausing, phasing right through Shigaraki and reappearing to deliver a vicious kick to his back. The villain whirls around, even as he stumbles, one hand raised. Izuku dodges it, leaning too far into the movement only to be caught by his tails, allowing him pivot and kick again. Part of his boot gets disintegrated for it, but judging by the hiss of pain, the hit to the wrist landed. And on they go. Izuku finds himself relying more and more on changing forms, body and quirk tiring out faster than he'd like, but he manages. He needs backup. He needs someone to help him get his kin safe, but until then he'll spin and dodge and attack. One tail strike cracks a pale finger or two. One kick catches Shigaraki's ribs heavily with the steel toe cap. Then Izuku is driven back by 3 reaching jabs, 2 catching, his wrist and shoulder respectively disintegrating down to the bone. One palm strike gets into Shigaraki's guard, hitting the villain under the chin. Izuku suches forms, just long enough to move to the side and attack from there, human once again. He lashes out, tail missing, but elbow jabbing. Mido! The sudden cry tears them apart, both jumping back and away, breathing. Izuku doesn't chance glancing behind him, but he knows that voice just like he knew Aizawa's. His insomniac is here, ready to help. But Eraserhead is on the floor, barely conscious, if at all, and that means that Izuku is the main thing keeping the leader busy. If he fails, if he falls, then his kin and classmates are next. He dies, they die. His kin will die. He can't let that happen. He categorically can't. Izuku, drowning in the worst of thoughts, barely keeping himself breathing enough to watch Shigaraki, tries to be logical. Right now, he's keeping the main monster busy enough. The Nomu is still holding Aizawa down. No, save him, Hitoshi's dad, kin, Eraserhead, no, but not hurting him anymore, so that'll have to do until the thing can be safely removed. For that, Shinso, he controls it. And that simple statement is enough for Hitoshi to understand what his fluffball is asking. Okay, he can do this. His dad needs him. Yo, crusty guy, what's your FING deal? Shut up, NPC bra dash, Shigaraki stops, body visibly slackening in place, eyes glazing over. And, before any of the creep's allies can do anything, Hitoshi rushes out. Order the monster to carefully release Eraserhead. Then to knock itself out. Nomu, carefully release Eraserhead then knock yourself out. The 2 teens watch, breathless and terrified and oh so hopeful, as the hulking beast straightens up some and slowly steps away. And promptly smashes itself in the face and goes toppling. Whilst Aizawa is left bloody and prone in the small crater, he's apparently conscious enough to groan and start shifting once the pressure's gone. It's something at least. It's enough. Shinso, grab him and retreat. Keep everyone back if you can. Fluff dash. Trust me. I'm best off against a contact quirk, so go, whilst the warper is still distracted. Fine. But Mido, if you dare get any more FING hurt dash, Hitoshi is cut off by Izuku disappearing, the faintest pop of his fox form audible over Kurojire's calls for Shigaraki and the general cacophony of the fights and zones around them. Casting one last worried glance around, he dashes over and crouches to loop his dad's arm over his own shoulders and stands once again. The faster he gets his dad to the relative safety of the top of the stairs, the sooner he can come back to help his fluffball. So, the faster the better. By the time his insomniac is moving away with Aizawa, Kurojire has managed to snap Shigaraki out of it. Which means that part of the warper is physically present. And that, in turn, means that he can be hurt or restrained. He's vulnerable, somewhere, most likely beneath the metal. And the Nomu is passed out. Okay, Izuku can do this. He just needs. Midobro. Midoriya. Fox-kin. 3 voices, not as familiar, call out to him, and Izuku has to risk looking over this time, despite he and Shigaraki staring each other down, knowing exactly what the split second of inattention will do. Go for the warper. He's got a body under the metal. Even as he shouts to Tokoyami and Kirishima, he's darting back to avoid another of Shigaraki's strikes. If his classmates are nearby, he can't risk suching forms as often in case the villain gets too bored or frustrated and tries to go after them instead. He needs to protect everyone first. You're not so boring, are you, baby fox? No, you're positively feral. Izuku doesn't deign to reply, too full of pain and desperate concentration to be able to. Instead, he moves forwards again, feinting a side kick that allows his tails to lash forwards and wrap around Shigaraki's wrist. He can't reach Izuku like that, except with his other hand. But when the villain goes to disintegrate the 2 tails, Izuku reaches for his other wrist and grabs a hold. Now they're face to face, grappling. Izuku has more balance, but the man is stronger, less injured, and they shift back and forth, snarling at each other, 3 dark tails whipping occasionally at the villain. Then Izuku bites him. Fangs he's never had before sink into the meat of the villain's shoulder and it tastes utterly vile, but there's a scream of pain as flesh tears. The teen leaps back, releasing the villain and spitting desperately trying to get rid of the foul metallic taste, a chunk of skin and muscle fallen to the floor between them. You, that, Kurojire! Shigaraki screams, shrill, clutching at his shoulder, eyes burning. Izuku bears his bloody fangs back, unrepentant. It was no less than the monster deserved for hurting his kin. Before Izuku can move forwards once more, can attack again, another whirl of shadows opens up behind Shigaraki and the villain moves back into them, still glaring at the student. He glares right back. But then the leaders are gone, Nomu in tow, and Izuku collapses to his knees, vomiting up the blood and bile he's been able to taste since the Nomu hit him, whole body shuddering. He doesn't register whose arm wraps around his shoulders. It's familiar and warm and safe and he needs it, but he recognizes the feel of a water bottle against his lips and he takes a great gulp and spits it right back out, relieved for the dust powder-rot taste of Shigaraki's blood to be gone. But then he's retching again, metallic, and he can't breathe and everything hurts and Hitoshi talks, low and constant, setting the water bottle aside and trying to calm Izuku down, to stop him from hyperventilating, supporting him, holding him close, but it isn't working. Nothing works and before he can try something else, the greenette slumps against him, utterly unconscious. No. Shinso, can we do anything? Hitoshi forces himself to breathe, to calm down and think. What's best for Izuku right now? I know, just help me get him lying down. And so Dark Shadow and Tokoyami, touches firm but gentle, help Hitoshi to carefully maneuver Izuku to lie down, facing away from the puddle of blood and vomit, head in the insomniac's lap. Thanks. You can go and help the others. I'll shout if anything changes. Very well. Midoriya has the strength of many shadows in his blood and bones, he will be recovering shortly enough. But the taller teen can't bring himself to reply, staring down at his best friend. His best friend, so badly hurt, and when he could have stayed with him, helped, just done something. Hitoshi abruptly realizes that he's crying onto Izuku's bloody face and matted curls, the freckles are gone beneath drying red, where are they, give them back, but he can't bring himself to care. Mito, Fluffball, please, I swear, Fluffball, I can't dash, his voice shudders, gives in, and it's all Hitoshi can do to lean down and press the most careful of kisses to his friend's lips, reverent and desperate all at once. Barely diluted iron floods his senses, sickening. He's barely aware of his own keening, only able to stare down at his Fluffball in utter horror. This is awful. It is irrevocably the most terrifying thing he's ever gone through, having his best friend limp and unconscious and bleeding in his lap, Izuku's breath shallow and wrong, unable to do anything but wait. Hitoshi. The voice is rasping and pained but it's also his dad, conscious and coherent, and the insomniac WHPs his head around to stare up at the man, tears falling even more heavily again. Dad, he whimpers, still subconsciously carting a gentle, shaking hand through Izuku's hair. He Fluffball dash. Izuku'll be okay darling, he'll be okay. And it's that nickname that allows Hitoshi to start sobbing openly, hunching back over his friend as his father kneels beside him, good arm getting wrapped around the teen. Aizawa only ever calls him darling at their worst moments, Hisashi being in a 2-day coma a year ago, a villain holding Hitoshi hostage, only by chance, but still earning the boy a little scar on his neck, Aizawa being stabbed 4 times in one fight, needing an immediate blood transfusion, the night where Hitoshi had admitted his worst fears and experiences to his dad's. And now, here, when they've nearly died, and Izuku is so. Hitoshi. The loud voice is familiar, as is the sight of leather and blonde hair as Hisashi careens to the ground beside them all, hands fluttering, desperate to help but not yet knowing what's happened. Oh Kami, Izuku, poor baby, are you too, show your arm. It's fine Zashi. Are the medics here yet? They were just behind us. I'll flag the, oi, I need at least 2 stretchers over here, 1 student with heavy wounds, unconscious, 1 pro with a large surface wound and likely concussion at the least. From there, everything blurs. Izuku and Shoyuta get whisked away, both headed to the same hero ward at Muzutafu General Hospital, whilst Hitoshi gets checked over and deemed fit to be released straight away. Which is ideal, because it frees the voice hero up to drive them both to said hospital and find out everything they can. On the way, Hisashi rings Midoriya Inko, getting the number off of Hitoshi, her soft voice coming through the car speakers. Hello? Midoriya Inko speaking. Hi, Midoriya-san, it's Yamada Hisashi, Hitoshi's father and Izuku's teacher. Oh, hello Yamada-san. May I ask why you're ringing? Nothing's wrong, is it dash? Unfortunately, yes. There's dash he falters, draws in a long, shaking breath and forces himself to actually pay attention to the road. Kami, to be blunt with you Midoriya-san, there's been a villain attack on their class. Shoyuta and Izuku are both in hospital right now, or are just arriving, and Hitoshi and I are on our way to be with them. It shouldn't be anything life-threatening though. He hurries out, clearly hearing how Inko's breathing has sped up over the last few sentences. They've just had a really rough time. I wanted to let you know myself, before the school got around to it, and offer you a lift if you need one. There's a long, heavy pause then. Hitoshi resists the urge to clutch at his pop's arm, curling into himself instead. His wet jumpsuit smells like iron. Where are they, Muzutafu General? The strength is back in her voice, no longer shaking. Yes, is that dash. My shift ends in 20 minutes so I'm already here. Another deep breath. Oh my goodness, okay, I'm going to speak to my supervisor. Where dash? The hero ward, Midoriya-san. We'll meet you there as soon as, okay? Yes, of course. Oh, thank you Yamada-san. I need to go, but thank you so much. Be safe. You're more than welcome Midoriya-san. Really? And with that the dial tone rings out, the call ending and leaving them in heavy silence for a long minute. Hitoshi, baby, they'll be fine. They will. Neither of them acknowledge how Hisashi's trying to convince himself as much as his son. They don't acknowledge their tears either. Hisashi and Hitoshi rush into the hospital, hurrying straight past the main reception and into an elevator for the 7th floor. It might be labeled as the 3rd general floor, but they know it's the hero ward, where their family will be. Trying to keep his own nerves at bay, Hisashi tugs Hitoshi in close, a lanky arm wrapped around the kid's shoulders, reveling in the rise and fall of those shoulders. At least one of his family members is okay. Physically so. You coping, baby? Why yeah. Not good, but coping. Papa, do you really think they'll dash? His voice cracks and wavers and he turns just enough to tuck his face into his pop's soft t-shirt, both of their leather jackets left in the car. He soaks in the warmth there. Hitoshi, my precious baby, they will be fine. Sho and Izuku are strong, and the paramedics said they should be alright. They're survivors, you know that better than anyone. Trust them to stay strong. And that? That is something Hitoshi can do. He trusts both his dad and his fluffball to the moon and back, beyond that, and his papa is right. They'll be okay. They will because they have to else he'll kill them. But seeing them will cement it. Will let him fully believe it. Though before he can see his dad or his best friend they'll have to find them. At that moment, the elevator dings, opening up to let them out onto the 7th floor, immediately faced with a reception area. Looking to the doors to either side of the waiting area, a glimpse of broad figures can be seen through the slim windows, stood stock-still and intimidating. Guards. Can I help you both? The receptionist's voice is stern, but not unwelcoming. Hi, yes, we're here for Aizawa Shoyuta and Midoriya Izuku, brought in from UA. Sho's my husband, this is our kid, and he's Izuku's best friend. Right, sorry, here's my hero license. I'm also one of Izuku's teachers, the blonde garbles, digging out his hero license and shoving it onto the counter. The lady scrutinizes it, one hand hidden beneath her desk, and looks up at the two of them once more. That's fine, thank you, Present Mike-san. If you and your son would sit down? I expect the relevant doctor will be out soon and I'll direct them to you. Thank you, the pro offers, bowing shallowly, promptly looping his arm back over Hitoshi's shoulders. Before they walk away though, he pauses, glancing back to the receptionist. I've informed Midoriya Inko of the situation, I believe she works here, and she should be here soon too. For baby Izuku. Very well. It seems to be forever, slumped into each other's shoulders on the plastic chairs, both idly playing with the end of one of Hitoshi's thinner capture weapons, wrapping and weaving it in and around each other's fingers, before the elevator opens once more, a short greenette hurrying out, straight up to the desk. Where's my Izuku? Can I see him yet? Her red cheeks and glossy eyes don't detract from the way her hair begins to rise and sway, nor how her tone is steel and iron, unwavering and unyielding. Unforgiving. Midoriya Inko? May I see some identification please? Inko presents a card on a hospital lanyard and the receptionist nods, with the slightest of smiles. Wonderful, thank you. When your son's doctor becomes available, I will direct them to you, just take a seat until then. Oh okay, thank you. Suddenly a bit unsteady, Inko turns round to find a seat, finally noticing Hitoshi and Hisashi sat at the side of the room. Hi Inko-san. He stands up, settling a hand at her elbow to settle her down opposite them. He's only met his fluffball's mum once so far, but she had hugged him and immediately let him know how much she appreciated his kindness, how Izuku talked about him constantly. Hitoshi loves her. Oh, Shinso-kun, I'm so glad to see you're alright. It must have, Kami, I'm so sorry. Well, Hisashi is getting a bit of an idea where Izuku's sweet nature comes from. Inko-san, you know it's not your fault. It was the villains. You're not wrong, Shinso-kun, she manages, reaching over to pat his knee with a shaky smile. He returns the expression. So, Midoriya-san, this isn't how I wanted us to meet, but, well dash. Oh, call me Inko, Yamada-san dash, they're all smiling now, relaxing a little with the safety of familiar faces and bolstering each other. Hisashi, please. Your son's family, so you are too. Oh, that's very kind of you. I'm so incredibly glad that you found my Izuku, Shinso-kun, you and your dads have been nothing but wonders. Well, Fluffball's been pretty amazing too. He probably saved Dad's life today. Definitely did, he croaks out, turning to bury his face in the blonde's top again in case he starts crying. It smells like home and he craves that so badly, wishes he was on their sofa with his dads and the cats and his Fluffball, safe and healthy and together. Hey now baby, it's alright. They're both alive, thanks to each other and you and the rest of your class, okay? You all did so well. His papa's voice is a low, soothing rumble, almost a purr in the chest beneath his cheek, and it helps. Grounds him. They don't get the chance to say any more before one of the sets of doors swings open, automated, to admit a doctor into the waiting room. All three of them jolt in place, Hitoshi straightening up, glancing between each other as they stare, apprehensive. Then the man, having conferred with the receptionist, comes over to the three of them. Yamada Hisashi and Shinso Hitoshi? Yes, that's us. Shoyuda? He's alive and sleeping. If you'll come through, I'll take you to his room and discuss his injuries with you. Thank you. Mido, Inko-san, will you be alright by yourself? We can wait if you dash. No, Hisashi-kun, go on. Get to your husband. You're both more than welcome to find Izuku-kun whenever you have the chance to. The two nod and offer her brief smiles, frankly more akin to grimaces, before following the doctor. Not even 10 minutes later, they're sat at Shuta's bedside, Hisashi clutching the unbandaged hand, bowed over it to press his forehead to the warm flesh. The living flesh. Hitoshi, for his part, is settled beside his pops, toying with his dad's capture weapon that had been set on the bedside table, watching the rise and fall of his chest, ears ringing with the steady beat of the heart monitor. He's alive and close to okay. The fractured skull and broken nose have been healed up with no sign of brain damage or impacts beyond the direct injuries. His broken ribs are now only fractured, partially healed, and heavily bandaged. The half a dozen disintegration patches were largely shallow, only one on his elbow and another at his hip likely to scar. For now, they've been carefully treated. Then he has bandages and plasters all over for the various small wounds and sprains he'd collected from the horde of villains he'd faced alone. All in all, Aizawa has gotten off pretty lightly, for all that he's going to be sore, stiff and fairly immobile for a good week or two. It's a relief, to say the least. Even better, he should be waking up within the hour. A knock on the door has them both spinning to face it, Hisashi taking a deep breath before calling out a "come in." A head of green hair peers around. Shinso-kun, if you want to see Izuku now, you can. The doctor's not sure when he'll wake up, but I need to talk to her first and, well, just in case he does dash, she doesn't get to finish her sentence before the teen is on his feet, pausing to press his fingers against his dad's shoulder, then offering Hisashi a murmured, "Back soon papa," before promptly hurrying over to the door and following Inko down the corridor. Several doors down, she stops him with a gentle hand to the arm, her wobbly smile returning. "He's in here. Take your time and if you want to go back to your dad's at any point, do. Izuku would understand. Will understand." Hitoshi, suddenly barely able to think, let alone speak, nods along dumbly, staring at the door, unnoticing of Inko leaving. The nameplate just has Izuku's initials and he want to go in but he doesn't want to see his Fluffball attached to machines and bandaged and hurt but it'll have to be an improvement on how he last saw him, right? And Izuku could wake up at any moment and he'll be alone and scared and hurt and... Hitoshi rushes into the hospital room before he even realizes it, heedless of anything but his internal litany of his Fluffball, his Izuku, hurt, alone, no. Then Izuku is there, blinking at him with glassy, hazy eyes, pale even amongst the white bedding, and Hitoshi is kneeling on the edge of the bed, cradling the soft, warm, living, breathing, face in trembling hands, not even thinking as he feathers gentle kisses across the freckled skin, brow to nose to cheeks, thumbs stroking gently, urgently, desperately, just under Izuku's eyes, the taller boy not pausing for a moment, needing to impress upon his friend how relieved he is that Izuku's alive, how scared he'd been, how much he needs the other. He needs to feel the life between his hands. Izuku takes the affection well, eyes fluttering closed, only a few tears escaping, wiped away by Hitoshi's thumbs and kisses, leaning into the careful hold of his friend with the smallest of sighs. "You're awake already, you silly fox. You should be resting." "Why you're the insomniac though," Izuku protests, "he's alive, he's breathing, they're talking to each other, thank F, and Hitoshi can't even bring himself to banter back, simply leaning forwards again until their foreheads are pressed together, carefully, gently, and all he can see is green. That same green, full of light and shadow, whole galaxies of constellations and colors, each one home to so many thoughts and feelings because he knows Izuku's mind never pauses, never quietens, is always being clever and quick, even when he's panicking. It's this green that Hitoshi falls into every time, that he doesn't want to pull himself out from, because his fluffball is soft and strong and just perfect. So perfect. And he'd come so close to losing him. The tears falling unacknowledged onto Izuku's blanket aren't his or Hitoshi's, they're just theirs, a release of utter relief. It had been beyond terrifying, beyond awful, and there's no coming back from something like this, from holding your best friend in your lap and praying that he'll just survive. Shinso. Izuku murmurs, tone uncertain but still so warm, breathed into the scant space between them. It's a prompt. And so Hitoshi finally draws back, settling down with his legs tucked under him so that he can look Izuku in the eye, hands slipping down until they hold the shorter boys, fingers interlacing without a thought. Then he lets himself ramble. Fluffball, I thought, Cammy, I was so scared. I thought I was going to lose you before you even knew how much I adore you. You're everything Fluffball, everything. Izuku chokes on his words, and for a moment Hitoshi worries that he's done something wrong, managed to scare his friend off, but then the blush, the uncertain smile and the almost feverish intensity to Izuku's eyes register, and Hitoshi realizes that he's being stupid. Izuku loves him too. Or whatever they're going to call it for now, whilst they learn the true depths of their feelings for each other. Simply knowing that his care, appreciation and adoration are returned is more than enough, in Hitoshi's eyes. Being able to see Izuku, look into those appealing green eyes, shadowed and glowing all at once, framed by dark lashes and currently pale skin and cinnamon freckles. There's nothing more perfect. Undoubtedly. We don't need to talk it all through right now, Fluffball, but, well, I'm yours, okay? That sits right. Because he is Izuku's, in his own opinion, he would die or kill for this boy, would face 1,000 villains, all to see this face and feel this touch. And he would do it over and over again, no hesitation. I'm yours too, Shinso, Izuku vows, tone steady and strong, still quiet, but utterly resolute, and that has Hitoshi beaming, tear tracks bunching up and gleaming. I should hope so. He teases, trying to lighten their moods a little, even as he assesses the various wires connected to Izuku and then proceeds to readjust them both until he sat up against the headboard, the greenette curled into his side, finally able to properly settle down together. The last however many hours have been a lot. For everyone involved, but Izuku going up against the leader like that, under enough stress for another tale to manifest. It had been terrifying, just like Hitoshi had said. Utterly petrifying. He'd really thought Izuku might die there, in his lap. Shinso, stop. Izuku's voice, all sweet and soft, brings him out of his thoughts, a small, calloused hand reaching up to cup his cheek, a thumb shifting back and forth, just brushing the corner of his mouth. Sorry Fluffball, he mutters, turning to shove his face into those green curls. At least they're not blood-matted now. S'all right. Is Aizawa? Everyone? Surely they're all Ooka dash. Oh, Fluffball, they're fine. You protected everyone, you appealing idiot. Izuku squeaks a little at that, burying his face further into Hitoshi's shoulder, but he just keeps on talking. Dad's in here, in hospital, too, but he should be waking up soon and most of his injuries, the worst ones at least, are pretty much healed. I don't really know about anyone else, but Pops hasn't had any phone calls or messages about it, so I think they're all fine. Fluffball, Izuku, you were the worst off, by far. You nearly dash. Shinso, please, don't. I'm breathing, okay? We're here, we're fine. And although the greenette doesn't seem to have truly comprehended why Hitoshi is so distressed, the words help all the same, and they fall into silence, pressed together, Izuku perhaps curled up too much for having had, possibly still having, broken or fractured ribs, but neither of them can care. They just want each other close. Half an hour later, Inko peeks into her son's hospital room to find two sleeping boys, clutching each other close and with Izuku's various wires carefully left free and secure. Her smile is soft and bittersweet. She's so relieved that her baby has such a brilliant friend, although she's counting the days until they're stuttering out confessions, and that they're so close and kind to each other, so supportive and strong. Cammy knows her baby needs that and she hasn't provided enough of it. And oh, how close she's come to losing him today. Her precious baby boy, the absolute light of her life, nearly snuffed out by awful people, and looking at him now, she can see how he's been hurt. Dr. Maswe had talked her through his injuries, so many things, so much pain and hurt, but seeing her baby now, it hits her all over again. broken ribs, a lung that somehow only got punctured short minutes before the medics got to him, over a dozen patches of disintegration, and Cammy, what kind of monster had her boy faced, 2 right down to the bone, heavy internal bruising that didn't seem to have any bleeds, but they would have to watch out for, his tongue nearly bitten right through, multiple fractures and muscle strains, all paired with lingering herm levels that tell of incredible stress and fear. It's all so much. And she has yet to forget Dr. Masue asking her about scars. Scars her boy shouldn't have. Sure that both of them are sleeping soundly, having heard the steady beat of Izuku's heart monitor, Inko backs out of the room, door sliding shut quietly behind her. She wants to cry, but she needs to check up on the 2 heroes first. Hisashi and Aizawa. Although perhaps she should be calling him Shoyuta, if she's calling Hisashi by his first name. Reaching the door annealed A.S once again, she takes a deep breath and knocks quietly. There's barely any hesitation before that familiar voice calls for her to come in. Again though, she only peeks around, not wanting to intrude too much. 2 people look back at her, the blonde already beckoning her in. Sit with us, Inko-san. Is Hitoshi still with Izuku? Why yes. They're sleeping, all curled up together, she reports, her own smile, weary though it may be, matching the fond look the husbands share. And, are you alright, Shota-kun? The man in question falters for a brief moment, but doesn't truly hesitate. Well enough. I'll be back at school Tom or dash. Show. What? My students need a teacher, Zashi. And I need a healthy husband. To his credit, Aizawa does pause at that, squeezing the hands that clutch at his own. Whatever. You can stop me in the morning. Inko watches on, smile still in place, and realizes exactly why Izuku loves this family so much. They're good people. Kind people. I need to thank you both. Well, she hadn't intended to say that so abruptly, but it's out there now, and no less true for it. Oh? What? No, Inko-san, you dash. No, I do. She draws in a deep breath, ignoring how it wavers in her lungs. My best is what I've done for Izuku, but it isn't enough. He's always had so much love and compassion to give, but I was the only one to ever return that. Until your son helped him, talked to him, befriended him. Showed him a healthy relationship. I expect you're just as aware as I am that they both want something more, whether or not they've realized it yet, but the point remains the same. Your family has made Izuku so happy, he talks more, smiles more, believes in himself more. It's everything I failed to give him. She stares down at her own hands, wringing in her lap, and continues to fight back her tears. This isn't about her pain, it's about Izuku's, and how incredibly grateful she is that he stumbled across these wonderful people that he so dearly needed. Inko-san, that kid adores you. You haven't failed him, or at least he doesn't think so, and you clearly care, clearly put the effort in, so that has to be enough. It's all any of us can do. Aizawa's tone is bland, bored, but there's fire in his dark eyes, one matched by Hisashi. Seriously Inko-san, the listener loves you, and you love him. You're both the best kind of people and you put each other first which, well, isn't always great, but it's what family does. So, don't beat yourself up over it. None of us are perfect. This one, for example, drinks more juice packs than water. Damn it Hisashi, their nutrient pouches dash. Yeah. Of course the big scary underground hero doesn't like a kid's drink. Obviously. And, just like that, her worries are washed away, buried at the back of her mind, only to be replaced with warmth and humor. They'll return another day, but not right now, and that's enough. Hisashi-kun, do you know about the rest of their class? Other teachers? The room sobers once again, but the tension is relatively light. Minor injuries all round for the kids. Some quirk exhaustion and some panic, but the worst is a few fractures and 2 concussions. Between Chi, recovery girl and the paramedics, they were treated at UA. They should all be home, safe, with their parents now. And 13's undergoing specialized treatment, but they'll absolutely be fine. Oh, that's wonderful news. I'm so relieved. How strong they all must be. And Aizawa only grunts in acknowledgement, but he doesn't have a capture weapon to hide his small, crooked grin beneath. Neither Hisashi nor Inko pull him up on it. Can we ask about Izuku's injuries? Obviously, we can wait for the official report, but dash. No, it's fine Hisashi-kun. The worst of it was the punctured lung and 2 particular patches of disintegration that went down to the bone, right wrist and left shoulder respectively. His broken ribs were, of course, the cause of the lung, but it wasn't long before the medics arrived, so whilst he had a fair amount of fluid buildup, a hemokinesis quirk on hand that was able to get the blood out easily. As she speaks, Inko falls into her nurse headspace, distancing herself from the horror of knowing it was her baby hurt, lest she break down. She doesn't need to burden these 2 with that. They've patched most of it up. He's just going to need to be careful of himself for a while. Silly boy. Whilst I won't encourage self-sacrificing behavior, Izuku truly was a hero today. Kami, it really was today. Aizawa breathes, head falling back into his pillows before a hand squeeze from Hisashi has him back with them. He saved my life, like the reckless, clever little fool he is, and I'm pretty sure he helped his classmates with identifying weak points for the villains. He did well. And all of Inko's worry, all of her fear and hurt and anxiety, is overwhelmed by pride and love at those words. Because her son is so incredibly strong, so incredibly brave. And she will trust these two men to teach him how not to get so badly hurt next time he has to be so strong again, to teach him to fight alongside his friends and allies and to take villains down with a smile and no blood in sight. Izuku isn't just her hero anymore, and she never thought that fact would be such a wonderful thing. Izuku, still stiff and sore beyond even the heavy bandaging around his chest, curls up a bit tighter, shoving his head further into the junction of his insomniac's neck and shoulder, breathing in the familiar smell of Hitoshi Yamazawa, pushing away the lingering bittersharp of a hospital, and huffs out a sigh. Oi, that tickles, the other boy chides, voice too low and soft to truly be reprimanding. Not to mention he never pauses in how one hand is carting through the fluff of Izuku's tails, splayed out over them in a warm, thick blanket. You two awake then? They both jump a little, Izuku whimpering and attempting to hide his face even further in Hitoshi's neck. It's impossible. Dad? The slight vibrations of even that single word have Izuku grumbling happily, tails shifting a little and ears tucking in close. He doesn't really register the rest of the conversation. You said it, kiddo. Zashi and Inko went to get food, there's no school today so we're all waiting around on you too. I'd call you sleepyheads but I reckon you probably needed the rest. Today? There's surprise there, but it's lazy. Unbothered. His hand keeps playing with some of Izuku's tail fluff. You two slept for almost 18 hours straight. Oh, sheet. Aizawa only snorts at his son, although not unkindly, and leans a little closer. There's not a lot of the greenette to be seen, too buried under tails and into Hitoshi to really be visible, but he's clearly awake. Izuku, kiddo, you doing alright in there? Hearing his name has the teen finally untucking his head from Hitoshi's neck, peering round and blinking in the relative brightness of the room. And, oh, there's Aizawa, all bandaged up, but okay. Alive. His kin's alive. Keening, Izuku bursts forward, tails and arms reaching for the man, who luckily catches him before he can topple off the bed and they both grunt in pain, but Izuku is still whimpering, clutching onto his kin who holds him right back, muttering reassurances meant only for his sensitive ears. Hush kiddo, it's alright, we're all fine, just a bit banged up, hush Izuku, hush, I'm alright, we're all safe, you did such a good job kid, hush, well done Izuku, we're okay, we're alive, hush. Hitoshi stays back at the headboard, carefully nudging the 4-drip stand forward some until the drip itself isn't taut, and watches as his fluffball dissolves into pure relief, little whimpers of kin alive, just audible with a kind of odd pain that's all too relatable, understandable. Seeing his dad like that, his best friend boyfriend person so incredibly hurt too. It had been hell. It's still a visceral ache in Hitoshi's chest, right below his heart, like one of the cats has been kneading too hard but for hours and hours and it's more than a sting but instead a constant thrum. And so how can he blame Izuku, who hadn't seen Aizawa safe in a hospital bed, breathing by himself, blood cleared away, for having even a small breakdown like this? Well, he can't, and he wouldn't anyway. His fluffball's anxious, a natural worrier, and Hitoshi had seen some of when Izuku went feral over his dad, over any of them being hurt, dying, and it had been. Terrifying implies that he was scared of his fluffball and he wasn't, never, not when he's held the greenette so close, seen him have panic attacks and crying jags and smiling so wide and appealing that it's almost beyond comprehension, but it had some part of Hitoshi jarring in place, realizing that, oh, Izuku loved them all. So Hitoshi watches on with the slightest of sad smiles as his fluffball cries into his dad's shoulder, and revels in the existence of two of his most precious people. Eventually, Izuku calms down, and promptly goes bright red in squealing embarrassment. Ironically, he also tries to hide away in the man's shoulder, which, really, is counterintuitive, but Aizawa only shares a grin with his son, rolling his eyes, and then turns his attention back to the teen in his lap. Hey, kiddo, it's fine, he soothes, beginning to cart a careful hand through green curls, not quite as fluffy as usual but still soft and clean, and soon Izuku is calm again, sagging even further into the pro. Come on kid, let's get you back into bed. Your mother and Zash'll be back soon, I reckon. Apparently only Hitoshi notices the new nickname, but he won't call his dad out on it. Not right now at least. And indeed, it's not even 5 minutes later, once Izuku is sat at the head of his bed once again, wires and drip all carefully rearranged properly, with Hitoshi sat against the footboard and intertwining their legs, Aizawa staying in his seat, when the door opens to reveal the two remaining adults, chattering happily to each other, Hisashi with 2 paper bags in hand. Then they notice that Izuku's awake. "Aizu, darling." And Inko's already crying, rushing over to her son but pausing by his bed, hesitating, hands ready to reach out, to hold him close. Izuku smiles at her, the expression wobbly but sincere, and opens his arms a little. The invitation is immediately taken up, Inko leaning in and embracing him, and they're lost in the wonder of each other being there, okay, alive. The Yamazawa family studiously leave them to it, looking to each other to give the mother and son some semblance of privacy. Hisashi deposits their food on the room's side table and comes over to stand by his husband, settling one hand on his shoulder and brushing his thumb along the base of his neck. Aizawa unashamedly leans into Hisashi's side, enjoying the casual affection. "The baby okay?" "Not too bad, had a bit of a breakdown but mostly alright, I think," Aizawa returns in a similarly low tone, reaching up to settle his hand over his husband's. Hitoshi interjects then. "He was mainly just worried about you." "I'd gathered." Neither of them are fooled by the dry tone, particularly not when there's a hint of fond exasperation underlying it. Hitoshi leans over enough to poke his knee in retaliation, but doesn't want to move further lest he disturb Izuku and his mum. Their legs are still thoroughly tangled up together after all. When the two Midoriyas draw back from each other, wiping away at each other's tears, and Inko settles down in the second chair of the room, it's Hisashi who speaks up first. "Right, listeners. Inko-san and I have brought some food and paper plates, so let's dig in first, okay? Then we can get any boring stuff out the way." And that's a decent plan, judging by how Hitoshi's stomach rumbles at the thought of food, and whilst everyone snorting or giggling, the blonde man included, he starts dishing up the food. A blueberry muffin and small croissant go to Izuku, whilst a few somethings European and covered in syrup and pistachios go to Hitoshi. Napkins follow. Inko is past an apple turnover, Hisashi having the same and then offering his husband the raspberry chocolate monstrosity left. Certainly not the healthiest of breakfasts, but they all deserve a treat after the last 24 hours and, quite frankly, the hospital food isn't going to be a treat. Hence the bakery trip. All too soon though, they've all finished eating, and then the mood falls some. Obviously we're not in school today. We actually won't be going back until Monday, due to the attack. Nedzu closed the school for today and tomorrow. And the first Saturday of term is normally an off day too, hence Monday. But what's still up for debate is the sports festival. Aizawa's words are grave but his expression is just on the neutral side of soft, fixing Izuku with a scrutinizing look. As the only student seriously injured, you have a certain amount of say in whether or not the school goes ahead with the festival. And oh, Izuku actually hadn't been expecting that, but it does make some sense. Although he doesn't much like being the reason that people are forced to compete or not. And the sports festival is a widely televised event. What if word gets out that it was cancelled or nearly cancelled because of him and people hate him and... Hey, Izuku, kiddo, stop thinking a second. Just take a deep breath and pause, Aizawa starts, levering up from his seat to stand by the head of Izuku's bed, leaning over a little to look him in the eyes, the rest of the room letting him talk Izuku down from the encroaching panic attack. That's it. Deep breath in, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Keep that up, Kit, there you go. Listen carefully, okay, and keep breathing. This decision isn't down to you alone. Your opinion will be held to the level of another teacher's in this one precise situation only, Kit, and nobody but us and the faculty will know what you've said. Alright, your opinion will be valid and listened to, but as an equal. That's good, Kit, keep breathing like that, answer whenever you want. And the peculiar comfort of making Izuku one of the crowd and valued at the same time seems to do the trick, and his breathing stays as steady as Aizawa coached it to be, holding the man's gaze with an intense focus. Anchoring himself. It'd be okay, I think. It's important A and W will be healed up A and it'll be F fun, right? F fighting W with our classmates. His stutter might be back in full force, hands twitching and tails wrapping around himself protectively, but there's resolve in his words. It should be, kiddo, it should be. A chance to prove yourselves to the world. Then why yeah. Aizawa takes a long second then, searching Izuku's expression and body language, trying to ascertain that the teen really means it, is genuinely okay with this. He doesn't insult him by asking if he's sure, or if he's aware that the festival might also be targeted. He knows Izuku well enough by now to be sure that the kid's already considered that, already talked it through in his own head if only for the split second. It's long enough. Good on you, kiddo. He pats Izuku's hair gently, then shambles back to his own seat. And before an awkward silence can fall, Hitoshi pipes up, "Do we know when you two re getting discharged?" "Your dad discharged himself this morning because he has no dash. Need to be cooped up in a bed. But I'm still in the hospital, aren't I?" Hisashi only mock glares at his husband at that, poking him in the forehead. Inko, muffling her giggles at their interactions, speaks up as well. "Izuku can leave tonight, or maybe tomorrow if they have any concerns. Although if it's tonight, I'll need to go downstairs to talk to my supervisor and try to get cover for my shift and dash. Inko-san, we can have him for the night." Hisashi interjects, smile bright and sincere. "Not if you're not comfortable with it, but if you've got work that's difficult to cancel, we'll have Izuku come and stay with us for today. The lil listeners can watch some movies together and the cats love him, so it wouldn't be any trouble at all." To Hitoshi and Izuku's bewilderment, something intangible seems to pass between the three parents, some kind of agreement or understanding, and Inko nods along. "That sounds wonderful, thank you. Izuku, sweet pea, would that be alright? It's completely up to you, but you're more than welcome either way. You can go to W work mum. Really. I like their home, it's W warm." It's pretty obvious that Izuku doesn't just mean the temperature, and Hisashi has to muffle a squeal as best as he can in Shuta's shoulder. The baby is too adorable. And so it's decided. Unfortunately, the mood drops yet again only a minute later as Inko, who has been fidgeting uncomfortably, finally speaks up. "Izuku, honey, you don't have to answer right now, and I'd apologize for bringing this up in front of your teachers, but they should probably know too dash, and if that doesn't have everyone tense, then the following words certainly would have. But your doctor mentioned you having scars. Scars from injuries not in your medical records and that are clearly quirk-induced. Specifically, an explosion quirk." For a long, minute, her words hang in the air. What nobody realizes is that they're hanging like a noose around Izuku's neck and he's breathing, but it doesn't feel like it. His lungs are bound and his throat is tight and his tongue is heavier than stone, bloated against his teeth, and he just wants to disappear and fade away because no, she can't know, not now, not after I've kept it hidden for so long. Fluffball, stop, no, it's okay, Fluffball, listen to me, can you answer me? You know I'll help, so answer? Please? You dash. Shinso, Izuku rasps out, barely even conscious of the word, and then he's barely conscious at all, lulling in a vast place of purple clouds and green sunlight that warms him up inside out, a safe space. There's something wrapped around him, distant voices ebbing and flowing, but none of it matters when he's here. He's safe. The rest of the room, for their part, are coming down from their own panic. Izuku has gone glassy-eyed and pliant under Hitoshi's quirk, slumping into the other teen's embrace where he'd come scrambling up the bed to hold his Fluffball close, resisting the very brief urge to snap at the adults to go away. But then Izuku was breathing properly again and Hitoshi too had calmed down, and now he curls his person in close and careful, and looks up to meet Inko's worried gaze. I knew about them already. I figured it out on Monday when I saw how Bakugo treated him, but he wasn't ready to tell anyone yet, and unless he was going to be at risk again, I promised to keep quiet. I won't apologize for it." His tone is unwavering, chin lifted high even as his touch is oh so gentle, cradling his Fluffball close. His dads don't seem very surprised, both accepting his words with a slight frown and a fierce scowl respectively, their anger obvious but its recipient just as blatant. Inko, on the other hand, trembles in place. "Oh Cammy my baby, I knew he wasn't happy at school, but dash," she cuts herself off, tears welling up even more, and Aizawa abruptly staggers to his feet, herding her out of the room. "Let's talk Inko-san. Hitoshi and Zashi will keep an eye on Izuku, but let's leave them to it." Once they're gone, Hitoshi returns all of his attention to Izuku, combing fine fingers through the mess of curls, carefully avoiding his fox ears, more than a little gratified when the smaller teen nuzzles against him, leaning into the touch. It takes a few minutes of this, but Izuku gradually falls out of the brainwashing, blinking blearily up at his insomniac. He looks half asleep and it's adorable. "Why don't you take a nap, Fluffball? I'll be here the whole time." And Hitoshi doesn't even bother glaring at his pop's little squeal of adorable, instead focusing on how Izuku nods, turning even further into his hold. He deserves the rest. That evening, after having been checked over and deemed relatively healthy, albeit with some still fractured ribs and three-quarter-healed disintegration patches, Izuku leaves with the Yamazawas, a bag of his clothes, current notebook and phone charger in the boot of their car already. His mum hugs him tightly but carefully and he inhales the sweet scent of their shared shampoo, absorbs her warmth, and really does feel alright when she walks back into the hospital and he leaves with his Shinso and teachers. His kin. Settling into the car, Izuku doesn't even think when he sits in the middle seat, pressed up against Hitoshi's side, and lets out a single pleased chuff when his insomniac wraps an arm around his shoulder. And if a kiss gets dropped into his curls, then that's even better. The bubbly chatter of an upbeat radio station swells to fill the comfortable silence, all of them happy to just exist for a little while. In the calm of the car, the buildings outside bathed in an orange-pink light from the unseen sunset, the roads that little bit emptier thanks to their careful timing to avoid rush hour. It's nice. More than. The warm atmosphere carries into the apartment, Hitoshi and Izuku not even considering getting out the spare futon. Instead, after a takeout dinner and 3 nature documentaries, 2 of course being about big cats, the whole family unanimously decide to head to bed. Once Izuku is comfortably laying on his back, careful of his ribs, tails and ears gone, Hitoshi lays down beside him, on his front, and oh so delicately slings an arm across the shorter's stomach, also tangling one of his legs between both of Izuku's. Maybe it should be uncomfortable, but they both revel in the closeness all the same. What are we going to tell everyone? Hitoshi asks, genuinely curious to see what his fluffball will say. They could have some fun with it, cause some chaos, but Izuku might not. Who said we had to tell anyone? And there's a mischievous glint in those green eyes that can be seen despite the practically non-existent light. It's a chaotic gleam that CRPs up occasionally and that always equals trickery. Hitoshi lives for it. Nobody at all. See who figures it out first. I vote your dad, comes the instant reply. And DMN, no hesitation at all. Hitoshi has to hide a smile against his fluffball's shoulder. Pops is more socially aware though. And he dash. Shinso, your dad is the most observant person we know. Izuku's tone is a little bit exasperated, but it only adds to his point. Fair. What about Inko-san though? The taller asks, genuinely curious. She'll probably put it down to wishful thinking. That actually makes Hitoshi blush because that's more than parental approval, that's parental support and zeal and all kinds of things that he really should expect from the sweet woman, but still. It means a lot to even think about. And when they do find out? Are we gonna label it? He ventures. Izuku pauses, not quite hesitation, more contemplation, and then pushes and nudges at Hitoshi until, with a confused grumble, his insomniac is laying on his back too, head turned to quirk an eyebrow at Izuku. The greenette just offers a shy little smile that has no right to be so adorable. His entire being has no right to be so adorable when he carefully shifts to be lying on his front, chest to chest with Hitoshi, peering up at him with those stunning eyes, vivid even in the dark. You said it perfectly yesterday, Shinso. And oh. Hitoshi hadn't realized those were the words he'd wanted to hear, but now that Izuku said them, there really couldn't have been anything better. I'm yours, you're mine. No doubt about it, Izuku snickers, the sound a little wheezy as he attempts to wriggle even closer, as though they weren't already pressed together. Hitoshi grins, unseen in the dark but they're all the same, and buries his face in his fluffball's curls. There's no better thought to fall asleep to. When Aizawa and Inko go out into the corridor after she brings up Izuku's scars, they have a conversation. It goes something like this. Kami, I fear, Shudakuen, that I've been a terrible mother. Izuku. I know he must have been getting hurt, at least sometimes, and he so rarely seemed truly happy until recently, but I've never known what was actually happening or what to do so I just haven't done anything. And she's trying to breathe, trying to keep herself from wailing because oh how she has failed her baby boy. And I work constantly because we need the money, but he must have been so lonely, and is it any wonder he didn't confide in me? Even if I do try my hardest, I know I've said the wrong things or not acted when I should, but... Inko trails off, hunching in on herself, not even bothering to wipe away her own tears. Rather awkwardly, Aizawa sits opposite her. Well, surely the only thing to do in this situation is tell her what he knows. He's not one for false platitudes or meaningless reassurances, not with adults at least, but Inko's clearly a good woman who's trying her best, so... Inko-san, I won't pretend to completely understand you and Izuku's circumstances, but he's a decent kid that's gone through some difficult things already, yesterday notwithstanding, and I dare say you've probably done the best you could under said circumstances. Having this conversation with him likely wouldn't go amiss however. When he's not just been through a traumatic experience. Izuku knows you care about him, you obviously love each other, but I doubt he knows that you are so aware of your own shortcomings, whether large or small. He loves you too after all, he won't want to see you hurt. Had that been too terse? Too sappy? Too personal? Who knows, but he said it now, and none of it's inaccurate, or at least not to Aizawa's understanding, so it will have to do. And it has Inko nodding, that steely glint back in her eyes, so perhaps he really managed it. Good. Standing up once again, Aizawa heads back into Izuku's room, letting her sort through her own thoughts and emotions alone. And he's not the one to help her with that, if anyone is. He's got his own emotions to work through. Such as beating back the raging fury that's eating up his guts, creeping towards his lungs and heart, at the thought of sweet, shy, anxious little Izuku being scarred already. From a student that he hasn't expelled but now wants to even more than before. And yet he and Netsu's assessments of the appropriate consequences hadn't really changed. Expelling the blonde boy would only push him into villainy and, with that, into targeting Izuku, sooner or later. And the kid doesn't need that on his shoulders. Aizawa will make a decent hero out of Bakugo Katsuki if it kills him. If only for Izuku's sake. I've taken this from my other main BNHAFIC, so sorry to any Kidalant readers, but here you go, 1A schedule, just to preface them getting back to school. The USJ was wed, A, and they started traveling at 2:45-ish, after they'd had time for a quick lunch and to get changed. They were meant to get back to the school around 5:30, after a bit over 2 hours of rescue training. Obviously, it all went wrong. Please ignore the typos. What is combined science? I literally put this schedule together in about 5/10 minutes whilst eating pizza. Maths, 6, ectoplasm. English, 6, Mike. Combined sciences, physics, biology, chemistry, 6, snipe, biology and physics, /13, physics and chemistry. Heroic ethics and law, v, Aizawa. Japanese/modern literature, 6, Cementos. Heroic art history, v, Midnight, crosses over with literal art and with her history lessons and even elements of ethics, religion, economics etc. Physical education, v, whoever, most often hound dog, Aizawa or snipe. Physical edition is often more about building up and maintaining healthy physique, sometimes includes theoretical lessons on nutrition, muscles etc. Humanities, 6, Midnight/13, history, Vlad King, geography. Heroics, All Might and Aizawa, with other teachers as necessary/appropriate. This works within a fortnightly schedule, e.g. they have a week A and a week B to balance out all of their subjects. Their average day is longer than most schools I know, but it does include about 2 hours of break/homeroom, the latter of which accommodates helping with homework, to ensure they still have the time and support necessary. Other courses tend to have shorter days with no Saturday lessons, barring support, which does, although it's often optional. When applying, the kids and parents are made fully aware of the rigorous schedule and are informed how important it is that yes, the students are still teens, but they need to maintain good diets and sleeping schedules, else the school will be forced to intervene, although there are also provisions for helping those with money struggles or the like, helping students like Eureka afford enough meat and other more expensive foods to get sufficient and appropriate nutrients. Core classes have 6 timetabled slots. The more specialized heroics department lessons have 5 and these are effectively electives which change each school year, albeit they are mandatory. Other departments will have different subjects and other teachers, typically non-heroes, though still experts, e.g. support course will have 1 for business management, 1 for advanced physics/mechanics and the 3rd for the laws surrounding support tech and materials, equivalent to Zawa's hero ethics and laws. Management have another ethics/law, plus economics and marketing/media. They specialize further in 2nd/3rd year such as the Canon Venture Capitalism, General Education have several options to aim towards specific colleges and career paths, e.g. like GCSEs/A levels in UK or electives, in the US, such as economics, fine art, psychology, Chinese, computer science and so on. Support course has power loader and other support experts, some retired inventors, along with the standard Gen course teachers, all highly qualified experts in their fields, but standard teachers all the same, for most core subjects, e.g. their science and maths is taught by their department teachers. Similarly, management have leading economists and even highly successful marketing campaigners in combination with some standard Gen Ed teachers, e.g. maths, English and history by theirs, others by Gen Ed. For the Gen Ed electives, there are again leading experts in their fields, like university professors, pretty much. Heroics itself isn't always combat training. First term, there is a focus on team exercises, rescue/first aid and basic hand-to-hand. Second year sees the beginning of specializations, but still elements of all heroics, with more advanced techniques in every element, including weapons and more experimentation/development of support tech. Third year prioritizes specialization and real-world experience, with guest pros coming to train with specific groups of students and so on. In essence, UA is, unsurprisingly, incredibly prestigious, even for those in management or general education. The expertise and contacts of teachers across all subjects afford students opportunities for industry experience, specialized talks and cutting-edge research that many other schools would be unable to offer. Izuku and Hitoshi wake up to light shining through the curtains and a gentle knocking on the door. MMPH. It's a loud sound, for all that there's no coherence to it. Izuku grumbles at the other's volume, ignoring the ache to his chest in favor of nuzzling closer into the warmth beneath him. Come on kiddos, you can give me more energy than that. Food's ready. And oh, that's Yamada-san's voice, softer than usual but still bright, and the greenette falls quiet, rolling carefully off of Hitoshi who, also half asleep, sits up and moves to stumble out of bed. Deciding that he's not very impressed by his insomniac's decision, Izuku reaches out, latching a surprisingly strong grip in Hitoshi's sleep shirt. I'ma take that. And so, without protest, Hitoshi flops back onto the bed, careful not to land on Izuku. But then they end up curling into each other anyway, cocooned in the security of blankets and each other, content to fall back asleep. Until there's another knock on the door. Problem children, I'm sure you're tired, but Zashi made chocolate chip pancakes and I can't eat all of them by myself. The deeper voice pauses, gains a smirk. But I'll DMN well try. That works. Or, well, it works enough for Hitoshi to get out a. Movin'. Just slowly. Well speed it up then kiddo. They'll get cold. Or eaten. And so, both with a series of displeased grunts and mumbles, Izuku and Hitoshi leave the sanctuary of the bed and head for the kitchen. If they're very much holding hands, bleary-eyed and yawning, hair sleep-mussed and as gravity-defying as ever, then Hizashi will restrain to himself a mere dozen photos. And he'll only send the best two to Inko. And maybe one to Hitoshi's phone too, for his son to find later. Like a present. Regardless, the two teens settle in their usual seats, Izuku letting go of his insomniac's hand to sign a sloppy. Thank you Yamada-san. Izuku, baby, please call me Hizashi at least. There wasn't any doubt before, but you're very much family now. Izuku's sleepy pout is adorable and most certainly doesn't have Hitoshi flushing all the way up to the tips of his ears. Fine. Zashi-san? You, broccoli baby, are the most precious listener on this planet, you know? It's the greenette's turn to blush furiously, taking less than a second to look very much like a strawberry and Hitoshi wants to kiss every one of those freckles. Several times over. Then maybe just a few more times for good luck. Yet instead, he's distracted by 3 pancakes being slid onto his plate at once. And DMN, is he hungry? The family fall into an easy silence at that point. Izuku hasn't brought his tails and ears out, too genuinely comfortable to feel the need, something that hasn't escaped Hitoshi's attention, though he's not expecting his dads to have noticed the distinction, and they're all still in pajamas, content to just eat pancakes and revel in the subtle noises of a living home. It's enough. Or rather, it's everything. You're still injured fluffball, don't even move. Hitoshi is the first to break the silence, stern words falling mellow and rolling through the soft lips of an exasperated smile. The shorter teen does stutter in place, hand halting where it was reaching for Hitoshi's plate. I'll do it. Stay. I'm not a dog Shincho. I know, comes the simple reply, but he still pats Izuku atop the head and snickers as he dodges the half-hearted swipe aimed at him for it. And when the shorter still goes to leave the table and help with the clear-up, Aizawa halts him. Izuku, kiddo, when does your mum come off shift today? Sufficiently distracted, and very aware of it judging by the way he pouts again, Izuku settles properly back in his seat. It would have been an hour ago. She'll probably wake up around 1-ish? Why don't you text her that she can come over here for lunch then? Nothing formal, kami forbid, but all of your kin in one place? Aizawa had already thought that adopting the kid's terminology would make the idea more appealing. Yet he hadn't anticipated how Izuku absolutely lights up, eyes gleaming and mouth tugging into a soft sort of grin, freckles bunching up adorably. Who let his future son-in-law be so cute? This should be illegal. I'll take that as a yes. His words aren't half as dry as he meant for them to be, but he can't regret it when Izuku nods, curls bouncing. Nor when the kid reaches forwards to, very briefly, press a fingertips only, feather-light touch to his knuckles, offering a single long blink. A little surprised, the pro follows suit, shifting his hand to lie palm up in between them on the table, returning the blink. Before he can ponder the cat-like mannerism that the kid possibly picked up from himself and Hitoshi, there's another touch to his hand. This one is just as careful, just as delicate, and just as sweet. With an only slightly overdramatic groan, the pro slumps forwards, hand unmoving, to pillow his head atop his extended arm, the other hand tucking beneath his cheek. He tactfully ignores Izuku's brief, well, it sounded like a little high-pitched bark more than anything, but he'll call it a squeak for the sake of argument. He ignores the sound and closes his eyes, only half contemplating a nap. Being home is so much better than any hospital. And they've got all weekend to revel in that safety. To revel in the little things, like the kanji and squiggles and little drawings being traced across his calloused palm. Things like hearing his husband and son humming in the background as they wash up dishes, the near-silent patting of a cat's paws on hardwood floor. All the best things. The two stay like that until their two partners have finished up with the dishes and come over to usher them both to the sofas instead. Although Aizawa has a sneaking suspicion that Hisashi might have taken more photos first, because never let it be said he doesn't know his husband or, in turn, that his husband isn't a sappy idiot. He loves it and they all know it. And so they all end up on the sofa. The poor little three-seater doesn't really need all of them on it, but they make it work. Izuku curls up against one arm, knees loosely tucked to his chest. Hitoshi settles beside him with a hand that starts on his knee but ends up on his thigh, nothing scandalous but rather a familiar touch that accompanies being pressed together, side by side. Aizawa sits next to his son, slinging an arm across his shoulders, long enough to carefully bury his hand in Izuku's curls, slightly relieved when the kid leans into it rather than away. And finally there's Hisashi. He sits crossways, his back against the arm of the sofa, his legs draped across Aizawa and Hitoshi's laps, twisting as he reaches for the remote, then wriggling a bit to get comfortable again. He stills when a gentle hand comes to rest just below his knee, thumb soothing a little back and forth there, and offers his husband that soft, sweet smile that has nothing to do with present Mike and everything to do with how much Hisashi loves his family. And he doesn't even squeal when he gets a fond little thing in return. Any preferences, babies? I don't mind pops. Oh, wait, maybe nothing really. Action-based. Or gory. Fluffball? Hisashi waits patiently until Hitoshi translates whatever sign he can't see. Maybe just something lighthearted? Sounds good to me, he chirps, trying not to think too much about why his babies don't want to face things that are too loud and bloody. It's painfully obvious why, and instead switches the TV on and starts scrolling through the channel guide. That one, Aizawa abruptly says, tapping Hisashi's leg. That looks like trash and I want it. Married at first sight? You're right, it does look like trash telly. I love it already. The snort and soft giggles from the other end of the sofa lighten the lingering weight in Hisashi's guts, and he shares a half-relieved, half-fond glance with his husband. And then they all settle in for a few hours of watching people get married to scientifically matched strangers, of people crying and laughing and finding love or lust or sometimes just someone to fight with. They theorize and snicker and groan along with the program. It's exactly what they all needed, the chance to switch off, to be distracted and without any commitments or worries. At one point, Aizawa passes along his phone so that Izuku can text his mom and invite her for lunch without having to go find his own phone, but otherwise all they do is sit there, together, and have a break. It's more than nice. No, it's perfect. Still though, it gets to around 1 o'clock, and Inko replies that she'd love to come over, so Hisashi flails his way to his feet, presses a kiss to Shoyuta forehead, then Hitoshi's, then Izuku's too, although he moves far more slowly for the last one, before rounding the back of the sofa, glad that his messy bun kept his hair from poking anyone in the eye. He's got a lunch to make. Is there anything Inko-san is allergic to or doesn't like? There's a pause then, and perhaps they should be more worried about Izuku being nonverbal today, but he seems emotionally okay, or at least managing, and he's here, with them, so he'll be alright. They'll make sure of it. Not really. Depends on what you're cooking, but she's not big on bell peppers or really spicy things. That's fine, I was just going to do salad with some picky bits. Doubt you guys are massively hungry yet. But instead of the expected answer, Hitoshi pipes up. Pops, could you get Fluffball's pain meds and a glass of don't look at me like that? There's a reason you were fidgeting, silly fox. Already hurrying to do just that, because none of the little listeners should be in pain, let alone one of their two. Hisashi keeps an ear on the conversation. Kit, you can always tell us if you're in pain. You've got meds for a reason, just like I do. We're not going to think less of you for it, Kit, alright? Izuku manages, words catching in his throat, a vice there, but he offers a wobbly smile to the two insomniacs, who have both shifted so that they can see him properly. Hitoshi's hand has shifted to cradle his wrist, thumbing over the little protrusion of bone there. The other wrist is still bandaged. It does hurt a bit. Your ribs? He gets a shaky nod in answer. Okay. Hisashi's grabbed some of your prescription and, Zashi, he's got you some water too, so have these kiddo. I had my own pain meds this morning. Can you believe, that worrywart wouldn't let me have a juice pack with it? Forced me to have water too. Sacrilege, honestly. Izuku, with every word, relaxes a little more, accepts the glass and pill offered over the back of the sofa, hands barely shaking, and gets the medicine down, the rest of the family very much glad for it. They don't like the idea of Izuku in pain. All of this has been bad enough without him shaming himself for needing help or support. Right, you lovely lot, settle back down, Inko-san'll be along in, what, just under an hour? Better finish that episode. With that, the three rearrange themselves to be sat together again, turning their attention back to the TV, Hisashi half-watching as he boils some eggs, chopping cucumber up and so on, putting together a simple meal that's easy for sharing between lots of people, because there'll be 5 of them and call Hisashi a social person, but it's normally 4 of them at most, thanks to Izuku or Namiri, so having that final seat filled up will be a pleasant change. Izuku, did you message her the address? Good. Reckon she'll find it alright? She knows the train we take, doesn't she, Fluffball? Yeah, she'll be fine, Dad. And indeed, only 20 minutes later, there comes a knock on the door and Aizawa levers to his feet first, carefully not tripping over Crepuscular on the way, scooping the chubby thing up instead because they don't need to greet both of the Midoriyas to their home for the first time with a runaway cat. Once was messy enough. Come in, Inko-san. The boys are on the sofa. Thank you, Shachuo-kun. How are you? Still doing well? Enough, he offers, a bit gruff but not unkind. But then he's led into her through the hallway and into the living area, and Izuku is on his feet, already darting over to hug his mum. Her embrace is a careful one, yet no less warm for it, and it takes them a good minute to pull away from each other, Inko dabbing at her eyes as she does so. Why don't you listeners all sit down? I'll just bring over the last few bits, Hisashi prompts then, soon sitting opposite Inko-san, next to his husband, Hitoshi at the end of the table, and Izuku opposite Aizawa, next to his mum. Thank you all for having me over, and for having Izuku overnight. It was only logical. Hisashi rolls his eyes, nudging the other man with an elbow. What show means, Inko-san, is that it's no problem at all, don't thank us. We love broccoli baby just like we do our troll doll baby. Pops, Hitoshi whines, half playful, but the flush tinging his cheeks lets Hisashi know that he was successful. Plus Izuku's little squeak. Parents have to embarrass their kids sometimes, after all, it's in the job description. And it earns a laugh out of Inko too, which certainly doesn't hurt. Overall, lunch is comfortable, easy. Nobody misses how Izuku practically glows to have all of his people together, all of his kin, plus D in his lap who he obviously doesn't sneak scraps of ham to, and they all revel in his contentment. In their own contentment. Family is the best way to help aching hearts after all, no doubt about it. Izuku and Hitoshi get into class early on Monday, only Ida and Yaoyorozu there yet, and the 2 class reps immediately stand to greet them. Midoriya-kun, I'm so relieved to see you're all right. Of course, we saw the messages in the class chat, but, oh, it's so wonderful to see you in person, the girl gushes, hands clasped to her chest and her worry evident. Izuku steps a little out from behind Hitoshi to offer her a wobbly smile. Thank you, Yaoyorozu-san. I'm okay. Of course, Midoriya-kun, she smiles. Well, at least she understands sign language. Ida, however, doesn't appear to, so Hitoshi paraphrases for him. And then does so again when Izuku signs. It was good you got help, Ida-kun. Things could have been a lot worse. Perhaps so, the boy frowns, clearly discontent. But it was still too slow. You and Sensei, all of you, had already driven them off. Only the leaders. Some of the rest of the class still needed help. That is a fair assessment. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. Izuku's smile wavers a little more at the accompanying arm chop, leaning further into Hitoshi, but he doesn't appear overly uncomfortable, so his insomniac simply wraps an arm around his shoulders, smirking when a tail reaches up to wrap around his wrist, a second around his waist in return. Before any of them can speak further, the classroom door opens again and the 4 move to get out of the way, Hitoshi taking the chance to usher Izuku over to their seats. And so on it goes. Several people make a beeline for them both. Hitoshi not so subtly sat on Izuku's desk, legs sticking out into the aisle so that their classmates can't stand too close, can't loom or reach Izuku. And judging by the quiet chuff and tails patting his hand, Hitoshi reckons that his fluffball has noticed and appreciates it. Then comes the awkward moment, 10 minutes before homeroom is set to start, when Bakugo walks in. His suspension had officially ended over the weekend and he's the only one of the class not to have attended the USJ. Missing the first week of classes would have been enough to set him apart from the rest of class, let alone having missed the whole trauma bonding of a villain attack. Hence the room falling silent, everyone's attention turning to him. Was the shitty news accurate? His tone is dark, but there isn't a glare in place yet. It was, pretty much, Kirishima offers, glancing around the room. Bakugo scoffs, kicking at the ground. And you fuckers actually nearly died? The worst injuries amounted to a punctured lung, 5 concussions, several broken ribs, a series of other breaks and fractures and a small number of bone-deep disintegrations, I believe, Yaoyorozu reports, her clinical words belied by the shaking of her hands. Several people look over to Izuku, as though reassuring themselves he's still alright, still breathing. And Bakugo doesn't miss that. Was it cause some shitty extras couldn't even look after themselves? He might have left that nameless, but nobody misses who he's scowling at, nor how Izuku crumples into himself, sinking back so that Hitoshi blocks the line of sight. And before anyone can defend him, can refute Bakugo's claims, there's a massive huff from the front of room. From the blonde. Look, for F's sake. How did that sheet happen? The accusation has left his tone, leaving undeniable frustration. Several people relax some. Hitoshi very much does not. There was this guy, covered in hands, who could disintegrate stuff. Anything. And then there was another guy who had portals, a warp quirk that they separated us all with, and then this monster. Sensei and Midobro fought it, kept it and the hand guy busy. They both nearly died. Right? Oi, nerd, is Auntie Inko alright? Your sheet had better not VE given her a FING heart attack. Everyone is taken aback by that, but Izuku dares to lean forward a little, just enough to sign a. She's fine, before he ducks back behind Hitoshi, burying his face in his insomniac side, hands joining his tails to clutch at the taller teen. Hitoshi shoots one glare at Bakugo before turning atop Izuku's desk and shifting forwards a bit, just enough for Izuku to be able to bury his face in Hitoshi's stomach and feel the rise and fall there, to breathe along with it. To calm down, safe in his Shinshi's hold. For the rest of the room, most of the tension is broken then and Bakugo slouches to his seat at the front of the class, back to everyone else. And, over the next few minutes, conversation starts back up again, Kirishima and Ishido even going over to briefly talk to Bakugo, or maybe grill him about Auntie Inko, barely managing half a conversation before being told to F off, but they seem pleased with themselves all the same. And at least, from there, it doesn't take long for Aizawa to come in, just before the bell, which somehow doesn't manage to drown out the immediate outcry from the class. Albeit he easily silences them with a quirked glare and a carrying call of, "Seats, all of you." And as he starts to dismiss the class worries, he carefully ignores how Hitoshi is tipping his seat back, one hand tucked behind him, no doubt so that Izuku can hold it or fidget with it. And indeed, Izuku is hunched forwards, fighting the urge not to SWCH forms, all 5 of his tails now out, wrapping around himself like a blanket, both hands latched onto his insomniacs, gently flexing the taller boy's fingers, tracing the little wrinkles in the skin, lacing and unlacing their fingers repetitively. He'd honestly forgotten that Bakugo would be back in school today, but it's okay. There haven't been any explosions. Any shouts haven't been aimed at him. It's not comfortable, not really, but it's okay. He's got his Shinsho, and he trusts Aizawa and the other teachers. He even thinks he might trust most of his class, at least, to interfere if things ever become a problem. It's the safest he's felt in a classroom with Bakugo for a long, long time. The next 2 weeks are busy, hectic. It's the lead up to the sports festival after all, and the class are, in general, very excited, even some of the more reserved members fidgeting whenever it's mentioned, and yet Izuku and Hitoshi are decidedly less so. It's not even the thought of going up against so many others in such a public setting. No, it's the limelight. They're both aiming for underground heroics, to act in the shadows where secrecy and subtlety are just as important as any power or strength. But still, like Izuku had said the other day, there should some fun in fighting with and against their classmates. And maybe getting the chance for them both to work side by side, to show that weak or villainous quirks aren't all they seem. That's got to be worth it. Truly. Which is probably why they spend hours after school sparring, quirkless and quirked. Izuku practices moving around with all of his 5 tails out, running obstacle courses or dodging Hitoshi's ever more accurate loops and jabs of capture weapon. Aizawa naps by the door, or gives his purple-haired son the occasional extra hint on how to handle the support gear, but generally he leaves them to it. This is their victory to claim. Izuku and Hitoshi have already dug up the application forms for him to be able to bring his capture weapon with him to the sports festival, and Nedzu, with a too-sharp grin, had signed said forms with a flourish. The 2 teens had backed out with a shared wary glance. Suffice to say, they're more than a little glad that someone like Nedzu is on their side, not another. And yet, despite all of their training, their support of each other and even the occasional sparring with Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu or Azui, the night before the festival has them curled up together on the Yamazawa sofa, blindly watching some more trashy television, paying only cursory attention at best. They ground each other with simple warmth and innocent touches. Although, Izuku doesn't truly settle until he has a gentle arm wrapping around his shoulders, a chin carefully resting upon his curls, the throat beside his ear rumbling with a low, lovely tone, pulled a little closer to such a kind warmth. His Shinso. You alright there, Fluffball? Need anything? His own hum has just a hint of a growl to it, no anger or defiance, yet an undeniable element of defensiveness there. But it's softened, sweet, mellowed like melting ice cream, by the way that Izuku twists in place, one leg coming up onto the sofa so that he can lean forwards, nestling into Hitoshi's hold and returning it, hands latching into his insomniac's shirt. He buries his nose against Hitoshi's neck, reveling in the familiar, safe scent of cats and home and eucalyptus. Hitoshi. Just Hitoshi. In turn, his Shinso breathes deeply into Izuku's curls, fighting the urge to hold the greenette stupidly tight, and plasters himself over his partner instead, draping his weight over him in a way that he's perhaps learned from his dad and the cats and Izuku's tails, but it's more than well received, judging by the contented chuff against his collarbone and the way that his fluffball sinks even further into him. Neither of them register the quiet shutter click of Aizawa's phone camera, and they easily dismiss his quiet curse a moment later, assuming it to be his essay marking. And yet he doesn't put his phone down for several more minutes. Eventually though, they do pull away a bit, resettling with Hitoshi's arm an easy weight across Izuku's shoulders, the shorter teen distinctly leaning into his side, even as they focus back on the telly, easily making sense of the basic plotlines despite missing a good quarter of an hour. Although a quiet grumble, high-pitched and noisy, from Izuku's stomach has the greenette flushing, turning to hide his face in Hitoshi's top, even as his insomniac snickers and rubs circles on his arm with a soothing thumb. Ah, is the little fox hungry? Shut up Shinso, we were really busy today. He whines, muffled but clear enough to be understood. We only had dinner a few hours ago, Hitoshi teases, even as his thumb continues drawing those little circles, a smirk too fond to truly be called one, lighting his eyes with that silver glint. Izuku, turning a little to look up through his own bangs, delights in the expression. Despite his own blush. Want me to get you something? And no, it's Oka dash. Fluffball, love, if you're hungry then I want to get you some food. What about something sweet? His voice is a low murmur, inaudible to his dad, but the way that Izuku squeaks still has the man looking up with a raised eyebrow. What are you brats up to? There's no accusation there, but he's pretty clearly amused. Nothing. Just a bit peckish. Do we still have some ice cream? You can check, but I think your pops finished it off a few days ago. He was watching Bambi again. They all grin at that, Izuku's flush fading a little in the wake of warm comfort and familiarity. The feeling of being so included, a part of their family, their kin, to understand silly little references. Like that. It's something he's only ever had with his mum before, and not something he ever thought he'd be so lucky to find with anyone else. But still, there's a little corner in the back of his mind that unhappily geckers with the lingering sense of tomorrow, barely kept at bay. Guess I'll go buy some then, Hitoshi huffs, good-natured, and squeezes his fluffball just a tad closer with a questioning look. And what can Izuku do but smile at the concern? At the way that Hitoshi so automatically checks in with him, ensures that he's happy and comfortable. It has him resisting the urge to lean up and kiss his insomniac. Instead, he makes do with intertwining their hands and gently bumping his head into Hitoshi's chest. But Izuku, already just a little on edge, becomes more so when Hitoshi closes the apartment door behind him. He's not uncomfortable at all, D curled up beside him, Aizawa working at the table behind him, Crep sleeping on one of the bookshelves, Toast and Gum somewhere else, but he is anxious. Now that the sports festival is so close, the reality of it seems to loom, a shadow over his shoulder, hot hands branding themselves against his skin, ringing in his ears. It's a lot. There will be so many people watching, all shouting and jeering and clapping in the stands above, and Izuku has never been good with attention. With being exposed and vulnerable. With explosions ringing in his ears like a thunderous applause, but it's bloody and raw and hurts. And now that's all he can contemplate, air rusting in his throat to match the iron bands beginning to constrict his ribs. Sea salt drenched, whirling in his stomach and stinging in his eyes. He doesn't realize that his chest is hitching, limbs distant, until he's stumbling off of the sofa and his mind feels stuck back amongst the cushions even as his feet shuffle over smooth wood. There's a noise then, an insistent one, but Izuku doesn't truly register it, trembling fingers digging into his own sides, the sudden weight of tails curling around himself, not reacting until a dark figure crouches before him. But he's still lost to the gray seafoam haze of can't breathe too much, not enough, need want can't. It's the gasp of panic attack breathing that has a certain underground hero looking over to his future son-in-law, some action movie advert on the telly, an all too telling backdrop. But it's the sight of Izuku hunched over beside the sofa, tails evaporating into existence, that has Aizawa on his feet and rushing over with bent knees and hands out to the sides, half crouching before the kid, trying to be as small and non-threatening. Worry has his own heart pounding. Kit? You there, Izuku? It's Aizawa, Kit, Hitoshi's dad, you with me. He gains no reply, no reaction at all but for the briefest of partially focused gazes, and that's not enough, not when the kid's hyperventilating and shaky. This isn't a crying jag or the vague beginnings of a panic attack. No, this is something that's been brewing, festering, and something, presumably Hitoshi leaving, some part of the man registers, has let it take over. So Aizawa, unashamed of the fact, scrambles for his phone and dials, not daring to catch Izuku when the teen falls to his knees, not wanting to possibly worsen the situation with his touch, and toast meowing at him to help the kid. Fortunately, his son is always quick to pick up. Hitoshi, Izuku is having a panic attack, a bad one, what will help best? Aizawa demands, tone urgent, and Hitoshi barely hesitates. What dash? Sheet, right, voice low and quiet, if you can, tap a breathing rhythm firmly against his collarbones, if not then knock it on the wall or floor next to him. Don't touch his neck or shoulders. Or upper arms. And don't stop talking. Afterwards, he'll probably want contact, else he might dissociate, warm heavy things are best. Nothing hot though, high temperatures freak him out, as Hitoshi rambles all of this out, blatantly worried, Aizawa begins to follow the instructions. With the way that Izuku is only loosely curled up, the man can easily sneak a hand near to his collarbones and he begins to drum a steady beat there, hoping he's not being too forceful, but unable to tell either way. And through his own reassurances for the kid, Hitoshi's voice is still coming from the phone wedged by his ear, barely audible over those comforting mutters. Put me on speaker, Dad, even over phone I should be able to help. Falling silent now, Aizawa does so, keeping up the breathing pattern on the kid's collarbones, letting his son speak in his stead. Hey Aizu, Fluffball, it's Hitoshi, Shinso, you're with my dad, you're safe, he's not there, nobody's watching, nobody's going to hurt you, I promise, so I need you to follow the beat that my dad's giving you, okay? I need you to slow it down Aizu, just breathe through it, I promise you're safe. My dad's with you Fluffball, and I'm on my way home, so you'll be just fine, but I need you to breathe, follow the pattern that you can feel. And so on it goes. For a solid 15 minutes, Hitoshi talks through the phone, Aizawa keeps up his steady rhythm, and Izuku gradually calms down. Shinshi, the greenette eventually croaks out. His breathing is still erratic and every line of his body screams exhausted, but he is leaning into Aizawa's grounding beat, and his eyes are beginning to clear. Yeah Fluffball, I'll be there soon, okay? I'm nearly home. Just gimme 5 minutes, I promise my dad will look after you until then, so just wait for me, got it? Okay, Izuku manages, but he's already slumping forwards, into Aizawa's shoulder, and the man hastens to extract his hand before he can get too close to touching the kid's throat. Sorry. Almost before he finishes the word, the insomniac is rushing out a refusal. Don't be Aizu, you're never a bother, you hear? We want to help. I'm gonna hang up now, okay, but you'll be safe with my dad until I get there, I promise. There's so much softness there, such fierce resolution made kind by a gentle reassurance, and Izuku full body shudders with it. Be quick Toshi. Safe. I will Fluffball, I will. Love, look after each other. And then the dial tone sounds out, but Aizawa can't be bothered to care as he studiously tries to comfort the child in his arms without touching the back of his shoulders. In the end, he curls one steady arm around Izuku's waist amongst the tails, keeping the teen secure against him, whilst the other soothes repetitively along Izuku's side, trying very hard to avoid the no-touch areas that Hitoshi had warned him against, knowing that the information had been regarding the panic attack but not wanting to risk setting him back off again. He lets the greenette sob silently into his shoulder, carries on a series of, "Hush now kiddo, it's all okay Kit, you're fine, Hitoshi will be here soon, we're all safe, your kin are all fine, hush now, that's good Kit, keep it up," until he hears the front door thrown open and barely be caught in time to stop it crashing into the wall, and then his son is careening in, shoes still on his feet. And Hitoshi skids onto his knees beside them, already starting to speak. "Hey Fluffball, I'm here now, we're all fine, think I could see that pretty face?" Aizawa doesn't even get the urge to tease his son at that, too concerned by the sight of Izuku's expression as the greenette finally raises his head, half turning to Hitoshi, bloodshot, puffy eyes, still rather glazed, along with tear tracks, pallid skin and flushed cheeks, but it is the way that he keens, face scrunching up, and reaches for Hitoshi that really breaks the man's heart. Immediately, he releases his grip on the teen, letting Izuku collapse into his best friend, and moves away to start some tea or hot chocolate, grabbing the bag his son had abandoned, giving them space as Hitoshi rocks from side to side with Izuku, muttering reassurances to the shorter boy. Izuku comes back to himself over an hour later, curled up on the sofa, head in Hitoshi's lap, feet in Aizawa's, all four cats piled atop and around him to accompany his twitching tails. He feels heavy, half good and half bad, weighted with exhaustion, but still there is a calming anchor in the assurance and affection of two of his most precious kin. Fluffball? He doesn't reply, can't, but he nuzzles into Hitoshi's thigh in lieu of it. The calloused hand on his ankle doesn't shift or flex, but it suddenly feels heavier. More present. It matches the way that the fine fingers running through his hair scratch soothingly at his scalp, both affirming their affection and presence for him. Izuku drinks it in, silently revels in it. Even if he can't say the words, they're there, on the tip of his tongue, clacking against his own teeth, thawing in his throat for all that they stay there. Sometimes he muses that his own thoughts should pay him rent. They linger long enough. Kit? Izuku startles a little at the new voice, pulled back out of his head, and finally opens his eyes. Hey Fluffball, you doing alright down there? It's a hesitant taunt, soft, and, when Izuku manages a half-hearted eye roll at the light jab, Hitoshi smiles. Oh, how Izuku could live off of that smile alone, the way that it highlights that one little dimple in his insomniac's left cheek, teeth glinting with that hint of sweet ferrule that draws Izuku in, has him twisting a little to reach up and brush still shaky fingertips at the edge of that appealing expression. A hand comes to clasp his own, slow and tender, Hitoshi not even thinking before he leans into it, tilting his head and eyes half-closed. Izuku stares up at him with no small measure of wonder. There's still a nasty anticipation lingering along his spine, twining in the shadows of bone and blood, but it's beaten back, fading around the edges with the light of his Shinso around him, of the sense of family and support from Aizawa, allowing them this moment in comfortable quiet, in the cats purring in time with the cadence of the room, all long and low and lovely. Maybe tomorrow will be awful, but maybe. Well, maybe it won't. And either way, Izuku knows that his kin will stick by his side, will have his back and guide him forwards. There's no greater feeling. Izuku leans further into his insomniac side, both still blinking in the bright sunlight, fox ears tucked in as much as possible despite the modified earplugs. He'd known it would be loud, but still. At least he has his partner. And for the student pledge, we welcome Class 1A's student representative, Yayorozu Momo. Izuku claps softly as his sort of friend steps up to the mic podium, her ponytail swinging, and she begins to speak. It's brief but articulate, talking of teamwork and dreams and facing danger but surviving, and their class cheers the loudest when she steps down, several pulling her into one-armed hugs because she had touched a nerve but in the most gentle, encouraging of ways. She definitely makes a good class representative. But all too soon, or perhaps not soon enough because Izuku would really like to just get this over and done with, Mike moves on. And with that, listeners, our first-year sports festival can begin. Hoo-hoo. There's a corresponding round of clapping and whooping from everyone and Izuku instantaneously turns to bury himself properly in Hitoshi's chest, all five tails coming up to drape over his own back, tips trailing against Hitoshi, twitching, and lets out a grateful little whine when arms gently envelope him, his insomniac shoulders hunching enough to curl over and around Izuku, to help block out the noise. It'll be better later, love, when it's not all the classes around us too, okay? Izuku makes do with a grumbling noise in reply, not wanting to speak aloud at all, and pretty sure Hitoshi wouldn't be able to hear anyway, between the general din and his own no doubt inaudibly volume. Fortunately, Hitoshi knows him more than well enough not to expect a verbal reply, simply squeezing him a bit tighter for a moment. And when his head shifts atop the greenette's curls, several of their classmates crowd in closer around them, not too much but more like a protective barrier of warmth, a little ways away so they don't touch but are still very much present. And he feels a lot safer now. Better? Izuku attempts to burrow in even closer in reply, not acknowledging how his butt may or may not wiggle a little with the brief spurt of intense happiness, tails shimmying. However, Uraraka doesn't hesitate to acknowledge the butt wiggle, instead grinning at the distinct flush on Shinso's face, winking at him from her place to their left. The boy just rolls his eyes back at her, admittedly somewhat half-hearted, and focuses in on Midnight as the hero cracks her WHP, gesturing at the big randomizer of events. His fluffball has already predicted what the rounds should roughly be, and he trusts Izuku's intellect unwaveringly, so this'll probably be either an obstacle course or something more humorous that, albeit still based around mass elimination, such as the UA version of. The first round is Simon Says. It is a sports festival after all, let's test your athleticism, listeners. When we call out an action with the prefix of Midnight Says, you've gotta complete the move. But, if just the move is called out then you'd better stay still and ready, else you'll be out. You can use your quirks however you want, but no major interference with each other, else you'll be getting kicked out of today's studio, got it listeners? Better move on to the raised spots then, chop chop. Hitoshi and Izuku are quick to disentangle themselves as everyone shuffles to stand on one of the meter-round circles of concrete, an inch taller than the surrounding ground, squeezing each other's hands briefly before stepping into their own areas, thankfully still side by side. And, once everyone is apparently settled, the little pedestals begin to rise up until they're all high in the air, a net strung halfway up in the gap between all of their columns. Hitoshi and Izuku exchange a brief, warm glance of support. They'll be fine, no doubt about it. Even if the whole thing has been very abrupt, both caught up too much in themselves to really notice much about the entrances and introductions, starting straight from their positions in the ceremony. The two will just get on with it, do what they can. They don't need to win after all, they just need to do themselves, each other and their family, their kin, proud. Surely that shouldn't be so hard? Let's start easy then, kiddies. Midnight says. The whole arena seems to tense. Hop on the spot for 10 seconds. And so she begins to count down those 10 seconds as they all hop in place, some people laughing, others scowling, most just going along with some vague amusement. Nobody stumbles yet. Do a handstand. The round of complaints is quickly drowned by the laughter when several people, most unable to actually do a handstand, throw themselves into the move. More than a few fall onto the nets below, a couple sprawling on their pedestals to the sound of another WHP crack. That's our first lot out. Keep those ears open, listeners. And so on it goes. Izuku keeps up easily, well balanced thanks to his tails and easily zoning in on Midnight's voice, falling into a focus. Hitoshi, for his part, is doing well too. It's easy enough to follow the instructions so long as he's careful and taking in the details, and as for the actual moves, well, he's done too many self-defense classes and training sessions with his dad over the years to have poor balance or coordination now. It's half the reason he managed to scrape into the hero course in the first place. But then, of course, this is UA, and they can't let anything ever be simple, can they? Midnight pauses then, salacious grin widening as Mike pipes up. You've all been doing pretty well so far, listeners, so how about we mix things up a little? Sometimes, instead of, Midnight says, you've got to act on the blue light. And, with perfect timing, all of the lights and screens around the stadium switch to a mid-toned blue, tinging the arena in its shade despite the sunlight. But if it's red, you'd better stay still. And again, everything is bathed in a bright shade of red, luckily pretty far from blood or anything too potentially triggering, which is probably wise, considering the high volume of heroes and hero students about. Good luck, listeners. Of course, Midnight immediately calls out, "Punch the air," which has 4 more people disqualified and her cackling. But then a blue light accompanies another cry of, "Punch the air," and this, to a massive round of groans from students and good-natured laughter from the crowds, has several people rolling their eyes and staying still. Neither Hitoshi nor Izuku are amongst their number. Without another 8 or so rounds with the lights involved, the student body has been thinned down to 100 people. And so the ante is upped once again, Mike bursting out with a delighted cry. Ooh, we're getting there, listeners. Now you're gonna need to prove your situational awareness, reaction times and ability to deal with, well, shall we say unexpected obstacles? Go plus ultra, y'all. Izuku's gut twists a bit then, exchanging a wary glance with his insomniac across their gap. That hardly bodes well. Even worse, before anyone can call out to ask just what, exactly, that is meant to entail, another order is already ringing out. Midnight says, aim a kick at the announcer's booth. Even as they all shift their stances and lash out, slightly out of time with each other and a few of the more impatient in the wrong direction, a sudden hail of softball is thrown at them. The outcry, from both the crowd and students, is one of surprise, but there are several teens who fall, either startling or knocked over, and land on the nets below. Well, that's a way to get rid of nearly a dozen people at once. There's no chance for recovery though, not when Midnight is already cracking her WHP, red lights beaming to life. Aim punches at 3 top 50 heroes. This one doesn't catch anyone out, yet the woman isn't the least bit fazed. Oh no, her smile only widens, one of her HNDCFFs rattling as she wags her finger, taunting. Not too bad, darlings. Just have to challenge you, won't I? Everyone with half a brain and a pair of ears shudders at that. In class, that tone of voice usually means a pop quiz or a long essay, so it's hardly going to mean anything pleasant now. They're proved right only moments later when her next command comes. Midnight says, do a handstand. Izuku, 2 tails evaporating to leave a less weighty 3, easily falls forwards into a reasonably neat example. Hitoshi's is even better. Not everyone fares so well though, many rather lopsided and short-lived, others tumbling off of their podiums entirely. And a few are forcefully ejected by their pedestal, Cementos apparently having deemed their attempts insufficient. Which, to be fair, some of the students had merely rocked onto their hands and straight back down, which was hardly even a token effort. Certainly not plus ultra enough for their judges' satisfaction. A few more of the challenging ones follow, including a well-executed roundhouse kick and several with a rain of ball to unbalance them, but then their pedestals began to shift and flow, lowering some and growing into a full-on platform, still largely hollow beneath but with no distinct personal areas anymore. Izuku and Hitoshi don't even think before gravitating to each other's sides, standing close and alert, not touching but for one tail that comes to rest against his insomniac's hip. It doesn't curl or hold, simply resting there. An assurance of each other's presence and safety, both tense and listening carefully, waiting for those fateful words. Run to the wall beneath the announcer's booth. Neither of them hesitate, but nor do the other contestants remaining, and Hitoshi almost immediately begins to yell. The FitnessGram Pacer test is a multistage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer. Several other voices actually join in, to his grim satisfaction, and he interrupts the script to call out, "Slow down. There, that's not major interference because they're still running, right?" And well, nothing happens and nobody speaks up against the move, so it really must have been fine. And thank Kami Izuku had predicted the events to a pretty accurate point, because Hitoshi might not have thought to do that on the fly. Although he hadn't needed to learn the pacer test script. The internet, particularly memes and vines, can clearly come in useful sometimes. All the same, they all reach the section of the arena wall. Or rather, all bar 5 of them who find a cement wall rising to block them. "Sorry kiddies, you're out." Midnight calls as the floor opens up beneath them. Judging by the lack of screams, there must have been a slide or something taking them down to the level of the nets, still strung between the pillars holding up their platform. Then red lights flare up to accompany. Hop back to the center. That's another 2 out and swept away beneath the platform. And the numbers are halved once again, we're at 50 of our listeners. Only a few more rounds to determine our next rounders now. Midnight, don't you think? Ooh, I think you might just be right, Mike, darlings. Midnight says find some space. There are genuine snickers from them all then as they run out and space themselves out as though back in primary school, Hitoshi and Izuku parting far more reluctantly but not daring to hesitate. They're so close to the next round now. It's a taste, bitter with nerves and sweet with anticipation, heavy on their tongues, setting Izuku's fingers to trembling, his tails puffing out just that little bit. They're nearly there. Nearly. Midnight says catch a ball. And yet again softball are thrown at them and they all scramble to catch at least one. Izuku, hasty and a little flustered, immediately forms a fluffy, shallow bowl with his tails that easily receives 2 of the ball, even as he lunges to grab one with his hands. Hitoshi plucks one out of the air too and they have enough time to share brief, hesitantly triumphant smiles. Another 3 people are out. Skip to the wall. Nobody gets caught out this time. And Midnight might huff and pout for half a second, but she's quick to move on again. Grab a partner and stand back to back. They're not the only ones to jolt in place, almost running for familiar faces, but they catch themselves just in time, hands that little bit outstretched. Izuku's ears flatten to his head with the roar of the crowd, the stands apparently delighted by how near some of them had come to failure. Blue lights have them perking up again though, knowing better than to miss their teacher's call of kick towards the announcer's booth, elbow jab towards me and then turn to punch the crowds behind you. They all hurry to follow along, trying to keep their movements clean despite the haste, one person too rushed and presumably missing out one of the steps as they too disappear through the floor. DMN. And the blue lights persist when Midnight's next command comes. Run to the wall below seating area 3. There's mass hesitation then, some of the 46 students not registering the meaning of the blue glow they're bathed in, others trying to figure out where the 3rd seating section is, but Izuku immediately sprints away, Hitoshi on his heels, that little head start on perhaps 20 of their competitors being enough to have them comfortably within the first dozen to reach the right area. The 4 lagging furthest are again blocked off by a temporary wall. Guess what, listeners? Resent Mick's voice booms out over the speakers and, despite the volume of it, both Hitoshi and Izuku relax that infinitesimal amount. A familiar voice, a safe voice, is a bomb in such a tense situation. We're right down to our second rounders. Amazing, huh? But don't forget, we need a first place for this round before then, so can you listeners spread yourselves out again? Midnight says, "'Kay?" They're all quick to jog back out, giving themselves that space again, although their raised platform stays as is. Then they're shoved right back into it with a WHP crack and Midnight says touch your shoulders. Everyone does so, a few grinning cockily. That changes mere seconds later. Midnight says do either a front flip or a forward walkover. Izuku barely has to think to throw himself up and forwards with a bounce to his feet, landing neatly, luckily not noticing the camera focused on his immaculate execution in particular. Hitoshi, for his part, still barely hesitates before falling into a walkover, very much glad for his dad's flexibility and gymnastics training. Several of their competitors, however, aren't quite so lucky. Either their quirks are a hindrance or they simply don't have the ability, but another 9 people end up sprawling on the floor. Well done you 4, you've earned a value of 25 points each for the second round. Mike interjects and, not giving the remaining students a chance to process what that might mean, Midnight carries on. Everything begins to blur for Izuku then. Each command gets more challenging, freezing up automatically for red lights, even as he keeps a careful ear out for the lack of a Midnight says, and at some point he comes out of his focused trance at his kin's voice. We're down to 10 students now y'all. Things are getting super duper heated, I can't wait to see who'll claim that top spot, can you eraser? Several of the 1A members remaining exchange amused looks when their homeroom teacher simply grunts non-committally. That's their sensei alright. But the moment of mirth is painfully short-lived, tension rocketing up again with the calling out of, do a backflip. One person falls victim to it, a support course student with pink hair who curses herself as the floor opens up beneath her. Although she flies down through the gap with her jetpack rather than taking the slide, which intrigues Izuku a bit. She seems really cool, but she probably wouldn't want to. Midnight says balance on your hands for 12 seconds. They all fall easily forwards into handstands, all 9 of them with good balance and athleticism to be at this point, but at 6 seconds a 1B student crumples awkwardly to the ground and, only 4 seconds later, Hitoshi overturns, not quite catching himself before his left foot touches the cement. Shinso dash, before Izuku can come up off of his own hands and rush over, or before Hitoshi can offer him any more than a wry grin, the floor swallows him up. Izuku, simultaneously, feels his heart plummet, but promptly tells himself off. His insomniac has done brilliantly already and to be overly upset for him would be a disservice, so would throwing his place for the sake of a few extra minutes together. If anything, Izuku should try even harder now, right? For his Shinso. And so, as he transitions smoothly to his feet, Izuku makes a silent little promise to himself to do exactly that. Which is probably why, when there's a WHP crack and call to run to the nearest wall, Izuku raises a foot, about to sprint. But then the lack of Midnight says registers and he freezes, almost stomping with his rush to have both feet firmly planted. The sight of another contender running panics him for half a second, until he realizes it's only the one. Good, they're all fine. Well, the 6 of them remaining. The runner has also found herself on some kind of slide or something, disappearing below their platform even as blue lights burst into life. Run to the nearest wall. None of them linger, pelting away to touch the closest wall, someone at Izuku's back presumably being the slowest as Mike calls that they're down to the last 5. Kami, how is he still in? It's bizarre. And, when he glances around and notices that there's a lack of explosions, he clocks that Bakugo must have been caught out at some point, likely overeager, and that he, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are the only 1A members left. Otherwise it's a ginger girl and a boy, maybe someone Chinese, from 1B Kendo, he thinks the girl is, half recognizing her from overheard conversations and idle comments. Izuku honestly isn't sure about the boy though. It hardly matters, not right now when Midnight is speaking again, the blue light still washing over them all. Do 2 backflips. DMN, right in there, but Izuku takes a fraction of a second to center himself, bouncing a little on the ball of his feet, before throwing himself backwards, tucking in a little with his tails shuffling to guide him, landing easily and almost instantaneously shifting to replicate the movement, settling once again, knees bent and tails flaring out. This time though, the camera focused on him catches his eye and he sees his own pose, tails out and proud, ears that little bit flat, a slight flush of exertion highlighting his freckles, and he squeaks, that flush growing into a full-on blush. The following sight of that coloring on the massive screen hardly helps matters and it takes the sound of Hizashi-san to drag him away from the embarrassing sight of, well, himself. That's Todoroki and Yaoyorozu out with 205 points each. We're at our final 3 now listeners, Midoriya of 1A, Kendo of 1B and Rin, also of 1B, they've got this far but who'll claim that top spot? Midnight, wanna take it away for the last time? I couldn't think of anything better Mike, well, maybe one thing, she winks, but goes straight on. And with that, Midnight says kick towards seating area 7. As expected, it doesn't catch any of the 3 out, so on she goes, red lights flooding the arena. Do a backflip then a cartwheel, no? Well, then, Midnight says. Izuku tenses as the lighting fades away at her words. Balance on one hand for 10 seconds, then jackknife to stand up. There are expectant oohs and ahs from the crowd, expectant, but the greenette is thoroughly distracted with moving into a handstand and smoothly suching onto one hand, splaying the other arm out to help counteract his currently 3 tails, counting down his seconds in time with his pounding heart until he can flex his elbow on the 9 and push off, maneuvering his body midair and twisting to land with his feet tucked together, only a slight wobble to the movement, tails twitching to steady him. Kami, he managed that. Sometimes he really does surprise himself, although a little voice in the back of his mind says that Hitoshi wouldn't be surprised, none of his kin would, so perhaps he shouldn't be either. Perhaps. Regardless, there are blue lights and an absolute storm of softball to accompany the next command of go for a front flip followed by kicks aimed at sections 2, 4, and 5. Izuku flips forward, another 2 tails popping into existence once he's at the peak, the extra weight giving him some more momentum as he lands, all 5 of his tails whipping at some of the ball trying to trip him up or knock him off balance, even as the teen himself whirls to lash out with kicks towards the audience. That's area 2 and 4 and, there, 5. Done. We've lost Kendo to the hail of ball, leaving us without last 2, Midoriya and Rin. What'ya think, Eraser, who's gonna win? It's obvious. And Aizawa might leave it at that, completely dead-toned and leaving most everyone but his students and colleagues wondering just who the mystery hero has such faith in, but Izuku's heart is hot and heavy with something so strong he almost feels sick with it. Because the kin he has found. The wonders they show him, share with him, every single day. It's beyond his comprehension, truly, something so appealing and ineffable that it's beyond him so he instead cradles it close, fuel to the fire of his determination, burning on the embers of his self-doubt and shame, of his uncertainty, and blazing big and bright with sheer conviction. If he can't win at least this round for himself, then he can for his kin. We've lost Kendo to the hail of ball, leaving us with our last 2, Midoriya and Rin. What'ya think, Eraser, who's gonna win? It's obvious. And Aizawa might leave it at that, completely dead-toned and leaving most everyone but his students and colleagues wondering just who the mystery hero has such faith in, but Izuku's heart is hot and heavy with something so strong he almost feels sick with it. Because the kin he has found. The wonders they show him, share with him, every single day. It's beyond his comprehension, truly, something so appealing and ineffable that it's beyond him so he instead cradles it close, fuel to the fire of his determination, burning on the embers of his self-doubt and shame, of his uncertainty, and blazing big and bright with sheer conviction. If he can't win at least this round for himself, then he can win it for his kin. Accordingly, Izuku settles his stance, ready to run or jump or kick, ears a little more pricked than he's dared have them so far, barely even thinking before shifting back to 3 tails, lighter and easier for small movements. After all, there's a good chance. Red lights flare up to accompany a call of backflip, 3 kicks and a forward walkover. Neither he nor the Rin boy from 1B move, only tensing further in fact, one of Izuku's tails lashing against the air in something akin to displeasure. He doesn't like all the cameras being focused on them, but it's not really a problem, right? Too late to be worrying about it now. Well, that's what he tells himself, even as he focuses in on Midnight once again, the red lighting fading out and her WHP cracking once more. Oh, such clever kitties. Alright then, she purrs, WHP coiling with an easy flick of her wrist. Let's try this, Midnight says, a kick at each of the even-numbered stands, including at least 1 axe kick, and then a forward walkover. As soon as they both start to move, those softball begin to be shot at them both, far more concentrated now and, when his tails bat several of the ball away so that they can't trip him, he nearly unbalances, his kick at the 6th stand almost having him toppling before his 4th tail manifests, crashing down against the ground to support him as he brings his leg back down and twists again, ready for another strike at the 8th and penultimate section. Even as he moves, 4th tail popping near silently back out of existence, he vaguely registers Mick's voice again. And that 4th tail goes again, having successfully helped Midoriya keep his balance. A clever use of his quirk, hey Eraser. There's a quiet grunt then, but it only reinforces Izuku's longing to do well. To be worthy of his kin's faith. Rin's doing well too, and what an immaculate execution there, and look, they're pretty in time with each other as they go for the forward walkovers. By now, Izuku is too caught up in his own movements to really listen, tipping forwards onto his hands, back arching as he goes through the movement fairly quickly, not wanting to risk getting hit in the stomach where he might get winded, his tails only loosely wrapping around his waist to allow him the freedom of movement that he really needs. Hitoshi's pops veritably howling, all volume and enthusiasm, nearly has Izuku spilling onto the floor as he comes up from his walkover. Rin's been caught by one of the ball and fallen out of his movement, putting him in a brilliant second place. And guess what that means, listeners? You got it. The top little listener, for the first round of our sports festival, is Midoriya Izuku. Well done to the sweet little fox of 1A, I dare say we might just see his fangs over the next 2 rounds, don't you think, Eraser? Well, the villain saw the wrong end of them, so I guess so. It's casual as can be, non-committal, but the crowd roars and bellows, some kind of bloody glee to their cries that his Izuku's ears flattening amongst his curls. And so, after a brief second of that raucous cheering from the crowd, the greenette is very much relieved to be dropped down onto a slide, the cement actually fairly smooth beneath him, and then he's stumbling onto slightly disoriented feet, blinking in the shade of being beneath the raised platform. Then he truly stumbles, almost falling over with the force of a body rocketing into his. There's the briefest flash of a second where he nearly evaporates into his fox form, but the body is familiar and warm and positively vibrating, a quietly babbling voice busy above his ears, and Izuku doesn't hesitate to curl into his insomniac's embrace. Did so well, Fluffball, what the F dash, you're so amazing, love, where've you been hiding those skills, huh? You should use more flips in sparring, you silly fox. Oh Fluffball, that really was brilliant. It's all a rush of warmth and teasing and adoration, and Izuku is blushing furiously, tails draping themselves over and around Hitoshi's arms, only adding to the hug. A soft little rumbling, deep in his throat, is as much reply as he can summon before the noise of other people registers, and he oh so reluctantly pulls away a little, blinking up at his partner. Hitoshi, of course, lets him lean back, not offended in the least, and smiles down at him, all soft, sharp and appealing. Kami, Izuku is so lucky. I'm the lucky one, love, trust me. Izuku squeaks, very much embarrassed at both his own mumbling and his insomniac's words, tails shivering where they're wrapped around his waist, keeping Hitoshi's arms secure there too. He's very aware of the numerous gazes on them, but he can't quite bring himself to care, not really. Not when the taller teen is holding him so carefully with a smile so charming. Accordingly, Izuku tucks back into his partner's chest, all the easier to ignore the other students, glad when he vaguely registers that most of those close by are his own class members, judging by the voices, and he easily nuzzles at the hint of skin below Hitoshi's throat, just above the collar of his t-shirt, silently delighting in how the soft rumble has the taller boy shivering that lovely little bit. Unfortunately, it isn't long before the cement above and around them begins to shift once more, present mixed voice filtering improperly again. The artificial lights switch off as the platform above them shifts back into the remaining pillars that had once been their individual pedestals, sunlight and the full racket of the crowd flooding back in. As those columns take in the platform cement, the students all begin to usher each other over to the edges of the arena space, Hitoshi and Izuku pulling away to simply hold hands, one of Izuku's tails curling around to wind its tip in a loose bracelet for the insomniac's wrist, as they also crowd against the walls with the 40 other second-rounders. And, with the arena back to its original state thanks to Cementos, we can see our 42 second-round contestants all together again. Indeed, as the columns melt into the floor, bringing it up a solid few inches with a step all the way around, they all move back off of the grass and up onto the main space, little groups and pairs of friends and classmates, the occasional loner, facing midnight and the announcer's booth, albeit with a fair few glances around the stands and waves for any classmates, friends or family members to be found there. Izuku doesn't even hesitate to glue himself to Hitoshi's side. And, in return, his insomniac doesn't hesitate either before, keeping their hands interlaced but nudging the tail off of his wrist, looping his arm over Izuku's head so that the shorter is firmly slotted into his side, left hand caught up against his right shoulder by Hitoshi's grip on it. Are they a little clingy? Perhaps so. But they're certainly not bothered by the fact at this point, on live television or not, simply happy to revel in the comfort and reassurance of being together despite the chaos around them. A big event like this is not their cup of tea, to say the least. And when Izuku taps softly at his partner's stomach, Hitoshi takes a moment to try and figure out what he wants before offering up his free hand to the greenette. Tails patting against Hitoshi's back in thanks, Izuku tugs the hand closer, fingers slightly apart, until he can use it to fingerspell in front of them. Thanks, Shincho. Of course, Fluffball. Always. That's as much as they have time for before their pops begins to announce the proceedings. Alright listeners. Good job getting to the second round, you hear? But now things are going to get even harder. Midnight, start up the randomizer, yeah? But of course darling, she chirps, grinning down at them all as she sets the machine off. And, to no great surprise for Izuku or Hitoshi, it revolves, gradually slowing down, before landing on tag team. Ooh, look at that. Before we explain any of the rules, get yourselves into pairs, kitties. There's a general moment of hesitation then before people start bustling around. Of course, Hitoshi and Izuku simply stay together. There would be a chance that partners would have to fight each other rather than the other pairs, but their research lets them be fairly sure that they shouldn't have to go up against each other. At least not at this point of the festival. The longer they can prolong it, the better really. Just because they might have to fight each other at some point doesn't mean they want to, not if they can help it. Regardless, the rest of the students have soon organized themselves and, at midnight's WHP crack, everyone turns their attention to her, the crowds and contestants falling quiet once more. Well then darlings, let's get started with these rules, don't you think? The main screen behind her flickers to life once again, displaying the round's title. Tag team is one of my personal favorites. You and your partner's points are totaled for the scoreboards, but each of you retains your separate individual points, okay? And then it's a game of tag, or it, as some of us call it. We'll start off with 6 random students being it, and whenever you tag someone, you gain their individual points to your partner's total. But, once you tag someone, you lose your it status, so be careful. As for, the woman pauses then, seeing the raised hand of one B's class president and waving her on. Midnight Sensei, some of our points weren't called last round? What are dash? Ah, now that's a bit of fun, the woman purrs, again in that surprise essay tone of voice that has Hitoshi and Izuku exchanging worried glances. As third place, Kendo-chan, you receive 215, Rinkuin 220. And Midoriya-kun, 10 million. There's a long moment of silence. Izuku, almost simultaneous with the abrupt roar of the crowd, pops out of existence. Well, more accurately, he such forms, his one-tailed spirit form safe and invisible and almost untouchable, leaving him unseen and able to wind between his Shinshi's legs, feeling a little bad for unbalancing the taller boy a bit, but more caught up in his own panic and the pressure of everything to be able to help himself. The noise level only increases with his disappearance, Mick's voice ringing out to try and curb the confusion and outcry. Izuku, attempting to force his breathing to slow down, barely registers any of it. Instead, knowing that he needs to calm down, he presses himself desperately against Hitoshi's leg, drawing in the warmth and solidity of his partner. And then Hitoshi begins to tap his foot very deliberately on the ground. It's a breathing pattern, a rhythm that Izuku can follow, and it reverberates through his small fox body, even whilst barely corporeal, and he shudders there, crouched on the ground, leant so heavily against the shifting leg. It helps. Slowly but surely, but all the same, it helps. At some point, everything really does calm down. The audience stop freaking out over Izuku's apparent disappearance and the greenette himself regains control of his breathing, nudging his muzzle against Hitoshi's ankle in a vague thanks. His partner sways slightly, hopefully in acknowledgement. Right then listeners, we back on track? Present Mike does pause then, genuinely assessing the situation before going on. As I said, Midoriya is still here and safe, his quirk is simply activated in a different way right now. Can we move on now y'all? The hint of exasperation has people listening and there's a general consensus of laughter, nods and cheering, apparently accepting the explanation. Their society as a whole is more than used to odd quirk shenanigans and unfortunate activations, so it's easy to go along with. Anyways, Cementos, you want to set up for this round? The hero in question nods a silent affirmative and then the arena begins to shift and morph once again, slow enough that nobody can fall over and get hurt, gaining undulating, low hills and a few ledges and drops here and there, never more than a meter or so but enough to introduce some interest and difficulty. Then little openings form in the floor, new miniature towers of cement rising up from below, each with glowing pin badges, most of them green but 6 red. Izuku, after a few moments' hesitation, flickers back into existence for barely long enough to attach the thing to his sports uniform jacket and briefly reach over to brush a grateful touch over the back of his Shinshi's hand before he shifts back again. Luckily, the badge dematerializes with him and none of the screens or equipment or anything seems to go haywire, so Nedzu must have somehow accounted for his quirk. And they're both green too, so presumably aren't it. That's confirmed only a moment later, Hitoshi's pops piping up once again. If you're red then you're gonna be it, K listeners? When you tag someone, you lose the it status. No going out of bounds, but quirks are allowed, just don't use them to injure anyone, else you'll lose points or be disqualified, depending on the severity. And, one more teeny tiny thing. The exuberance in his voice does nothing to reassure the students who share wary glances. Why did they choose to come to UA again? It's pretty simple, you can't tag the person who last tagged you. So, if I were to tag Midnight, she would have to tag someone else, but I'm fair game later on. Y'all got it? Well, that wasn't quite as bad as they were all expecting. They'll take it. Right then, y'all ready? This time there's a cheer in response, both from the students and the stands, and Hitoshi feels Izuku nudge at his ankle one last time before his fluffball moves away. Well, at least they'll be pretty much guaranteed to go through, assuming Izuku doesn't come back to his human form and somehow get tagged in the time PRD, because of his individual 10 million points. Honestly, sometimes Hitoshi wonders about the sanity of all the UA faculty, his dads both included. Then let's go, Midnight, take the stage. Happily, she crows, eyes gleaming as she sizes them up, and the screen behind her switches to display a scoreboard. And there, at the top, is Team Mish with over 10 million points. Hitoshi can't help but snort quietly at the sight of it against the teams, all sporting around 400 at the most. It's quite the contrast, to say the least. Before he can contemplate it any more, or wonder where his fluffball has ended up, Midnight's WHP cracks and 3, 2, 1, run. Hitoshi is one of few who don't immediately move, instead trying to get a good idea of who he needs to be avoiding right now and where he'll be best off lingering in the hopes of avoiding said people. The yell is close and it startles him a little, glancing over his shoulder as he darts away. Oh, Ashido has tagged one of the 1B students, who's now running in his general direction. Bloody hell. At this point, Hitoshi runs properly, heading to the top of one of the relatively shallow hills. From here, he can see pretty much the entire arena space, gaining a good sense for where Izuku is when that loud support course girl trips over something low and invisible before she can get zero. Admittedly, she catches herself with her jetpack, but it's enough to redirect her towards that 1B's Monoma kid instead. Oh, clever fluffball. His little genius of a fox, truly. Apparently Hitoshi isn't the only one who's caught on to Izuku's tactic. And what wonderful teamwork from 1A, even across partnerships, don't you think, Eraser? His comment has several curious titters rising up from the audience. Midoriya was only acting logically. And yet, to those familiar with the gruff man, there is a distinct warmth lingering under that tone, sunlight in ocean depths, and the way that Mike makes a funny little noise only highlights that. Everyone else assumes the voice hero must have just coughed weirdly. Hitoshi snickers, knowing better. I guess so, the blonde laughs, covering up his own odd sound with a stream of words. But for now we've got Yaoyorozu going after Bakugo and, yep. She managed it with a well-timed weighted rope. Gotta love the diversity and intelligence of the 1A class president. And over on the far edge of the arena we can see that Rin has managed to tag Ashido, but that's Uraraka tagged. What a quick turnaround that was, literally dash. Hitoshi stops paying attention to his pops as Uraraka herself comes pelting towards him. He flees as soon as she hits the bottom of his hill, his downward momentum giving him that little boost against her, slowing a little to get up the opposite slope. From there it's easy for him to weave towards a more populated area, keeping a careful eye out for any other hits, and calling out to Yaoyorozu. Yo, Momo, reckon I could get a reply? Pardon dash. She trails off, coming to a stop where she stood, and Hitoshi is quick to gasp out. Preoccupy Uraraka for 30 seconds. Try not to get tagged yourself. There, at least he won't feel bad if she gets tagged because of him now. And it gives Hitoshi the chance to loop back around and head over to his hill without worry of getting nabbed by the fierce brunette. His dad would never let him live it down else. The ever-present background noise of explosions abruptly grows louder though, and the insomniac has half a second to worry about how Izuku is coping with Bakugo's general presence in an adrenaline-fueled environment before he has to speed up and duck to avoid that Kendo girl being chased by the angry dandelion, the latter rocketing through the air thanks to his explosions. Yeah, he really hopes Izuku is coping okay. Or, if he's not, then that he'll at least come back to Hitoshi and allow his partner to comfort him. To support him like he so badly wants to. It's this thought that still lingers in his mind 7 minutes later, when the second round is finally called to a halt. Between his own quirk, speed and, on one occasion, Izuku's interference, Hitoshi hasn't been tagged at all. Of course, neither has the little invisible fox that's been running around the whole time, tripping or knocking contestants off course when they try to catch out 1A students. It's perhaps an arbitrary thing on Izuku's part, but Mike has called out the camaraderie of it more than once, and several of their class members have called out in thanks if they've been helped, which, well, is nice. And Hitoshi obviously wouldn't have held a grudge if they'd been ungrateful for his fluffball's aid. No, of course not. Regardless, the round is called to an end with yet another WHP crack from Midnight, and it doesn't take long for a cold, shaking little body to press itself against his ankle. And oh, that doesn't feel like tired shaking or nervous shaking, that feels like barely breathing shaking, which is absolutely unacceptable. Without another thought, Hitoshi crouches down as though to sort out his shoelace, but very deliberately tipping his shoulders as he murmurs, "Get on, love. We'll be in private soon, 'kay? I promise you're safe now, so just hop up. His quiet words hold all the soft affection and casual reassurance that he can fit into them. It must do something right, judging by the trembling breeze, just on this side of solid, that scrambles up against his bicep to curl across his shoulders, tucked in tight and close to his neck, a nose settling in the hollow above his clavicle, little ears and something resembling a vulpine forehead pressing themselves just below his jaw, no doubt fixating on his heartbeat and breathing, trying to ground himself. Wishing he could do more, Hitoshi picks up a low rumble in his throat, the closest he can get to a purr himself. The way that the tail trailing past his collarbone flicks, just once, seems to be in thanks. He'll help Izuku more as soon as he can, the instant they're not under live streaming cameras anymore. It must do something right, judging by the trembling breeze, just on this side of solid, that scrambles up against his bicep to curl across his shoulders, tucked in tight and close to his neck, a nose settling in the hollow above his clavicle, little ears and something resembling a vulpine forehead pressing themselves just below his jaw, no doubt fixating on his heartbeat and breathing, trying to ground himself. Wishing he could do more, Hitoshi picks up a low rumble in his throat, the closest he can get to a purr himself. The way that the tail trailing past his collarbone flicks, just once, seems to be in thanks. He'll help Izuku more as soon as he can, the instant they're not under live streaming cameras anymore. Fortunately, it only takes a few minutes for all of the students to be dismissed for nearly 2 hours of lunch, and Hitoshi is one of the first off of the arena area, over the grass and into the shaded corridors. And at least, even though they're not really in private yet, with the lack of cameras and general attention on him, Hitoshi can raise a careful hand to sit next to Izuku's tail and back end, waiting, even as he continues to stride towards one of the more private areas of the stadium. Within a minute, there's the brush of air against his knuckles and he takes that as permission granted. Maintaining the steady rumble in his throat, he shifts his hand until gentle fingertips brush through airfurchill along his fluffball's flank. A snuffling against his neck acknowledges the affection. But the hitching of the barely their chest doesn't calm down. Oh, Izuku. It's not long before Hitoshi manages to get to a quiet section, seemingly little used, and darts into one of the first doors available. It's just a waiting room or something, some lockers along one wall, a seating area taking up half the room, and Hitoshi scurries to the first sofa. Hey Fluffball, love, reckon you could change back now, HM? We're safe, it's just us, I promise nobody else is here. So please, change back? For me. The worry in his voice, or perhaps those final 2 words, are what it finally takes for the spirit fox to practically fall down from his shoulders, landing rather messily in his lap. And then Izuku, human with 3 tails writhing, is curling into Hitoshi. Hey love, hey, it's alright, think you can breathe with me? Hush, I'm right here, we're safe Fluffball, can you go for in, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4. On Hitoshi goes, soothing careful circles low on Izuku's back, movements in time with his counting and, oh so slowly, the juddering of Izuku's chest begins to smooth and deepen, his fingers still clutching at Hitoshi's top, legs wrapped around his insomniac's waist so that they're pressed chest to chest, the shorter boy drinking in his partner's heartbeat and breathing, able to fixate on it, ground himself. There you go Fluffball, you're doing so well, that's it, keep it going, we're okay, I'm here, oh love, such a good job, thank you Fluffball, there we go. Izuku's tongue is too heavy to move, his throat still lodged with iron and rust from the bands threading through his lungs, but he can't bring himself to pull away enough to sign. Instead, he collapses impossibly further into his partner's embrace. The warmth and security, no burning heat, no force or yelling or voices in the back of his head trying to overwhelm him, to pull him under, push him over, of Hitoshi is more than welcome. Hush Fluffball, you don't need to say anything, K? Just let me look after you. And Izuku wants to sob and thank him and tell him that he already does, always, but instead he can only whimper and bury his face further in the crook of his insomniac's neck. Hitoshi simply cradles him, still so careful of where his hands are, keeping away from scars or ticklish points. Izuku appreciates it. He really, truly does. His Hitoshi is so appealing, so genuinely caring, and Izuku hardly feels worthy of it. It's too good to push away though, whether he deserves it or not. Eventually, when Izuku is almost ready to doze, tired with a bone-deep weariness that reminds him of Aizawa's eye bags, in a way, Hitoshi finally speaks up again. Hey, Fluffball, you want anything? It's lunchtime after all, and we should probably eat something. And the greenette is still very much reluctant to pull back, but he does so, shifting in Hitoshi's lap to bring his hands up in between their chests and sign, tremble barely there. My mum made us a bento to share? It's in my locker in the class waiting room. That's lovely of her. Her cooking's really tasty, isn't it? The taller boy's tone is all soft and sweet, a gentle drawl, and Izuku vaguely registers when it has his tails and ears receding. He feels so safe with Hitoshi that he can't help it. The smile that the vulnerability earns, all awe and appreciation and fond affection, that little dimple reappearing, stops him from bringing them back out. Want me to go get it, or I could ask someone to drop it off? I'd ask if you wanted to come with, but? And no, Izuku can barely stand the thought of being around loud people and explosions and... Hey, Izuku, Fluffball, love, stop that. We're safe, we're alone, it's all right. The greenette SCKS in a desperate breath, then a calmer one, and then another. Nothing's changed yet, he's still with Hitoshi in a quiet little room away from everyone else, and that's all he could ask for right now. They really are fine. He just needs to stay calm. I don't want to inconvenience anyone. Nobody would think of it like that, Fluffball, but I can go, okay? I'll be quick. Those words are a promise and Izuku doesn't even have to contemplate whether or not to believe it. MMMHM. The hum is tremulous but not hesitant and Hitoshi's little smile tugs a bit crooked, wider and softer again. A hand slides away from Izuku's hip, instead skipping up to cradle his cheek, and the smaller boy leans shamelessly into the touch, nuzzling against Hitoshi's gentle, calloused palm, that ever more familiar chuffing purr swelling in his throat. It gets him a little snort from Hitoshi. And Cammy, his heart feels so full and heavy, in all the best ways. It's being full after sharing a delicious meal with your loved ones and being wrapped up in blankets in front of a fire. Izuku revels in everything he and Hitoshi, the scent of cats and eucalyptus and pomegranate, their shampoos intermingling with the Yamazawa apartment smell, only making him feel even safer, and the literal warmth of being sat in Hitoshi's lap, kept close by long arms, is enough to have that grumbly purr growing louder. Then Izuku realizes that he's in his partner's lap and the purr evolves instantaneously into a yelp. Luckily, Hitoshi is more aware than Izuku has apparently been as he easily stops the greenette from falling, careful hands clasping around bony elbows, the insomniac tilting his own body back, knees rising a little to help keep Izuku safe and seated. His laughter is loud and good-natured, open in a way that is so rarely earned from someone deadpan and antisocial and used to being forced into silence, at least before he found his dad's, and Izuku adores the sound, forgetting his own embarrassment in the time it takes for him to crash forwards, desperate to press his ear to the stunning sound. Cammy, he adores Hitoshi so much. He loves how vulnerable and honest they can be with each other, how they can keep their silence or offer their hearts and both are taken with equal respect and tenderness, zero hesitation. Which is probably why, when Hitoshi stops laughing and comes back to some kind of coherence, he finds Izuku with a blissful smile, vaguely unaware of his surroundings with a human ear pressed tightly against the taller boy's sternum, back a little arched to allow for the position, cute little but pushed out because of it, and Hitoshi flushes. Damn it, his fluffball is cuter than should be allowed. And he looks so tranquil, so content, focused on Hitoshi's heartbeat and, presumably, his laughter beforehand, and the insomniac can hardly bear the thought of making him move. So he doesn't. Instead, they stay like that for a little while, perhaps only 10 minutes or so, but long enough to soak up that little bit more comfort and affection. Eventually though, Izuku wiggles back up until he's straddling Hitoshi's lap more comfortably, sat up straight with hands ready to sign, refusing to acknowledge his strawberry blush, freckles as sweet as can be. How long do we have until the end of lunch? Probably a bit over an hour? Let me dash. Hitoshi takes a hand off of Izuku's waist to dig his phone out and hold up the time for them both. Yep, they've only been around 40 minutes which, has felt like ages. But they could still do with eating and actually resting up properly for a bit. Want me to go get that bento? Please. Course Fluffball. S'long as you're happy to stay in here for the meantime? I won't be long, but, well, he trails off, a little hesitant, not wanting to push Izuku either way, and the greenette finds himself smiling a little, signing that he'll be fine. And Hitoshi might be a tad worried and reluctant, but with Izuku insisting that it'll be okay, his insomniac acquiesces and goes to get their lunches. Not even 5 minutes later, Izuku finds himself restless and uncomfortable again, unable to sit still. And he doesn't want to go wandering, but he also wants to do something. A trip to the bathroom is a logical jump from there. Tails out and both wrists firmly encircled by a tail each to keep him from wringing his hands or scratching at his forearms, Izuku jumps at the first sound of footsteps headed towards him. They're heavy, loud, and the slightest bit lopsided. It might only take him a second to place them, but it's a second too long because All Might has already rounded the corner and spotted him. Midoriya Izuku. Damn it, no. No, he doesn't want to deal with someone who opposes his dreams, his reality, not right now, not without his kin by his. Midoriya, my boy, are you alright? Fine, thank you, sensei. It's a lie, a bad one, because those bands of iron and poison ivy are winding their way back through Izuku's lungs, burying themselves deep and tight and painful in his flesh. His fifth tail materializes. Ah, good, good. May I talk to you a moment? What can Izuku say? This is the number one hero, one of his teachers, and denying or reporting his teachers in elementary or middle school had never gone well, let alone doing so for one who is also the number one hero. So now Izuku's in a room with All Might, the blonde tall and broad and blocking the door, intentionally or not, and his breathing is almost dead. I was wondering if you would accept my quirk? Now, Izuku's been somewhere between nonverbal and verging on it all day, but that has him gobsmacked. Because what? Ah, I probably should have explained better, shouldn't I? He laughs then, and it's such a contrast to Hitoshi's chuckles and snorts earlier. This is so abrasive, echoing in the relatively small room, and Izuku hates it. It grates and burns and hurts his senses, and, Kami, he wants so badly to just disappear, to be gone, to swap into his fox form and be safe, run away and hide, but this is still All Might. What if he gets Izuku in trouble? Even with his kin, he doesn't want to risk getting them in trouble because they wouldn't be able to overwhelm All Might, except almost definitely in a straight fight, but he doesn't want them to have to do anything like that, not because of him, and not when he knows now that they would try to help. Putting them in that position would be awful. So now he has to somehow keep the man happy, and Izuku's yanked out of his thoughts by a heavy hand landing on his shoulder, and he bites back a cry of fear, flinching heavily enough to stumble back, pressed against a wall, tails writhing, and there's noise and a figure looming over him, and he's scared. He wants his kin, he wants to disappear, he wants to breathe. All Might pulls back when young Midoriya whimpers and quite literally falls away from his touch. He calls out to the boy, but the greenette's chest is heaving, eyes halfway blank, and those tails of his all over the place, some of them curling around the boy and some held out, kind of protective, and when had the little shrub of a child developed those? It must have been in the 10 months between them meeting and the beginning of term, so Yagi wastes a few precious minutes trying to talk the boy out of it. But it's hopeless, this is a panic attack and he's not sure what to do, how to help, even though he wants to do nothing more right now. He digs out his phone and calls Aizawa. What is it, Yagi? It's picked up within a few rings, albeit with the tone a little irritated, but the blonde doesn't let it faze him, not right now. There's a child that needs help first. Aizawa-kun, please, I have Midoriya here and he's having some kind of panic at a dash. What? Where? It's not a question but a demand, and Yagi hurried to splutter out the corridor, even though he doesn't actually know the room number. Ah, he really should have thought this through more. Right, I'm on my way. Leave your phone on speaker next to the kid, go stand in the corridor outside. Leave Izuku alone. But surely Dash, is there really no way that he can help? Don't think I haven't noticed how the child is scared of you, Yagi Toshinori. Now put me on speaker next to him and leave. The ferocity in that tone, even over phone, has the blonde obeying without another word, carefully putting the speakerphone on and setting it down next to the hyperventilating teen and, both reluctant and in a rush, getting out of the room and leaving the door just ajar behind him. Dumbfounded and honestly a little confused, All Might leans back against the wall, deactivating his quirk, feeling awful that this poor kid is hyperventilating because of him. He has a fair bit of experience with calming people down, of course, but not someone who seemed scared of him, and that a touch to the shoulder had made worse. And, well, it doesn't look very likely that Midoriya will want to accept his quirk, particularly not now. Oh, how he wishes he'd handled this better and not caused the boy so much pain and himself an even longer. Get out of my sight, Yagi Toshinori. That voice is as deadpan as ever, regardless of how hurried and downright angry Aizawa seems, because his glare is absolutely burning, and the blonde doesn't even dare ask about the fate of his phone before he does exactly that. Eraserhead is a terrifying man. And never more so than when he's in a protective rage like this. Yes, definitely not something All Might wants to get in the way of. Hey Kit, Izuku darling, I'm coming in, alright? It's just me, Aizawa, kin. We're both safe, I promise. He keeps up a steady stream of low reassurances as he pushes the door open, immediately seeing the tight ball of tails, anxiety and chest-heaving body, and feeling something between his ribs crack and ache viciously at the sight. And the sound of his son's fluffball keening, it hits him hard, even more so now he's hearing it in person. Darling, I'm right here, you're safe Kit, I promise you. He's gone, it's just us now Kit. I'm gonna come closer, okay? Think you could breathe with me Kit? Try and breathe darling, in, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3. He counts, keeping his tone a steady crooning, not quite daring to reach out for Izuku right now. But damn it, he needs, to do more than just talk to the kid. But what can he? Okay. This might make it worse rather than better, but Izuku barely seems to be hearing him and Aizawa aches with his kit, and if there's a solid chance of helping then he'll take it. Settling down properly, not quite in front of Izuku but slightly to the side, the pro extends one leg until his foot is against the wall, only an inch or so from the greenette's side, leaving him an easy route to the door and not crowding him, but still that bit of closeness that will hopefully help. And then the man lifts his capture weapon up and over his head. Izuku, Kit, I'm going to put my capture weapon around your shoulders, alright? Just keep on breathing, it's only your kin, you're safe, it's only us two here, just keep on breathing for me darling. Even as he speaks, he proffers the fabric bundle a bit, waiting to make sure there's no flinch before he moves further and loops his capture weapon around Izuku's shoulders and neck, keeping it loose but letting it settle near his mouth and nose where he can breathe in a familiar scent. And, thank Kami, that finally seems to trigger something. Izuku curls up tighter, but he curls up tighter with his face shoved into the fabric of Aizawa's capture weapon, his chest still heaving but less desperate with every breath, and the man finally feels like he can breathe again himself, taking up his counting exercise once again, trying to ease the improvements that Izuku's already seeing. In, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3. And the kid continues to get better, less rasping and more skiing in air, and the pro continues to talk him through it, talk him down, not even taking the chance to text Hitoshi or his husband like he wants to, utterly fixated on his kit. Hey, darling, do you want contact, proximity, or space kiddo? It's all fine Kit, I promise, I just want you to be comfortable. For a long minute, all he gets is keening as the teen rocks in place, still breathing into his capture weapon, but then a hand darts out of the bundle of person and latches into the fabric above Aizawa's knee, FSTNG there, and he understands the silent plea very well, immediately shifting forwards and opening up his arms, keeping one knee drawn up towards his chest. From there, once the teen tumbles forwards into his embrace, he can guide Izuku to rest back against his leg, hooking the kid's legs over his other stretched out limb, trying not to make him feel trapped but still surrounded, grounded. Safe. At this point, he can keep the kid close, so incredibly glad that Izuku is just breathing again. And it's the perfect opportunity, with the kid exhausted, to find his phone in his belt, and text Hitoshi and Hisashi one-handed. They have long enough to get here and spend a bit of time with the teen before the end of lunch. And then he emails Nedzu too, asking the creature to rig the tournament round a bit so that Izuku and Hitoshi will fight in the second half of the next round. Even if he and Hisashi have to go and start announcing again, it gives his sons a chance to look after each other first. Nedzu, receiving his explanation and knowing that the pro is hardly going to be entirely illogical, even when it comes to his kids, emails back within moments with a chirpy agreement and hopes for Izuku to recover quickly. Even better, it doesn't even take 5 minutes for there come a gentle knock upon the door to the room. Dad? Pops and I are dash. Gimme a sec you too, he calls, trying to keep his voice calm and low but carrying enough to be heard. And judging by the muffled voices coming through the door, they get the message. Alright then. Izuku, Kit, would you like Hisashi and Hitoshi to come in? It'll only be them, be your kin, I promise, so we'll be safe. The whimper that answers him is desperate, green eyes opening to peer up at him with a clear longing, a clear need, below thick eyelashes and a mess of bangs, ears swiveling and tails twitching. Come in. The door opens instantaneously, Hitoshi quick to come in and carefully walk around his dad, moving to crouch beside him, one hand reaching out to so gently rest on Izuku's ankle. Fluffball, love, you with us? Those appealing eyes blink open once again, grabby hands reaching up for his insomniac. Hitoshi doesn't hesitate to grant him that touch, interlacing their fingers smoothly, beginning to brush circles across the base of Izuku's thumbs. Hisashi comes up behind them too then, draping himself across Aizawa's back, tucking his chin over his husband's shoulder and setting one hand at the underground hero's hip, the other coming up to slowly bury into green curls, avoiding the sensitive ears and carting through soft hair. With all of them there, quiet and calm and sweet together, Izuku truly does begin to relax. Sagging sideways against Aizawa, he lets his eyes slip closed again, still listening though, drinking in the smells and sounds of them, their heartbeats and breathing. You want to talk about it, Fluffball? You don't have to, but Hitoshi loosens the way that their fingers are weaved together so that his partner can easily pull free and sign. It takes a few moments, but the silent offer is taken up as Izuku pulls his hands back, slow with drowsiness. He wanted to give me his quirk. He doesn't think I can be a hero by myself and it hurts. I'm tired of it. Oh, they all want to kill whoever he is, once they figure out what exactly Izuku means by giving a quirk. Well, after they've looked after Izuku some more. So long as you're not in danger darling, Aizawa offers. The way that Izuku turns to nuzzle against the base of his throat more than gratifies him. All they want is to be here for their greenette, and there's nothing that could keep them from it. Here now. Yes. Yes, they are here and they don't intend to leave. They all stay as they are then, curled around each other, content to just be together now that they're calmer again. It doesn't take overly long for Izuku to fall asleep in their warmth and security, leaning ever more heavily into Aizawa's chest until little chuffing snores begin to interrupt the silence and they all exchange fond glances at the frankly adorable sound, a little muffled in the capture weapon. "Do you know who he was, Dad?" All Might. The underground hero's distaste is all too obvious and a perfect match to the scowl upon his son's face and the way that Hisashi's hand tightens on the man's hip. He told Fluffball that he couldn't dash. Apparently so. They might have Izuku safe and sleeping with them now, though none of them are happy. Not at all. Someone has dared to hurt their fox and that's beyond unacceptable, for now they'll look after their greenette, but it's a stark difference to forgiving or forgetting. A very stark difference indeed. Izuku wakes up feeling heavy and warm. Not quite right, everything a little disjointed, but incredibly comfortable all the same. With two familiar heartbeats close by, one right against his ear, and he can't help but let out a contented little whimper. "Hey there, Kit, you awake?" He jumps at the voice rumbling against him, but relaxes just as quickly. "This is Kin. I'll take that as a yes. Good to have you back with us, kiddo." And oh. All Izuku can remember is a blur of too tight, hot hand, loud voice, can't breathe, looming over him like, "Hey, Fluffball, hush. Just focus on us, okay?" That's his insomniac, his Shinso, and the wonderful voice pulls the greenette right back to reality. To the arms wrapped around him and the leg and chest supporting him, the layers of fabric draped around his neck and shoulders, all rough soft worn and smelling like cats, coffee and something citrusy. Then there's the body draped over his own legs, a chin hooked on his knees. Warm, fine-fingered hands are wrapped around his own, drumming a little rhythm against the side of his palms, the same pattern as that song that Yamada-san always hums. This really is his Kin. No wonder he feels so safe and warm, despite the exhaustion still lining his bones. "How you doing there, Kit? Need anything?" Hitoshi goes to release his hands and let him sign an answer, but Izuku tightens his own grip. Sue him, he craves the affection. In lieu of signing, he simply butts his head gently against Aizawa's chest, the beginnings of a purring chuff saying just as much as any words. "That's good. And you're feeling better?" Another low rumble suffices as an answer, and Izuku doesn't miss the relieved glance his kin exchange. Silly ones. How could he not feel better when two of his favorite people are holding him so close, so careful, like they really cherish him? It's the most wonderful thing he could imagine. Izuku is brought out of his thoughts by the man speaking up once more, the teen forcing himself to listen to the words instead of the pleasant rumbling blur of his chest. "Up to some food then? You two missed your lunch and a bit of energy won't do you any harm." The greenette deliberates for a moment because he doesn't really want to move yet, but his stomach answers for him. Very noisily so. Accordingly, even as Hitoshi grins and reaches forward to gently bop his nose, his insomniac is levering up to his feet and leaving his dad and partner to disentangle themselves. They do so, with a great deal of grumbling and groaning as they stagger to numb feet, Izuku's lightly trembling fingers coming up to sign. "Sorry Aizawa-san. Don't be Kit. Never apologize for needing help, nor for other people triggering you. These things happen and we want to help you through them, to support you however you might need, alright kiddo?" Izuku, feeling almost dizzy with the rush of emotions those words have rising in his chest, simply nods and brushes one of his tails against the hero's hand. He gets a very soft expression in return. Only a moment later, a gentle touch runs through the fluff of one of the tails wrapped around his own waist, familiar and welcome, and Izuku turns to push his head against his insomniac's shoulder. As they sit down to eat at one of the little tables in the room, set up, again, as some sort of waiting room because apparently one stadium needs a lot of them, all picking bits and pieces out of Inko's rather large stacked bento with their fingers. Izuku might be physically hungry, but his appetite is more than low and it takes the occasional favorite being nudged towards him to keep him eating. The way that Hitoshi smiles at him each time, all soft and hopeful, and the barest hint of that dimple, makes it all the more worth it. The approving glances from Aizawa certainly don't hurt either. And, before they get very far through their meal, a very familiar voice emanates through the small speaker up in one corner of the room. "Hope you all had a good lunch. Guess what time it is? Third round time. Erasers had to pop out for a little while, so it's just you guys, midnight, and me now y'all. Let's get this party started, yeah." As always, but unbeknownst to the trio, Mike earns a massive cheer in return, the crowd reacting to his energy. None of them pick up on the faint something to his tone at the mention of Eraser, almost a tremble but not quite. Well, Midnight does. She's been these two idiots' best friend for years after all, and she doesn't miss their little tells nor the fact that very little could drag Shoyuta from his husband's side, let alone when he was meant to be there. Still, she trusts them to be alright, if Hisashi is here. In their little room, Aizawa hurries to explain to their boys that they're fighting in the second half of the tournament, not having missed their intense alarm at hearing the round beginning. Even though they can hear Hisashi's announcements, he pulls out his phone and brings up the live stream. They watch as a randomizer, admittedly, it's not quite so random, brings up 2 brackets of the pairs from the last round. They'll be against Kendo and Monoma as the final fight of the first tier. Fun. So only 4 pairs go on to the second tier? Yes, then 2 from there. Then the structure changes up a bit. Just because he's not explaining the shadowed part of the tournament chart doesn't mean that it's not perfectly obvious to the 2 teens. Individual fights? Exactly that. Izuku looks down at the table then, staring at his ringing hands with a slightly too blank gaze. Fluffball, you've already done brilliantly by yourself in the first round. You'll be fine, even if it's nerve-wracking. Hitoshi doesn't quite dismiss his concerns because that would be unfair, but he can still reassure his partner. Because Izuku really shouldn't have anything to worry about, but that won't mean that his little fluffball won't worry. As evidenced by the ringing hands and that slight twitch to one of his tails. I have no doubt that you two'll do very well. There's no expectation or pressure in that statement. It's pure reassurance in the form of conviction, and the 2 teens share smiles at it, one more wobbly than the other. Both are sincere though. Just over 20 minutes later, after Bakugo and Kirishima have taken out Ojiro and Hagakure with a hell of a lot of shouting, Aizawa stands to leave. At the door, he offers both of his boys' hair ruffles, careful of sensitive fox ears, and a soft sort of Cheshire grin. Give 'em hell, kids. And then he's gone, leaving Izuku and Hitoshi to watch the rest of the fights before their own. Neither of them hesitate to turn and fall into each other's arms the very moment that the door closes. Fluffball, love, I'm so sorry I wasn't with you, I never would have dash. His rambling is laden heavy with guilt and regret because why hadn't he known that leaving Izuku alone would be a bad idea when he was in such a poor headspace already, not even accounting for. Shinshi, no. And no. The wavering voice is so delicate yet so strong, and Hitoshi shakes with it, almost perfectly in sync with each other. And when Izuku leans back, forcing his insomniac's face to leave the safety of sweet-smelling curls but offering the comfort and charm of vivid green eyes. And Hitoshi doesn't truly register the fact, not consciously, but he sways forward a little at the sight, at the absolute beauty of that effervescent gaze, blazing like Greek fire and glimmering with silver stars, a stunning match for the burnt constellations across the sweet face, prompting Hitoshi to reach up and trace a curling path alongside one of those eyes, following the natural patterns. There, enjoying the flush that blossoms to follow his touch. Here and now Shinsure. Enough. Everything. And how has Hitoshi found someone so appealing inside and out? I'll take your word for it, love. Thank you, he manages. His worries and guilt aren't entirely abetted, but, well, he can't deny that face. Nor that voice, particularly when Izuku is so clearly working to get out the words, wanting to offer the impact of verbally speaking even when his tongue is leaden and his throat tight. Hitoshi remembers the feeling all too well. Knows the feeling. And he adores Izuku all the more for that, even as he wishes that his fluffball wouldn't push himself so far and hard. Silly fox. With a sigh, Hitoshi drops the touch from Izuku's face and slides both arms around a slim waist, pulling his fluffball as close as possible, hunching over enough to bury his face in the crook of the greenette's neck, breathing deeply to make the most of the pomegranate, eucalyptus and faint scent of his dad. The warmth, the rise and fall, small hands pressing against his own spine, they all add up to a reassurance that his partner is alright, is with him now. Hitoshi is more than grateful for the fact. It's genuinely awful when his cherished fluffball is in such a difficult mental space, when a day seems to drag in one long blur of adrenaline and hyperventilation and comforting each other. He doesn't begrudge it, doesn't truly mind, but it hurts to see Izuku going through so much. And it's only going to get busier with their fight coming up soon. Or, well, whenever the 2 prior fights finish up. And in fact, it ends up only being 40 minutes later, after one B's Rin and Kodai defeat of Ishido and Aoyama, followed by Shiozaki and Tsuyu being taken out by Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, to which Hitoshi immediately comments to be a very overpowered combination, although Izuku signs right back that their teamwork leaves something to be desired. A big something. And whilst the pair snort at that, neither can quite help but exchange meaningful glances. Todoroki. Well, now isn't the time for them to be worrying about him. But perhaps later. Regardless, they make their way up towards the main arena, signing some plans and plots. Kendo and Monoma aren't opponents to be taken lightly, they have no doubt, but that doesn't mean that this will be impossible, not if they put the right strategies in place and support each other in the way that they find so easy. And Izuku has several plans already whirring away, cogs of his mind turning lightning quick without too much effort, even as he pushes himself to think of every eventuality, rebounding off of Hitoshi's comments and going further, spinning several webs for their future opponents to fall into. It's not dissociation, but something almost akin to it, falling into an analytical headspace that allows him to push aside his nerves until later, until they have the time and space to truly deal with them and, if only because of his insomniac's blatant concern, the Greenette actually intends to deal with them tonight. Before then though, they've got at least this first fight to get through. For our last battle of the first tier y'all, we've got 1B's cool class rep and feral blonde respectively, Kendo and Monoma, against 1A's super sneaky duo, the charming Midoriya and Shinso. Izuku doesn't even think to wrap the end of one of his tails around Hitoshi's wrist as they step into sunlight and noise, ears flattening down into his curls as much as possible. Luckily Hitoshi had grabbed his earplugs earlier and given them back to him, and between those and the reassuring glance they exchange amongst themselves, Izuku keeps his shoulders straight and chin barely dipping. Human. Corporeal. 2 tails around his waist, just tight enough to be comforting, another around his own wrist, one for Hitoshi's, the 5th tail writhing loose and free, a sign of things to come. Midnight, you wanna count our listeners in? You bet I do, Mike. Right kiddies, 3, 2, 1, fight. And, seemingly as soon as they'd stepped onto the concrete of the arena, Izuku and Hitoshi are running forwards. They've got a fight to win. For now, Izuku forgoes his spirit form, feeling settled dashing beside his partner, headed for Monoma as Hitoshi aims for Kendo, only a meter or so apart, side by side. The two 1B students run too, seemingly happy with the forming pairs to fight in, but nobody said that was what Izuku and Hitoshi are actually aiming for. Indeed, almost once they're within attacking range, the Greenette misses a step, spinning back and around his insomniac, suching up the setup in the fraction of a second, both taking advantage of the surprised falter from their opponents to burst forward and attack. An easy pivot has 3 tails, wound together like in the Quirk apprehension test, slamming into Kendo's side. A credit to her instincts, she manages to scrape in a poor block, but she's still sent stumbling into the blonde in perfect timing for Hitoshi to punch said blonde in the nose. The crunch is pretty telling. Midoriya and Shinso come in strong with some stunning teamwork and lightning-quick moves. Even as their pops crows out in admiration, the pair are falling back, exchanging another easy glance. No changes to their plan so far. But Kendo and Monoma are quick to recover, for all that a probably broken nose is pretty messy. Hey eraser? The grunt that comment earns isn't the most expressive thing, but Hitoshi snorts all the same. His dad hardly sounds displeased, to say the least. And looks like our 1B team are charging forwards again. Wonder what their plan is. Hitoshi and Izuku stop listening to the voice hero in lieu of focusing on the attack headed their way. It only takes a second for Kendo's hands to supersize and swat at both of them, the sheer air pressure ruffling hair and fur alike. 2 tails shove Hitoshi back and out of the way, even as Izuku pops out of existence. It's not for long though, not as he hears his partner calling out to their opponents and Izuku races, even on still fairly short legs of a 3-tailed spirit form, to get behind both of the other students. Although, to be fair, Kendo is watching out for him, falling back a little and letting Monoma take point on Hitoshi. Which, considering their relative levels of restraint, probably isn't the best idea. Particularly not when Izuku appears between the two of them, a kick lashing out into the blonde side and sending him stumbling into Hitoshi's own axe kick, perfectly executed to strike the ball of his shoulder, no doubt numbing Monoma's arm somewhat. And yet, before he can evaporate back out into his spirit form, Izuku has to dart away, drawing Kendo's attention away from his insomniac. Better to dodge now and protect his partner than to SWCH forms and leave Hitoshi to face her on top of the only a bit injured copycat. Yet, after continuing to duck and spin away from the ginger girl's attacks, Izuku ends up circling back around. And he's too caught up in falling back into a handspring to notice the barely there touch that gets brushed against one of his tails. Everyone notices, only a moment later, when Monoma ends up on the ground, screaming. 3 tails, gold yellow-white to almost match his hair, are writhing behind him where he falls to curl up on the ground, a grating cry echoing through the abruptly still air, hands clawing at his hair. Monoma dash. Kendo rushes forwards to crouch by him and, dumbfounded, Izuku moves to press his side into Hitoshi's. He wants to help and soothe, but seeing his own quirk abruptly reflected in someone else in all the wrong shades feels so wrong. Particularly when they're clearly in so much pain from it. The absolute roar of the crowd builds in half a second but is intersected by a clearer voice. The match is paused, everyone. Med bots are on their way. Midnight will sedate Monoma now, as clearly the combination of his and Midoriya's quirks has resulted rather badly. Even as Hisashi speaks, Midnight is hurrying down, across the arena. Before she can get even halfway, the blonde slumps onto the ground, silent. Still. It's more frightening than the screaming of only seconds before. The vacant gaze certainly doesn't help. Shinchi dash, fierce purple eyes meet his and it's all that keeps Izuku present. Hey, love, it's not your fault, okay? His quirk just didn't cope well with yours. We were in the middle of a fight, these things happen sometimes, it's nobody's fault. He'll be fine, fluffball. He really will. Recovery girls here and they have paramedics and hero patrols around, just in case. He'll be alright and it wasn't your fault. Izuku can only whimper though, tails curling in and around, sagging into Hitoshi's side when he gets delicately tucked under a careful arm. He latches one hand in his partner's pocket to stop himself from wringing them. Or from scratching at his forearms. He's painfully aware that he gains his own tails as some kind of maturity mixed with emotional upheaval. But to see it condensed for someone else. Cammy, that was awful. Utterly horrifying. That was MMI queer dash. Izuku, love, no. If I wasn't at fault for you being alone and scared earlier, then you're not to blame for this now, alright? Make sense? The logic, whilst undeniable, still sits uneasy in Izuku's stomach, writhing there like its own set of tails, and if he didn't have his insomniac with him, holding him close, Izuku doesn't like to think what kind of downward spiral he'd be in right now. But then Monoma's eyes slip closed under a small cloud of lilac gas and the rattling of a handcuff. That horrible kind of blankness that comes from emotional overload is gone, or at least hidden, and Izuku can breathe properly again. The way that Hitoshi's fingers drum a nervous beat against his arm should probably make the greenette more anxious, but it grounds him. He's not alone. Not physically nor in his reaction, and that knowledge alone helps. So he nuzzles against his partner's side and allows himself to feel relieved when med bots arrive to wheel Monoma away, leaving only a smeared puddle of blood from the blonde's nose in their wake. Hey kiddies, are you three alright to continue? Absolutely no pressure either way, it's up to you. The heroine's voice is uncharacteristically soft, at least to most people's experience, yet no less sincere for it. And that, combined with knowing that Hitoshi will be beside him no matter what, allows Izuku to nod a bit, almost perfectly in time with the shaken Kendo. Hitoshi, seeing Izuku's agreement, shrugs. So long as these two really are. Kendo-chan? There's no shame to not wanting to continue after that. Sometimes it's better not to fight, you know, but you'll be allowed to choose either way. It's fine. It's okay Midnight Sensei, thank you. I'll do my class proud. Her straight shoulders and trembling fists are a strong combination, made stronger by her short bow to Izuku and Hitoshi. Please, let us finish our fight. And, well, they're not going to deny her that. So the two bow back, still pressed together, and Midnight offers them all a grin. The hint of pride there is unmistakable. These three are happy to continue the match, so I'm going to get out of the way and count them back in. The woman's chirp has a renewed wave of speculative muttering sweeping through the stands, this one rather more opinionated, less about quirks and theories and more about the student's choice. None of said students listen to a word, focusing instead on each other. Izuku and Hitoshi step slightly away from each other, both facing Kendo with set expressions. 3, 2, 1, fight. All three of them rush forwards, Izuku with all five tails out, and twin big fists come to meet the two boys. Hitoshi slides under, quickly forced to roll out of the way of the meter-wide palm that smashes down to try and catch him. That momentum has Kendo twisting a little in place, her left hand rising to accommodate the fall of her right. And Izuku takes full advantage. Two tails evaporate even as he jumps, the other three pushing off the ground with his legs, giving the greenette enough of a boost to get up and be stood on the girl's hand. He doesn't stay there long though, already taking that one spring forward, aimed at her head. And then his legs are wrapped around her shoulders, tails binding them together and keeping him in place, her arms held against her sides, one hand buried in her hair, the other against her chin. The weight of her hands keeps them in place. But, even when she shrinks them, trying to unbalance Izuku, he lets go with his legs to catch them, his tail staying firmly around her neck and shoulders, forcing her to bend backwards awkwardly even as he stands straight. Hitoshi comes up beside them, tapping her forehead with his knuckles. Midnight takes the hint. Kendo, do you yield? There's half a moment's pause before the girl acquiesces. Immediately, there's a massive roar from the crowd that the three ignore in favor of Hitoshi offering his hands to Kendo, even as Izuku unlaces enough of his tails that he's just about supporting her, instead of restraining. The class representative hardly hesitates before accepting the insomniac's hands, pulling her back to her feet and out of the awkward backbend that she'd ended up in. Izuku releases his last two tails the moment that her weight is transferred to his partner, backing off. Once on her feet, Kendo steps back with a nod of thanks, then falls into yet another bow. Thank you both for a good fight. I'm sorry we couldn't be more worthy opponents. Izuku and Hitoshi exchange a slightly surprised glance, but Kendo comes up from her bow to find a wobbly smile on Izuku's face and Hitoshi speaking. Nah, you were a good opponent. Thanks for the fight. And they both bow back. The girl clearly has some kind of code of honor or something, or is just quite formal, so the least they can do is respond in kind. Well, Mike certainly seems to appreciate it. And a lovely scene from our competitors there, true sportsmanship, hey Eraser? It was a decent fight, so they're respecting each other. It's only logical, the deadpan tone is exactly that. But neither of their boys can help but picture that his face is probably rather softer than usual. Well, you said it. The laugh is short but not at all sharp. Great job listeners. Midoriya and Shinso are through to the next tier y'all. Oh, and I've been informed that Monoma has recovered now, with any and all side effects gone, so there's no worries there now. From there, it doesn't even take a minute for the two teens to leave the way they came, stepping into the safety of a shadowed corridor and immediately finding themselves with fingers interlaced, shoulders bumping every few seconds. Or rather, shoulder and bicep, because Hitoshi's partner is adorably shorter than him, but he won't call Izuku out on it. Not when they've got a victory to be pleased about. Neither of them speak for a good minute as they find themselves a more secluded corner. They'll probably go and sit with their class later. But, for now, they'll settle side by side on a corridor floor, just like when they first met, and draw comfort and sweet silence from each other. There's no better way to celebrate. Izuku and Hitoshi spend all of the 15-minute intermission PRD sitting in that quiet bit of corridor, shoulders brushing with each breath, a tail being petted in Hitoshi's lap and another wrapped each of their waists. It's comfortable, warm and, above all, a sweet sort of nostalgia to when they first met, almost 3 months ago now, and how much has changed since then. They've both gained a partner in each other, an extra, faithful family in their respective parents, safety in each other's homes. They've been faced with the all-too-real possibility of death. And yet they can still sit here, sedate and safe and together, side by side, and that fact alone has a quiet rumbling vibrating at the base of Izuku's throat, thrumming in the air between them like the purr of a cat. The epitome of contentment. Eventually though, present Mick's voice comes through the speakers at the corners of the corridor again and they share a fond glance before levering up to their feet and heading off, casually reaching for each other's hand without a thought. Being with each other is as easy as breathing by now. Still alright to sit with the rest of the class? Hitoshi asks, squeezing said hand lightly. His gaze has touched from the empty hallway before them, peering down at the fluffy green curls, twitching ears nestled amongst them, and trying to make out the expression despite the angle and curtain of bangs. Well, it's cute at the very least. Even better, when Izuku nods in answer, those curly locks bounce and waver in place, catching the light and deepening shadows, all shifting in a way that reminds the taller boy of being underwater, sunspots and murky depths, utterly appealing, and he can't help but awkwardly lean down, almost missing a step, so as to drop a kiss in his fluffball's hair. The yelp and strawberry flush make it all the more worth it. The half-hearted glare that is tilted up at him only adds to the adorableness, although Hitoshi knows Izuku wouldn't appreciate him saying as much. He says it anyway. That half-embarrassed, half-indignant flush is still lingering when they reach the stands, as is Hitoshi's little smirk, even as they instinctively draw closer together, immeasurably glad that whilst there are a lot of people in this area, it's all their yearmates and, for several rows, their class only. Familiar people. Safe people. All the same, the decision to settle in the middle of the empty space in the front row, near the stairs, is an easy one. Having as many escape routes is less habit and more instinct, particularly for Izuku, and they're just silently glad that a decent amount of seating is available in the spot they prefer. Even better, it's only Shuji, Kuda, and Tokoyami sitting directly behind them. 3 of their quietest and calmest classmates. The trio greet them with nods or a wave respectively. Izuku offers a small, bright smile to match Hitoshi's lazy wave in return. Dark shadow evaporating into existence and swooping carefully down to Izuku, somewhat hesitant, only widens the greenette's grin. Kin, fox kin. The chirpy voice is undeniably distorted and raucous, but the tone is pure delight. And the measured way that the demonic creature bows his head towards Izuku is all too telling. Said human acquiesces easily, reaching up with a steady hand to pet the shadow feathers void presented to him, giggling softly when dark shadow coos approvingly and curls in close, settling gently over Izuku's chest and shoulder, a cool weight. A pleasant one. Izuku is rather too preoccupied to tell, but when Dark Shadow had manifested and moved over to the most nervy member of the class, the rest of 1A had tensed up, wary and worried. Dark Shadow was normally very raucous and busy after all, with lots of energy and potential danger. Yet it seemed to get on so well with Izuku. And, well, when their resident foxboy had giggled so sweetly, a good number of smiles had been shared, several people barely getting their mouths covered in time to muffle squeals of "so cute" or "precious." The class still don't know Izuku and Hitoshi very well overall, but after the USJ, they care. They can't help it. And today, seeing their classmate, often too anxious to even be physically present around them. Seeing him do so well and try so hard, it's inspiring and reassuring both. A softer glimpse of the incredible hero that protected their teacher, protected them all, during the USJ attack and who clearly has so many personal demons to fight every day. So seeing him happy and adorable with a quietly chirping literal quirk demon is very, very lovely for them all. Before any more can be said or done, Hitoshi's Pops is speaking up once again. Right, listeners? Sorry for the little delay, minor technical problem, but it's all sorted now. So, y'all ready? Here come the fearsome duo from 1A, their feral blonde Bakugo with the explosions to blast you away and the rock-steady and super manly Kirishima, with quite the epic hardening quirk. Rock on. Against them we have 1B's fierce and flexible Rin with a super scaly quirk alongside the adaptable tactician Kodai and her versatile resizing quirk. Better watch out for those projectiles, boys. Midnight, you wanna take over? You bet I do. Her WHP cracks and all four of the combatants turn to her, Bakugo almost visibly grumbling with twitching fingers. And Izuku suddenly has heat pooling along his spine, far worse than any icy foreboding or spider shivers. He hadn't really thought about being sat here, listening to explosions, but by Kami he wishes he had earlier. He might not have, but Hitoshi clearly has, with how his hand flexes around Izuku's with a grounding strength, not too tight but still grasping. And Dark Shadow is a pleasantly chilling knotweight across the opposite shoulder. The contrast of cold and hot threatens to put him somewhere old and bad and burning, vents and cleaning cupboards and injuries heavy on his skin, but the nature of the temperatures fights that back, keeps him settled. All the same, two more tails pop into existence and Izuku curls in his seat, knees tucking up against his chest, tails weaving in and around his own limbs, one very deliberately setting with its tip protecting the base of his throat, and Hitoshi, noting that specific placement, scowls for half a second. Bakugo has been leaving Izuku alone and Dad has very much ensured that they won't be able to fight with or against each other in training. But nothing's to be done if they end up facing each other in a live, public tournament like this. And Hitoshi dreads the mere idea of it. For now though, the insomniac lists in his seat, canting to the side until he's almost draped over Izuku's right shoulder, a heavier match to Dark Shadow on the other side, and is more than relieved at the way that the body beneath him sags and not quite relaxes. It's close though. Close enough for Hitoshi to feel like he's done a good job of helping his fluffball. And there's little he could want more than that. If you want to leave at any point, love, just let me know somehow, alright? Doesn't matter how, just let me know and I'll get you sorted and safe. I'm right here, fluffball. Always. And oh, that must have been it because there are curls being tucked against his cheek, that trembling hand shaking itself out of Hitoshi's, pressing his insomniac's hand flat atop the taller boy's thigh, an ideal canvas for tracing nervous patterns. On his other side, Dark Shadow maintains a low, lovely crooning. Well, lovely for Izuku's attention, despite how the noise is technically very discordant and grating, but it's soft and clearly well meant, thus appreciated regardless. And it covers up a good bit of the crowd roaring and then the noise of shouting and explosions as the fight begins. Izuku stares, eyes a little too wide, keeping his attention laser-focused on the fight. It seems counterintuitive and his insomniac is clearly very aware of Izuku's approach, but to be watching the fight, Kirishima's headstrong endurance, Bakugo blasting away supersized scales, the blurs of motion and cries of attack and pain, watching it all keeps him present. To close his eyes would be to lose himself to darkness and memories. Bakugo has been different recently and logically Izuku knows this, revels in the safety granted by that fact, but Kami, that sound. It has a phantom heat echoing his scars and wounds long since faded, barely assuaged by the comfort he's surrounded with and the logic he keeps running through his mind. Hey fluffball, you sure dash, a low rumble picks up and Hitoshi, barely realizing, slumps against his partner even further, falling quiet. It's a sort of self-soothing but it helps the taller teen too. And Dark Shadow seemed to enjoy the sound as well, chirruping and settling impossibly closer, beak preening at one of the tails in a remarkably gentle manner. Thus they all watch on as the four competitors below fight. It's a fairly vicious fight, with a lot of noise and explosions and rubble and scales being flung around. At one point, a whooping Kirishima is thrown himself by a snarling Bakugo, successfully knocking Rin out of the arena, albeit taking the redhead with him, leaving Bakugo against Kodai. To be fair to her, she's quick and light-footed, mind working furiously as she strategically scoops up leftover scales and the various chunks or rubble, storing half away whilst using the rest to keep the incoming blonde at least partially at bay. Yet his maneuverability is something that she underestimates. It's her downfall. One massive scale is easily twisted around, Bakugo full-on spinning in midair to avoid the flying object, and then he leans in and rockets down towards the girl. Desperate, she abruptly throws half a dozen things at him, all of them maximizing halfway through their trajectory, a mass in the middle of the blonde boy's path. He couldn't care less. Instead, Bakugo roars a wordless cry, bringing his arms around and letting out the most massive round of explosions yet. The hail of rubble and scales is sent flaring back. Kodai barely manages to dodge the majority of it, still getting clipped by various bits and pieces. And then Bakugo is on top of her, one hand at her shoulder, another raised before her face, the barest of explosions flickering between his fingers, and she's flat out on the floor, his feet on her forearms, trapping her with his crouch. Yield. He grumbles, not grinding his feet down or letting the hand on her shoulder explode at all. It's a level of restraint and almost care that's utterly unfamiliar to Izuku, staring down from the stands above and to the side. And even with that restraint, the greenette is shuddering in place. The sight of blonde spikes and red eyes, hand flaring red and orange and gold like some awful violent sunset, all poised over pale skin and vulnerability. Well, it's seeing himself. As though he's in one of his very worst dissociations, floating above himself in a hazy world of static and gray, only interrupted by the red-hot pain and colorful flashes. And, in turn, his shoulders itch and almost waver, a sort of ruined perception of his own body, a part of him lost in the past and in such pain that it lingers now, the rest soaking in the cool contrast of dark shadow against one side, the familiar warmth of Hitoshi draped over his other shoulder, murmuring soft reassurances near his ears, so careful and considerate and caring. It's grounding, but Izuku's body fights that, scars burning as though fresh. By Kami, why did he ever think he could sit here and pretend that Bakugo didn't bother him? That explosions don't have him reeling and flinching and keening inside? That he could ever be worth such? Izuku, love, stop. Please. I promise you're safe, you're with Kin, he can't get you right now and he doesn't want to. Just stop thinking for a second, alright? If you want to answer me, do, but I'll just keep talking to you either way, okay? I'm with you, we're safe. Keep on breathing for me, love, there we go. You can always reply, okay? Oh love, fluffball, you're so strong, but if you want to leave, just say, please? And Izuku doesn't reply. At first he's caught up on staying present, chest somehow barely ever hitching, and then it devolves into, for all that he's not in a panic attack or dissociation, something a little vague and hurting. Distinctly so. He doesn't register when Kodai yields to Bakugo, nor when Yamada announces he and Kirishima the winners of this first half of the second tier. He goes on to compliment both teams before declaring that there will be a 20-minute intermission PRD with some recaps of some of the best moments so far. It's the chance Hitoshi needs to murmur another question to Izuku. You want to go now, fluffball? We can sit somewhere quiet together and wait for our round? MMHM. K. Before they can move anymore though, Izuku turns his head away from Hitoshi's, the taller boy inwardly mourning the loss of sweet-smelling curls, to nuzzle against Dark Shadow who is still draped over his opposite shoulder. His insomniac can't hear whatever he might murmur to the quirk, although he can imagine, but then the creature is retreating back to Tokoyami with a sad sort of droop to his form and Izuku is turning back to nuzzle at Hitoshi's neck, still curled in close to his side. The taller teen certainly doesn't mind. No, it's lovely to have such trust and affection from someone so appealing, inside and out, and Hitoshi revels in it. Regardless, Hitoshi carefully nudges at Izuku until his fluffball uncurls, feet returning to the floor and that contented chuffing fading away. Even without the almost purr, Hitoshi finds himself thoroughly reassured by the light in those green eyes, the glimmers of gold and silver that are so much brighter than the almost gray-black tint they seem to gain during a panic attack or dissociation, shadows of the mind and soul. Come on love, let's get settled somewhere for a minute, yeah? Izuku reaches for his hand, squeezing a quick affirmative before they both bustle to their feet, fluffy tails shifting and rearranging again, curling around waist and wrist and draping over to his throat, the fifth lacing around his insomniac's waist in a very much familiar way. It's become more than a habit already. But before they can take more than a few steps, there are several voices crying out to them. Ah, you two leaving already? Good luck you two. You gonna get prepared now? You've done so well, keep it up. They stutter to a stop, exchanging a hesitant glance before both turning back to their classmates. They're met with blinding grins and thumbs up and kind expressions. Oh. Thanks, Hitoshi gets out, free hand coming up to scratch at the back of his neck. Izuku has more of a flush than he does, but nobody misses the dusting of red along his cheekbones. There's another round of comments then, all support and sweetness, and this time it's the greenette who stutters out an incredibly adorable thank you. It's soft, barely audible, and so unbearably cautious. The absolute genuine happiness Izuku earns makes it worth it though, even as his blush deepens and a little squeak escapes him, turning away and hurriedly tugging Hitoshi behind him, flattered. It's only 15 minutes later when they stand, pressed together and staring from the shadows of a corridor, waiting for their pops to speak up again and call them out, along with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. Perhaps they should be more nervous about the fight, about facing two of their most powerful and intelligent classmates, but they're both relatively calm. They've got each other after all. Doing themselves and their kin proud is the most important thing, particularly by now, after putting on a pretty good show already. Winning isn't the be-all and end-all. Although that doesn't mean that they're not pretty DMN determined to try. It would be a waste not to. Welcome back y'all. And we've got an exciting battle upcoming, let me tell ya. So, without any more rambling, let's see the 1A royalty of Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, two recommendation students who most certainly earn the title with their powerful quirks and amazing techniques. Then, from the opposite side, we've got the more subtly strong duo of 1A's Midoriya and Shinso, with stunning teamwork and impressive strategizing of their skills. Who do ya think's gonna win Eraser? But the pair aren't listening, knuckles brushing and one of Izuku's tails curling around Hitoshi's wrist. Enough to be together but not too overt. And, much like when they'd done the same walking into their fight with Monoma and Kendo, it's a pleasant reassurance. So, I'm a hand over to my charming colleague Midnight now. Take it away. And so she does, liking her lips as she winks down at the four of them. Izuku's isn't paying much attention though, already assessing how Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are stood in relation to each other, a bit too tense, angles almost away from each other. He'd definitely been right about their teamwork earlier. But then Midnight is taking, volume growing and pitch notching up a little in excitement, and Izuku tunes back in, ears swiveling. That tail on Hitoshi's wrist unravels, pausing only to trace a single line for 1 on his palm before retreating fully to stand proud behind the greenette. They exchange a brief affirming glance then slide half a step to the side each, ready for their agreed plan. And at that moment, Midnight begins her final countdown. 3, 2, 1, fight. Izuku bursts forward, fangs flashing to match the veritable green-white glow of his eyes, all five tails writhing behind him in primal threat, raw and ready. Their opponents, for half a moment, flinch. It's the distraction and prevarication that the team wanted, needed, to earn. It gives Hitoshi the chance to get back and low before Todoroki's glacier comes crashing towards them, all spires and frost and cracking ice. The greenette, casual as can be, disappears into the thick of it. He's almost perfectly in time with Yaoyorozu's cry of alarm and protest. Fortunately, her blatant indignation, fueled by concern, is unnecessary. Izuku and Hitoshi had been expecting this after all. Had deliberately tried to trigger it in fact. Suffice to say, their plan has been successful so far, much to their relief. There's not a lot of time for relief though, not in the ever-building midst of a fight. Todoroki. I thought we agreed that such a large full frontal attack was too extreme to dash. We didn't technically agree anything. Izuku, intangible, trotting quickly through the ice, barely catches those muffled voices but it's enough to confirm what he had thought. What he and Hitoshi have planned to exploit as much as possible. Teamwork and coordination, trust, is their own strong point after all, so why not take full advantage of the exact opposite in their opposing team? A vulpine grin, somewhere between mischievous and feral, begins to stretch his breeze muzzle mouth, needle-sharp teeth clacking together silently. He and his insomniac really do stand a chance in this fight, even up against two powerhouses. Accordingly, the fox spirit, five intangible tails waving casually behind him as he hurries along, not quite running through the glacier, takes a moment to run quickly back through what he needs to do. And what Hitoshi will hopefully manage too. And so, with that in mind, Izuku takes the time to glance back over his shoulder, a gap opening between his tails long enough for him to glimpse the dark blur of his partner moving around the glacier, edging around the arena. Too near the boundaries for their taste, but ultimately the perfect way to get close to mid-range fighters when they themselves are both far more close-range, even with Hitoshi finally digging out his capture weapon. Despite his still somewhat limited capability, it's better than relying purely on his quirk and hand-to-hand combat. Well, like his dad always says, no hero should be a one-trick pony, right? Izuku, satisfied that Hitoshi is managing to get close to position, keeps on moving himself, diverting over towards the opposite side of the arena some. Not enough to be right the way over, but enough to be plausible. To look unintentional. With that, he finally leaves the mass of ice, still the barest of shadows to the attentive eye and utterly incorporeal to the touch. Now he waits again, head turned to just about make out the darker patch of Hitoshi, grateful for his strong eyesight with the thick ice in between them, albeit one ear very much paying more attention to the half-conversation, half-argument of Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. Thankfully, Mike has largely been keeping quiet, heightening the tension in the arena but also not giving away his son's position, the crowd staying at a low murmur that Izuku can only pick up thanks to his advanced hearing. It's only half a minute on when Izuku notices the vague shape of his insomniac paws, then crouch, lower to the ground and less likely to be noticed. Good, they're ready to go then. Huffing in a deep breath to steady himself, the spirit comes slightly further forward and hunches a bit in place, tails lashing. Prepared. Checks on Hitoshi once more. Then suches. Shinso, he yells, louder than would normally dream of, all 5 tails arching around his sides and head, an imposing figure as he rushes at their opponents. From the corner of his eye, he catches the blur of off-white coils lashing forwards and latching onto Yaoyorozu, yanking her roughly away, almost throwing her out of bounds if not for the lightning-quick creation of a rope that gets lassoed over a chunk of the glacier, catching her mere inches from the border. Izuku himself is rather preoccupied with dodging the single spire of ice that shoots up at him, flickering back to his fox form and back again in a blink. You think you can get Izuku without using those flames of yours? Ice is nothing to a spirit you know, Hitoshi taunts, for all that his physical attention is still on the girl. Whilst there's truth in his mocking, it's a half-lie too. Fire is just as useless against an intangible fox as ice is, but whilst it isn't officially in any of their plans, he and Izuku have tacitly agreed that if they can prompt some fire out of the heterochromatic boy, then they will. Anything to loosen the obvious hold Endeavor has on his son. Well, anything that hopefully doesn't completely DMN their chances to win too. It's only half a minute on when Izuku notices the vague shape of his insomniac paws, then crouch, lower to the ground and less likely to be noticed. Good, they're ready to go then. Huffing in a deep breath to steady himself, the spirit comes slightly further forward and hunches a bit in place, tails lashing. Prepared. Checks on Hitoshi once more. Then suches. Shinso, he yells, louder than he would normally dream of, all 5 tails arching around his sides and head, an imposing figure as he rushes at their opponents. From the corner of his eye, he catches the blur of off-white coils lashing forwards and latching onto Yaoyorozu, yanking her roughly away, almost throwing her out of bounds if not for the lightning-quick creation of a rope that gets lassoed over a chunk of the glacier, catching her mere inches from the border. Izuku himself is rather preoccupied with dodging the single spire of ice that shoots up at him, flickering back to his fox form and back again in a blink. You think you can get Izuku without using those flames of yours? Ice is nothing to a spirit you know, Hitoshi taunts, for all that his physical attention is still on the girl. Whilst there's truth in his mocking, it's a half-lie too. Fire is just as useless against an intangible fox as ice is, but whilst it isn't officially in any of their plans, he and Izuku have tacitly agreed that if they can prompt some fire out of the heterochromatic boy, then they will. Anything to loosen the obvious hold Endeavor has on his son. Well, anything that hopefully doesn't completely DMN their chances to win too. There's a stagnant moment then, tension hanging in the air like spiderwebs pulled taut between them all, ready to break with the slightest movement. Surprisingly, it's Izuku who darts forwards, 2 tails reaching for Todoroki as he curves in, running a tight arc that has him ready to grab or kick the boy. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Hitoshi move forwards to engage Yaoyorozu, the girl barely a meter from Izuku. And in that is the trick. Because when Todoroki lashes out, hand flashing out to direct another spire of ice towards him, his physical human form vanishes in lieu of the briefest glimmer of a shadow, low to the ground. And Yaoyorozu, not knowing to watch her back, promptly has a spike of ice grating along her side, catching on the rope she'd been using to anchor herself within bounds. From there, it's simple for her cry to be cut off by Hitoshi tugging on his capture weapon. She falls to the ground, catching herself on knees and palms, to their teacher's voice crowing and the roar of the crowd. And what clever planning from Midoriya there. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds, leaving the powerhouse of 1A against our 2 quietly clever kids. Whaddya think, Eraser? It was a good stratagem. Exploiting weaknesses is often the best route. Exactly that. And on we go. Looks like Todoroki is winding up to attack again. And indeed he is, a faint scowl tugging at his scar as Hitoshi comes up beside Izuku, one tail brushing consistently against his partner's hand. There are flames barely flickering at his hair but frost spreading from his neck and hand, and well, it's a start. Hopefully their plan will work. A flash of fire, near blinding but staying around Todoroki, has Izuku shoving Hitoshi lightly with his tails before suching forms, the sequence of movements already a familiar one, easy, and he darts forwards, through and between Todoroki's legs until he's behind the other boy, crouching, ready to pounce. Ah, has the fire come out to play? Who would have thought, you can use more than just some little icicles. And oh, that has Todoroki growling, frost and flames flaring even more. Icicles dash. Stop. The teen freezes, less literally than usual, instantly at a standstill with blank eyes and slack hands. His quirk flickers out in perfect tandem. A long loop of capture weapon carefully settles around his ankles, not pulling taut yet, pausing for Izuku's move. Raise your arms, slowly. And then Hitoshi's partner is there, 3 tails out and pivoting neatly, one leg ready to kick. It strikes, right in the ribs, and even as Todoroki stumbles to the side, eyes brightening with autonomy, the capture weapon around his ankles tightens and pulls, another loop coming up around his waist, tugging him further over the bounds again as he arcs to the ground. He lands, ice spreading around him, on the grass from the waist up, only his legs left within the arena boundaries. Ooh! And with a masterful use of both their quirks, Midoriya and Shinso have taken Todoroki out. That concludes our second tier, y'all. And it takes a second for that to register, but then Izuku and Hitoshi look up from their felled competitor, eyes meeting. What the F dash? The insomniac questions, soft and hesitant and gentle. Genuinely shocked. But then he's grinning and so is Izuku and they crash forwards into each other, tails and arms wrapping around them, faces buried in necks to hide their massive smiles because what just happened? Sure, they plan to win and they've always had their family's support and confidence along with each other's, but to actually take out people as overtly powerful as Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, with quirks and fighting styles as underground inclined as their own. It's incredible. Ah, what a lovely reaction from our winning team. Mike coos, but Hitoshi and Izuku don't even register him. Although, only a moment later, they do jump a little, pulling reluctantly apart, at the cacophony of the crowd cheering and whooping, along with one deep voice shouting angrily, fire crackling. Oh, of course. Endeavor. Such a charming man, truly. Exchanging a glance, still both flushed some with their mingling victory and embarrassment, Izuku ushers his insomniac over to help Todoroki up, very deliberately setting themselves on his right, an attempt to shield him from the toxic presence in the stands. Good match, Todoroki. Let's go, yeah? Izuku, one tail entangled with Hitoshi's hand and wrist, nods emphatically, eyes wide and sincere. Kind. And Todoroki, seemingly unsure, staring at them with something clearly bewildered, goes along with it, allowing them to guide him out of the arena space and into the nearest corridor. Immediately though, Hitoshi guides them off of the main path. Is it alright if we take you a long way to recovery, girl? It'll be quieter. They all know exactly what the insomniac means but none of them bring it up directly. And the heterochromatic boy goes along more easily now. Accepts that they must know something, or sense it at least, and that they want to help in even the smallest ways. Eventually though, despite their slow walk and the out-of-the-way path, they reach Recovery Girl in her temporary infirmary, glad to find no telltale stomping or flames crackling, nor a growling sneer of a voice. No, the coast is clear and they leave Todoroki once the woman has seen him through the doorway. He'll be more than safe with the fierce heroine. That sorted, they wander away again, hands thoughtlessly finding each other, fingers interlacing in a warm weave, sweet and simple. And if their shoulders bump every few steps, then it only adds to the loveliness. Before they can divert to head for the announcer's booth though, Izuku abruptly tugs at Hitoshi's hand, looking up with melting eyes and the beginnings of a pout. Hitoshi already has a yes on his lips before his fluffball can begin to stutter out. Shinshi, I can hear. Why yow dash? Wanna go see her? Is she alright? Izuku nods and doesn't even have to say, please, for Hitoshi to drop a kiss in his curls and let him lead the way, taking 2 turns before that distinctive ponytail comes into sight and the greenette darts forwards, hand pulling out of his partner's. Yow dash, Izuku's voice gives out then, both his words and hands trembling and Hitoshi rushes to catch up, even as the girl in question turns around, a strained smile slipping onto her face. Yes, Midoriya-kun? He frowns for half a second, annoyed with himself, but is quick to remember that their class president understands sign language, or at least has had a conversation with him whilst non-verbal before, so he raises those shaking hands and rushes to sign. You were really good. Your use of the rope was clever too and it was more bad matchups that had you out than your own skill, if that makes sense? Either way you got to the 3rd round though. And, honestly, your quirk is so powerful but it's even more powerful because you're so clever and versatile in how you use it and your dedication to our class and being the best you can is really inspiring? I thought you might be feeling down and you really shouldn't because you were amazing. A smile, all soft and sweet and so incredibly bright, has developed amongst freckles and rosy cheeks, and Yaoyorozu stares down at her most skittish classmate, more than a little awestruck. For him to ramble, even via sign, at her and for it to be one long mess of a compliment at that. It's rather flattering to say the least. And it certainly does soothe the ache in her chest quite a lot. Thank you Midoriya-kun, that is very kind. I hope I can live up to that praise. You already do. Well, she can hardly refute that, at least not to his adorable face, so the girl lets her sincere smile shine through, offers a short bow, then jogs away. If she ends up alone in a random room and lets out a single sob, half angry with herself, half proud, then nobody is to know. And if she then rings her parents and finds another genuine smile at their gushing enthusiasm for her performance, then perhaps today hasn't turned out too badly at all. Meanwhile, Izuku and Hitoshi are back en route for the announcer's booth. By now, the window will have been tinted dark in one way so that their dads can see out but nobody can see in, the microphones turned off for the time being. A private space for them all to spend the hour intermission between the second and third tiers of the tournament round. There's a lot of ice to be cleared after all. Plus, food and toilet breaks are pretty important, and with such a large crowd, it only makes sense to give them a fair bit of time. Here we are, love. And indeed they are, Hitoshi knocking on the door in a smart little rhythm, waiting until it's open to them not even 10 seconds later. Hey kiddos, Aizawa grumbles, eyes soft despite the grouchy tone. As soon as the door is closed behind them, they're drawn into a slow, loose hug that tightens when both of the teens lean shamelessly into it, a second set of arms soon looping around all three of them, the scents of hair gel and citrus growing stronger, joining coffee and eucalyptus and cats and homekin heart. Izuku breathes out, lungs emptier than they've been since yesterday, most likely, breathing deeply. Calm. Relaxed. Reveling in the safety and security and warmth of those he trusts and cherishes. He doesn't even register how his ears and tails evaporate away. We're so proud of you babies. You dealt with that so well, so cleverly. Incredible. The words are Hizashi soft rather than mic loud, and even more sincere for it. They're complemented, half a second later, by a deeper tone that is no less genuine. Good job Toshi, Kit. You more than proved yourselves, we're prouder than ever. And that means more than it would from most. Aizawa is a stoic man, for all that he's always gentle with them, and far from the most verbose, so to have that so blatantly stated. Well, Izuku's whole body wiggles in surprised, flustered delight, a match to the fierce grin that Hitoshi hides in his dad's capture weapon. Thanks you too, the taller teen offers in return, speaking for both of them. The hug tightens for a moment before the adults step away, ushering the two teens to sit down. Of course, without a thought, hesitation or acknowledgement, they each take half of one of the two seats, Hitoshi wrapping a firm arm around Izuku's waist to keep them easily balanced. Exchanging a brief glance and pleased smirk, the two men settle down themselves, Aizawa lounging over the table, microphones shoved right to the back of it, whilst Hizashi reclaims his original seat, snickering at his husband's feline habits. So, how you feeling listeners? Enjoying yourselves? Izuku hums, not sounding too sure but not dismissive either. Hitoshi, ever gentle, squeezes him a little closer, letting his head list to the side, temple coming to rest amongst still fluffy curls. And Izuku smiles, not even directing the expression at his Shinsure but a contented glow seemingly radiating all the same, so much sweetness and light that Hitoshi clearly revels in, even when he can't see it. Neither Hizashi nor Aizawa miss how their son's whole face gentles, eyes slipping shut for a long moment. And the blonde thinks that they most certainly need to get on with it and get together already, throw some feelings out there and no doubt receive them in return. Aizawa is fairly sure that his son-in-law is practically that already, judging by how very much closer their boys are. They fall into easy discussion then, snacking on the grapes and granola bars that the underground pro had squirreled away in his sleeping bag, now being used as a pillow. They have long enough to genuinely relax for a while. To unwind together. And they all revel in the chance, chattering and settling into the occasional silence, easy without the spider webs of tension that Izuku so often feels, their creators skittering down his spine. Instead, right now, he just feels an idle heat all over. It's soothing, focused around the gentle pressure of his partner's body against his, a long line down his side and circling over his shoulders, tracing a little series of lines and shapes against his bicep. Much like Izuku tends to draw on Hitoshi's palm, or even his mum or Hitoshi's dad or pops. All too soon though, it gets to be 10 minutes before the next round and then Izuku tenses, realization hitting him like explosions to the back. Shinchi. His insomniac has clearly felt his abrupt tension, arm tightening almost painfully around Izuku's waist when all 5 of his tails spring into place, almost knocking them off of their chair. Fluffball? We, next dash, and they all understand then, Aizawa sitting up and turning so that one foot rests on Hizashi's thigh, the other toe trailing to the floor. His knuckles are white where he clenches the edge of the table. Hey, Izuku, just wait a second. We will be fine, I can promise you. I know you'll have some plans in that clever head of yours, alright, so we can plot and plan, and we'll be fine. Fluffball, I will be right beside you, yeah. And somehow, impossibly, that works. Izuku breathes, tails loosening a little as he turns to tuck his face into Hitoshi's shoulder, the taller teen not even hesitating to sling Izuku's legs over his lap until the insomniac is sat properly on the chair with his partner in his lap, tucked in close and safe. Calm. Because Hitoshi is right. They will be fine, whether they win or lose the fight, because they will fight and fall or rise together. It's the only way for it to be. From there, once Izuku's breaths are coming smoothly and reliably, he and Hitoshi disentangle themselves, the greenette sliding feet onto the floor and standing with barely a wobble, leaning into the hair ruffle Aizawa offers with the barest of purring grumbles, tails curling contentedly in the air. Hitoshi is already mock glaring at their pops for the loud mwah pressed to his forehead and the overenthusiastic hair ruffle that follows. Then the men swap children, both going for yet another hair ruffle and, in Hizashi's case, a second forehead kiss that earns a sweet flush amongst pretty freckles, before they both usher their sons out of the room to go and prepare for their fight. They know that Izuku will be fine. Between the greenette's own strength and Hitoshi being by his side, there's no doubt in their minds. They'll be proud either way, win or lose. Even having Hitoshi with him and tails wrapped almost too tight around his chest, Izuku can feel something burning along the back of his shoulders, welts along his forearms that no longer plague him seemingly flaring back up, barely resisting the urge to scratch thanks to his partner's hand holding his own. Their fingers are interlaced, delicate like lace yet unyielding as steel, and Izuku revels in the warmth emanating from that simple contact, how it rushes up his arm and through his chest, dusting the faintest of blushes over his cheek and slowing his heart down that little bit because he has his Shincho next to him and nothing could be better. Particularly when they're mumbling plans to each other, walking down to their designated entrance into the stadium's arena, Izuku barely tethered, mentally and physically, by his insomniac. It's good that Hitoshi is here because the thought of going up against Bakugo, together or not, would have his heart in his throat, too tight to speak, and a tremble in his limbs that would only be alleviated by that scratching, running his nails against his own skin, the soothing ache that he knows isn't good but that he just can't help. Fluffball, love, you there? Izuku pauses, idly notes how, even with holding Hitoshi's hand, his left has come up to clutch at the opposite wrist. He's not scratching yet, but he's clinging with a too tight grip that he can't quite bear to let go of. MHM? The hum wavers and falls in the air between them, earning a worried frown. That frown is accompanied by a gentle touch being placed along his knuckles, shifting to carefully pry his vice grip away from his own skin. And without thought or another word, the taller boy interlaces their fingers of that hand too, pulling them to stand opposite each other, hands intertwined between them, not even half a foot between their chests. Darling, don't do this to yourself. If you don't want to go into this fight, you don't have to. We don't have to. All 3 of the parents will be incredibly proud either way, and so will I, alright? Don't force yourself. Don't make me see that. The words themselves are somewhere between guilt-tripping and reassurance, but the slow honeyed tone has them all sweet and soft, no intention to push either way at all. A simple acknowledgement that Izuku doesn't need to prove himself, at least not to them. And he knows that. Which is why, a low whine escaping his throat, he tugs down at their hands until Hitoshi leans in, and he's soon close enough the Izuku can carefully rise onto his tiptoes and press their foreheads together, eyes fluttering closed without a thought, reveling in the weight and warmth of something that somehow feels more NTMT than a hug, faces close enough to be sharing air. He can feel the little smile that creeps onto his insomniac's face. And one settles amongst his freckles in return, a companion and a reaction. He feels better now. It might have been Hitoshi's reassurances or it might be the calm of standing together like this, but either way Izuku appreciates it. Will gladly take the stability it offers him. All too soon though, Izuku's legs start to protest at being on tippy-toe and he slowly lowers down, only a little begrudging. Although the way that Hitoshi follows the movement for a second is sweet enough to have him giggling a little, muffling the sound in his insomniac's shoulder. 2 minutes to go folks. Contestants, make sure you're in your assigned corridor. Their pop's voice chirps through the speakers, jolting them. Well, they'd better move then, no matter how lovely this is. A pity, really. Love? Be alright Shincho. Really. And Hitoshi hesitates then. It's not doubting his fluffball, not in that sense, but more reassuring himself that Izuku really is alright. Or, failing that, is in a good enough headspace to be able to deal with facing Bakugo, even if will be far from fun. We're all still proud of you either way. The blush that earns, in combination with the brief kiss Hitoshi presses to Izuku's cheek, is utterly appealing and has the taller boy's heart soaring. His fluffball will be alright. He'll make sure of it. With that, they walk the final few corridors, still hand in hand, until they can see out into the arena, the noise of the crowd a raucous herald of things to come. And we're back, little listeners. Are you excited, Eraser? 'Cause let me say, I certainly am. Hisashi doesn't pause for a reply, steamrolling on. From the west corridor, we've got the rock-hard sunshine boy of 1A, Kirishima, and the blonde with an explosive bite, Bakugo. And then, from the east corridor Hitoshi and Izuku step out now, no longer holding hands but with Izuku's tails wrapped around them both anyway. It's the now you see him now you don't fox of 1A, Midoriya, and the dexterous boy with a subtle quirk, Shinso. Midnight, let's go. He howls, and the woman below waits until he's shut up before cracking her WHP. Like we've said before, boys, no serious injuries, out of bounds means out of round, and do your best. You all ready? And Izuku, despite everything, feels a sense of calm now, a blanket of something almost tranquil trailing cool over his body. He can do this. They've got a plan, several, actually, and he has Hitoshi right here with him. Good to hear, darlings. On my marks then, 3, 2, 1, fight. And then they all move. Izuku's adrenaline is high already, soaring through his blood and rattling at his bones as he runs straight at a screaming mouth and crimson eyes and exploding hands. Hitoshi hadn't been too impressed with this part of their plan, but it's fine. Truly. Because before the greenette can get close enough to feel the heat, eyes only ringing with yells, not with concussive force, he's gone, evaporating into a small spirit, unseen and unfelt. And Bakugo, eyes widening, screams even louder, skidding to a fiery stop. He spins in place, head shifting side to side as he tries to preempt Izuku reappearing, barely paying any attention to where Hitoshi is fighting hand-to-hand with Kirishima, dodging hardened punches and consistently pulling the redhead off balance with loops of capture weapon. It's a stalemate, for now. And with Bakugo so focused on looking for Izuku, it's easy for the insomniac to call out, voice tremulous and higher pitched than usual. I'm here, Kaachan. Don't you F with me. The blonde, turning to face Hitoshi, slackens in place, explosions fading out and eyes a dull silver. Baku bro? Explode Kirishima. Out of bounds. Hitoshi's cry is accompanied by the heralding crackle of sweaty palms. The redhead doesn't get the chance to dodge. But, thinking fast, he instead crouches low, digging in hardened fists and feet to match his hardened face that takes the brunt of the explosive hit. An arch of blood follows him backwards, but the hit doesn't have the same power as it should have thanks to the low center of gravity and literally digging his heels in, so he stays within the arena space. And, of course, the force of his own strike has Bakugo snapping out of the brainwashing with a confused, "Ha!" He blinks twice at his fallen teammate, the redhead clearly barely conscious, then whirls around. You! Purple fucker! You called? The blonde opens his mouth to reply but snaps it shut again, teeth audibly grinding. Hitoshi resists the urge to snark again, merely smirking at the blonde. He carefully doesn't look to where a now human Izuku is lugging Kirishima to his feet. Well, he glances briefly, just enough that Bakugo won't pick it up. Good thing there's a concussion or something there. Makes it a lot easier for his fluffball to lug the deadweight. Although, frankly, he's clearly finding it pretty easy to lift the taller teen which, DMN, Hitoshi does not need to be getting distracted now, but also, die, purple fucker. Then Hitoshi is ducking and rolling, heat and force at his back taking away some of the control of the move. Still though, he doesn't sprawl out, instead managing to pop back up to his feet, one hand buried in his capture weapon. And if I refuse? Again, the blonde barely catches himself, more's the pity, and he blasts forwards again, roaring aimlessly. Hitoshi, keeping calm despite some primal half-fear, half-fury deep in his guts, doesn't hesitate to flick out several strands of capture weapon. One yanks Bakugo's arm down, a smoking crater blasted into the floor, rubble flying, a WHP-like loose end lashing in and around the blonde's ankles, almost tripping him up and forcing him to rebalance with further explosions, halting his advance. A clever use of his support gear from Shinso there. Will it stand up to those powerful blasts though? Hisashi's tone doesn't betray that all of their family know it very much will withstand some explosions, thank you very much. The alloyed fabric can and, in Aizawa's case, has withstood a lot more. Stupid fucker, when I dash, but Hitoshi only sends another few loops to tangle around flailing limbs. But then the flailing becomes more concentrated, purposeful, and the insomniac tenses, wary. And for good reason. Let's go! The howl is perfectly in sync with Bakugo jumping straight up, letting off the largest series of blasts yet. His plan works. Because as he leaps up, he twists, actually trying to get the capture weapon to tangle even more securely around him as he continues to spin through the air, gaining altitude by the second, and Hitoshi is forced to retract his gear lest he have to let it go or get dragged after Bakugo himself. Neither would be particularly fun. By the same token, it's far from fun when, only a few seconds later, a certain blonde is rocketing back down at him, grin wide and fierce, eyes somewhat maniacal. Die, purple fucker. Get a new line. Hitoshi yells, it's not a yelp, it's not, as he tries to dodge backwards, realizes how close to the boundary that would put him, and falters. It would be a fatal mistake if not for one small thing. Izuku. Just as Hitoshi brings up as much of his capture weapon into a protective sheet as possible, the impending doom is sent crashing sideways into the ground by a green, fluffy blur. A green, fluffy blur that is snarling and spitting, hands curled as though clawed, fangs on show to match the ethereal green-white glow of his eyes. Not my Shinso. It's a low, fractured growl of syllables, barely coherent, but Hitoshi would recognize his fluffball's name for him anywhere. Bakugo, whether he understood or not, is busy being pinned with hands at his wrists, the side of Izuku's knuckles digging into the center of his wrists. His knees are ground into the blonde solar plexus, winding him until he's wheezing, red-faced, unable to spit insults or protests, Izuku's tail's whipping and writhing furiously, a shifting mass above them that randomly sees a tail curling around to bash into Bakugo's side, actually looking pretty painful. Whoa! None of us were expecting that, huh, Eraser? Bakugo's got 30 seconds, well, 20 now y'all, to yield or get out of the hold else he'll be out. At that, said boy starts to thrash more furiously, Izuku shifting and swaying with the movements but not yet moving. By now Hitoshi is darting forwards, ready to bind Bakugo up. But of course, he's the slightest bit too late as the blonde bucks particularly violently and Izuku lists to the side, even as he leans in and snaps fangs near the boy's throat before being forced to stumble into a crouch. Yet when an exploding hand comes that bit too close to the greenette, Hitoshi shoots 2 loops out, pulling at the offending arm at the elbow and wrist, keeping the blasts away from his partner. Aizu, now'd be a good time, he gasps out. If it's largely to help distract his fluffball and keep him in the present, then that doesn't have to be obvious to anyone else but them. And, fortunately, it works. Because Izuku's too bright gaze, all fire and aurora and spirit-haunted jewels, lasers onto Bakugo and he pounces once again, spinning the blonde onto his front and landing heavily atop once again. Even though the greenette is relatively light, he has momentum, and between that and the weight of his tails, he has their opponent down, cheek grinding into the rubble on the arena floor, Izuku's knees over his kidneys, painfully sharp and bony as they dig in there. Yet the truly clever twist is how Izuku, helped by Hitoshi's gear grip on one of the blonde's arms, has trapped both of Bakugo's arms back, palms down. Any explosions will strike him first, not Izuku, rendering most of his attacks useless. And when more capture weapon starts to loop around his wrists and legs, well, it's Bakugo well and truly down. Bakugo, you're restrained. Do you yield? Midnight's voice is somehow a surprise to all 3 of them, jolting in place. Hitoshi, as subtle as he can be with so many cameras and people around, slides one foot to tap gently against his fluffball's ankle as they wait for the blonde beneath them to reply. And whilst it takes a long, drawn-out few seconds and lots of petulant wriggling, a reply does come. TCH, fine. Midnight, wisely, doesn't press for a more XPLCT answer, waving both Izuku and Hitoshi back. We've got our winners. Our final 2 first years are Shinso Hitoshi and Midoriya Izuku. She crows, WHP cracking, a wide, genuine grin on her face. From up at the announcer's booth, there comes a long whoop, luckily not too out of place with present mix's usual levels of excitement. Beneath it, unheard, is something akin to a contented grumble. Or perhaps even a proud one. But now isn't the time for the 2 heroes to be proud of their boys, not just yet at least. Who? Well, that was a wild ride, listeners, but here we are. To duke it out over first and second place are Shinso and Midoriya of Class 1A. Before then though, we'll be reviewing footage of the 2, along with the super-duper Bakugo, Kirishima, and everyone else throughout the whole festival. You've got half an hour for refreshments and everything, y'all? Better be back in time to tune in. Though, did he rush through that? Perhaps. Will anyone call him out on it? Well, maybe his colleagues, but they can wait for now. Because he and Shoyuta have 2 boys to meet up with. As for those boys, they're currently bowing towards Midnight and the crowd behind her before hurrying away, a single tail wrapping around Hitoshi's wrist to keep them close and together. And, when they get into the shadows of the corridor, it takes about half a second before, shaking something awful, Izuku slides to his knees, head bent. Beyond worried, Hitoshi falls down beside him, already speaking, careful hands coming in low to reassure his partner, when loud laughter has him jolting to a stop. Fluffball? Love? But Izuku is cackling, no small part a bit hysterical and very much wet-sounding to match the glistening of his eyes, bent over with the force of them as his chest hitches and this laughter bubbles up, echoing in the corridor. Hitoshi, very much confused, simply settles one hand on his fluffball's thigh and stays quiet, letting Izuku get it out of his system. It's bewildering, but when he thinks about it, there's some logic too. It must be such a relief. Proof for Izuku that he is capable. Strong. Able to face things that scare him, that have scarred him inside and out, and survive. Thrive, rather. It had been scary but he had done it and that must be worth so much to his partner that largely hysterical laughter should maybe even be expected. It doesn't stop Hitoshi from having had a minor heart attack at first. Still, he kneels beside Izuku for a few minutes, waiting out the cackling, keeping his hand on the shorter boy's leg for comfort. To ground him. And, once the laughter dies down to leave a few simple tear tracks, the insomniac begins to speak again, soft and crooning. We did so well, didn't we, Fluffball? So brave. You wanna go see Dad and Pops? Kin? He's more than relieved when Izuku turns to look up at him with lucidity bright in his eyes, despite the dampness still lingering on freckled cheeks. If Hitoshi's spare hand comes up to gently thumb at those tracks, wiping them away and caressing the soft skin beneath his touch, mindlessly drawing constellations amongst the starbursts of freckles, then nobody is around to watch the tender interaction. Kei Shinsure. I'm yours. And oh, there are no better words in the world to hear, absolutely none. I'm yours too, love. Always. Those of you who have read Kittyland will have seen most of this bit of quirk analysis before, but thought I'd share it here too and see if we can get any new perspectives. Winky face. Oh, and Bakugo went up against Yaoyorozu in Kittyland, hence referencing her. So I've been doing some research, and Bakugo's explosions must be primarily concussive rather than heat, right? If only because most things that he explodes, people, ice, rubble etc., don't have a tendency to melt/ignite, they get scorched, so there is still some heat, but, primarily, they just get blown away, implying that pressure/kinetic force is actually the basis of his quirk, not necessarily explosives. Although I think he definitely scarred Izuku and, with the lack of treatment involved, that would imply temperatures of around 50 to 70 degrees Celsius, I think pure, or at least fairly pure, nitroglycerin generally ignites into explosions of 5,000 degrees, which is about 114x the heat that it would take to start properly burning human flesh, not factoring in anything to do with concussive force. Although somewhere else said it explodes at 214 degrees, so now I'm confused, but my point still stands. Ah, no, I got it, it explodes at 214 and releases a heat of 5,000. As such, he definitely doesn't sweat pure nitroglycerin but probably some kind of chemical compound containing trace nitroglycerin along with other stuff that stabilizes his explosions to be more like TNT/dynamite, which rarely ignites stuff, just, explodes it. In this light, he probably shouldn't be able to melt most stuff with it, unless of course it's actually a case wherein he can manipulate either the actual temperature or, more plausibly but in my opinion still unlikely, control the various concentrations of the different substances in his sweat, nitroglycerin included. 'Cause I was going to have Yaoyorozu throw sheets of some metal at him that his explosions would melt and then have molten metal in his face until I realized that A, that is FING brutal, and B, his explosions genuinely shouldn't be hot enough to do that to most metals, only phosphorus, 'cause we're not counting the weird little outlier of mercury, so yeah, I cancelled that. Although I'm still kinda in love with the basic idea itself, even if it is a bit extreme for a sports festival fight. Also, Bakugo should be incredibly weak to ice, and even just to a chilly day, as nitroglycerin actually freezes at 13 degrees Celsius, which isn't really all that cold, I think it's around 50 degrees Fahrenheit. This only further supports the whole nitroglycerin-based compound sweat, as other chemicals being bonded to the nitroglycerin could lower its freezing point to something more resistant, but it probably also depends on how Bakugo actually ignites his sweat, as the method might bypass the freezing point issue. I don't really know. And I might have misremembered, but I'm pretty sure Masaru's quirk was limited to his palms, which would explain why Bakugo could sweat his quirk everywhere, not just his hands, and why his gauntlets would work because, I think, they gather sweat from his arms. Although, let's be honest, forearms aren't the sweatiest place ever, he'd be better off with some kind of canister on his back if not for the chances of something or someone deliberately exploding his back with it. Which also bothers me. How resistant to his own quirk is Bakugo? I love the HC where he's at least partially deaf because of the explosions, even more than I love the HC where people have lots of minor secondary mutations to help them deal with their quirk, like having stronger eardrums to withstand his own quirk. Is his skin somewhat fire resistant? But then if all of his sweat has the nitroglycerin/compound, can he just turn himself into a human torch? What about his hair? Your scalp releases oils. Does he have nitroglycerin in his hair then, or is it really just his sweat? What if he wiped a sweaty hand through his hair, would it still be flammable? Because surely so, but then there's that comic where he uses explosions to get the spikes in his hair and that's perfect so. So many questions and too few answers. Anyways, I might not be a chemistry buff, but between research and logic this came about so I thought I'd share it, happy face. Hitoshi's more than relieved when Izuku turns to look up at him with lucidity bright in his eyes, despite the dampness still lingering on freckled cheeks. If Hitoshi's spare hand comes up to gently thumb at those tracks, wiping them away and caressing the soft skin beneath his touch, mindlessly drawing constellations amongst the starbursts of freckles, then nobody is around to watch the tender interaction. Shinsure. I'm yours. And oh, there are no better words in the world to hear, absolutely none. I'm yours too, love. Always. It takes them a long minute to move from there, staggering to their feet, fingers intertwined and a mass of fluffy tails curling around them both as they head, once again, for the announcer's booth. They both ache, movements a little stiff, but there's truly nothing worse than scrapes and a few scorch marks which, whilst Hitoshi is very much determined to at least look over and wrap the singes on Izuku's bicep, can wait until they're in private with their kin. Fortunately, it's not even a 5-minute walk before Hitoshi is knocking on the closed door labeled AB, Izuku tucked neatly behind him, forehead pressed against Hitoshi's shoulder, hunching in close to his insomniac, and their hands squeeze even as the door opens and a broadly grinning Hisashi ushers them in. And, despite his twitching fingers and the way he practically vibrates in place, the blonde pauses to look them both over, to take in Hitoshi's pride and mild concern, Izuku's shakiness, peering around the taller boy's shoulder. But when the voice hero opens his arms wide, smile still bright and genuine yet softer now, neither of the teens hesitate to rush into the embrace, a mess of limbs and warmth with arms and tails holding them all close together. After a moment, Aizawa steps up to them and adds to the mix, folding around the kids from behind. It's a cocoon of warmth and the smell of home, coffee, eucalyptus, hair gel, citrus, everything that Izuku now thinks of as kin scent, and nothing could be better. They don't pull away until Izuku is slack and comfortable, Hitoshi leaning fully into his dad's touches, both of the teens breathing deeply and smoothly. Their boys are alright and that's what matters. Letting them know how proud they are comes a close second though. You were amazing babies. You worked so well together and were so very, very brave. I can't even dash. The blonde is rapidly escalating into squealing territory, and a curl of his husband's capture weapon unfurls to bat him carefully across the mouth. What Hisashi is trying to say, kids, is that you did a good job. A very good job. And those words might be simple and spoken in Aizawa's typical drone, but the undertone is fierce and bright, unmistakable. Pride. It has Izuku flushing a little, but obviously not wiggling for a few seconds, whilst Hitoshi simply buries his face in green curls. His dads can still see the pink tinge to his ears though. The men grin at each other over their kids' heads for a moment, all crinkling eyes and gentle curves. Their boys really did do well. Still, once Hitoshi and Izuku have gotten over the worst of their embarrassment, they once again take over one of the two chairs together, holding each other close and in balance. Aizawa doesn't hesitate to sprawl out over the desk, limbs akimbo and hair splaying out, yet Hisashi tuts at him, grabs the wadded-up sleeping bag from beneath said counter and simply lifts his husband's head to slide the far softer bag beneath. And then swoops down to plant a loud, wet kiss to Aizawa's forehead. To his credit, the underground hero only grumbles a little, red tinting along his cheekbones. Hitoshi and Izuku exchange a glance and both snicker under their breath to each other. It's sweet, if also rather amusing, to watch how their dads interact. Did you listeners want or need anything before your last match? Hisashi asks as he bounces into his own chair, kicking his legs up onto the desk, one boot bumping rhythmically against Aizawa's ankle. From seemingly nowhere, he digs out a bag of cashew nuts, munches on a handful, then passes them over to Hitoshi with an eyebrow wiggle. Rolling his eyes in return, no wonder his pops had been asking about Izuku's favorite snacks yesterday, and it doesn't surprise him that pops picked the ones that Hitoshi loves too and that provide lots of energy on top of that. The insomniac takes the packet and shakes them by Izuku's hand until, with a quiet chuff, the greenette snatches a few up. And promptly holds them up to his partner's face. There for you dash. Both of us. His tone is insistent, almost petulant. Fine. Sure, Hitoshi acquiesces, darting forwards to grab the cashews with his teeth, grazing Izuku's thumb in the process. The greenette yelps, but it dissolves straight into a giggle, cheeks flushing strawberry sweet. Neither of them quite register how their dads glance at each other, one with victory and the other with desperate confusion. Aizawa takes this as all the confirmation he needs. Son-in-law indeed. Regardless, the two teens continue to snack. Hitoshi, after a second's thought, tucks the packet in the dip between their legs and takes his own handful. Izuku feeding him was far too adorable, but he'll probably die of the sheer cuteness in about 2 minutes. Which could technically be Izuku's strategy for their round, but somehow Hitoshi doubts it. Not by the way his little love had yelped. And DMN, that noise had been adorable, hadn't it? Anyways, there definitely wasn't anything you needed, was there? Aizawa comments, eyes closed and posture relaxed. As though his son wasn't having a minor aneurysm over his future son-in-law and he wasn't reveling in having his theory as good as confirmed. And no? Izuku offers, barely hesitating yet that stutter creeping in all the same. At least he's verbal. But Hitoshi frowns at him for the word itself, not quite disapproving but somewhat closer to concerned. Fluffball, I wanted to check over your arm. Hitoshi's tone might be soft, but it brooks no argument, and both of the adults turn to look at Izuku at his words, Aizawa sitting up rather abruptly, Hizashi's feet thumping to the floor. Kit, you're hurt? Ah, and not really? It's probably just a bit singed. All the same, Aizawa refutes, voice almost bland now as he swings his feet to the floor, already digging through his utility belt to drag out a small first aid kit, coming to crouch in front of the two teens. He doesn't move further yet, simply waiting there for Izuku to relax a little more again, staring up at the boy with dark eyes and hair being gently pulled back and tied by his husband. The green box stays closed, balanced on one knee. Izuku, after a long few moments of looking down at Aizawa with something like hesitance and vulnerable awe in his eyes, nods jerkily, just once. And Aizawa manages another soft expression at that, giving Hitoshi a questioning look a moment later. Not demanding that he move away, but letting him know that it might be easier if he did, so long as it doesn't make Izuku wildly uncomfortable. Fluffball, I'm gonna sit there, alright? Give you and Dad some room, he murmurs, close to twitching ears, holding his partner tighter until a hand settles over his knee and squeezes before letting go again, Izuku shifting his weight away. Thanks Dad, the insomniac offers before shifting to his feet and leaning back against the desk, not quite sat down for all that he's forcing his body language to be as relaxed and calm as possible. He doesn't want to stress Izuku out with any of his own concern, but by the same token he wants to be ready to comfort his fluffball if something about the scorches sets him off. Could you take off your jacket for me, kiddo? If it hurts, stop, but he doesn't get the chance to go on as, with barely a thought, Izuku tugs it off, even when it seems to catch on his arm in a way that should be painful. And once Aizawa's gotten over the awful moment of noticing that, his eyes catch on the scar at the base of the teen's throat. He's seen the scar before, if only a few times, but never from this close up. And whilst he doesn't let his gaze linger, he's far too trained and experienced not to notice how nasty it must have been, how close to doing serious damage to breathing or talking, how fresh it still is. It's not even a year old, he's sure, and that has his blood boiling, even as he keeps his face blank and turns his attention to Izuku's arm. Maybe he needs to bring forward the lessons on anatomy and related quirk use. And those on first aid and dealing with the consequences of injuries. Regardless, for right now, he slowly reaches out, fingers hovering an inch from Izuku's elbow, patiently waiting until warm flesh is pressed into his hand and he can shuffle to the side a little and carefully guide the limb forwards a ways. Some of the charred skin is weeping around the edges, seemingly where the jacket had been melted on and then ripped off, and how hadn't they noticed this earlier? Kit, this is pretty nasty. There, that was casual, right? Not condemning or judging or too emotional, but letting the kid know that this isn't okay. D didn't really feel it. Aizawa ignores the sounds from the rest of his family to let his shoulders slump. Oh, darling. That's all he can manage because he wants to rant about how wrong that is, but instead he reaches up with a barely steady hand to cup the greenette's cheek, gently bringing him to make eye contact. This isn't debilitating or anything, but it needs treatment, kid. It's your choice, but I'd rather you went to recovery girl with it. If not, I will absolutely do what I can with it, but you'd be far better looked after if you were seen to by a professional with a relevant quirk. There's silence for a moment, Izuku's kin all holding their breath, watching their beloved fox falter, hesitate. But her quirk W will make me tired and I want W he trails off, tensing, and Aizawa doesn't need to think before answering. It's up to you, Kit. We won't be angry either way. Just let us look out for you, alright? He wants to march the boy right down to the infirmary and watch as Chiyo works her magic, but he won't do that to Izuku. Not to this kid who's barely learning to trust authority figures to believe in and respect him, not when he's building up his confidence and self-worth through these matches. Aizawa refuses to undo all of that mental and emotional progress for the sake of better treatment when, at the very least, he knows that he's good enough to prevent it being too painful or scarring so long as Izuku goes to Recovery Girl after he and Hitoshi's match. He'll be half asleep for the awards ceremony, but that doesn't matter. Not if he can come out of today with more self-confidence than he came in with. Although, by the same token, if Izuku comes out scarred for that possible decision, Aizawa will kick himself. Regularly. Probably every time he would see the scar in fact. See, could you? Of course, Kit. But both of you are going to Recovery Girl after your match, alright? The ceremony doesn't matter, but you two's health very much does. And Aizawa is glad when his acceptance and careful phrasing combine to have Izuku far more relaxed, tails and ears evaporating as the teen sinks back into his chair a bit more, arm pliant in the hero's careful hold. Gently running his thumb over a freckled cheekbone in silent thanks, Aizawa looks more closely at the injury, then reaches behind him to bat at his husband's leg. Pass me your spare water bottle, Zashi? The cool plastic is pressed into his hand almost instantly and the underground hero releases Izuku's elbow to unscrew the cap, very relieved that this only seems to be a second degree or so. If it was a third, he really might have needed to insist on Recovery Girl and he'd have hated doing that. Still though, he pushes himself back on track and taps Izuku on the knee to get his attention. Kit, I'm going to pour a bit of water over it, okay? The man receives an easy nod in return, so he carefully decants some of the water over the injury, glad to see that most of the blackness simply washes away. Good, it was charred material and scorch marks rather than blackened skin. So definitely not a third-degree burn. He pauses then though, glances up at the teen whose green eyes are closed, a little too scrunched up. Hey, Kit, look after this for me, it's getting in the way. It's almost a demand as he scoops his capture weapon off of his own shoulders and, once Izuku is looking down at him in mild confusion, Aizawa loops it around the teen's shoulders and neck, giving him that little bit of comfort and security even as he makes sure that it's tucked up and away from the bicep he's treating. He studiously ignores the deep, shuddering breath that Izuku takes and the way that he relaxes that last little bit. From there, it's easy to wad up a small bit of gauze from his first aid kit, dampen it, and delicately clean up the last of the wound, careful not to press too heavily at any point. And yes, as he thought, probably a second-degree burn. But nothing that should scar and, with the antibiotic cream, hopefully it won't be able to get infected either. Particularly not with Recovery Girl's intervention after the boys' match. Accordingly, Aizawa methodically works through the next few steps, applying the cream, double-checking that there aren't any nasty bits or pieces left in the wound, then bandages it as carefully as possible. Izuku doesn't flinch or whimper once the whole time. Even though he's not had any pain meds yet. Sheet, he hasn't had any pain meds yet. Want some basic painkillers, Kit? The underground hero easily preempts the next question with, they won't make you woozy or tired or the like, so you'll be good to fight still. He's still relieved when he receives an affirmative nod. Only a few minutes later, they're all sat, or in Aizawa's case, sprawled, around as they were before. Hitoshi is persistently nudging Izuku's hand towards the cashew nuts every so often, even as Hizashi presses more spare water bottles into their hands and grins at them with awful puns in English until they both drink. They may or may not drag it out a bit though, just to see if the voice hero runs out of puns. He doesn't of course, and they give in. Sooner than any of them would like, the 5-minute timer on Hizashi's phone goes off, startling them all. Ah, babies, you've got 5 minutes until your match, he exclaims, excitement beginning to have him virtually vibrating once more. And the two teens grin at each other. They have a plan. Or an agreement, perhaps. Either way, regardless of anything else that might have happened today, they're determined to make good use of this last fight. It won't matter which one of them wins. What will matter is if they put in a good showing in the meantime, and they have every intention of doing just that. It's as simple as making their kin and each other proud. And both of them are realizing that nothing could be easier. Truly. With that announcement from Hizashi, they're each offered a lazy, lingering hair ruffle from Aizawa and enthusiastic forehead kisses from Mike before heading for the door. Although, a few corridors away from the booth, Izuku stumbles, one hand coming up to rest on his throat, for tails popping out to curl around him. Fluffball? Shinsure, I-N-O. Hitoshi barely needs a second to figure out the problem because Izuku's damaged jacket is still in the room with their dads. Although Hitoshi might have a better idea than retrieving it. Here love, have this, he offers, quickly shucking his own jacket and holding it up for Izuku to slide his arms into. It'll be a looser fit which will be better for his bandaged arm at least. Will it be absolutely adorable too? Yes. But that certainly doesn't play any part in Hitoshi's decision at all. Definitely not. But Shinso, what if you get cold? I won't, love. We'll be moving around too much anyway, he reassures, smirking. They are going to be fighting after all. Flashing a little smile of his own, even if it is wobbly around the edges, Izuku slides into the proffered jacket, smile strengthening when Hitoshi does the zip up for him, fabric coming right up beneath Izuku's chin, easily covering the scar. Want me to unzip the bottom half? He asks, tone all low and sweet, barely audible in the warm space between them, and he revels in the truly appealing green that stares up at him as his partner nods. Izuku's expression is so vulnerable and pretty, and Hitoshi can't help but duck down to press their lips together for half a moment. It's brief but manages to have all the stars in the sky glowing in their chests, so wonderful that it almost burns, even as it's perfectly natural and thoughtless. They both shift back after far too short a time, Hitoshi finding himself with a soft smile as he unzips the bottom half of the double zip for Izuku, his scar covered and the jacket kept nicely in place but giving him both some ventilation and room for his tails should he bring them out. The fact that the sleeves are hanging just below his elbows is absolutely adorable, and Hitoshi quite naturally finds his fingers creeping up beneath one of those sleeves, brushing along warm skin with the kind of intimacy and familiarity that he revels in. That Izuku always seems to offer and share with him, no hesitation. How did he get so lucky? Well, he knows exactly how his dads and Izuku would answer that question. And maybe they're not wrong. Hey there listeners, we've got 3 minutes until our final match, better get to your seats y'all. Their pop's voice through the speakers jolts them in place, both snickering at their own shock, leaning into each other even as they turn to walk the last few corridors. They have a plan and they have each other, and that will be enough, they're sure. And they're still comfortable when they're stood together in the shadows of their entrance corridor. Well, it's meant to be Izuku's entrance corridor, whilst Hitoshi's is technically on the opposite side of the arena. They hadn't even needed to consider using separate entrances though. Not when they're holding hands as they wait for the last minute, shoulders pressed together. And here we go listeners. The instant roar from the crowd has Izuku's tails and ears popping into place and he frowns, annoyed with himself, even though Hitoshi merely shrugs and smiles. Doesn't matter fluffball. We know what we're doing and you having your tails out won't be a problem, alright? Promise. And they have the time to lean further into each other before Present Mike is calling out. We have Shinso and Midoriya, both of Class 1A. Give it up for these amazing listeners who made it to the final round together through a stunning display of skill, teamwork, and strategy. They step out into the light together, not holding hands any longer but a tail very distinctly wrapped around Hitoshi's wrist, walking in easy tandem into the center of the arena, facing midnight. Alright kiddies? They both nod to the woman, even as she takes over the announcing. You both know the rules darlings. Take your positions for me. Neither of them need to hesitate before stepping away from each other. It's easy to stay calm and comfortable when looking into familiar eyes, focusing on each other rather than the crowds. 2, 1, fight. Izuku darts forward, ducking beneath the capture weapon that comes for his head even as he reaches up to grab the fabric shooting past him and tugs, not quite pulling Hitoshi off balance but still managing to make him stumble, the perfect chance for Izuku to take a few more steps and grab a fistful of support gear, even as he leaps up, straight past his partner. The capture weapon comes with him, racing through Hitoshi's grasping fingers. But Izuku has the stronger grip and far more momentum. So, even as he rolls in a landing, he can pivot and throw the gear, the bundle flying out of bounds to land with a soft thump that neither of them hear over the sounds of Mike, the crowd, and Hitoshi lashing out. What a clever move from Midoriya. Their reaches are more even now, but Shinso's no slouch in close combat either because look at that kick dash and indeed, the Insomniac has an axe kick aimed for Izuku's face, but the shorter boy sidesteps, barely avoids the follow-up punch, and then tries to get in an open-handed strike of his own. But no, Hitoshi sways aside and they pause, facing each other. There's a standstill then, a moment that hangs like dewdrops between them, the first glint of warmth and light, of dawn, growing in the space. Izuku's tails evaporate as he spins, a fanged grin growing amongst freckles, feral and fierce and stunning, a kick aimed right for Hitoshi's ribs. This is fun. But Izuku has the stronger grip and far more momentum. So, even as he rolls in a landing, he can pivot and throw the gear, the bundle flying out of bounds to land with a soft thump that neither of them hear over the sounds of Mike, the crowd, and Hitoshi lashing out. What a clever move from Midoriya. Their reaches are more even now, but Shinso's no slouch in close combat either because look at that kick dash and indeed, the Insomniac has an axe kick aimed for Izuku's face, but the shorter boy sidesteps, barely avoids the follow-up punch, and then tries to get in an open-handed strike of his own. But no, Hitoshi sways aside and they pause, facing each other. There's a standstill then, a moment that hangs like dewdrops between them, the first glint of warmth and light, of dawn, growing in the space. Izuku's tails evaporate as he spins, a fanged grin growing amongst freckles, feral and fierce and stunning, a kick aimed right for Hitoshi's ribs. This is fun. The hit doesn't land, but it does scrape at Hitoshi's side, the insomniac dodging aside most of the strike, already pivoting to lash out with another punch of his own, but Izuku, grin growing even further, throws himself into the air, flipping backwards. If his feet arch up, nearly hitting Hitoshi's chin, then it's a shame that they missed. They're both pretty agile, hey Eraser? The question is bright, even warmer than when he congratulates a student on a well-done essay or test. None of his family miss that fact. They're versatile. Neither are using their quirks, regardless of opportunities to do so. True. Makes it even cooler, huh? Mike chirps, and the two teens take half a second to grin at each other, matching mischief in their eyes. They should have known that their dads would pick up on their very deliberate choice of fighting. Their quirks are part of them, but against each other? Well, they can just be themselves, regardless of any and all eyes upon them and voices around them. Their shared moment passes quickly though, Hitoshi the first to run forward this time. The bluff of his feinted kick is called, Izuku already crossing his forearms to take the elbow that aims for his throat, turning the defense into a punch whilst Hitoshi is off guard. It hits the insomniac's shoulder solidly, but Izuku takes a strong kick to the thigh in retaliation. They're remarkably well matched. And this is exactly what the voice hero comments on as Izuku runs low and long, curling around Hitoshi and forcing him to spin on the spot to keep his partner in sight, thus a little off balance when the shorter boy pounces. He slams into Hitoshi, crouching heavy and forceful on his chest as they both crash to the floor, Izuku's added weight winding the insomniac, his focus barely enough on Izuku to register as a pink tongue plays over bared fangs before the greenette is up and gone again. Hitoshi, pushing back to his feet, keeps a wary eye on his partner who is still grinning, and settles into a fighting stance, letting a smirk of his own fall into place. And his voice is barely breathy when he challenges Izuku with a beckoning hand and a simple, "Come at me, love." The greenette doesn't hesitate, darting forwards with flowing movements and assessing eyes, not dark or mellow or quietly content like they so often are, instead gleaming and somewhere between feral and delighted, full of Greek fire and the starlight of a supernova, that Hitoshi takes half a second to revel in before Izuku is upon him and they're fighting once more. A flurried exchange of kicks segues into them both backing off for a moment, trying to see if the other has any injuries, any weak points, or, admittedly, any reasons to call off the fight for health concerns. But no, there's nothing major to be found, and they shift into each other's orbit once again. A palm strike from Izuku catches Hitoshi's cheek even as he pivots away, knee coming up. The shorter merely cackles though, a yelping, high-pitched sound, closer to a gecker than a laugh, and flips forward, hands steepled on top of Hitoshi's raised thigh, tumbling over his shoulder, heels catching the insomniac along his spine but without a lot of force because Izuku is already catching himself and rolling forwards and away. Such a clever fox, fluffball, Hitoshi croons, genuine and teasing all at once. And whilst a blush creeps up over freckled cheeks, Izuku doesn't reply. Hitoshi wasn't expecting him to though. Not when they'd agreed to fight quirkless. "Hey Eraser, this is some pretty good stuff, don't you think?" Mick's chirp is softer than usual, smaller somehow, but the difference isn't noticeable to those not as used to Hizashi as present Mike. They're very capable fighters. And now they're both blushing a little because Eraserhead compliments are hard to come by, kin or not, particularly in public. Judging by the abrupt uproar from their class in the stands, they agree too. Hush Hellspawn. That has them all cackling and the two competitors down below meet eyes and snort in sync. Typical Aizawa. Then they're fighting once more. It's a dance now, one that only they know the choreography to. Twists and hits and jumps and misses, all aimed perfectly, timed in such a way that they never stop moving, constantly shifting around and towards each other, ever closer, ever sharper, until abruptly they are face to face, eyes bright, still. Izuku's hand under Hitoshi's chin, the taller's elbow at Izuku's sternum. They're frozen, hanging in space like orbiting stars. Then Izuku twists, pushing up off of the ground just enough that his shoulder rolls over the top of Hitoshi's, legs flaring out to the side, hand sliding. And then he stood behind his partner, Hitoshi having to lean back slightly, awkward and aching, to stop the gentle hand on his throat from becoming tight. If he moves forwards, he'll be choked. Backwards, he'll fall straight into the knee he knows Izuku will have aimed at his kidneys. He's pinned. Yield, he calls, after that long moment of assessing his position, before midnight can prompt him. But he's too caught up in the delighted giggle in his ear to pay attention to his pops or aunt, the sound of Izuku's joy so wonderful that he can scarcely hear anything else. We did it, Shinso. Such a soft, pleased tone, even though neither of them have moved yet. And now Hitoshi is grinning wildly, spinning around, the lax hand on his throat easily slipping away, to hook careful hands under his fluffball's armpits and keep on spinning, lifting his darling fox up in the air, and they're both laughing now, staring at each other like there's nothing else in the world because, in that moment, there is nothing else. Just them and their joy. Of course, it only takes a few full circles before Hitoshi stumbles, tripping over his feet in a ridiculous contrast to his grace and elegance not even a minute earlier, and they both go collapsing to the floor, Izuku easily supported on his insomniac's chest, and continue to cackle together, if rather breathlessly. It's exhilarating to know that they've won, together. It doesn't matter which of them came first, although Hitoshi is stupidly proud of Izuku beating him, and only partly because of how hot it had been. Because they got this far together and showed everyone that they are more than their quirks, more than their pasts, more than what people have always told them. Because they have each other and they have their kin and they're going to be heroes. No two ways about it. Huh! What an amazing final fight, listeners. And such appealing solidarity, even now, from our first and second place students. The crowd is crowing and cheering with ever more enthusiasm, but Hitoshi and Izuku couldn't care less, sagging onto the ground together, not really wanting to move. Their breathing is slowing down some, synchronizing, their laughter fading out bit by bit, leaving contented smiles, and they are quite happy to lay there until a shadow falls across them, a leering face surrounded by dark hair hovering above. You gonna lie together forever, kiddies? Don't go suggesting anything, Izuku yelps, flushing, and scrambles to the side, yet he's laughing again a second later, flustered and still so very elated. Hitoshi, snorting, shoves himself into a sitting position, then accepts the heroine's hand to get up, turning to help Izuku up before she can. Come on, Fluffball. We can bow then flee for our lives. Or dignity. Both. They both snicker, Hitoshi rolling his eyes as they grasp hands without thinking, bow towards Cementos and the announcer's booth, and then resist the urge to run as they leave the arena. They don't miss how their class is hollering and whooping the loudest out of everyone, howling their names. It's nice. Weird, but lovely. Just because they've been getting consistently closer to their class hadn't meant that they'd expected such a massive cheer from them. Hitoshi is particularly appreciative because it has Izuku butt wiggling, even with his tail still non-existent, a funny little spring in his step that has the insomniac snickering yet again, all fond and teasing. In 10 minutes, we'll have Kirishima and Bakugo for the final fight of the day, competing for third place. And after them, we'll have the last of the games before rounding off with our awards ceremony, Kayal. Neither of them miss how it's only their pops talking now. Aizawa has been fairly reticent, as usual, but normally he would have cut off his husband's quirk at least once by now. Oh, maybe he's coming to meet them. After all, they're heading to Recovery Girl's temporary infirmary, as promised, and whilst they didn't do an awful lot of damage to each other, they do both have aches and pains, not to mention that nasty burn that Aizawa could only do so much for. Feeling alright, Fluffball? It's asked quietly, a few corners later. A pretty little hum is his main answer. MMHM, Shinso? Yeah, thanks. Tired though, Hitoshi groans, dramatically half-slumping against Izuku, causing them both to stumble for a moment before righting themselves. Shinshi, why you're always tired. And well, there's not much to do in return but snicker with a simple touché. From there, they amble on together, luckily not far from the infirmary as they soon find themselves knocking despite the open door, Izuku's base 3 tails popping back into existence without thought or intention as she turns to them both. It doesn't help that there are a few other people, most sleeping and one being Monoma, also in the space. Ah, hello dearies. I'm glad that you came here, regardless of your apparently little injuries. Although I had a message that you, Midoriya-kun, decided not to see me with a burn. He falters, abruptly leaning shoulder to shoulder with Hitoshi, hesitating before bringing up his hands, relying on the careful hand on his back to keep himself calm. I'm sorry, but I wanted to be coherent for my fight with Shinso. Aizawa-sensei did some first aid for me though. Well then, that's better than nothing. Here, luckily, her stern demeanor seems to fade out, steely eyes more gentle as she gestures them to the 2 beds right at the end of the room. Izuku takes a moment to register the vent cover in the ceiling right above them. Good, at least there's one escape route. That he won't need. He won't. His insomniac is here, he's at UA, Aizawa will probably turn up soon. He's safe. Regardless, they both sit down together on the furthest bed, Hitoshi subtly curling his arm around Izuku's waist, fingers brushing against his hip bone through the taller boy's jacket that Izuku is still wearing. The heroine is pulling the curtain shut around both of the beds, putting them in a section of their own. Right then, dearie, let's see that burn. Leaning just a little away from Hitoshi, Izuku rolls that sleeve up, exposing the bandages, and promptly collapses back against his Shinsure. It's been a long time, barring post-USJ, since he's really seen a school nurse or anything properly. Particularly when it comes to a burn. Yet Recovery Girl is careful, movements telegraphed and gentle, as she undoes the bandages, Izuku not even wincing when they pull and tug, despite the deliberately blank side glance that the non-reaction earns. Hitoshi watches on, even as most of his attention stays on his fluffball. The greenette is still too tense for his liking. This is certainly a second-degree burn as Shoyuta expected. The murmur is clearly more for herself than them, but Hitoshi can't help but slightly tighten his hold on Izuku's waist all the same. Izuku just tilts his head back enough to offer a brief smile of reassurance. And even through his worry, the insomniac has to fight the incredibly strong urge to lean down a bit and peck those appealing lips. Wants to replace the slightly pale tone with that stunning strawberry sweet flush that he adores so much. Wants to be affectionate and soft and reassuring. Although Izuku would say that it would simply be an extension of everything he's already doing, yet another layer to their intimacy and care, he would revel in even the briefest kiss, of course, but he doesn't need it. Not when Hitoshi is already holding him close and safe. Just being together is enough. You can heal it though, right? Of course, Shinso-kun. If I can heal broken bones, then I can most certainly deal with a simple burn, no matter that it might be a rather unpleasant one. The words are more than a little snide, even as she offers Izuku himself a softer look. Do you have any further issues, Midoriya-kun? Beyond bruises and scrapes at least. And no. It's barely audible yet affords him a nod all the same, no frown in sight. All right then, dearie. May I use my quirk on you now? Izuku nods an affirmative for the nurse, even as he glances up to Hitoshi. His Shinsure smiles at him, a promise already in his eyes. He will make sure that Izuku will be safe. He'll watch out for him, no question, no hesitation, until his dad arrives. And indeed he does. Izuku, exhausted from a day of fights and panic attacks and exertion, immediately slumps against him, a little snoring chuff settling from his throat, even as the taller boy supports him, half catching his abruptly asleep partner. No nasty surprises on you, Shinso-kun? No, ma'am. He gets leveled with a skeptical gaze before she nods. Very well. I'll return when Shura-kun arrives. With that, she plods out of the curtained-off area, leaving Hitoshi to carefully rearrange them both until he's half reclined, sat up against the headboard, Izuku curled up beside him, head pillowed in his lap, tails draping over himself like a green fluffy blanket. It's all warm and safe and comfortable, regardless of his lingering aches. They're nothing in the face of a sweetly sleeping Izuku. The occasional snoring noise, a bit too much of one of those purring chuffs to really be a snore, settles through the soft air as another layer of warmth, and Hitoshi threads fine fingers amongst green curls, uncaring of their slightly matted state, content to gently play with his fluffball's hair. He lengthens random strands, twists in little braids that spring apart in moments, twirls ringlets around his fingers. It's not long until the edge of the curtain pulls back just enough for a familiar dark figure to slip in, warm eyes almost instantly meeting Hitoshi's. You alright, kid? Izuki? We're both fine, he murmurs, fingers still shifting absent-mindedly. Although that exact action does earn him a raised eyebrow, less questioning and more teasing in nature. Hitoshi merely rolls his eyes in return. Shura-kun, out of the way. Recovery Girl appears from nowhere, demanding for all that she is quiet, considerate of the sleeping greenette. And, as she rounds the bed, Hitoshi glancing back down at Izuku, they're both startled by a flash from across the room. Oops, Aizawa deadpans. Whilst the nurse throws a glare over her shoulder, he just slips his phone into a pocket on his belt, unbothered, and waits for the heroine to do her thing. Indeed she does, plopping a kiss on Hitoshi's proffered hand, and he nearly falls right to sleep, still awake enough to blearily watch his dad come forwards and brush a careful hand through each of their hair, mouth moving but the teen not registering anything beyond the low bubbling of sounds, watching the man move back a step or two to settle on the bed that was meant to be Hitoshi's in the first place. And then, between one blink and the next, Hitoshi is asleep. Nearly an hour later, Izuku wakes up with a heavy head but a light heart, blinking his eyes open to find Aizawa sitting on a chair next to his bed, Hitoshi seen on the other side of him, upon his own bed. Ah, his kin. Hey there, kid. Izuku hums quietly in acknowledgement, wiggling from being completely under his blanket. He's not sure when he lost Hitoshi and gained a blanket, but it's not awful, even though he would 100% his partner, to instead be settled against the headboard, waving shyly to his two companions. The slightly silly, very sweet reaction earns him a respective bright grin and a soft knot scowl in return. You feeling alright? Nothing still hurting? And no. Am alright. The verbal response earns a proper smile, no matter how small, from Aizawa, and the man heaves himself to his feet to pace around a little. It's not from nervous energy or stress, his shoulders are too lax for that, but it does mean that Hitoshi and Izuku have a clear view of each other. So subtle, really. Not that they aren't grateful for it all the same. Where's everything at? Hitoshi asks, only receiving a dead glance in return. With the festival, oh great dad of snark. Aizawa offers a lazy smirk at the clarification, now leaning up against the wall the opposite side of Izuku's bed. Kirishima and Bakugo have fought, Bakugo won, although it was decent. Hizashi's got them about halfway through the illogical game side of everything. So we've got just under an hour until the award ceremony. He doesn't miss how Izuku tenses a little at the mention of that. It has his own chest tightening a little because, despite how openly ecstatic the kid had been with Hitoshi earlier, progress isn't a miracle fix and never will be. More's the pity. Well, at least Aizawa has something that should help Izuku relax even just a bit more. Oh, and I may or may not have dropped by All Might on the way here. Hitoshi is already smirking, leaning forwards in interest. Kit, will you be alright with shaking his hand? He was going to hug you all, but I put that straight. There's a moment of silent awe as though Izuku, even now, can't quite believe that Aizawa would do that for him, but then his expression brightens and lightens, gains energy, and he opens up his arms in clear invitation. Aizawa, sharing a grin with Hitoshi over the greenette's shoulder, easily leans over to grant that hug. A little part of him is snidely satisfied that he gets to hug Izuku, most of him is just overwhelmingly honored that he's earned this sweet boy's trust and affection. Even if Izuku wasn't Hitoshi's almost definitely boyfriend, it would still be worth it. Damn it, Aizawa is way too soft now. He wouldn't change it though, not for the world, not when he's got 2 kids out of the deal. Walking back out into the arena for the final time isn't as uncomfortable as Izuku had expected it to be. Not when his Shinso is again at his side and it's their pop's voice ringing throughout the stadium. It's so far from coming home, but there's something safe to it all the same, regardless of the crowd howling and hollering above them. It might be technically cheering, but Izuku still hates the sheer volume of it. It doesn't help that they then have to step up the back of the podium to take their places, Bakugo glowering half-heartedly in third, Hitoshi smirking lazily in second and Izuku with all 5 of his tails curling around him on top of first, a shy little smile pushing at his freckles. He and Hitoshi can't help but look at each other, easily ignoring All Might's entrance to instead take in the other. To stare into eyes full of light and pride and adoration, one all amethysts and raven wings and mercury, the other the depths of a forest, sunlight through a dappled canopy, the 2 of them together an aurora or a garden of blooming hyacinths, nothing mythical or mystical yet still far from mundane and all the more perfect for it. It's easy and natural and appealing. Just the way they love it. They're pulled away from their attention on each other by All Might stepping forwards, albeit the man is stepping up to Bakugo, not them, and his grand voice booms out. Young Bakugo, of Class 1A, you did a truly admirable job. With an intuitive battle sense and masterful use of your quirk, you truly deserve your place, young man. Hitoshi and Izuku do take the time to exchange a glance at that because those words sound suspiciously tailored. As though their dad has done more than convince, or rather threatened into, they have no doubt, the blonde not to hug them all. They're far from surprised, honestly. And young Shinso. The partners tear their focus back to All Might, Hitoshi's barely their smirk shifting into something more neutral, if still content, when the hero goes on. You were incredibly intelligent and wise in both the use of your quirk and your teamwork, you will go far in any measure of heroics. Then, massive hands that don't move too quickly or abruptly, yeah, Aizawa had definitely done more than idly threaten the man, lower a silver medal around Hitoshi's neck, All Might grinning broadly and, it seems, sincerely at him, although when he briefly steps back, those blue eyes flicker up to the announcer's booth with something like fear and hesitation to be found there, not even for a whole second. And finally, our first-place student, Midoriya Izuku. He hasn't stepped forwards yet, getting the loudest bit over before he leans in with a lower tone, more restrained. With a versatile quirk and even better usage of it, along with stunning teamwork and an overwhelming heroic spirit, you certainly deserve your podium spot. Surprising even himself, Izuku doesn't panic or tear up when All Might speaks, nor when the man reaches to settle the gold medal around his neck, carefully avoiding his ears, even though they're already as flat to his head as he can manage. And it definitely helps that, in the corner of his eye, beneath the bulk of All Might's arm, he can see the steady tapping of his partner's boot against the podium. It's a breathing pattern. Izuku latches onto the sight without hesitation. It's almost as good as having soft palms and calluses clasped close, fingers intertwined. Moments later, All Might has stepped back again, turns and raises both fists to the sky, prompting the spectators to whoop and cheer. Izuku manages not to flinch, instead offering up a hesitant wave, tails writhing and shifting as they resettle around him, two firmly around his waist, the other three trailing up his back and just edging over his shoulders and throat. It's warm and grounding, just as much as Hitoshi being within arm's reach, and soon enough the three are allowed to walk out of the arena, Bakugo taking the first turning away from them, leaving Izuku and Hitoshi to happily intertwine their hands, thoughtlessly leaning closer to bump their shoulders with every step, one of the shorter boys' tails coming up to wrap around both of their wrists, a loose, fluffy figure of 8 against their heartbeats. It's a familiar way to walk now, tucked together. Safe, quiet, and affectionate. Things aren't quite as quiet when they make it to the 1A waiting room and find most of the class there already, bursting out into relatively restrained cheers that have Izuku yelping and hiding himself halfway behind Hitoshi, tucked under his arm. But nobody laughs or teases him, only a few good-natured snickers interrupting the round of well done's and good jobs. It's a bit overwhelming, sure, but so very different from the entire stadium of spectators that Izuku only takes a few seconds to shuffle forwards a bit again, a hesitant smile creeping back in. He doesn't know it of course, but nobody misses that slight smile and they all revel in it. They're all enjoying the gradual process of letting their most skittish classmate know that he's safe and welcome, even if it can be frustrating sometimes, not to mention that they all find it utterly adorable how close he and Shinso are, even if a few are certainly a bit jealous too. Either way though, they are the ones who have earned this particular smile. The slightest hint of teeth, pink lips curving upwards, constellations of freckles all the more obvious and endearing with a slight flush highlighting them and Izuku's cheeks puffing up a bit, green eyes crinkling around the edges, any tiredness and fear they're largely overshadowed by something surprised and awed. It's a good sight. A really, really good sight. After a minute of general hubbub, some of the dozen or so of their classmates leave, with only Azui, Tokoyami, Momo and Jairu left. They offer quiet conversation, albeit with the occasional louder interjection of dark shadow, as the partners grab their stuff out of their lockers and finally head back to their classroom in the main school building for dismissal. It's pleasant and easy, both Hitoshi and Izuku somewhat startled to realize that they're developing something of a friend group like this. It's not bad per se, just odd. Life at UA really is different to before, in all the best ways. Izuku wakes up the next morning and, despite such a wonderful evening with all of his kin last night to leave him in bliss, despite his tails being wrapped around him and despite several blankets keeping him grounded and warm, he feels off. His shoulders and throat itch with newly healed skin, like newly healed skin. He's not hurt, he doesn't have any bandages on, he must be fine, surely. Izuku, baby, are you up yet? I'm going soon, but The voice trails off as his bedroom door opens and Inko peeks around, a little frown marring her face. It deepens some when she sees him, a bit too vacant and shivering for her taste. Sweet pea, are you alright? After a beat too long, his tongue stone and iron rusted against his teeth, Izuku drags his hands out from beneath his blankets. Yeah, thanks, he offers, feeling a bit tired still. His mum clearly doesn't quite believe him, not fully, but she gives him a soft smile as she comes over and raises a gentle hand to cup his cheek, although she keeps it a few centimeters from his skin until Izuku himself tilts his head into the touch. Then there's a thumb brushing back and forth, just beneath his eye, fingertips pressing lightly against his cheek, that little bit more grounding, and Izuku needs it. Your Shinso-kun is coming over later, isn't he? Good, why don't you ask him to come a little sooner, or if you can go to his soon, hey. Spend some extra time together. Izuku can only hum in reply, eyelids heavier again already. He wants to be excited at the thought of his Shinsho, he is excited, but it's too distant and muted. His mum certainly doesn't miss his lackluster response. Actually, darling, why don't I ring Hizashi-kun and Shura-kun on my way to work? It's a quiet train at this time of day and they or Hitoshi can come and pick you up. The words are chirped brightly, but even when hazy-minded, Izuku can still see the worry in her eyes. So he pushes himself up onto his elbows, head shaking, only to have soft hands stilling him carefully, avoiding his shoulders and since when had she known that they were a trigger area? Izuku, sweet pea, please? And he's never been able to deny his mother, let alone when he's drowning in nothing and just wants someone he trusts, his kin, and there are so many kin now, he can scarcely believe it, to be with him, even though he feels bad for taking their time and attention and effort like this and. Baby, I'm gonna have to take your silence as a yes, alright? And oh, I really do have to go now, but I love you Izuku, sweet pea, so much. I'll be home tonight, okay? See you later mum. Love you too. That, at least, has some of the crinkles between her brows easing out, smoothing away, and she ever so slowly presses a gentle kiss to his forehead, thumb still smoothing over his cheekbone, before she turns and leaves, phone already in her hand. Izuku, for his part, doesn't get up or even particularly move. Instead, he sinks back into his own head, neither deliberate nor accidental, and wallows there. Eventually, he thinks, he falls asleep. He JRKs awake to footsteps in the hallway and he has half a second of utter, blind panic, before he registers the gate as familiar and all of his tension evaporates to leave him lethargic and numb once again. Kit? It's accompanied by a gentle rap on his door and some part of Izuku is idly wondering why Aizawa is here, but he can't fully think it through when his vision is still gray and full of static, ears cotton-filled to match the clouds in his head. But they're not the same clouds, all fluffy and sunset-tinged and just the right side of cool, as Hitoshi's quirk. No, these are awful and dry and grating. Not to mention painfully familiar. Before Izuku can think any more, there's a dark pale blur above him and he blinks to find himself looking up at Aizawa. And oh, the man's mouth is moving so the greenette forces himself to pay enough attention to make out individual syllables and string them together into something coherent. There kiddo, you with me? HM? I'm not entirely convinced you are and we both know it's my job to have the logical ruses, not yours, so I'm just going to give you my capture weapon for a minute, alright? Before Izuku can even think to reply, he finds a soft rough-worn pile of kinsent being carefully tucked around his shoulders, just stiff enough to be meticulously settled to arch just above his mouth, close to his nose and he revels in the safety and familiarity of it, no doubt letting out some kind of keen or whimper or purr because it's grounding and warm and wonderful. So it doesn't even take conscious thought for Izuku to SWCH forms, barely tangible as a one-tailed fox spirit so that he can curl up tight in amongst the strands and layers of fabric, utterly heedless of the surprised and slightly panicked grunt that Aizawa lets out before the man relaxes again, no doubt watching on as something invisible roots around in his capture weapon before settling. Izuku, utterly entrenched in the smell of his kin, the lingering warmth of Aizawa's body heat and the familiar texture of the capture weapon, is quite content to simply stay where he is, little vulpine chest rising and falling deeply, easily, some of the haze returning to his mind but less grating now. It's less like being surrounded by whispers of cruel words and prickling too hot cotton, and more like floating somewhere pleasant, just the right side of not being hot but not being cold, of being surrounded by sensation but none of it being too much or too little. No, this is just right. That voice, Aizawa's voice, come on stupid deck, silly Izuku, pay attention, speaks again, catching whatever bit of attention Izuku can dredge up. I'm gonna pick you up now Kit, take you to ours, okay? You'll be safe with me, with kin, I promise. And Izuku doesn't hesitate to believe that, so he simply stays still and calm when he and the bundle of capture weapon are scooped up and held against a warm, steadily breathing chest. It's nice. More than. It's safety and gentle heat and kin, smelling of coffee and citrus and dadpop shinchi. It helps. It really, truly helps. All the same, Izuku stays in his spirit form as Aizawa walks, the thudding of every footstep a pleasant drumbeat to match his heart rate to, the boy only registering when the hero must lock the apartment door by the pause in the steady rhythm, still keeping Izuku cradled close and careful, tucked into the crook of one arm, cocooned in the swathes of capture weapon. Do you want to be in the passenger seat or my lap, Kit? You don't need to turn back, and if you can't answer then I'll just set you down in the passenger Izuku, barely comprehending the words, gets enough of the gist to panic and desperately wriggles to press his trembling body against Aizawa's chest, writhing and twisting to more firmly entangle himself in the fabric alloy, chilly nose nudging against the thin gray t-shirt the man's wearing today. Then the chest beneath the shirt rumbles and shifts with a chuckle and Izuku finds a purring chuff vibrating through his own body until he nearly shakes apart with the sound that the hero can't even hear. But at least Aizawa seems to have understood the sentiment because he slides into what must be the driver's seat of his and Pop's car, carefully depositing Izuku into his lap, arranging sections of the capture weapon strands with gentle fingers until some of them are looped around both Izuku and the seatbelt, fairly loose now but likely a makeshift seatbelt of his own. The fox, for his part, doesn't quite take in the minutiae of all of this, only the overall sensations, with those careful fingers threading through his breeze-void fluff of fur for a minute until that voice picks up again, a soft rumbling of syllables that Izuku can't take in anymore, until he's startled by the starting grumble of the engine, the noise overwhelming at first, until hands cup over him, finding his head after a few seconds, the comforting voice talking over the sheer loudness, a much-needed contrast that the teen can latch onto and focus on, rather than losing himself into some kind of overload. Eventually, Izuku grows used to the sheer noise and, abruptly noting that the voice, Aizawa's voice, sounds worried, he briefly untucks his face from the capture weapon to nudge at calloused palms, then curls up tighter, the worst of his trembling having died down. He still feels far from right, a bit too floaty and full of static, but the security of his fox form combined by Aizawa's presence and the pervading scent of kin keep him just about present. All the same, time and space seem to blur until Izuku is jolted out of his haze by the dying of the engine and he's being spoken to again. He can't quite put together the sounds though, so instead he makes do with rolling to rest more heavily against the solid warmth along the curve of his back, single tail shaking out then tucking round and over his snout. It's comfortable here. And he certainly doesn't want to MO, then everything moves and changes and for half a second Izuku goes to snap out with Needlebree's teeth, before he realizes that he's still being cradled along the forearm of someone who smells like safety, in the midst of a pile of fabric, so he relaxes again and lets everything shift and sway around him, that lovely rhythmic thudding returning. The slam of a car door isn't enough to startle him because it's more distant than that voice that has picked up a steady string of syllables once again, and Izuku wallows contentedly in the waves of pleasant rumbling, never crashing over his head but at the perfect height and strength to keep him floating along without a thought. Izuku doesn't surface from that focus on the voice until the chilly draft of outside is exchanged for home busy, kin-scent air, with the dull undertones of cat paws and a washing machine and a quiet game or telly program of some kind, two more voices interrupting it and the fox can't help but curl more into the safe arms holding him because it's too much to register all at once and he doesn't feel safe. -2, stop, I, Inc, S over Y, Nko-san, Oceation dash, he only catches some of the words being spoken and none of them mean much when he's too busy trembling in a static haze, but eventually Izuku finds that his person has sunk onto something soft and comfortable, Izuku bundled up on a rising and falling solidity, on their chest, he will eventually surmise, and he finds himself relaxing again already. The steady up and down that gradually smooths and grows, deepens, lulls him alongside its owner, until the fox is asleep, curled up in the security of a kin-smelling capture weapon, atop Aizawa's chest, sprawled out on the sofa. He doesn't know it, but Hitoshi is sitting on the floor by the coffee table, SWCH in hand, keen eyes consistently flickering towards his dad and the invisible lump largely covered by fabric that must be the insomniac's own partner. Getting a phone call from Inko-san just over an hour ago had been a remarkably worrying situation, even though she had simply let them know that Izuku was clearly going through a bad mental health day and would one of them mind maybe coming over a little earlier if it wasn't too much of a bother. She could text them where to find a spare key sheet hidden. His pops had immediately agreed. But asking what exactly they should expect only had them faced with a worried sigh, Inko-san honestly not sure except for lethargy, muteness and possible panic. It hadn't been too hard, from that and their prior knowledge of Izuku, to decide that the least overwhelming route would be best, hence only Aizawa going to get him in the car. The trains would be an awful idea, no doubt, and keeping it to one of them at first would hopefully help smooth things along. And apparently it really had helped, because Izuku had only near panicked, as far as the underground hero could tell, a few times in the last 40 or so minutes. Even better, he and Aizawa are now napping peacefully. It's a few hours later when Hisashi stands from his place at the dining table, shuffles all of his papers and forms and essays into a haphazard stack against the wall, then ambles into the kitchen for something to make for lunch. Want any help, Pops? The quiet voice is accompanied by Hitoshi leaning against the bar counter, eyebags seeming even larger than usual. Although maybe it's the slumped posture and downturned mouth that give that impression. And, well, the blonde can't stand seeing his troll doll baby looking like this. Sure kid, he chirps, very carefully trying to keep his voice down but judging by the brief smirk he earns, it's not entirely successful. Oh well. At least neither his husband nor their fox baby seem to have woken up from it. What are you making? Hitoshi asks, rounding the counter and coming to peer around his pops into the fridge. And DMN, they really could do with shopping, couldn't they? Well, we've mainly got veg, so what do you think to a stir-fry? Fluffball would like it. Do we have tofu? In answer, Hisashi leans down a bit, reaches for the back of a shelf, and pulls out a pack. Hitoshi grins at the sight. Could we put some of that in too? He loves it. Of course we can, listener. The words are accompanied by a hair ruffle that, when Hitoshi tries to duck out of it with a half-hearted scowl, gets turned into a swooping forehead kiss, all loud and wet, to make him groan. Honestly, dads. They both know he doesn't really mind, but he grumbles all the same. They shuffle around each other without another word, the teen chopping up vegetables and tofu whilst his pop sets to frying off garlic and skis, the smells pervading through the house and eliciting a curious exploration from both gum and crepuscular. Toast has been napping on Hitoshi's bed all day. D is still settled along the back of the sofa. When Aizawa had first laid down with Izuku and the bundle of capture weapon on his chest, she had tried to curl up against the invisible fox, but with an apologetic frown, the pro had picked her up, plopped her up on the back of the sofa, then petted her until she was purring. He hadn't wanted Izuku to be any more overwhelmed. Regardless, the stir-fry is almost ready fairly quickly, and the two exchange questioning glances. Then Hitoshi, with a slightly strained smile, heads over to the sofa and ends up crouching beside it, one hand coming to gently poke at his dad's cheek. It's always a safer bet than grabbing him somehow. And indeed, the man blinks open bloodshot eyes fairly quickly. Hitoshi receives a distinct knot scowl, even as Aizawa shifts the tiniest bit and reaches down to lay a careful, gentle hand over Izuku's back, or at least a part of the invisible body that lacks ears, that he delicately brushes through the vague, barely there chill of Izuku's fur until the little body shivers and uncurls a bit. Aizawa can only picture the sleepy blink of gemstones and leaves and auroras, the twitching and swiveling of ears, the reveal of needle-sharp teeth with a big yawn. Shame he can't actually see it, there's no doubt it'd be just as cute as any kitten. "Hey there, Kit," he murmurs, still keeping his hand settled over the spirit's back. Hitoshi, still crouched beside them, speaks up then, with a tone that matches Aizawa's in its soft, low nature. "You two up to eating? No pressure, but neither of you had a proper breakfast, did you?" It's not accusing. No, instead, it's thick with fond exasperation, unmistakable even to the slight haze Izuku still finds himself in. Which might well be why Izuku slips out from under Aizawa's hand, curls around his wrist for a second with a vulpine flexibility, then treads carefully to the edge of the sofa and stretches up onto Hitoshi's shoulders, settles around the base of his neck, a pleasant chill. With the truest grin he's managed today, Hitoshi reaches up and strokes Izuku's flank. "Fancy seeing you here, Fluffball." From there, he stands and heads into his room, pushing the door to and sitting down against it, still petting the fox around his shoulders. "You don't have to change back, love, but if you feel up to it, we both know I'd love to see that pretty face." And it might take a long minute, but eventually the chilly little body slips down from his neck and lands in his lap and, although it takes another few seconds that seem to drag out endlessly, there's abruptly a warm, far heavier weight in Hitoshi's lap, tails waving slowly and arms that instantly latch around the taller boy's chest, Izuku tucking his face straight into the junction of Hitoshi's neck and shoulder, his hot breaths ticklish but far from unpleasant there. "Hi, love." It's a simple statement, warm with gratitude and something so clearly pleased, and Izuku only presses impossibly closer, legs latching around Hitoshi's waist too. It's sooner than either would like when they disentangle themselves and stagger to their feet, Hitoshi very aware that their lunch will only get cold if they don't go out soon, but he still tucks Izuku firmly into his side and gently pats one of the two tails that wraps tightly around his waist, keeping them close even as they head back into the living area, finding their dads both turning to offer a grin and slight smile respectively, Izuku managing a little wave in return. It's quiet but comfortable, and it's exactly what Izuku, still fighting against the static that's so overwhelming, needs. His kin are exactly what he needs. And they will certainly make sure that he gets just that. As he and Hitoshi sit down, the insomniac quick to shove their chairs together so they can stay plastered to each other's side, Hisashi speaks up, all mellow, his smile found just as easily in his words as on his face. "It's stir-fry, listener, so eat as much as you'd like, alright? Just however much you can manage, no worries." And Izuku can tell that Pops means it. That there truly is no pressure to finish his portion or something, so he manages a nod and the briefest flash of a smile before he takes up chopsticks in trembling fingers and begins to eat. He misses, in his fixation on being present, the relieved glances being otherwise shares around the table, although he doesn't miss when a casual conversation gets picked up, something domestic and along the lines of a radio interview Hisashi had done earlier that week which segues into a discussion of various students. Izuku, yet again, simply lets the sounds wash over him. Being here, with all bar one of his kin, has his chest swelling with something so warm and ineffable, something that pushes back his haziness in fits and starts, fluctuating moments of coherency that, all in all, isn't too bad. He feels safe here, in a little bubble of home, and, particularly on a day like today, he couldn't ask for anything more.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.